The autumn rain ceased before dawn. Outside, the rooster crowed, and the sky began to lighten. He slowly opened his eyes. For days, he had been overwhelmed by a profound shock, realized that he had, somehow, become another person. Not only did his appearance change, but an unfamiliar set of memories had also flooded his mind. By now, the initial shock had dulled into numbness, and he finally accepted this absurd reality. His soul had traveled back 600 years and merged with the body of a young man named Wang Xian. Being alive is already a blessing. He sighed softly, grateful to have survived such a calamity. He was relieved to be an orphan without a wife or children to worry about. Living anywhere made no difference to him. With that thought, he found himself less dissatisfied with his once muscular physique, now reduced to this emaciated frame, too weak even to move his fingers. As he pondered how to face his family, he suddenly heard the creak of a door opening outside, followed by an angry voice. "This cursed chicken! The sky's already bright, and it still hasn't crowed. Sooner or later, it'll cook you into soup." The voice belonged to a sharp-tongued woman, Wang Xian's mother. After scolding the chicken, she turned her wrath on the people. "You lazy bunch, get up already. Keep sleeping, and it'll be dark again." At their mother's shout, Wang Xian's older brother, Wang Ge, quickly got dressed, splashed some water on his face, and headed to prepare breakfast. "Where's your wife?" Their mother, who was feeding chickens with a winnowing basket, frowned upon seeing her son in the kitchen. Chui Lian Wang Gue, with thick upper eyelids and lips, looked like a very honest man. In front of their mother, he was as timid as a mouse facing a cat. Shrinking his neck, he stammered, "She's not feeling well today." "A body that's sick 15 days out of a month," their mother snorted, scolding. "You think you can fool me?" "Ma, I'm gonna fetch water," Wang Gue chuckled awkwardly, picking up the shoulder pole leaning against the wall. Mazo irritating. Who taught you to talk like that?" Their mother snorted again. After finishing feeding the chickens, she wiped her hands carelessly on her apron, tucked a wooden basin under one arm, grabbed a bucket with the other hand, and headed toward the western wing where Wang Xian stayed. Not forgetting to give orders, she said to her eldest son, "Before eating, sweep the courtyard." Wang Gue obediently replied. Wang Xian lived in the western wing. Although he was awake, he hadn't yet decided how to face his family, especially the irate mother. He decided to keep his eyes closed and pretend to be unconscious. The door was pushed open heavily. His mother, her head wrapped in a blue cloth, entered with a bucket and basin, making loud slapping sounds with her steps. Actually, this mother was quite delicate looking, with clear black and white eyes that were usually lively. When calm, she didn't resemble a tigress at all. But when angered, those sharp eyes became piercing and intimidating. Her sharp tongue could curse someone to death, and then bring them back to life with another scolding. After entering, her first glance fell on her son, who lay there motionless with his eyes closed. Habitually, she cursed, "You little brat, still not awake? You're killing me." With that, she walked to the bedside, pulled back the blanket, and began turning him over, cleaning him, massaging him, and even changing his undergarments. Surprisingly, despite being bedded in for so long, Wang Xian's body remained smooth and unblemished, not a single bedsore. This was practically a miracle in the hot and humid Jiangnan region. Though autumn had arrived, it was still strenuous for a petite woman to move a 16-year-old boy. Halfway through, their mother was already drenched in sweat. Wiping her brow, she muttered gloomily, "People say marry a man for food and shelter, raise sons to prevent illness and old age. But here I am, repaying debts from my past life to you Wang men, working like an ox." Finishing her grumbling, she continued wiping his armpits. Wang Xian, who was ticklish, couldn't help but shiver. Instantly, their mother became excited, rushing to the head of the bed. Still pretending to be unconscious, Wang Xian received a series of hard slaps across the face, real slaps that stung painfully, making him grimace involuntarily. Wang Gue. Seeing the vivid expressions on his face, their mother screamed joyfully, "Come quick." Wang Gue, who had been sweeping the courtyard, threw down the broom and rushed in, asking confusedly, "Ma, what's wrong? Look at your brother's awake." Their mother flipped Wang Xian's eyelids, revealing his darting eyeballs. At this point, there was no way to pretend anymore. "What did Dr. Wu say?" she asked. "Dr. Wu said," Wang Gue scratched his head, thinking, then admitted, "I forgot. Go fetch the doctor right now." Their mother, exasperated by his incompetence, kicked her eldest son out of the room. Soon, Dr. Wu from the county medical office hurried over to examine Wang Xian. Since Wang Xian had already accepted his new identity, he took this opportunity to wake up. In truth, There was no need for an examination. Anyone with eyes could see Wang Xian slowly opening them. The entire family breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister Yingling jumped 3 feet high, laughing and dancing around the bed. Wang Gui wiped away tears, and even his wife seemed genuinely happy, asking Dr. Wu, "Does this mean we don't have to keep buying medicine?" Dr. Wu, who had been sipping tea, spat it all over Wang Gui's face. Their mother glared fiercely at Wang Gui's wife and told Dr. Wu. What she meant was, when will he fully recover? This can't be rushed, Dr. Wu replied leisurely. His body is far too weak. He'll prescribe a tonic formula. Let's see how he does after a month. What? More medicine? Wang Gui's wife lost her smile and loudly complained. He's already eaten us out of house and home, and now he wants more? Can't we just let him rest? Their mother, too, was reluctant to spend more money. She barely had any left. Of course, if you wish, Dr. Wu stroked his beard. But he's been bedridden for so long, and his body is severely depleted. If we don't nourish him properly now, even if he recovers, he'll likely remain frail for life. Then why not directly give him tonics? Their mother pressed. His body is too weak to handle tonics. Doing so might kill him. Dr. Wu shook his head solemnly. Sister-in-law, Wang Xian is still so young, we mustn't let him develop lifelong ailments. Their mother's expression shifted between light and shadow, but she eventually nodded firmly. Write the prescription, master. Thus, Wang Gui ground the ink while Dr. Wu spread out paper and wrote the prescription swiftly. After blowing dry the ink, he handed it to Wang Gui. Go fetch the medicine. Soon early treatment means early recovery. Wang Gui carefully accepted the prescription and glanced at his mother. Escort the master home and pick up the medicine along the way, their mother sighed. Tell landowner Liu to put it on our tab. Well, settle everything at the end of the month. Ma, the pharmacy said they won't extend credit to us anymore. Watching his sister pack up Dr. Wu's medicine kit, Wang Gui whispered to his mother. They said you're unreliable. It's been 3 months since you promised to pay, and they haven't seen a single coin. How do you know until you try? Their mother, irritated, untied a gold bracelet from her wrist and slapped it into his hand. Pledge this and get the medicine first. Wang Gui finally relaxed. Dr. Wu had finished packing and had been leisurely sipping tea while waiting. Once they finished talking, he stood up to take his leave. Wang Gui, escort the master, their mother instructed, pulling out a string of coins from her waist, about 20 coins, and handing them to her son. Seeing this, Dr. Wu laughed. Looks like the sun rose in the west today. I actually saw a sister-in-law part with her money. After troubling you so many times, we finally cured little second, their mother boasted shamelessly. This time, we'll settle the consultation fee. Dr. Wu stepped outside, nearly tripping, and turned back with a bitter smile. So one visit is worth only 1 coin? Shaking his head, he waved dismissively. Forget it, forget it. He'll go all the way and make this a free consultation. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, their mother snatched the coins back from her son's hand. When our family prospers someday, we'll give you 2 packages of silver snowflakes. If you dare to give them, I wouldn't dare accept. Laughing heartily, Dr. Wu departed, and Wang Gui hurriedly escorted him out. After Wang Gui left with Dr. Wu, their mother glanced at her daughter-in-law. Are you feeling better now? Wang Gui's wife blushed and stammered. Not really. I came to check and will return to bed. She slinked back to her room. Their mother snorted, her gaze shifting to her son, torn between joy and anger. Joy was understandable. Anger stemmed from the fact that her son had returned from a gambling den, injured by others. The case remained unsolved, ultimately labeled as revenge for a gambling dispute. To their mother, this son had been beaten because of gambling. Having long despaired of this idle and gambling-prone son, she dreaded the day he would revert to his old ways, plunging the family deeper into poverty. If not for Wang Xian's recent awakening, she would have unleashed a torrent of scolding. He'll settle accounts with you later. Their mother scrutinized her son, gave him a final glare, and left Yingling to take care of Wang Xian while she returned to work. Perhaps exhausted from the excitement, her steps faltered and she stumbled at the threshold. Kicking it angrily, she muttered, "One day you'll saw it off and use it for firewood." After their mother left, little sister Yingling brought the millet porridge she had simmered that morning, diluted it with warm water, and fed it to Wang Xian. Yinling's personality resembled their mother's, though she was still young and not yet sharp-tongued, just lively. As she spoon-fed him, she chattered non-stop, recounting events during Wang Xian's coma and inevitably criticizing him. Through her words, Wang Xian learned that although the family situation was dire, it wasn't as bleak as it was now before his collapse. They were drowning in debt, struggling even to put food on the table. Reflecting on this, Wang Xian realized that their mother's earlier stumbling might have been due to hunger weakening her limbs. Even 600 years later, there was still the saying, one illness returns to poverty. Wang Xian remembered that Lu Sun's family had fallen apart similarly, so he trusted his sister's account deeply, feeling immense guilt. The neighbors kept telling Ma that you'd never wake up fat. Every day spent dragging you along cost more money and exhausted the healthy ones too. They said it'd be better to cut losses early. Only someone like Ma, stubborn as she is, would persist when others would have given up long ago. Would be dead 10 times over in another household. Brother, please, for my sake. Our family has accumulated so much debt treating you. When you recover, break ties with those people, find honest work, okay? Yingling sighed hopelessly. Never mind. A leopard doesn't change its spots. How can I expect you to change? Being scorned by his 10-year-old sister left Wang Xian wishing for a hole to crawl into. How could he possibly respond? Open your mouth. Seeing his refusal to eat, Yingling widened her round, almond-shaped eyes. You think refusing food will prove something? Show us some backbone and change. Then he'll kowtow to apologize. Wang Xian's face flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing he still refused, Yingling pouted. Second brother, stop being unreasonable. We're not the same family we used to be. We don't grow millet in Fuyangma, traded our egg-laying hen for these 10 gene of millet. Not a single bite has passed our lips. Wang Xian sighed deeply and finished every last drop of the porridge, wasting not a single grain. Chapter 2. Oh, my brother. At this moment, Wang Gue returned with the medicine. His mother was busy making shoes, and upon seeing him carrying the medicine, she exclaimed with delight, "Did they really give it to you?" Wang Gue nodded, handing the medicine pouch to her, and then pulled a bracelet from his bosom, offering it to her. "What is this?" Noticing his peculiar expression, she understood everything and, with a sheepish smile, remarked, "They weren't fooled, were they?" Seeing the item produced by his mother, one could only be more cautious. Wang Gue replied in a low voice. An expert took a look and said it's made of copper with a layer of gold powder. A bunch of blind fools. This is clearly real gold. Without a hint of embarrassment, his mother slipped the gilded bracelet onto her wrist and, changing the subject, asked, "How did you get the medicine?" Wang Gue earnestly replied, "The Lin family girl helped me get it. She covered for me when those people tried to rob me." He added, "She said she would come to see her brother in the next few days." "Humph, such pretentiousness," she scoffed. "The Lin family has caused us so much misery. If she dares to come here, I'll break her legs." Wang Gue, not daring to retort, shrank his neck and fell silent. Before she could inquire further, she asked, "How much did the medicine cost?" 101, Wang Gue whispered. "So expensive?" His mother gasped, wiping her sweat. "If we were to consume it for a month, it wouldn't even be enough to sell me. Let us find another way." Wang Gue sighed. "Mother, I'll go check on my brother." After saying this, he went to the west wing and sat for a while, then left with a heavy heart. At lunchtime, noticing that Wang Gue's wife had yet to emerge, his mother realized she must be displeased with the food again. The Wang family subsisted on watery vegetable soup and brown rice 3 times a day, occasionally adding some pickled broad beans, which indeed made for an unpalatable meal. Of course, one must have something to pick at to be choosy. With no choice but to eat what was available, both Wang Gue and his mother finished their portions without a trace left behind. Seeing that Wang Gue's wife still hadn't come out, his mother divided the bowl of rice she had prepared for her among the children, not wanting it to go to waste. No one worried about whether Wang Gue's wife would go hungry, for she always managed to stealthily procure delicacies, eating alone while Wang Gue was away at work. Thus, when she didn't appear for lunch, the family understood she was indulging in her private feast once more. However, since she used her own dowry to buy her food and didn't eat in front of them, no one dared to say anything. Having finished her meal, his mother took the 10 pairs of cloth shoes she had secretly crafted over the past half-month, bundled them up, and headed to the market to sell them. Today was market day, and she should have gone in the morning, but the incident with Wang Xian had delayed her. After the siblings finished their meal, Yingling cleared the table while Wang Gue, lost in thought, returned to his room, oblivious to his sister calling him. Assuming her brother had quarreled with his wife again, Yingling paid it no mind. After completing her chores, she took the medicine bowl to feed Wang Xian. Just as she was finishing a large bowl of medicinal soup, a sudden outburst of shouting from Wang Gue's wife erupted from the east wing. Yingling, feeling annoyed, slapped her forehead and muttered, "Here we go again." If only she had the guts to shout like that when mother was home. Although frustrated, being a child, she felt it was inappropriate to intervene and could only listen. Well, You Wang snot, after all these years of whining, you've finally found your voice. The sound suddenly became much clearer, evidently indicating that the battleground of the two had shifted from indoors to the courtyard. Have they truly resorted to thievery? Who are you accusing of theft? If it were merely a casual insult, Silver Bell would have pretended not to hear. However, upon hearing her sister-in-law label her elder brother a thief, she was instantly incensed, slamming the bowl onto the table and rushing to the door to confront her sister-in-law. Ask him yourself if he has stolen. Wang Gui's wife brandished a broomstick, pointing at Wang Gui, who was hiding behind the water tank. With a fierce expression, she declared, "While I was asleep, he stole my jewelry and I caught him red-handed." Is this what one would call theft between a married couple? Seeing his sister emerge, Wang Gui's face turned crimson as he awkwardly replied, "Mother always said that husband and wife are one. What is yours is also mine." Nonsense. That is my dowry. In response to Wang Gui's feeble defense, his wife, enraged, charged at him, exclaiming, "That is my family as property, and it has nothing to do with your family." This robust woman, if she landed a blow, would indeed leave Wang Gui reeling, compelling him to flee around the courtyard while pleading, "Even if I borrowed it, I will repay you once I earn money. Why did you steal my jewelry? Is there someone else outside?" Wang Gui's wife seethed. "Don't speak nonsense," Wang Gui replied, feeling embarrassed in front of his sister. "How could that be?" "That is true, given your character," Wang Gui's wife scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, recalling the earlier plight of Wang Xian's medical expenses, she realized the truth. Wang Gui had stolen from her dowry to buy medicine for Wang Xian. This struck a sensitive chord with her. She had married into the Wang family during their prosperous days, with a generous dowry. However, following her father-in-law's misdeeds, the Wang family quickly fell into decline, which had long festered in her heart, leaving her unable to express her frustrations due to a domineering mother-in-law. It was only when her mother-in-law and husband were willing to squander everything to prolong Wang Xian's life that Wang Gui's wife finally began to rebel, staunchly opposing the expenditure on a man she deemed a living corpse. A phrase she often repeated was, "Even if he were saved, he would be a calamity. It would be better for him to die swiftly." Over time, Wang Xian had become the embodiment of her grievances towards the Wang family. Just the mention of him would ignite her fury, let alone the audacity of stealing from her to procure medicine for him. Enraged, Wang Gui's wife lunged at him, exclaiming, "Wang Bidi, you know what I despise the most. I can no longer endure this." Wang Gui, feeling guilty, shouted, "I won't do it again, I promise," while darting around the courtyard to evade her wrath. Huang, on the other hand, remained inert in the house, feeling utterly unanchored. The two chased each other for a time, but in her agitation, she stumbled and fell hard, striking her head against a shovel, blood streaming down her face. "Oh no, I've been killed," Huang, in agony, touched her forehead, her hands now stained with blood, and began to scream, "Help! Help!" Before lunch, the old woman had sold all the shoes and returned home with 2 prescriptions for Wang Xian. She felt a swell of pride, having bargained down the cost of the 101 prescriptions to only 171 for 2. To extract money from the miserly mister, Lu was a skill few in Fuyang County could boast of. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of bloodstains on the floor, inciting her immediate fury. "While I was away, you dared to create chaos. Wang Gui's wife, come with me to the magistrate to seek justice." Based on her years of experience, she surmised that Wang Gui had been injured by the hands of the Ho family. "Mother," before she could finish, Wang Gui emerged from the room, lifting the curtain and speaking softly, "It wasn't me who was hurt, it was Chui Lian." "Excuse me?" Her expression softened instantly. "The sun must be rising in the west. My son has acted like a man for once." "Not exactly." Wang Gui, sweating nervously, stammered. "It was when she was chasing after me that she fell. I knew it." She sighed, disappointment evident in her voice. A dog cannot change its nature. Setting down the medicine, she glanced into the east wing, where she found Ho, her head bandaged like a spindle, lying in bed and groaning. Blood seeped through the gauze. Indeed a startling sight. Aware of her presence, Ho chose to remain bedridden, having already informed her family, preferring to wait for them to address the matter and avoid unnecessary conflict with this old woman. In her youth, she had foolishly attempted to challenge her mother-in-law, only to be scolded into unconsciousness, a memory that still sent shivers down her spine. Given Ho's condition, the elder woman felt it prudent to refrain from comment. Though fiery in spirit, she was shrewd enough to recognize that she should not interfere in such matters, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. After leaving Wang Gui's quarters, she busied herself with cooking, washing dishes, and giving Wang Xian a massage, all the while grumbling about the tardiness of the Ho family. Eventually, Ho's brother and younger sibling arrived, both impeccably dressed and exuding an air of superiority, accompanied by several laborers, creating quite a commotion. Their family owned hundreds of acres of tea gardens and had connections in the county, giving them a psychological edge over the impoverished Wang family. Reluctantly, she ordered the bystanders to leave, allowing only the Ho brothers to enter. Upon their arrival, they covered their noses, as if standing in this dilapidated courtyard would tarnish their refined status. Seeing their sister lying in bed, appearing near death, their tempers flared, and they reprimanded Wang Gue as one would a wayward child, albeit cautiously, for the presence of Wang Gue's mother tempered their language. Their respect was not for the elder, but rather a recognition that provoking this formidable matriarch could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, the elder woman remained silent, allowing them to berate her son until they grew hoarse, pausing only to sip water from their personal purple clay teapot, filled with their own water and brewed tea. They then turned to their sister and asked, having said all that, "We trust he won't dare cross you again. Is there anything else you wish to express?" "Two conditions." She replied, "If you agree, I will continue with him. If not, we part ways." Ho felt suffocated under her mother-in-law's oppressive presence, spending her days in seclusion, unable to face those cold, scrutinizing eyes. She sensed that if this continued, she would lose her sanity within 6 months. Finally, she had found an opportunity to assert herself and was determined to change her circumstances. "Let's hear it," her brother nodded. "First, I want to live separately. I desire not a single item from the Wang family. I merely wish for a fair separation." Ho, unable to meet her mother-in-law's gaze, lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, finally voicing the sentiments she had suppressed for 2 long years. "Secondly, he must swear a solemn oath that after our separation, he shall not give any money to his family for their expenses, lest he be cursed with a son devoid of an orifice." Upon utterance of these words, the room fell into a profound silence. The mother, with her hands clasped tightly within her sleeves, was trembling with restrained fury, yet remained voiceless. Ho's brother, sensing the impropriety of her words, hastily intervened, stating, "What my sister means is that while we may live apart, we shall not sever ties completely. Each shall manage their own finances independently. This arrangement is preferable, since we cannot coexist. It is best that we lead our separate lives, allowing for peace of mind." Pausing for a moment, he cast a furtive glance at Wang's mother and inquired, "Is that not so, Mrs. Wang?" Chapter 3. A sudden turn. The reason why the Ho family suggested a separation was that their arrogance immediately diminished by a third. This was due to the existence of laws in this era that forbade division of property while parents were still alive, lest their children face imprisonment. Every month, the authorities would publicly announce this at the Proclamation Pavilion, a fact even a 3-year-old could comprehend. Hence, Ho's seemingly generous declaration of not wanting anything from the Wang family, while deliberately avoiding the term separation in favor of living apart, was merely a case of burying one's head in the sand. However, such matters would go unexamined unless someone lodged a complaint. With many brothers living apart and numerous instances of separation, it was not as if everyone lacked parents. As long as no legal action was taken regarding division, the authorities would remain indifferent unless someone sought to cause trouble. For Ho to achieve her aim without leaving any future complications, she needed to secure her mother-in-law's consent, requesting a separation without division certificate before daring to proceed. All eyes turned to the matriarch, who, with a hand white from tension, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, remaining unhurried and composed as she gazed at Wang Gue. After glancing at her son, she directed her gaze back at the Ho family, stating, "I have long had enough of this greedy, lazy, and malicious woman." Just as the Ho family was about to erupt, she pivoted her statement. "You seek a document of separation without division, do you not? If Wang Gue consents, I shall provide it." The Ho family erupted in joy, turning to Wang Gue, urging in unison, "What are you dawdling for? Agree." From their experience, they knew that Wang Gue, a man who had never dared to oppose, would certainly not object. But Wang Gue implored Ho with a pitiful expression, "Little heir is still ill, my sister is still young, and my mother's health is poor. How can we manage?" "Worry not," the matriarch retorted with a cold laugh. "If I have endured such hardships, can't we survive without Wang the butcher?" Mother, after more than 20 years of mother-son bond, Wang Gue could discern her sarcasm, causing him to hesitate even more. "Since you are so indecisive, what are you waiting for?" Ho, no longer pretending to be oblivious, sprang from her bed, her hair resembling a spinning top. "You've exhausted your family's resources for 6 months to treat little heir. Now that he has finally awakened, as his brother, you have already fulfilled your duty. What can the neighbors say about you?" Appealing to his emotions and then to his interests, she continued, Wang Gui, have you not always dreamed of being a proprietor? After we live apart, I shall take out my dowry to help you establish a paper workshop, allowing you to taste the sweetness of being a business owner. Moreover, you need not worry about housing. My brother-in-law, who knows my sister's desires, added, I have a 2-courtyard house in the county that is vacant. You can move in today. There's even a nursemaid inside, so you won't have to toil like a beast of burden. Your father-in-law dotes on your wife. And once you agree to move, the debt your family owes mine will surely be wiped clean. Little brother, he chimed in, if you don't believe me, I can provide a written agreement. But money was not something he had lent out, so what value did his written promise hold? Such empty words, only Wang Gui, the simpleton, would believe. The Ho siblings thought to themselves. Indeed, upon hearing the third point, Wang Gui's face displayed a profound struggle, his lips tightly clenched. At a loss for words. Wang Gui, if you refuse to comply, I shall report you to the authorities. Ho sure understood that this man was incapable of making decisions. Thus, she resorted to intimidation, declaring, You heard my brother's words earlier. I bear injuries, and should I approach the officials, you will be apprehended by the authorities. Wang Gui felt as though struck by lightning, his demeanor changing drastically. Suddenly, he stood up, finger pointed at Ho Shi, exclaiming, Very well, I shall accompany you. I will reveal all the disgraceful deeds you have committed over the years, letting the stench of your wrongdoings waft for miles. As the matriarch's wrath surged, Ho Shi shrank back in fear. However, having come this far, she could not afford to back down. Struggling, she turned her head away from the matriarch. Focusing solely on Wang Gui, challenging him, I dare you to try. Wang Gui continued to bite his lip, his expression one of deep consternation, remaining silent. Wang Gui, stop dawdling and respond quickly, urged the Ho brothers, their impatience growing. They had plans to dine later and could not afford to waste time here. The younger brother, feeling vexed, looked up to see Xiao Yinling peering in from outside and barked, What are you staring at? Go back inside. Being still quite young, Xiao Yinling trembled at the reprimand. The younger brother turned back, ready to scold Wang Gui further, when suddenly a voice, louder than his own tenfold, boomed, Silence. This outburst stunned everyone momentarily, their gazes fixed on Wang Gui, the once subservient figure. After a while, the Ho brothers regained their composure, and the younger brother awkwardly chuckled. What do you mean? Do not raise your voice at my sister. Wang Gui's eyes reddened as he glared at the elder brother, then the younger. Finally resting his gaze on Ho Shi, his fervor gradually dissipating as he whispered, I will not separate from my family. What did you say? The Ho family members were taken aback. I will not separate from my family. Wang Gui's voice lowered further. If you wish to leave, then leave. Very well. Ho Shi thought she had cornered Wang Gui, but to her astonishment, he dared to defy her, and she furiously began to gather her belongings, threatening, You shall await the official's arrival. Wang Gui, there is still time for you to change your mind. The elder brother, sensing the situation was collapsing, quickly intervened. Once my sister steps out that door, she will no longer be your wife. Moreover, your family owes debts to ours, which have long been overdue. Initially, we hesitated to demand repayment due to our kinship. Now, for the sake of a worthless brother, if you forsake your wife, we shall dispense with any familial considerations. We could easily file a complaint with the county, accusing you of defaulting on your debts and assaulting your wife, thereby ruining your life. Do you understand? I will not separate from my family. Wang Gui, indeed frightened, turned pale, yet still kept his head lowered, repeatedly uttering those 4 words, nearly wearing a hole in the tiled floor with his anxious pacing. Wang Gui, think carefully. The matriarch even attempted to persuade him. Even the mute widow on East Street demands 5 guan as a bride price. I cannot afford to arrange another marriage for you. I will not separate from my family. Wang Gui had made up his mind, finally raising his head to declare, Chui Lian has her maternal family to care for her. I am at ease. Bah. Huang's spitting fury nearly splattered Wang Gui's face as she angrily gathered her belongings and stormed out. Wang, with a nose running, lamented how he would regret this day when he would kneel and plead for her forgiveness. Stepping into the courtyard, she was consumed by a tumult of shame and indignation. Upon entering the West Wing, she encountered her younger brother-in-law, Wang Xian, who regarded her with unsettling calmness. His strikingly bright, contrasting eyes were even more fearsome than her own mother's. Cursing herself for her folly, she questioned why she should fear this useless, sickly wretch. With a fierce glare, she pointed accusingly at him, declaring him a bane to the family, proclaiming she would watch as he brought the Wang household to ruin. Wang Xian remained unperturbed. finally speaking, sister-in-law, I acknowledge my past transgressions that have caused you distress. I take full responsibility. However, I have resolved to change my ways. If my presence leads you to consider separating from my brother, you may postpone that decision. In a few months, the Wang family will see a resurgence. Otherwise, I shall leave and no longer burden you. Huang, bursting into laughter as if she had heard a jest, scoffed at his claim of reform, asserting that a dog could not change its nature. As long as he remained, the Wang family would never flourish. You may watch, she retorted, laughing heartily as she departed, eager to witness how he would continue to afflict their household. Once the Huang siblings left, they naturally took their dowry with them, and to Wang Gui's astonishment, he even assisted them in calling for a carriage and moving their boxes. This left the neighbors bewildered. They had heard the Wang family in turmoil. Yet Wang Gui was now aiding the Huang family in their exodus. Was a separation imminent? One neighbor could not resist inquiring, "Wang Gui, are you moving out?" Wang Gui shook his head, responding somberly, "Tilian is returning to her maternal home. I will remain." The neighbors were taken aback, casting him newfound glances, revealing Huang's unsavory reputation among them. Upon returning home, Wang Gui found his mother standing in the courtyard. He lowered his head, whispering, "Mother." "Wang Gui, you did well," she affirmed with approval. "Though your brother is indeed a failure, he is still your brother. If you were to abandon him now, I would certainly report you to the authorities." Wang Gui, troubled, replied, "The Huang family is also threatening to report us." "Report what nonsense?" His mother spat, "You fool. Your father once held a position of authority. Do you not comprehend even this basic legal principle? A husband striking a wife is not a matter for the law unless it results in serious injury. She merely sustained a scrape. It is a fruitless endeavor." Wang Gui nodded dully, though a sense of relief washed over him. "Go rest," his mother instructed, understanding that this decision weighed heavily on him. She then turned to the entrance of the West Wing, addressing her younger son. "I heard every word you spoke earlier." "I was speaking to mother," Wang Xian replied, their gazes locking, both pairs of eyes sharp and vividly contrasting. "What use is mere talk?" Their mother dismissed disdainfully. "You must show some action before boasting. Otherwise, I shall consider your words mere folly." "Just watch," Wang Xian asserted. Wang Xianming understood that she was employing a tactic of provocation. Yet he raised an eyebrow and solemnly declared, "I, Wang Xian, am no longer the same." His resolute vow was met with a soiled rag, deftly thrown, landing squarely upon his face. "You little rascal, first learn to wipe your own behind," she admonished, dusting off her hands as she turned to prepare dinner. First remove this rag. I can hardly breathe." Wang Xian found himself unable to lift his hand at all. It was Silver Bell who ultimately saved him from his plight. This stark contrast left the recently emboldened Wang Erlang in a state of bitter amusement. The body is the foundation of all. When one cannot move, all words are but empty promises. Chapter 4. Sister Lin. Wang Xian had awakened. Yet he had lain still for too long. His muscles had not only atrophied significantly, but also became uncontrollable, rendering him immobile. This sensation was utterly dreadful. However, being merely 16, his body was capable of swift recovery. Within a few days, he could be assisted to a sitting position, no longer requiring others to feed him or provide him with water. Once he regained the ability to move, he commenced a rehabilitation regimen meticulously devised in his mind, beginning with exercises for the small joints of his hands and feet. As long as his eyes were open, he would persistently repeat the motions until he could no longer do so. Initially, his family was alarmed, fearing he had fallen into some kind of trance and contemplated summoning a priest to exorcise the supposed demons. After much explanation, he finally convinced them that he was merely striving to expedite his recovery. Although they were skeptical about the effectiveness of this method, his mother, preoccupied with her own affairs, cared little as long as he was not possessed. Whether he was channeling spirits or engaging in some mystical practice was of no concern to her. Thus, Wang Xian continued to push his limits, the rehabilitation process being excruciating. Each exertion felt as though countless needles were piercing him, demanding immense fortitude. Fortunately, he possessed an exceptionally resilient character. Determined to shed the label of being useless, he was willing to endure any hardship. His sister, Yongle, who accompanied him throughout this ordeal, recognized that each time he finished his exercise while lying in bed, he emerged as though pulled from water, evidently having endured tremendous suffering. Yet, she had never heard him utter a single sound of distress, even when, at times, he unconsciously bit his lips until they bled. This was not an isolated incident, but a daily occurrence, happening 10 times or more each day. Was this truly the same delicate second brother she had known? Can a severe illness truly transform a person entirely? Yongle found herself perplexed by the underlying reasoning, yet her gaze towards her second brother gradually transformed. 8 days later, Wang Xian was able to rise to his feet, and he himself was astounded by such remarkable swiftness. He had initially believed that, despite exerting double the effort in his rehabilitation exercises, he would not witness such rapid progress. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was due to his mother's unwavering dedication to administering therapeutic massages while he lay unconscious, preventing his body from succumbing entirely to atrophy. Another contributing factor was undoubtedly Dr. Wu's medicinal concoctions, priced at 100 coins per dose. Though exorbitantly costly, their efficacy was undeniable. In any case, being able to stand was a far better circumstance than languishing in bed all day. When Yongle relayed this joyous news to their mother and elder brother, they, to her astonishment, forsook their meal and hurried to the west wing. Upon witnessing Wang Xian, with Wang Gui's support, take tentative steps, their mother turned her gaze towards the heavens beyond the door, inhaling deeply several times, yet could not restrain her tears, exclaiming, "This wretched abode has caused dust to fall into my eyes." Wang Gui wept inconsolably, his tears flowing freely, while Yongle sobbed uncontrollably, leaving Wang Xian somewhat perplexed. He recalled that when he first regained consciousness, his family was indeed joyous, but not to the extent of such overwhelming tears of joy. However, upon reflection, it became clear that their emotional response was understandable. In this era, many injuries and ailments could result in permanent damage. Although he had awakened, no one could ascertain whether he would ever be able to stand again. If he could not stand, how was it different from being in a state of unconsciousness? It was not until this moment that the family finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he would truly recover. The next day, Wang Gui arranged for someone to make a pair of crutches for Wang Xian to lean on. After practicing for several days, Wang Xian finally stepped out of his room to gaze upon the courtyard of his life and behold the expanse of the azure sky above. The sky is indeed a brilliant blue, albeit a small patch, resembling a translucent sapphire. Wang Xian greedily inhaled, savoring the long-lost sense of freedom. Just as he was indulging in this moment, a knock resonated at the door. Silver Bell opened the door to find a middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a bamboo basket in one hand. She then cheerfully inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for, sir? Are you the daughter of the Wang family?" The middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "May I ask if Mrs. Wang is present?" "My mother is not here." In front of strangers, Yongle remains quite polite. "Is there something you wish to discuss, sir?" "As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, my daughter has come to deliver mooncakes to Mrs. Wang." The middle-aged woman turned slightly and beheld a young girl of about 17 or 18 who was removing her headscarf. Upon closer inspection, Silver Bell's expression shifted dramatically. "You are Lin Qing'er's sister. Do you recognize me, Miss Wang?" The young girl possesses a visage as picturesque as a painting, her slender form reminiscent of a delicate flower. Although her attire is conservatively loose-fitting, her fair wrists appear astonishingly delicate. Her face is so diminutive that it seems barely larger than the palm of a hand, as if a gentle autumn breeze could whisk her away. She is a girl who naturally evokes feelings of compassion in those who behold her. However, Silver Bell, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. What brings you here?" "Just now, my uncle mentioned." The girl's voice was gentle and soft, tinged with an unmistakable weariness. "My mother would never accept anything from your family." The sound of her silver bells was both crisp and urgent, truly befitting her name. However, as the conversation progressed, she unconsciously softened her tone towards the young girl. "You should leave quickly. If you encounter my mother, you shall be in grave peril." The young girl, in a state of disbelief, thought to herself, "Is it customary to speak of one's mother in such a manner?" However, she chose this moment precisely because old Lady Wang had gone to the market and would not return for a while. Given her experiences over the past 2 years, dealing with a girl of merely 10 or so years was well within her capabilities. She smiled slightly and said, "A few days ago, I encountered Brother Wang at the Liu family pharmacy. Upon hearing that Erling has awakened, I expressed my desire to pay a visit. I must admit, however, that due to numerous matters at home, I did not anticipate it would be delayed until today. This is truly inexcusable. Spare me your feigned concern." Silver Bell retorted, curling her lip. "I brought back a few pieces of Liaodong ginseng from Hangzhou, which I shall consider as a token of apology." The Lin family girl, unfazed, continued, "Oh." Silver Bell's expression faltered momentarily. Just the other day, her mother lamented about the situation, stating that if second brother were to consume 2 more doses of medicine, he could begin to recuperate. However, high-quality tonics were prohibitively expensive, and the Wang family had already reached their limit in affording the medicine. Currently, it was impossible to borrow any more, and there was no way to procure it. They were utterly at a loss. Although second brother insisted that he could recover gradually without supplements, Dr. Wu warned that if the lost vitality was not replenished promptly, he would remain frail in the future. These days had caused her mother considerable distress, leading to sleepless nights akin to flipping pancakes. Adhering to her mother's principle of valuing face while prioritizing practicality, Silver Bell flashed a grin and changed her tone. "Old Chu is at the door. People might think the Wang family is lacking in manners. Let us invite him in to converse. The residences in Jiangnan are inherently compact, and the Wang family's courtyard is particularly confined." Upon entering, the Lin family girl immediately noticed Wang Xian leaning on crutches. His gaze filled with sorrow as he looked at her. A pang of concern gripped her heart, prompting her to bow respectfully and say, "Greetings, Brother Wang." "Good, very good," Wang Xian remarked, surveying the Lin family girl with a cold smirk. "It has been a long time since we last met, Sister Lin." "Indeed, it has been a while." The Lin family girl, who had previously held her composure before Yingling, now appeared rather uneasy in the presence of Wang Xian, and she felt compelled to explain. "I have been busy in Hangzhou and the capital for the past 6 months. I only learned of your injury upon my recent return. Is that so?" Wang Xian replied indifferently. "Do you think that excuses everything?" "Not at all." The Lin girl took a deep breath, meeting his gaze. "That is why I am here. Feel free to punish or scold me as you see fit." Their exchange left Yingling and the elder gentleman utterly astonished. What was transpiring? It was evident that the two shared a past, and there were undoubtedly untold stories between them. Oh heavens! Could it be that my brother has become entangled with the sister of an adversary? Yingling's imagination began to run wild, conjuring a melodramatic narrative. What a kitsch plot! Impossible! Impossible! The elder gentleman grimaced inwardly, lamenting, "My dear girl must have lost her senses to even consider someone like him." Their shock was so profound that when Wang Xian and the Lin girl expressed a desire to speak privately, it felt entirely justified to them. However, as the elder gentleman assisted Wang Xian into the room, he discreetly applied pressure with his hand, whispering a warning, "Should you dare to disrespect my girl, I will not spare you." Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xian had already grown numb to pain, a faint smile of bitterness playing at his lips as he replied, "In my current state, who could I possibly offend?" Indeed, the elder gentleman chuckled at his own foolishness upon witnessing Wang Xian's frail appearance. He seated him in a chair, then closed the door behind him, turning to the still gaping Yingling and saying, "This matter must remain confidential. Who would believe me anyway? It would only invite ridicule." Yingling snapped back to reality, casting him a glance before heading off to prepare medicine for Wang Xian. The thought that after this last dose, she could finally use ginseng for nourishment brought her immense joy. Since it had come from her brother's little lover, she felt entirely justified in using it. Yet, given her brother's disposition, how could the Lin family girl possibly have any interest in him? Despite the enmity between their families, Yingling had to concede that Lin girl was indeed beautiful, and it was rumored she was literate. When the Lin family was at its peak, suitors lined up outside their door. The young girl's curiosity burned brightly, almost enough to boil the medicine. She wished she could transform into a mosquito and sneak into the inner chamber to eavesdrop on their conversation. If she were to overhear anything, she might just brandish a knife and chase after the Lin girl. In the inner chamber, Wang Xian and the Lin girl sat across from each other, their gazes as tranquil as autumn. "I am truly sorry," the Lin girl expressed with deep remorse. "It was I who brought you harm. Indeed, it was you who caused me suffering." Wang Xian's tone softened slightly, though it remained cool. "How could you allow an imbecile to undertake such a perilous task? Your intentions were clearly nefarious." Upon hearing his heart-wrenching words, Miss Lin's complexion turned pallid. With her right hand clenched tightly against her chest, she lowered her head once more in a gesture of remorse, saying, "It was my lack of foresight. At that moment, all I wished was to rid myself of your entanglement, which led me to make such a reckless wager." Raising her gaze, tears glistened in her eyes as she trembled. "I never anticipated that you would truly intervene. You are aware that I was once quite foolish." Wang Xian, with a bitter smile in his heart, reflected on his own past naivety, realizing how absurd he had been, mistaking a mere stick for a needle. Finding her words utterly lacking in strength, he declared solemnly, For the sake of rescuing my father, I would stake everything. Chapter 5. Who is the true adversary? Upon the window of the west chamber, a spider spun its web, and my mother forbade me from sweeping it away, claiming it to be an omen of good fortune. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Miss Lin was utterly taken aback. She could not help but scrutinize this individual once more, realizing she could hardly recognize the rogue who had entangled her in his web. In her memory, he resembled a mangy dog, devoid of dignity and irksome to all. Yet the Wang Xian before her, though unchanged in appearance, bore no trace of frivolity in his distinctly black and white eyes. Instead, they reflected a depth as serene and cold as a tranquil pool. This singular transformation altered his entire demeanor. While my mother, who shared daily moments with him, failed to discern this shift for someone like Miss Lin, who had not seen him for half a year. The contrast was strikingly apparent. Could it be that he had suffered a blow to the head and had yet to recover? Miss Lin pondered. Yet, she gently uttered, "I must have misjudged you. My apologies, but what value do words of apology hold?" Wang Xian scoffed, asserting that if he were to receive any sincerity, she ought to cover the expenses of his medicinal concoctions over the past half-year. Though such a demand was somewhat unscrupulous, reflecting on his mother's unsteady gait, the patches on his sister's dress, and the wife that his brother had abandoned, he felt compelled to extract a few coins from Miss Lin. It was only fitting Miss Lin retracted her previous thoughts, realizing that Wang Xian was still the same Wang Xian. At this realization, her heart quivered. Could it be that the days of extortion were about to commence anew? Miss Lin, whose given name was Qing'er, hailed from one of the county's more affluent families. Her brother, Lin Qing'er, was a scholar with a stipend from the county school, embodying a lineage steeped in literature and scholarship. However, 2 years prior, a legal case had plunged this family into despair. It was during this trial that Lin Qing'er confessed to bribing local officials, which resulted in Wang Xian's father being imprisoned, thus commencing the Wang family's misfortunes. Lin Qing'er's brother was sentenced to death with a reprieve, and their household was already in dire straits. Yet they were further plagued by this scoundrel. For 2 years, he had leveraged the Lin family's guilt against his own misfortunes, today claiming his mother was ill, tomorrow asserting his brother had suffered a fall, finding various means to solicit funds from her. At that time, Lin Qing'er was merely 15, naive and unaware of the world's intricacies, believing that her brother's actions had led to Wang Xian's father's imprisonment, thus bringing calamity upon both families. Consequently, she often acquiesced to his requests for money. At that juncture, the Lin family had exhausted all of Qing'er's dowry in their efforts to exonerate Lin Qing'er, naturally seeking to minimize all expenditures. Yet, even after discovering that this scoundrel squandered the funds on revelry or gambling, and that the Wang family had not seen a single coin in return, Lin Qing'er never allowed Wang Xian to leave empty-handed. She naively thought that such gestures served to compensate the Wang family, unaware that her kindness would be misconstrued as weakness, leading him to take more with each encounter. Half a year prior, Wang Xian had returned once more. Typically, Miss Lin would not meet him, preferring to have the steward dispense some money to send him on his way. However, this time, Wang Xian insisted, stating, "I am not here to ask for money. I am here to offer it," and was adamant about meeting Miss Lin. Lin Qing'er had no choice but to meet him. Wang Xian indeed took out a red envelope, which likely contained a modest sum of money, but what was even more astonishing was what followed. He actually proclaimed that this was the betrothal gift. Miss Lin was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Who are you proposing to?" "To you, of course," Wang Xian unabashedly declared. "Since your fiancé has already called off the engagement, I have no objections. Marry me." Lin Qing'er's face flushed crimson, then turned a deep shade of blue. However, she understood that reasoning with such a shameless rogue was futile. If she were to chase him away, who knew what kind of mischief this scoundrel would unleash? After some contemplation, she devised a plan. Suppressing her disgust, she said to Wang Xian, "I have been jilted before. I am genuinely touched that you would not reject me. However, I have vowed to the heavens that whoever can clear my family's name and restore our honor, I shall marry, whether as a servant or a concubine. Otherwise, I shall remain unmarried for life." Wang Xian was taken aback. "How could you make such an oath?" "As long as my brother's wrongful conviction remains unresolved, I would rather suffer than even think of marriage," Lin Qing'er sighed, her eyes welling with tears. This was no pretense. Wang Xian, unwilling to relent, asked, "What would happen if you broke your vow?" "If I were to violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down, and may I fall into the depths of hell." Lin Qing'er shot him a glance and added, "And the man who marries me shall be covered in festering sores and die a wretched death." Wang Xian shuddered at her words, a chill running down his spine. You, woman, are quite ruthless. He certainly did not wish to meet such a grim fate. Lin Qing'er initially believed that this man would retreat upon realizing the futility of the matter and would no longer pursue her. She then took out a banknote, intending to send him away. To her surprise, Wang Xian refused the money, thumping his chest and proclaiming, "Over the years, you have treated me better than my own mother." Miss Lin nearly spat blood in disbelief as he continued, "In this world, loyalty is paramount. We shall help each other out." She was left in a state of bewilderment. How exactly would he assist her? Hee, I haven't figured that out yet. Wang Xian chuckled while scratching his head. Once I come up with a plan, I will surely let you know. Afterward, Wang Xian departed, and Lin Qing'er dismissed the matter from her mind. Who would dare to place even a sliver of hope in someone like Wang Xian? Little did she know that soon after, news reached her that he had been knocked unconscious. Lin Qing'er's heart skipped a beat, and she sent someone to inquire. Upon learning that he had been beaten for cheating at the gambling table, she felt a sense of relief. Later, she even paid him a visit, only to be driven away by Wang Xian's mother. Subsequently, Lin Qing'er left Fuyang for Hangzhou and Nanjing, gradually forgetting about this person altogether. However, last month, while returning by boat from Hangzhou to Fuyang, she overheard a group of unruly youths discussing Wang Xian, also known as Wang Erlang. Unable to resist eavesdropping, she was astonished to hear one person lament, "When Wang Xian was around, he would treat us to meals every day. What a shame that he dared to cheat at the gambling table and ended up a living corpse." Another scoffed, "Cheating at the gambling table? That's not how it went down. Wang Xian got into trouble and was done in." "Who did it?" The crowd gasped, and Lin Qing'er was left in shock. "I don't know, but I overheard the owner of the Qian family gambling house say so when he was drunk." The enigmatic figure remarked, "He intends to confront the magistrate on the day of his appointment to lodge a complaint. However, upon hearing that a formal complaint requires documentation, he foolishly sought someone to draft it. Unbeknownst to him, this individual promptly informed the Zhao family. Are you suggesting it was the Zhao family behind this? I have not claimed such." As the young men continued their conversation, Lin Qing'er found herself rendered speechless, shaken by the revelation. Upon returning to Fuyang, she contemplated going to the Wang family to divulge the truth, yet doing so would significantly increase her burden of responsibility. Conversely, remaining silent would allow matters to persist as they were. Lin Qing'er was no paragon of virtue. She did not feel compelled to maintain a clear conscience. Moreover, having exhausted her family's wealth and her own strength, she was determined to make one final effort for her brother's case, postponing all other matters. She vowed that regardless of the outcome of this endeavor, she would later seek forgiveness from the Wang family, accepting any punishment without protest. Who could have anticipated that Wang Erlang, who was said to be beyond waking, would suddenly regain consciousness? The day she encountered Wang Gui at the Liu family's apothecary and learned of this news, Lin Qing'er experienced a blend of joy and frustration. She was delighted that Wang Xian was, after all, alive, which alleviated much of her guilt. Yet, she was vexed that he had lain unconscious for half a year. Why could he not have remained in slumber a while longer, allowing her to resolve her affairs first? This way, she could have sought a more forthright confession, rather than being trapped in such an awkward situation, as though his awakening would compel her to continue concealing the truth. Alas, she mused, there was no way to cleanse herself of this predicament. Wang Erlang, who was determined to forge a narrative of redemption, had unwittingly jeopardized his prior accomplishments with a simple request for the cost of his medicine. In Lin Qing'er's eyes, he had reverted to being that scoundrel, Wang Xian. Yet, he was indeed a rogue, even if he heeded Lin Qing'er's counsel to lodge a complaint. There was no obligation for others to bear the consequences, for no one coerced him into such actions. In truth, his intent to confront the magistrate was not for Lin Qing'er's sake. In this world, everyone viewed Wang Xian as a worthless spendthrift, failing to comprehend his true nature. It was only through his current union with Wang Xian that one could discern the boy was not as villainous as imagined. He was merely a pitiable soul yearning to return to the past. It is essential to recognize that merely 2 years prior, the Wang family was among the esteemed households in the county. At that time, Old Man Wang had not yet descended into the depths of prison but served as the county's judicial clerk. Many in later generations underestimate the significance of minor officials. Yet this perception is fundamentally flawed. How many officials could a county possess? Beyond the county magistrate and a handful of others, it was the clerks of the 6 divisions who wielded considerable power. To draw an imperfect analogy, Old Man Wang's former position encompassed the roles of the county's public prosecution, legal enforcement, and judicial committee, essentially the chief administrator of a suite of legal institutions. At that time, Old Man Wang was indeed a formidable figure, relied upon by the magistrate, courted by the gentry, and feared by the populace. Any matters pertaining to judicial and criminal law within the county had to pass through his hands. The adage, both plaintiff and defendant shall dine from the same table, coupled with various entrenched customs, allowed one to amass wealth without resorting to corrupt practices. While the Wang family could not be described as immensely wealthy, they certainly enjoyed a life of abundance, savoring fine cuisines and donning exquisite garments, residing in grand estates, and commanding the service of numerous maids and servants. Naturally, Wang Xian, the idler and scion of affluence, emerged in this milieu. Yet, fortune and misfortune are capricious, and how can one remain unscathed when standing by the riverbank? Finally, 2 years ago, this seasoned figure, who had navigated through the myriad of life without a single leaf brushing against him, found himself ensnared in the Lin family's case. The case, which would ultimately transform his existence, began as an ordinary missing person report. However, when the family lodged a complaint, it was rebuffed by the county magistrate. Unbeknownst to them, an inspector was visiting the county, and upon the family's renewed appeal, not only was the case reopened, but several officials, including the magistrate, were implicated. As a court clerk, Wang was at the forefront of this turmoil. How could he possibly evade the repercussions? Initially, he faced a sentence of 200 strokes in exile for 3,000 miles. Eventually, after his family expended considerable resources to negotiate, his punishment was mitigated to laboring at the salt works in Shaoxing. This incident dealt a fatal blow to the Wang family. The elder's income and privileges vanished, and he was pursued for embezzled funds, compelled to pay fines. With connections firmly established in the capital, even a mountain of gold would have been rendered worthless. Moreover, having served as the chief criminal judge for less than 2 years, the family's wealth was far from substantial. How could the Wang family possibly withstand such calamity? Chapter 6. What is love in the world? Suddenly, the family fell from grace, experiencing profound discomfort, with Wang Xian being the most affected. No longer the leader of his circle of dubious friends, he transformed from a bully to being bullied, and from a life of lavish spending to one of financial strain, all of which left him deeply unsettled. He had succumbed to the vice of gambling, driven by the dream of amassing wealth overnight and returning to his former life. His desire to marry Lin Qing'er was, in fact, a misguided attempt to seize the Lin family's fortune and reclaim his past. Even his act of confronting the newly appointed county magistrate and voicing his grievances was merely a ploy to restore his father's position in the county office, enabling him to continue living the life of a young master. Every action he took was an endeavor to relive old dreams. Yet he expected Lin Qing'er to bear the burden of this folly. Was that not sheer shamelessness? That is only right, he thought. Yet, Lin Qing'er, unaware of his intentions, believed that his misfortune stemmed from her earlier words. She nodded and spoke earnestly. Before coming here, I inquired. Dr. Wu is providing pro bono services, and the main expenses at Mr. Liu's apothecary total 27 coins. I can round it up and provide 30 coins. Is that acceptable? Wang Xian was taken aback. Lin Qing'er was remarkably generous, so much so that he felt reluctant to ask for more. However, the most dreadful word in the world is however, which implies that everything preceding it is mere triviality. But I currently cannot produce that amount of money. Wang Xian chuckled coldly. Although 30 coins seemed substantial, to a family of the Lin's stature, it was trifling. Do not mock, Lin Qing'er replied with a wry smile. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have spent the last 6 months in Nanjing and Hangzhou seeking justice for my family's case, expending money freely. While at home we faced calamity as unscrupulous servants absconded with our valuables. This case is known throughout the county. Wang Xian felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering why it was that Wang Xian had been able to extort easily, yet here he was, facing an uphill battle. He then heard Lin Qing'er say, Please grant me some time. By October, I will have the funds ready for you. Why October? Wang Xian inquired. That is the date of the autumn trial. She replied softly. Autumn trial. Wang Xian was perplexed. After all, his previous life revolved solely around indulgence. Lin Qing'er explained. The prisoners sentenced to death will undergo their final review during the autumn, and if there are no issues, they will be taken to the riverbank. She assumed his ignorance was understandable. What does this have to do with the money you owe me? It is pertinent, Lin Qing'er thought, realizing it was unwise to divulge too many details to someone like him, fearing the risk of information leaking. She succinctly stated, At that time, I will lodge a complaint. If my case is overturned, I will be able to acquire the funds to lend to you. And if it is not, Wang Xian pressed, then I will have the right to liquidate my family's assets. Lin Qing'er replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Oh, Wang Xian nodded, saying so. Well, you have already found a way in the provincial and imperial capitals during these past 6 months? Lin Qing'er regarded him with a look of surprise. It is improbable for a case sentenced to death to be overturned. Wang Xian, relying on his scant historical knowledge, deduced that the so-called Autumn Review was merely a formality. Unless one could successfully navigate connections to secure a promise from a high-ranking official for a reassessment. Miss Lin was taken aback, although for a person of the Ming Dynasty. This was merely a straightforward inference based on trial and error. It was indeed surprising that Wang Xian's mind could take such convoluted turns. However, she had no intention of discussing such matters with him. Focus on your recovery. Come October, I shall naturally provide the funds to Brother Wang. She felt a deep unease at the prospect of giving money directly to Wang Xian. After her words, she rose, bowed slightly, and said, I take my leave. Having concluded her business, she was eager to depart, lest she encounter Wang's mother and find herself in a precarious situation. Just as Lin Qing'er was about to open the door, a cold laugh resonated from behind her. Navi, are you referring to me? Lin Qing'er turned around. Her brow furrowed. Regardless of who it was, being scorned by someone one disdains is never pleasant. Could there be someone else? Wang Xian regarded her calmly and said, Do not place too much hope in the Autumn Review. Otherwise, the disappointment may be unbearable. What do you mean? Lin Qing'er could not help but inquire. I know not whom you have consulted or what assurances you have received, Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. I only know one thing. If I were to forge connections, I would do so discreetly. He cast her a sidelong glance and added, Someone like you, brazenly traveling to the provincial capital and the capital city to present gifts. Returning so soon to await the Autumn Review, any fool could deduce your intentions. Even an imbecile like me can surmise that you must have received some sort of promise. Moreover, considering the Zhao family, who can overturn decisions with ease. He paused, enunciating each word. Do you think they want to devise ways to counteract this? Miss Lin had initially endured his words out of politeness, but halfway through, she was so astonished that her limbs felt weak, and she hastily sat down. After a long moment of silence, she finally spoke with palpable fear. How could you possibly think of this? In truth, she wanted to ask if what he said was true, but she found it hard to believe that Wang Xian, a fool, could be more astute than herself. Thus, she wondered if someone had instructed him to say such things. It's merely common sense. Anyone who has navigated this world knows these things. Wang Xian sighed. It is only you, sheltered as a young lady, who fails to consider such possibilities. You. Lin Qing'er, disregarding her anger, pressed on. What do you think the Zhao family will do in retaliation? Tit for tat, Wang Xian replied coolly. For instance, they could spread rumors about the Lin family bribing officials to overturn the case, making it widely known. Who would then dare to support your family? Lin Qing'er turned pale, rendered speechless by shock. And it's even simpler. Just notify the original investigating officials. Do you think they wouldn't go to great lengths to thwart any attempts to overturn the case? Lin Qing'er was left in stunned silence. Indeed. If subjected to immense pressure from both within and without, would the high official who had promised to advocate for her not retreat at the first sign of difficulty? Reflecting upon the cunning tactics of the Zhao family, it is indeed a foregone conclusion. What then shall be done? Lin Qing'er, her large eyes brimming with tears, bit her pale lower lip and lamented, Is it possible that I could lose everything and still not achieve justice for my father? Overwhelmed by the realization that her tireless efforts could not grant peace to her father who died in bitterness, she succumbed to her sorrow. Burying her face upon the table and weeping profusely, the southern woman, with her soft Wu dialect, cried in a low, melodious manner that was almost song-like, which strangely brought pleasure to Wang Xian. However, the uncle outside held a different view. He burst through the door, growling, Miss, what is the matter? Has he wronged you? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the two were merely seated at the table, far from the imagined intimacy. Yet Lin Qing'er paid him no heed. Lost entirely in her grief, the dam of her composure had broken, her family had suffered calamity, her brother had committed a grave crime, and her father had passed away in indignation. At the tender age of 16, she bore the heavy burden of the Lin family. For half a year, she had faced countless rejections and endured disdain and mockery in both the provincial capital and Nanjing. She was already overwhelmed, clinging only to a single belief to keep her going. Now, Wang Xian shattered that belief. How could she not collapse under the weight of despair? The uncle and Yinling, misunderstanding the situation, assumed that there was trouble between the two. In astonishment, they thought, goodness, has Miss Lin been so distressed? Could it be that she pursues him? With this notion, the uncle's gaze toward Wang Xian transformed. He saw him as a true master capable of achieving the impossible. Yongle, being a girl herself, could not bear to witness another girl so heartbroken. Yet, it was impossible for her to console Lin Qing'er. So she stepped closer to Wang Xian, playfully nudging him and whispering, "Aren't you going to say something?" "What can I say?" Wang Xian, bemused by their misinterpretation, replied with a wry smile, "It is not my affair." "Are you even a man?" the uncle roared, startling Lin Qing'er, who raised her tear-stained face and said, "Seventh uncle, it is not what you think. Miss, you still defend him." The uncle, filled with pity and frustration, thought to himself that even amid her family's misfortunes, she should not demean herself in such a manner. Shaking his large fist, he declared, "Boy, do you seek a beating?" Wang Xian, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation, realized that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. To evade a beating, he turned to Lin Qing'er and suggested, "Why not return later? We can discuss matters further and see if there is a path forward." Lin Qing'er, still dazed by Wang Xian's words, obediently nodded, "All right." It was only then that she became aware of her tears in front of so many people, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She quickly stifled her sobs, wiping her eyes while unable to suppress her sniffling. The uncle and Yongle held Wang Xian in high regard. The uncle, with the wisdom of experience, sighed inwardly, "My girl will surely be consumed by him one day. Let us leave quickly. My mother will return soon." Yongle, having regarded Lin Qing'er as a potential sister-in-law, naturally shifted her stance to encourage her. "Even if you wish to pursue something, it must be done slowly and carefully." "Indeed," Wang Xian nodded. "There is plenty of time ahead. There is no need to rush. With that, I shall take my leave." Miss Lin rose and offered a slight bow, her expression tinged with impatience as she said, "The next market will not be for another 10 days. That is quite a long wait, isn't it?" Uncle Seven wished he could find a crevice to slip into, remarking, "My dear girl, do retain a modicum of decorum. If you please. In 2 days, my mother and elder brother will return to our hometown to celebrate the birthday of my great-uncle. Adhering to my mother's principle that face is worth little, practicality is of utmost importance, I, Silver Bell, decisively took on the role of a spy. There was no alternative. It was rare to find someone willing to accompany my brother so devotedly. Regardless of any past grievances, the priority was to secure this alliance first. Very well. I shall return in 3 days. Miss Lin, please bestow your blessings once more, don your cloak, and bid farewell to Uncle Chi." As we departed from the alley where the Wang family resided, Uncle Chi could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Miss, do not let that young man deceive you. He is not of good character." "I am aware," Miss Lin nodded in response, "but this time, he seems different." "It's hard to see," Uncle Chi murmured softly, observing her distracted demeanor, and could only sigh. "It appears that love can blind even the sharpest of eyes, revealing not just beauty but also the allure of the seemingly unworthy." Chapter 7. Destined upon my return, I noticed the 2 bamboo baskets and inquired with curiosity, "Who has been here?" "It was the Lin family girl," Silver Bell replied softly. "Her?" I exclaimed in anger. "Did I not expressly forbid any member of the Lin family from stepping foot in our home? But she brought mooncakes, roasted meat, and liaodong ginseng." Silver Bell explained, pulling out a stack of banknotes from her sleeve, and 10 guan in cash. It turned out that Miss Lin had indeed come prepared, taking precautions against Wang Xian. I accepted the notes, pondering aloud. When one considers it, her family is not to be blamed. It was her brother who brought about the misfortune. She bears no deep-seated grudge against us, does she? Indeed, Silver Bell nodded vigorously. Miss Lin even promised an additional 20 guan, saying she is currently short on funds, but will repay later. 30 guan is quite a substantial sum. Although paper money has significantly depreciated, for a family of their means, it would take them nearly 2 years of relentless toil to save that amount. Despite my excitement over the money, a flicker of reason remained. "But why would she offer to cover your brother's medical expenses?" I know, Silver Bell exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaned closer, animatedly recounting what she had seen and heard, peppered with her own embellishments. As I listened, I was astounded, remaining in a state of shock long after her tale concluded. Eventually, I stroked my chin and mused. Though she is a jilted bride and appears to be struggling, how could she possibly have an interest in your brother? "Perhaps my brother possesses some admirable qualities that we have yet to recognize," Silver Bell suggested, her perception of him subtly shifting. allowing her to view Wang Xian in a more favorable light. Could it be that they are? I clench my fists, curling my thumbs in contemplation, only to remember that she is my daughter, prompting an immediate change in demeanor. Get back to your chores. What does that mean? Silver Bell imitated my actions, innocently inquiring. My cheeks flushed crimson as I roared. 3 days without discipline, and you still don't go prepare the meal? Do you wish to starve your mother? Understood. Silver Bell, frightened, hurriedly fled. 2 days later, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, one of the 3 major traditional festivals in Huaxia. Eating mooncakes during this time was a custom established by the founding emperor. This tradition has deeply ingrained itself into the hearts of the people. If a household does not partake in mooncakes during the festival, it is hardly considered a celebration of mid-autumn. Thanks to Miss Lin's generous gifts, I no longer had to ponder where to procure mooncakes. However, I kept only one for the family to share, sending the remainder with Silver Bell to our neighbors. It was not an act of sudden generosity. Rather, our neighbors had lent considerable help over the past 6 months. To receive mooncakes from Hangzhou and then close the door to indulge alone would be unbecoming, even for me. Moreover, I have never been one to suffer in silence. Shortly after Silver Bell returned, our neighbors began coming by to reciprocate. One brought a watermelon, another offered 2 sections of lotus root, and one particularly generous household even gifted a live fish. The 3 siblings watched in awe as I exchanged a small basket of mooncakes for enough ingredients to host a splendid mid-autumn feast, all while enhancing our reputation in the community. They were utterly impressed, recognizing this as the wisdom of life. With a proud and icy smile, she gazed at the piece of cured meat hanging from the eaves, contemplating whether to indulge in a meat dish for every meal until the winter solstice or to save it for the 12th month, in exchange for a festive New Year's Eve dinner with the neighbors. Alas, such ponderings were truly vexing. The following morning, she and Wang Gui donned clean garments and set off for the countryside to celebrate the birthday of the Wang family's elder uncle. Once she departed, Yinling eagerly awaited their return, even neglecting her shoemaking tasks. In the courtyard, Wang Xian was diligently rehabilitating, perspiring profusely, with a hefty tome of the Great Ming Code before him. Although the Wang family was not particularly scholarly, they possessed both the Great Ming Code and the Great Edict, courtesy of his father's past. However, it was said that the latter was seldom referenced anymore. To comprehend the laws of the Ming Dynasty, one need only consult the former. Wang Xian's study of the Great Ming Code was not solely for the Lin family's case. It encompassed a comprehensive array of regulations regarding propriety, household affairs, criminal justice, governance, and labor. Mastery of this text would afford him a broad understanding of societal norms, illuminating what one could or could not do, and what paths lay ahead. Though he had only perused a fraction of it, he had grasped enough to discern his predicament. No wonder Wang Xian yearned in his dreams to return to a time of freedom. It became evident that the Ming Dynasty was a rigidly stratified society, where higher status conferred greater privileges, while lower status imposed greater restrictions. As the son of a convicted man, he found himself barely above the commoners, barred from the imperial examinations, unable to pursue a government position, and even prohibited from engaging in commerce, for to leave Fuyang County required official permits, which were utterly unattainable for him. In this era, where lineage was held in paramount esteem, his father's transgressions condemned him to a lifetime of despair and confinement. Those legal clauses, seemingly incomprehensible to future generations, were but heavy shackles binding him, rendering him immobile. He pondered incessantly about his future path, only to realize, in the end, that he was utterly bereft of options. If he wished to avoid a life of aimless drifting, he could either toil like his elder brother for meager wages, exhausting himself daily, or risk defying the law, engaging in the dubious trade of asking patrons if they preferred their noodles thick or thin. Both choices were tinged with bitterness, leading him to share in Wang Er's daydreams. How wonderful it would be to exonerate his father. Upon this thought, he couldn't help but smirk ruefully. For Wang Er's despair bore a certain pitiable quality. Brother, are you still able to smile? Yinling pouted. Isn't it time for your sister Lin to arrive? Wang Xian snapped back to reality and smiled gently. She will come when the time is right. Brother, you have changed, Yinling observed seriously after studying him for a while. You're starting to resemble an old man. Wang Xian could only manage a silent, wry smile, pondering how to explain himself. Perhaps it was best never to explain at all. Once, she would incessantly chatter, arguing with him over trivial matters. The young girl, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Ever since things settled down, you have never taken the initiative to speak, let alone argue. You say what you will, I am always listening." Wang Xian smiled and replied, "Besides, with your understanding nature, Wouldn't it be foolish for me to quarrel with you? Ah, in truth, engaging in an occasional dispute can be quite enjoyable. Truly, you are indeed your mother's daughter, possessing such a fierce spirit for combat. With a chuckle, Wang Xian chose to ignore her, focusing instead on exercising his legs. As the afternoon approached, a knock echoed through the air. Silver Bell leaped up with joy and hurried to the door, discovering Lin Qing'er, adorned in a veil, accompanied by her Uncle Qi. I apologize for the delay. Family matters kept me occupied until now, she said, removing her veil and immediately offering apologies to Silver Bell. Today, she wore a simple dress, her complexion pale and her lips devoid of color, exuding an aura of sickness that evoked deep sympathy. Are you unwell? Silver Bell asked, ushering her inside with concern. Why do you look so ill? It's nothing, Lin Qing'er replied with a faint smile. In truth, her condition was closely tied to Wang Xian. Had he not shattered her hopes, she would have persevered with a flicker of determination until the very end. In recent days, she seemed to be in a daze. And during the Mid-Autumn Festival last night, she found herself celebrating only with her mother, reflecting on her brother's unrest in prison. It felt less like a reunion on the 15th of August and more akin to the sorrow of the 15th of July. Overwhelmed by grief, Lin Qing'er fell ill overnight. Upon waking, she felt dizzy and weak, having no desire to venture outside. Moreover, she returned home to gather her thoughts, hardly believing that Wang Xian could offer her any assistance. Yet, out of a sense of obligation, she dragged her ailing body to visit. Silver Bell welcomed her into the house, where her mother had tidied the west wing to perfection, even removing her most cherished spider webs, and had placed a pot of chrysanthemums on display, rumored to have been pilfered from the county office, as per Silver Bell's account. Unfortunately, Lin Qing'er, burdened by her thoughts, barely glanced at them. The ever-wise matriarch, it seemed, had made an error in judgment. Wang Xian, puzzled by his mother's sudden kindness and her efforts to arrange the room, refrained from questioning her, respecting her plans. The two sat down at the square table, now adorned with the pot of chrysanthemums. Wang Xian meticulously examined the case records that Lin Qing'er had brought. He had resolved that, even if the case held but a glimmer of hope for reversal, he would exert every effort to seize the chance. Through the documents, he began to grasp the entirety of the situation. It commenced as a mundane case of a missing person. The wife of Lin family's eldest son, Lin Rongxing, named Zhao, had disappeared, prompting her father to lodge a complaint against his son-in-law, accusing him of murder. At that time, the county magistrate, Chen, was skeptical, for the Lin family was the wealthiest and most benevolent in the county. They had provided substantial support for the construction of bridges, roads, and the county school. Furthermore, Lin Rongxing was a student at the county school, known for his exemplary conduct and academic performance, which earned him a stellar reputation. Naturally, Magistrate Chen sought to protect the Lin family to the best of his abilities. Thus, citing the principle of alive must be seen, dead must be found, Magistrate Chen chose to postpone the trial of the case, instead ordering both families to exert their utmost in searching for Zhao. The county even mobilized personnel to assist in the search, issuing a public notice seeking help from neighboring counties. 2 months later, a report from the local authorities in Linqiao town revealed the discovery of a female corpse on the riverbank. In such peaceful times, a murder case in the county was a matter of great concern. County Magistrate Chen immediately connected the deceased with the missing Zhao woman, instructing the court clerk Wang Xian, who was also the father of Wang Xian, to accompany him to the scene with the coroner and to notify the family to identify the body. Upon arrival at the site, the Zhao family quickly recognized the body as that of Zhao, leading to their heart-wrenching lamentations. However, Scholar Lin adamantly refuted this identification, asserting that, despite the ravages inflicted by wild dogs that had left her unrecognizable, he could still discern differences from his wife. Ultimately, after the coroner's examination, it was concluded that although the deceased was of similar age to Zhao, she had been dead for no more than 7 days, while Zhao had been missing for 2 months, thus confirming they were not the same person. The Zhao family, in their agitation, created a commotion, which was suppressed by the constables. In the end, Magistrate Chen accepted the coroner's verdict and ordered that the case of the female corpse be handled separately, instructing both families to continue their search for Zhao. At this juncture, the circuit inspector from Zhejiang province arrived to oversee judicial matters in the county, and the Zhao family audaciously filed a lawsuit, not only against the Lin family but also against Magistrate Chen and Wang Xian, accusing them of corruption, collusion with wealthy families, and fabricating the coroner's findings. Chapter 8. There is but one truth. The Ming Dynasty fundamentally inherited the administrative divisions of the Yuan Dynasty. Yet the authority to delineate provinces was vested in three entities: the Provincial Governor's Office, which handled civil administration, the Judicial Commissioner's Office, which oversaw the judiciary, and the Military Commander's Office, responsible for military matters. This triad of powers was established to maintain a system of checks and balances. Beneath the Judicial Commissioner's Office, there existed subordinate supervisory circuits, each tasked with overseeing both administrative and judicial functions, executed by deputy commissioners or aides. For instance, Zhejiang was divided into the Eastern and Western circuits, with Hangzhou Prefecture falling under the jurisdiction of the Western Circuit. The inspection of the Zhao family's case was of paramount importance to the circuit supervisor, as it involved not only a homicide but also allegations of corruption against county officials, an exceedingly grave matter within the province of Zhejiang. Consequently, he promptly ordered the forensic officer from the Judicial Commissioner's office to conduct a second autopsy. The findings were markedly different. After examining the scene and the body, the forensic officer concluded that the deceased had been dead for several months, her body having been bound to a stone and submerged in the river. It was only after the rope loosened that she resurfaced, thus creating the illusion that her death was more recent. Upon learning that the autopsy results from Fuyang County had been overturned, the circuit supervisor's judgment naturally shifted in favor of the plaintiff. He directed suspicion towards the officials of Fuyang County, ordering the suspension of County Magistrate Chen pending investigation, and proceeded to personally interrogate Lin Rongxing. In the face of scrutiny, Lin Rongxing vehemently denied any involvement in his wife's murder. However, through inquiries with witnesses, the supervisor uncovered a record of Lin having assaulted his wife. Lin claimed that his first wife had died in childbirth and that he had since remarried Zhao, who was said to be flirtatious with his classmates, causing him considerable embarrassment. He recounted that the incident of Zhao's disappearance occurred after a quarrel, during which she had gone to her maternal home. The supervisor, incensed, retorted that the two households were less than 10 miles apart and that Zhao had ventured out in broad daylight. It was implausible that an accident had occurred. It was evident that Lin had slain her and concocted a tale of her returning to her family. Lin repeatedly professed ignorance, and due to his status as a scholar, the supervisor could not resort to physical coercion. Moreover, the Zhao family's legal documentation included testimony from Hu Sankai, a former classmate of Lin Rongxing, when summoned, who revealed that during past drinking sessions, he had heard Lin express a desire to kill Zhao due to her perceived lack of fidelity. With this revelation, the supervisor was convinced of Lin Rongxing's guilt and promptly communicated with the educational authorities to revoke his scholar status, subsequently subjecting him to severe punishment. Although Lin displayed resilience, after enduring the full spectrum of torturous implements, he eventually succumbed and confessed to having been at odds with Zhao, luring her to the riverside where he murdered her and bound her to a stone, sinking her to the riverbed. Later, Lin disclosed the location where he had concealed the blood-stained clothing and murder weapon. Upon investigation, the officers indeed discovered a bloody dress and a club. With this breakthrough, the supervisor rejoiced and ordered the barely conscious Lin Rongxing to be restrained while he summoned Zhou, the forensic officer, for further questioning. Initially, Zhou insisted that he had not accepted any bribes and, even if his findings were erroneous, it was merely due to a lack of skill. The clerk Wang Xian, when questioned, provided a similar response. Although Zhou's assertion held merit, as any misjudgment could be attributed to negligence, it would not necessarily implicate him in legal troubles. However, despite the fruitless interrogation, he observed turned to question Lin Rongxing, who, having been thoroughly intimidated, confessed to bribing County Magistrate Chen with 100 strings of cash, which was handed over by the clerk Wang Xian. Upon obtaining Lin Rongxing's testimony, he observed once again summoned the clerks of Fuyang County. This time, he demonstrated cleverness by placing the slippery Wang Xian at the back, first interrogating Zhou Wuzhua. Indeed, upon seeing the testimony, Zhou Wuzhua admitted to receiving a reward of 10 strings of cash for his efforts, which was given to him by Clerk Wang. Ecstatic with Zhou Wuzhua's confession, he observed promptly called for Wang Clerk. In the courtroom, Wang Clerk found himself in a perplexing situation, exclaiming that the bookworm was oblivious to the realities of the world, as if all within the government office were merely surviving on the winds of the Northwest, while the county magistrate was undoubtedly as pure as water. Each outing required the presence of numerous bearers, clerks, and laborers, all of whom had no income, or at best a meager stipend, insufficient to support their families. They depended entirely on such tasks to earn some meager wages. For instance, when going to Lingxiao town, the involved party was expected to provide shoe money. Given the distance of 10 miles, an additional 30 coins and 20 coins for food and drink were required. Furthermore, the transportation of the body to the funeral home and the autopsy were all expenses borne by the involved party, as the government bore no obligation. Thus, my request for 100 strings of cash was merely in line with established practices, not an act of extortion. Though the reasoning may be unpalatable, it is nonetheless true. Anyone in Wang Xian's position would have acted similarly. Moreover, such matters were beyond the influence of a mere low-level clerk. To he observed chagrin, he, in his naivety, firmly believed this constituted bribery. He then pressed County Magistrate Chun on the matter, but Wang Xian adamantly insisted that it was all the doing of subordinates, claiming that the county magistrate was entirely unaware. In an effort to extract a confession from Wang Xian, he observed resorted to severe torture once more. Yet whether he encountered a particularly resilient individual or the officials were lenient, Wang Xian withstood the torture, staunchly denying any connection to County Magistrate Chun. Left with no other option, he observed ceased his inquiries, yet this was already sufficient to draw the ire of County Magistrate Chun. Once this case was resolved as a solid case, the patrol officer reported the details. Given the gravity of the case involving both a loss of life and official misconduct, the supervisory office was obliged to report to the Ministry of Justice, which required imperial approval before the decision could be implemented. During this period, the Lin family, dissatisfied, took their grievances to the provincial capital, resulting in the case dragging on for over a year. It was not until last winter that the verdict was finally rendered, although County Magistrate Chin was not found guilty of embezzlement. His failure to maintain strict oversight and his ignorance led to his dismissal and subsequent confinement. Lin Rongxing was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Wang Xingye received 100 strokes for corruption, followed by 5 years of hard labor at the salt fields. As for Zhou Wuzhua, he was punished with 200 strokes for negligence and exiled 3,000 miles, later succumbing to his injuries in prison. Although it is no longer the era of the Han Wu period, where one could be flayed for embezzling 20 taels, the law remains severe and particularly harsh. Wang Xingye's fate was indeed a lenient sentence. After reading this, Wang Xian noticed that Lin Qing'er had already leaned against the table, resting her chin in slumber. The girl, delicate as a slender blade of grass, exhibited a resilience that tugged at one's heartstrings, though not one to indulge in sentimentality. He held a deep admiration for Miss Lin. Despite her apparent exhaustion, Wang Xian could not remain idly by her side, and thus he cleared his throat softly. Lin Qing'er suddenly regained her composure, rubbing her flushed cheeks, and shyly inquired, "Have you finished reading?" "Yes," Wang Xian nodded affirmatively. "What do you think?" Lin Qing'er asked, harboring a flicker of hope. From a procedural standpoint, the case has already been solidified into a compelling conclusion, Wang Xian replied slowly. "If one were to merely glance at the final report, even I would be led to believe that your brother is the murderer." "Absolutely not," Lin Qing'er retorted firmly. "Do you know where the so-called physical evidence originated?" "Where?" "It was the prison guard who, seeing my brother dazed from the beating, kindly suggested that if he truly couldn't recall where he buried the murder weapon, he might as well bury it anew," Lin Qing'er said, laced with deep sarcasm. "My brother sent word home, prompting my mother and me to retrieve a dress belonging to my sister-in-law. My mother then pricked her arm to transform it into a blood-stained garment, and we found a whistle stick to bury beneath the crooked tree at the village's edge. Only then did we inform my brother, who had something to confess." "So you are suggesting that the physical evidence is fabricated?" "Of course it is," Lin Qing'er asserted through gritted teeth. "My brother is innocent. He did not commit murder." "Oh, and additionally," Lin Qing'er recounted to Wang Xian the details she overheard on the boat. "If they were not guilty, why would they fear a mere complaint?" She glanced at Wang Xian and asked, "Is what they said true?" Wang Xian nodded. "It seems to be the case. Among my circle of friends, there's a fellow named Liao San, whose brother specializes in legal documents, assisting others in writing petitions. I asked Liao San to request his brother's help in drafting a petition, but before I could even obtain it, I was assaulted." After a brief pause, he reflected. It must have been his brother who sent the word, which later circulated through Liao San. Thus, my brother must be wronged, Lin Qing'er affirmed emphatically. "It's futile to speak to me," Wang Xian replied coolly. "We must convince the authorities. Only then can this case be overturned." "How can we persuade the authorities?" Lin Qing'er inquired. "You suggest." Wang Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice, enunciating each word. "Is it possible that your sister-in-law is still alive?" "How could that be?" Lin Qing'er expressed her disbelief. "Even if the corpse is not my sister-in-law, she has been missing for over 2 years. How could she still be among the living?" I find it highly plausible, Wang Xian said, flipping through the case files until he found a specific page. Consider the section regarding the autopsy in Lingqiao town. It states quite clearly that the female corpse had been submerged in water for an extended period, leading to significant deformation. And wild dogs had ravaged the body beyond recognition. How could the Zhao family possibly identify her as their daughter, even if they could barely recognize her? It is only human nature to resist accepting the death of a loved one until the very last moment. Why would the Zhao family hastily mourn without even verifying the body? After a brief pause, Wang Xian continued, thus, there are only two possibilities. Either they already knew that the corpse was your sister-in-law, or they were aware that it was not her. If it is the former, they must know who the murderer is and are intent on covering for that individual. However, if that were the case, they would surely wish for the matter to fade away and would never file a complaint, thus rendering the former scenario implausible. In a realm where logical reasoning may not hold much weight in the future, it nonetheless left Miss Lin utterly in awe. After careful contemplation, she came to the realization that it was indeed the case, and with a newfound respect, she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable." Following this, with a hint of disbelief, she added, "I can hardly fathom that such words could escape your lips." Parting for merely 3 days warrants a fresh perspective, Wang Xian remarked calmly. Thus, there is but one truth. They are aware that the female corpse is not your sister-in-law. Moreover, she must still be alive. With a gentle tap on the table, he declared, if we locate her, this case will be overturned. Chapter 9. The Dark Hand. Yet, even if the Zhao family were aware that my sister-in-law was alive, they should have ceased their tumultuous actions. Miss Lin pondered for a moment and inquired, why is there such a fervent desire to escalate the case? Either there exists a profound enmity between you and the Lin family, or they are acting as scapegoats for someone else. Wang Xian spoke in a low voice. It was once a familial bond. At most, there were merely some minor disagreements, not to the extent of life and death. Lin Qing'er pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that they are seeking to placate the vengeful spirit of the murderer of the deceased woman? Wang Xian nodded and remarked, I had a prior impression of this case, and upon reviewing it once more, I ultimately discerned something amiss. The Zhao family's actions are exceedingly peculiar, entirely detrimental to themselves. There must be a puppet master behind the scenes, manipulating or even coercing them, relentlessly pursuing the Lin family. This individual is most likely the perpetrator responsible for the murder of that female corpse. Wang Xian closed the file and spoke solemnly. I recall that before my father came to Fuyang, he had set aside the case of your sister-in-law's disappearance to focus entirely on investigating the case of the unidentified female corpse. In Wang Er's recollection, Chen the magistrate genuinely hoped to resolve the case before the arrival of the inspector to avoid any repercussions from potential oversights. Thus, he instructed his father to accompany Captain Hu, tracing the riverbank upstream from where the female corpse was discovered, meticulously investigating each village and hamlet. At that time, the magistrate was pressing for results with great urgency, demanding updates every few days, to the extent that the punishment had even been meted out to Wang Er's father, which left a vivid impression on him. Are you suggesting that it was only when the murderer sensed imminent exposure that they incited the Zhao family to file a complaint against Magistrate Chen? Miss Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Could the Zhao family be so foolish? Although during the early Ming Dynasty, commoners were not punished for suing officials once a lawsuit fails, how will you continue to navigate life in the county thereafter? Even if the matter is resolved, how will the other officials regard you? What will the newly appointed county magistrate think of you? In truth, although the Zhao family emerged victorious in the lawsuit, the past 2 years have not been kind to them. They have remained out of favor with the newly appointed county magistrate, who has assigned the most challenging tasks to them. Presently, the Zhao family finds itself in a dismal state, barely surviving. This predicament is not merely a coincidence. The shadowy figure behind the scenes undoubtedly possesses means to coerce the Zhao family into submission. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and remarked coldly, he believes that by lurking in the shadows, he can remain unnoticed. Little does he realize that after stirring up trouble for so long, he will inevitably reveal his true intentions. Upon listening to Wang Xian's meticulously crafted reasoning, Miss Lin parted her lips to speak but refrained from uttering a word. Unexpectedly, Wang Xian appeared to possess an uncanny ability to perceive her innermost thoughts, sneeringly remarking, if you were to report now, claiming that your sister-in-law is indeed alive, this case would be rendered utterly hopeless. Why is that? Miss Lin was taken aback. Clearly contemplating the situation, observing the person behind the scenes, one could discern a heartless and sinister character, cunning and treacherous, well-versed in the intricacies of the Zhejiang political arena. Possessing an influence beyond imagination, Wang Xian spoke in a hushed tone. Therefore, once you inform the authorities, he will swiftly become aware. And he will undoubtedly resort to silencing you permanently, erasing all traces of his crime. At that point, there will be no evidence to corroborate your claims, and all will be lost. How do you know he is well acquainted with the corridors of power? Miss Lin's mind was utterly befuddled. She could hardly believe that Wang Xian, armed with merely a document, could deduce so many facts as if he had witnessed them firsthand. It is often said, leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. And this principle holds especially true in the realm of officialdom. He observed the situation in Fuyang County, wielding a needle as if it were a hammer, striking down with impunity, particularly when it came to inflicting punishment upon my father, with the intent of dragging County Magistrate Chun into the mire. To claim there was no animosity would be implausible. Wang Xian, however, remained composed as a chrysanthemum and remarked, had the Zhao family not been certain of this matter, they would not have dared to venture into such grave misconduct. Lin Qing'er nodded in affirmation, validating his conjecture. During her time in the provincial capital, while navigating connections, she had overheard several officials discussing that County Magistrate Chen's father was none other than the illustrious power broker Qin Ying of the Yongle era, which explained the prolonged indecision surrounding this case. Earlier this year, after Qin Ying was imprisoned and executed, the verdict was finally rendered. The reason he observed dared to act against Qin Ying's son 2 years prior, when Qin Ying wielded immense power, was due to the fact that Qin Ying had orchestrated the execution of his family during the infamous Jiangwen case, nearly costing his own life. Subsequently, it was revealed that the accusations were unfounded, leading to his reinstatement, yet he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qin Ying. Even in Qin Ying's zenith of power, he sought to exact revenge on his son. This elucidates why my father staunchly defended County Magistrate Qin. He was undoubtedly aware of Qin's lineage. Should he have dared to implicate Qin Ying's son, he would certainly have faced dire consequences. It was more prudent to rely on County Magistrate Qin to navigate through his tribulations and subsequently extend a hand to him. Were the roles reversed, Wang Xian would have made a similar choice. Yet, how could one foresee that the imminent Qin would face imprisonment and execution within 2 years? What shall we do then? Lin Qing'er mused, realizing she repeatedly posed the same question. We must find your sister-in-law discreetly, Wang Xian replied, lowering his eyes. Beyond that, there seems to be no other recourse. Lin Qing'er, finding his analysis compelling, initially anticipated a clever suggestion, only to shake her head in dismay, saying, my family has also been searching for her for 2 years, yet there has been no trace. With the autumn judgment approaching, the Zhao family must exercise utmost caution. If your sister-in-law is still alive, she likely would not be in the Zhao household, Wang Xian stated solemnly. Given the Zhao family's awareness of the false accusations and the growing public uproar, coupled with the numerous tongues in their home, they would not dare to conceal her there. After a pause, he added uncertainly, it is quite possible that she is in the hands of those pulling the strings. Then we should first identify these puppeteers? Lin Qing'er exclaimed, her eyes alight with understanding. Indeed, Wang Xian nodded. This is far easier than locating your sister-in-law. We can pursue a dual approach. On one hand, we shall keep a watchful eye on the Zhao family. With the autumn judgment looming and their awareness of your movements, they will undoubtedly convene to devise strategies. We must observe their visitors and ascertain where the Zhao family members venture. On the other hand, the puppeteer is likely the perpetrator behind the case of the unidentified female corpse. My father probably has an inkling of the truth, or at least is close to it. The salt fields where my father served are merely 100 miles away. I wish to visit him, as I might glean some assistance from him. But what of your condition? Lin Qing'er expressed concern, noticing that Wang Xian still relied on a crutch for support. I have heard of a mode of transportation known as a sedan chair, Wang Xian replied, glancing at her. Moreover, the majority of the journey will be by boat. Very well, she conceded. Lin Qing'er nodded and said, then I shall trouble you. Without delay, the two agreed to set off 3 days later. The reason for this 3-day interval was that although the salt field was not a prison, it was heavily guarded, and only those with valid reasons could enter for visits. Unbeknownst to Wang Xian, he unconsciously adhered to his mother's philosophy of benefiting others while benefiting oneself, and suggested to Miss Lin that their pretext for visiting should be to deliver winter clothing. Naturally, the responsibility for preparing the winter garments fell upon Lin Qing'er. Accustomed to his extortionate ways, she readily agreed without a second thought. Having concluded their conversation, Lin Qing'er rose to take her leave. Upon stepping outside, she realized that the afternoon had already passed, In the courtyard, Yin Ling and Uncle Chi had already finished their lunch. The young girl, Yin Ling, of course, did not cook for Uncle Chi. Instead, she incessantly complained of hunger, her youthful beauty eliciting a surge of affection from the elder, who went to the market to buy roast chicken and flatbreads for her. After their meal, seeing that Lin Qing'er had still not emerged, Uncle Chi felt a twinge of melancholy, thinking, it's over. She must have become someone's wife now. When Lin Qing'er finally appeared, both of them noticed her improved complexion. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips bore a rosy hue. Reflecting on her appearance before entering, Yin Ling exclaimed, Sister Lin, what kind of magic did my brother use to heal you? Lin Qing'er chuckled, taking her hand, and replied, he truly is remarkable. In disbelief, Yin Ling asked, is that really true? I never noticed before. Lin Qing'er nodded with a smile. This time, I experienced it firsthand. Uncle Chi, upon hearing this, nearly fainted. His mind racing with despair. There's no hope now, absolutely no hope. Feeling a bit more at ease, Lin Qing'er engaged in some light conversation with Yin Ling before taking her leave. After donning her veil and departing Niuwai Alley with Uncle Chi, the door of the courtyard next to the Wang residence slowly creaked open, revealing the faces of two middle-aged women. One was the homeowner, and Zhang, and the other was, surprisingly, Wang Xian's mother. Instead of attending a banquet in the countryside, she had been lying in wait at the neighbor's house. The two peered out into the alley, noticing that no one was around. Only then did Wang Xian's mother turn to Aunt Zhang and sneer, can you truly trust this monkey? Aunt Zhang, slender with a pointed mouth and sharp jaw, had earned such a nickname. With a face full of acceptance, she replied, I believe it. She truly is a girl from the Lin family. Although Lin Qing'er was veiled, the presence of her family's longtime servant, Tian Qi, was unmistakable nearby. Humph. Wang Xian's mother scoffed with pride, now you believe it, right? My son may lack in many areas, but he certainly has a knack for pursuing young ladies. She thought to herself, somewhat astonished. When he first told me he wanted to marry the Lin girl, I laughed at him for his foolishness. Who would have thought this lad would actually follow through? However, after accepting reality, Aunt Zhang immediately began to fret. With the two youngsters meeting in private like this, it's bound to stir up rumors. You must keep an eye on them. No need, Wang Xian's mother retorted, hands on her hips, we are upright in our actions. Let them talk if they wish. Her reasoning was sound. After all, where would they find the bride price? Moreover, the Lin family was their adversary. It would be better to feign ignorance and allow their relationship to develop. Once the matter was settled, they could address it later. Bah, Aunt Zhang spat. Wang Er has been lying down for half a year, and you have already forgotten who he is. Alas, he was merely immature in his youth. He has surely changed for the better as he matured. Despite her formidable strength, whenever others brought up Wang Er, she would feel a pang of insecurity and weakness. Let us hope for the best, Aunt Zhang remarked, but before she could finish her sentence, a round-faced youth with a carefree demeanor ambled past the door. The Zhang family resided in the penultimate house of the alley. Beyond them lay only Wang's residence. How dare these rascals come looking for him? In a fit of rage, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them, but Aunt Zhang firmly restrained her, saying, you must be at Wang's village for the banquet now. Showing your face here would surely reveal your intentions. Chapter 10. On the umbrella boat after bidding farewell to Lin Qing'er, Yin Ling retrieved 2 sesame cakes and half a roast chicken from the bamboo basket to serve as lunch for Wang Xian. As Wang Xian took a bite of the sesame cake, he found it crispy and fragrant, eliciting his admiration that indeed, there were delicacies in this era. Indeed, there are countless gourmet dishes in the world. One could eat a lifetime without repetition, Yin Ling remarked, her hands propping her chin, drooling with longing. I truly wish to taste them all. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice from the courtyard exclaimed, how fragrant. The siblings turned to see a young man with a chestnut silk scarf on his head and dressed in a green pleated garment, his features both charming and mischievous. Leaning in with a smile towards Wang Xian, brother, are you well? Before Wang Xian could respond, Yin Ling's expression shifted dramatically. She seized the broom standing in the corner of the room and shouted at the young man, Shui Zhaoyang, how dare you come here? With that, she swung the broom, intending to strike him. Shui Zhaoyang was merely a nickname. The youth's real name was Shui Hui. Quick in his movements, he evaded Yin Ling's broom like a grasshopper, darting to Wang Xian's side with a grin. As a guest, sister, you do not offer me tea, yet you invite me to dine on brooms. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Get out of my house. Yin Ling glared fiercely, her anger palpable. Brother, you ought to discipline your sister, Shui Hui said, grinning mischievously at Wang Xian. If I were quick on my feet, I would have given you a good thrashing. Wang Xian retorted with a cold snort. You still have the audacity to show your face here. Shuai Hui had once been a companion of Wang Xian, and on the day Wang Xian was ensnared in a sack, this fellow had fled without a shred of loyalty. Brother, you know me, Shuai Hui chuckled sheepishly. They were 5 or 6 robust men, with my slender arms and legs. Even if I stayed, I would just be subject to the same beating. I had to make a swift decision to seek help. Second brother, did you not vow to turn over a new leaf? Seeing the two engaged in banter, Yingling, both anxious and furious, interjected, Do not associate with these rascals. Sister, please go inside. I need to speak with him for a moment, Wang Xian said, smiling at his sister. Humph. Yingling shot Wang Xian a fierce glare before storming back to her room. As expected of Wang Dama's daughter, she was fiery. Once Yingling left, Shuai Hui settled beside Wang Xian. Brother, I heard you have recovered. I hurried to see you. I missed you terribly over these past 6 months. What you missed was the free food and drink, Wang Xian scoffed. Brother, how can you say that? We share a bond, Shuai Hui replied, feigning hurt. Enough. Wang Xian raised his hand. I have a task for you. Brother, just say the word, Shuai Hui, sensing Wang Xian's seriousness, straightened up. Do you remember what those who attacked me looked like? Of course, Shuai Hui pondered for a moment. There were 6 of them, all burly and unfamiliar faces. They certainly were not from our county, otherwise my younger brothers would have recognized them. He then looked at Wang Xian. Brother, are you intending to seek revenge on them? They nearly took my life. I shall not rest until I have avenged this wrong, Wang Xian said with a hint of resentment. Go to Zhao family village and keep a close watch. If you see anything, come back to report. No problem. This is our forte, Shuai Hui replied, scratching his cheek and smiling. However, in accordance with the principle of acting within our means, let us treat them as insignificant and let them go. Wang Xian, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, raised his hand to silence him, saying, Upon the completion of this task, I shall reward you with 2 strings of cash. How new are they? Shuai Hui immediately ceased his persuasion, though he was not in a hurry. The value of the Ming Dynasty currency had depreciated severely. The worth of old notes was even less than 1/10 of their face value. However, newer notes were more valuable, with a pristine bill fetching as much as 400 copper coins. Without further ado, Wang Xian pulled out a stack of pristine notes from his pocket, counted out 500 coins, and handed them to him, saying, This is your advance payment. Before departing today, Miss Lin had given Wang Xian 5 strings of cash for the purpose of surveillance. In matters of reconnaissance, Wang Er's friends were far more adept than Lin's hired hands. That amounts to 200 copper coins. Shuai Hui's mouth watered as he hurriedly snatched them, examining them closely before carefully tucking them into his bosom. Swallowing hard, he inquired, Is the other string of 500 coins of the same quality? Wang Xian nodded. You shall see. Shuai Hui wiped his mouth and, without another word, dashed off like the wind. For the next 2 days, Yingling was sulking and ignored Wang Xian, while his family regarded him with the same old disdain. Wang Xian knew that his lingering illness, along with his association with dubious friends and his generous spending, had thoroughly disappointed his family. Yet, he did not wish to explain, for it would only cause them further worry, and he feared that his mother would not allow him to venture out. He decided to let time reveal everything. Fortunately, the more he distanced himself, the more his mother opened doors to his relationship with Miss Lin, almost wishing for them to wed the very next day. Eager to pass the troublesome scoundrel on to his wife to deal with. After enduring 2 days of scorn from his family, the 3rd day arrived, and early in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Is this the home of Wang Xiaoge? Upon opening the door, his mother found 2 sedan bearers carrying an empty chair on poles, claiming they were there to take Wang Xiaoge to the dock. The so-called sedan was the simplest version of a litter, consisting of 2 bamboo poles attached to a seat. Without a second thought, his mother and Wang Gue each took one side, lifting Wang Xian to carry him outside. Mother, do you have any messages for father? Wang Xian asked. Tell him to die early, so I won't be delayed in remarrying. His mother replied angrily. The 2 bearers, startled by this, hurriedly carried Wang Xian out of the alley. Neighbors peeked out, watching as Wang Xian departed in the sedan. After he left, Aunt Zhang exclaimed loudly, That's the Lin family girl taking the young man for a boat ride, and she is said to be returning tomorrow. TSK, TSK, the neighbors marveled, exclaiming that strange occurrences happen every year, but this year seemed particularly abundant. Could this be the legendary truth that a man must be bad for a woman to love him? Wang Xian, oblivious to the gossip, was already seated in the sedan amidst the bustling streets of Fuyang County. This marked his first outing since regaining consciousness. Although the shops in the marketplace exist only in memory, it is only by witnessing the eaves on both sides of the street, the signs of those shops, the bustling crowds, and the various goods being hawked that one can truly grasp the vibrant essence of life in the Ming Dynasty. The porters, oblivious to the subtleties of romance, quickly transported him to the dock, where Uncle Qian had been waiting. Uncle Qian paid the fare, dismissed the porters, and carried Wang Xian towards a black canopy boat. As they walked, he whispered a warning, "Boy, if you dare to wrong my daughter, I, Tianqi, will deal with you." Wang Xian thought to himself how absurd this was, but how could he explain? He suspected that uttering a simple "you misunderstand" would lead to being unceremoniously tossed into the river. Silently boarding the vessel, he was unceremoniously thrown into the cabin, and Tianqi transformed into the boatman, rowing away from the dock. Tianqi assumed that the two had already engaged in some intimate affair, so he merely sought to vent his frustrations by tossing Wang Xian inside. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qing'er, hearing the commotion, was about to lift the curtain to greet them when a shadow suddenly stumbled in. With a startled cry, she found herself knocked to the ground by Wang Xian, and with a muffled groan, he fell heavily atop her. Lin Qing'er was momentarily stunned. Her pure and delicate form had never experienced such close contact with a man. Wang Xian, however, remained aware, cushioned by Lin's soft body, and felt none of the impact. He soon realized that their current position was rather disrespectful towards her, and he attempted to rise. Yet, his feeble strength was insufficient to support his weight. He managed to lift himself a few inches before collapsing back down. Oh! Just as Lin Qing'er exhaled in relief, she was once again pinned down, tears streaming from her eyes, unsure whether they were born of embarrassment or the weight pressing her down. "Could you lend me a hand?" Though Wang Xian found her form delightfully soft, he did not wish to be tossed into the river like fish bait by Tianqi, and thus he needed to get up quickly. Lin Qing'er, her face flushed and tears flowing, bit her rosy lip and pushed him with all her might. Wang Xian, summoning his strength, finally managed to roll over and land beside her. At that moment, Tianqi lifted the curtain and exclaimed, "Mississippi." Only to find the two lying side by side in the cabin, he quickly covered his eyes and retreated. The air inside the cabin was thick with awkwardness. Lin Qing'er hugged her arms and turned towards the wall, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Wang Xian exerted great effort to sit up, glanced at the sorrowful Lin Qing, uncertain how to console her, and pulled out a book from his satchel to read. As he became engrossed, he uttered some unintelligible sounds. Lin Qing'er, growing increasingly frustrated with his lack of apology, wiped her tears, and, realizing she could not expect an apology from a scoundrel, sat up, hugging her knees, facing him. At that moment, she noticed the book in his hands and was taken aback. Expecting some romance or scandalous tale, she was surprised to see it was Han Wuzhengyun. Wang Xian's family did not possess many books. Apart from a few legal texts, this was the only volume his father used as a dictionary. He studied it not only to learn some traditional characters, but also to grasp the official language. Regardless of his future endeavors, being able to speak the official language was essential. Wang Xian appeared to be earnestly studying pronunciation, his mouth opening and closing like a fish, which rendered the scene quite comical. Lin Qing'er, after maintaining her composure for some time, could no longer contain her laughter. Wang Xian, bewildered, looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Is my pronunciation incorrect?" Indeed, it was. Lin Qing'er had often been schooled by this fellow, leaving her feeling like a fool. Seizing the opportunity, she adopted a stern expression and began to instruct him. There are far too many authors of Han Wuzhengyun, resulting in a chaotic mishmash that bears no resemblance to proper Mandarin. "You must read Yunhui Dingzheng, not Han Wuzhengyun, huh?" Wang Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape, realizing he had wasted his efforts. "Indeed, you have wasted your time," Lin Qing'er affirmed with a nod, relishing in her satisfaction. Chapter 11. Father to Lin Qing'er's surprise. Wang Xian quickly concealed his disappointment and earnestly sought her guidance on the correct pronunciation. Lin Qing'er felt a surge of joy at having a superior skill compared to him. The Ming official dialect, also known as Jianghuai Mandarin, is neither as soft as Wu dialect nor as harsh as Cantonese, and it lacks the roughness of northern speech. As the official language of the Ming Dynasty, it is both dignified and more refined than the Central Plains Mandarin, which had been influenced by the Mongol Yuan. In this era, scholars and merchants alike were required to learn the official language, as regional dialects varied significantly, particularly in the south, where even within a single prefecture, multiple dialects could exist, sounding like bird songs to outsiders. Mastery of the official language was essential for communication with local gentry and officials. In essence, the official language represented the language of the upper class. Without it, one could never penetrate the higher echelons of society. With the Lin family's profound scholarly heritage, Miss Lin spoke impeccable Jianghua Mandarin and had a penchant for teaching. Wang Xian, displaying remarkable comprehension and earnestness in learning, greatly satisfied Lin Qing'er as they engaged in a seamless exchange of knowledge throughout the day. By afternoon, their boat arrived at Qianqing town, situated 20 miles northwest of Shaoxing. After docking, Tianqi went to the local salt administration office to procure visitation permits. Although the salt fields resembled no prison, the restrictions on entry were nearly as strict, with trespassers facing charges of stealing government salt. As dusk approached, Tianqi finally secured the permits, but they could no longer make the visit that day, leaving the three to rest in town. Given the late hour, there were no sedan shares available for hire, so Tianqi turned to Lin Qing'er and said, "Miss, please assist me in getting him to shore, and then we shall find an inn for the night." Lin Qing'er's cheeks flushed crimson, internally scolding her uncle for his lack of decorum. How could he expect a young lady to assist a gentleman? Yet, she held her tongue, suppressing her embarrassment. And together with Tianqi, they helped Wang Xian. He towered over her, his arm resting comfortably on her shoulder, akin to an embrace. Lin Qing'er felt her face burn with heat, her heart racing, as if she were treading upon clouds, unaware of how she managed to support him onto the shore. Fortunately, once on land, Tianqi took over, carrying Wang Xian, relieving Lin Qing'er of the burden. At the town inn, they requested 2 guest rooms, and Tianqi quietly suggested, "Miss, perhaps I should share a room with Wang Xian." Lin Qing'er trembled with indignation. Surely, she was not expected to share a room with him. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Tianqi addressed Lin Qing'er. "Miss, please wait for news at the inn. Wang Xian and I shall go. We shall return by noon." Lin Qing'er then realized that having 2 individuals allowed into the salt fields was already a considerable feat. She couldn't help but bitterly reflect on the purpose of her journey. Tianqi carried Wang Xian to the entrance of the salt fields outside the town, first verifying their permits and travel documents at the gate. Although Wang Xian lacked a travel document, Tianqi managed to secure passage with a bribe. Once inside, they were led by a site worker into the vast expanse of the Qianqing salt fields. At first glance, the area appeared wide and flat, with intersecting paths delineating salt pans, where laborers toiled and walked along the ridges, reminiscent of the rice paddies in Jiangnan. Observing the water wheels and the distant reeds while inhaling the briny air, Wang Xian felt a profound sense of contentment. Carried on someone's back, one need not walk, which indeed is a delightful convenience. The steward led Tianqi through several salt fields, leaving Uncle Qi drenched in sweat and gasping for breath until they arrived at a salt drying area. The steward inquired of the busy laborers, "Where is Wang Tu?" "Resting in the reed marsh," came the response. The laborer, barefooted and shirtless, wielding a large rake and sun-kissed to a deep bronze, called out to the marsh, "Wang Tu, Master Qian has arrived. What a rare visitor." A few men rose from the reeds, among them a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a round face and thick lips akin to Wang Gui, exuding an air of sincerity, he was none other than the brother's father, Wang Xian. Without uttering a word, he greeted them with a broad smile, his words brimming with warmth. "Come in and rest. It's quite a trek you've made." The old man's demeanor towards Qian was markedly different from that towards others, as he chuckled, "Your son has come to deliver winter clothing." Wang Tu, upon seeing Tianqi and the bundle he carried, paused momentarily, while onlookers teased, "Wang Tu, you have such a large son? Don't be ridiculous." Wang Tu shot them a glare and turned apologetically to Tianqi. "Ignore them, old 7. A bunch of rascals, their words are as foul as flatulence." When faced with adversaries, the father's reaction was evidently more composed than the mother's. Tianqi smiled and turned his head, revealing Wang Xian's face. "Father, it's me." Upon entering the reed marsh, they discovered a hidden paradise. The salt workers had cleared a patch, laid down thick reeds, and constructed a shelter, providing a refuge from wind and rain. Wang Xian noticed the best-positioned shelter, furnished with a low table adorned with several porcelain bowls containing spiced broad beans, seaweed salad, drunken shrimp, pickled fish, and a jar of yellow rice wine. The scattered chopsticks, wine cups, and fish bones indicated that his father had just been enjoying a drink and a game of cards. Wang Xian was momentarily speechless. Prior to his arrival, he had imagined various dire scenarios involving his father, bracing himself for the worst. He had wrestled with whether to shed silent tears or to weep openly. Yet now he stood aghast, wondering, are you in forced labor or on holiday? Wang Lao felt a twinge of embarrassment. His son had come to visit despite his illness, while he himself was indulging in wine and games, which seemed rather inappropriate. He could only chuckle awkwardly. One must find joy amidst hardship. He then hoisted his son onto his back and called to a subordinate. Quickly fetch 2 hot dishes to accompany Master Qian and Brother Tian for a drink. Upon his arrival, he had brought money and had a friend, who had once been helpful during his sentencing, serving as an official here. Thus he had quickly assumed the role of head cook, seldom having worked in the salt fields. However, he was adept at managing relationships, and no one seemed particularly displeased. Everyone understood that Wang Tu's son had been carried to find him not merely to deliver winter clothes, but rather there was something significant to discuss. So they continued drinking, allowing the father and son to converse privately. Wang Lao carried Wang Xian towards a secluded spot by the sea and, after a while, quietly asked, "What happened to you?" Each month, he received reassuring letters from home and was blissfully unaware of the perilous state his son had faced, the mounting family debts, and the departure of his daughter-in-law back to her parental home. After recounting the events of the past 6 months, Wang Xian quietly remarked, "Mother likely feels that since father is here serving his sentence, he can offer no assistance and can only worry, which is why she refrains from speaking." Sighing, old Wang understood the reason behind his son's earlier expression. In silence, he carried Wang Xian to the seaside, where he found a large rock for him to sit upon. Straightening his back slowly, old Wang sighed again and said, "Your mother appears astute, yet she is quite foolish. If she had confided in me, I could have always procured funds for her." Casting a glance at Wang Xian, a flicker of ferocity crossed his gaze as he demanded, "Who has the audacity to harm my son?" Wang Xian felt tears welling up, realizing why someone like Wang Xian would dream of having his father return home. The feeling of having a father was truly exquisite. "Speak," old Wang urged. "I do not know, but it involves 6 burly men from another county," Wang Xian replied softly, "though it should be connected to the Zhao family." Upon hearing the name Zhao family, a chilling intensity ignited in old Wang's eyes, his fists clenched tightly. And after a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply and inquired, "Why does the Zhao family wish to see you dead?" Wang Xian lowered his head and said, "I sought someone to draft a petition to seek justice for you." Before he could finish, a punch landed on his head, causing tears to spring forth as he instinctively cradled his head in his arms. "You foolish boy, do you not realize how many bowls of rice you consume? You wish to emulate others in seeking redress." Old Wang, infuriated, exclaimed, "If it weren't for your illness, I would have surely taught you a lesson." "Father." Qin Jiashuan's father has already died in prison. Wang Xian lamented while protecting his head. Lin Qing'er is also slated for execution in the autumn. Old Wang instantly appeared despondent. Wang Xian's assumptions were not misplaced. He had endured severe punishment to protect Qin Jiashuan, hoping that Qin Jiashuan's father, the infamous left minister Qin Ying, would aid him while rescuing his son. This choice had been sound, yet with Qin Ying's downfall, he now found himself a mere jest. Such is the capriciousness of fate. "Father, you were wronged," Wang Xian gently asserted. "Nonsense," old Wang scoffed. "I have never accepted ill-gotten gains, fearing the retribution would fall upon you. Lin Qiozai is also innocent," Wang Xian added. "Indeed," old Wang conceded, at this point. "I can no longer remain silent." With his ineptitude, he could not even kill a chicken. The female corpse was not his wife. She was murdered by a prominent family upstream. Wang Xian continued, "How do you know this?" Old One asked, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "In our Ming Dynasty, households are interconnected, and the disappearance of individuals from lesser families cannot remain concealed. Father, after your extensive inquiries, the absence of news indicates that the deceased must have belonged to a prestigious household. What else do you know?" Old Wang scrutinized Wang Xian anew, questioning if this was truly his son. "I also know that this murderer, to evade suspicion, covertly coerced the Zhao family into making accusations. Understanding that he Guanji and Qin Jiashuan are adversaries, given the opportunity, he would surely seek to eliminate him." "Indeed." The old man slapped his son's thigh and exclaimed, "That rascal is indeed up to such tricks." After a sigh, he lamented, "But what good does it do to know? They are employing overt schemes, and the outcome is already set in stone." Wang Xian grimaced in pain and replied, "However, it is quite possible that Lin Qing'er's wife is still alive." "What?" The old man was taken aback again. How could that be? It is highly probable. Wang Xian spoke in a low voice. I have heard that Zhao Manyang is a renowned beauty far and wide. True, she is beautiful, but she is also quite promiscuous, otherwise. Scholar Lin would not have struck her, the old man remarked with a knowing click of his tongue. Now, everyone believes she is dead, and the case is considered closed. What motive would the true culprit have to eliminate her? Wang Xian mused. If there was one death in the household that he managed to conceal, he could certainly keep another person hidden as well. Chapter 12. Inspector Hua, my father mused, reflecting on the aftermath of the last woman's tragic demise. It should have instilled fear in the perpetrator. Now that things have finally settled, as long as he feels no threat, I doubt he will resort to murder again. Therefore, if we can locate the Zhao family, we may have a chance for exoneration, Wang Xian declared with unwavering determination. Nonsense, my father retorted. I have searched for her for half a year, turning Fuyang upside down, yet I have not even glimpsed a single hair of her. There must be places we have yet to search, Wang Xian replied, such as that affluent household we were on the verge of investigating during the case of the unidentified female corpse years ago. Indeed, my father sighed. I later pondered in prison, their family is the prime suspect. Alas, He Guanzhou harbored personal grudges and would not allow me to speak. So, which family is it? Wang Xian inquired solemnly. It is. My father turned to him, tugging at his beard, and finally said, Forget it, you cannot handle this matter. I will think of a way when we return home. By then, it will be too late. Wang Xian vehemently disagreed. Once Lin Qing'er's head falls, who would dare to reopen this case? It has already been decreed by the emperor himself. Ah, my father acknowledged, aware that Wang Xian spoke the truth. Yet he shook his head. I have nearly deduced that fellow's identity, but that is precisely why I cannot disclose it to you. Why not? I do not wish to become extinct. To live such a humiliated life is akin to death. Wang Xian exclaimed passionately, waving his hands, if we cannot clear our name. Your life will be ruined, my life will be ruined, and even your grandson's life will be ruined. This fate is more terrifying than extinction, at least in extinction. Our descendants would not suffer the disgrace of this world and could find a good family in their next life. Wang Xian stared wide-eyed at his son, who was filled with fervor, though he had always believed that a miserable life was better than a good death. He could not help but agree with his son's sentiments. This matter must remain a secret within the family, so it cannot bring harm to them. Wang Xian lowered his voice. Moreover, even if I were to die, it would merely lessen the burden on our family. Father, allow me this one chance. I refuse to yield. My father's expression shifted for some time before he glared at Wang Xian and said through gritted teeth, Son, you are 16 this year. This is the path you have chosen. If you are slain, do not dare to regret it. I will not regret. Wang Xian had long considered this. Such a life was not what he desired, and he was willing to risk his life to carve out his own destiny. Otherwise, he would rather perish. On the boat returning to Fuyang, Wang Xian's heart surged with emotion as he gazed at the banks draped in verdant reeds and fluttering cattails, with waterfowl occasionally soaring past him. He felt like a swordsman heading to a duel, not with fervor, but with calm resolve, not with fear, but with determination. The next morning, the boat docked at Fuyang County. Once it steadied at the pier, Tianqi summoned a pole boat to assist Wang Xian ashore. As Lin Qing'er disembarked, preparing to bid farewell to Wang Xian, she suddenly heard familiar voices nearby. A swift glance revealed a man and a woman. The young woman, in her prime, was strikingly graceful and alluring. The man, adorned with a square scarf and a cobalt blue silk robe, possessed ruby lips and pearly teeth, with thick brows and bright eyes, followed closely by a young lad carrying a basket. Lin Qing'er turned her face away, seemingly unwilling to meet the gaze of the newcomer. However, the dock was narrow, making it impossible to avoid a confrontation. Indeed, as the woman approached, she came to a halt, as if just now recognizing her, and exclaimed with surprise, Isn't this Sister Lin? Lin Qing'er had no choice but to turn back, lifting a smile as she said, Sister Diao, it has been quite a while. Indeed. I have missed you dearly, she continued. Miss Diao, with a warm smile, inquired, Sister, are you about to head out, or have you just returned? Come back. Lin Qing'er softly remarked. Noticing her lack of inquiry about her whereabouts, Miss Diao cast a glance at Wang Xian on the sliding pole and exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! Is that not Wang Xian? Sister Lin, could it be that the rumors are indeed true? What rumors? Lin Qing'er was taken aback. All right, Yui, enough of that. The boat is about to depart. Beside her, the scholarly gentleman with a handsome visage, named Li Qi, struggled to maintain his composure. He was the husband of Miss Diao, and also Lin Qing'er's former fiancée. Miss Diao's father held the position of the county's clerk. while Li Qi's father served as a deputy magistrate in Zhili. In terms of family background, age, appearance, and talent, they seemed well-matched, at least in Miss Diao's opinion. Unfortunately, the goddess harbored affection, yet the prince remained indifferent. Li Qi had become infatuated with the daughter of the Lin family and persuaded his family to arrange a marriage with her, just as the wedding was on the horizon. Lin Roxing's case came to light, and the Lin family became entangled in scandal. Naturally, the Li family, being of a prominent official background, sought to distance themselves. To sever his son's attachment, Deputy Magistrate Li took leave to return home and sought a marriage proposal from the Diao family. Miss Diao regarded Li Qi as a treasure, and thus, the union was quickly settled. After the marriage, Miss Diao felt quite pleased. Yet one matter troubled her. Her husband remained infatuated with Lin Qing'er, which greatly displeased her. Thus, she sought to seize the opportunity to humiliate Lin Qing'er and completely extinguish her husband's lingering thoughts. Why rush? I wish to speak with my sister for a moment. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Qi, covering her mouth with a fan, and lowered her voice, saying, "Sister, you may not be aware, but news has spread throughout the county that you are traveling by boat with Wang Xian." Unable to contain her amusement, she continued, "I cannot believe it. How could you possibly associate with such a person?" Unexpectedly, her soft Wu dialect was quite melodious. However, upon hearing it, Lin Qing'er felt an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation. Her face flushed all the way to her ears, wishing only to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. "You were such a fool," as she found herself at a loss for words. A sudden cold snort from Wang Xian broke the silence. The young lady's expression instantly shifted, for Wang Xian was addressing her directly. Sitting upon the sled with a sullen countenance, Wang Xian remarked, "Do you not see me incapacitated?" Miss Lin had never encountered a man in her entire life. Yet she chose to carry a paralyzed good-for-nothing on her travels. What sort of foolishness must one possess to conceive such an idea? What kind of foolishness must one possess to believe such things? As I sit at home and let out 2 consecutive sneezes, I can't help but wonder which impertinent creature is secretly speaking ill of me? Miss Diao's lips trembled with indignation. "Then why are you two, a lone man and a solitary woman, out together? Are you blind? Do you not see that Uncle Tianqi is with us?" Wang Xian cast her a glance and said, "Why must we disclose our intentions to you?" After speaking, he ceased to pay any further attention to the woman and turned to Miss Lin, saying, "Allow me to teach you a phrase." "Ah," Lin Qing'er responded, taken aback. "The next time you encounter such a woman, address her thus." Wang Xian patted the sedan bearer, signaling to commence the journey, and then, with a sardonic smile, remarked to Miss Diao, "Vile creatures are merely pretentious." Miss Diao had never endured such humiliation. The piercing truth struck her, causing her to erupt in fury. Lin Qing'er offered an apologetic smile, relinquished her belongings, and departed from the dock. As they walked home, Tianqi expressed her concerns, "Miss, regarding the rumors about you and Wang. There is no need to dwell on it," Lin Qing'er replied softly after a moment of silence. "The matter at hand is of greater importance." "Ah." Tianqi sighed once more. Upon returning home, Wang Xian brought back a jar of drunken crabs from his father. He had visited during the crab's peak season. The salt fields were overflowing with them, and those that could not be consumed were preserved in liquor for enjoyment during the new year. His father, not wanting him to return empty-handed, had someone pack a jar for him to share with his wife and children. "Did you divide it?" Many neighbors had witnessed Wang Xian's return. "No need to rush," his mother said, frowning as she scrutinized the jar of drunken crabs. "Your father has too many tricks. It's uncertain what he might have concealed within." "I cannot allow that." Wang Xian shook his head. "They were thoroughly inspected upon departure. There is nothing hidden." "Humph." His mother merely scoffed. She instructed Yinling to bring a basin and poured out the contents. Upon inspection, the crabs and liquor appeared normal. Yet she smashed the jar against the stone table. "Don't." Before she could finish her sentence, the siblings observed that the thick bottom of the jar was hollow. Once shattered, it revealed a mound of pristine white salt, scattering across the table, at least 3 pounds. Truly a couple in sync. His mother knew his father was ultimately not innocent. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Wang Xian had his brother deliver a letter from their father to the county constable, Hu Bulio, as Hu Bulio was about to head to the yamen. He saw Wang Gui arriving with the letter from his former superior, prompting him to sit back down. He tore open the letter marked to Brother Hu Xian, extracting its contents. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Eventually, he stood up, pacing the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Gui sat awkwardly in the guest seat, uncertain of what his father had pinned to cause such distress for Uncle Hu. Yet, his brother had instructed him to await a definitive answer before returning. so he could only brace himself for the wait. After a considerable time, Hu Buliu realized he was running late and hurriedly tucked the letter into his boot, saying to Wang Xian, "I must attend to my duties, or I shall face punishment." Wang Xian quickly stood, whispering, "Uncle Hu, will you agree to this matter?" "Could I refuse?" Hu Buliu replied with a wry smile. "You may return. I will report to the county magistrate." Wang Xian, uncertain of the matter at hand and apprehensive at the thought of it requiring the magistrate's attention, nervously escorted Hu Buliu to the door before heading off to work himself. Meanwhile, Hu Buliu, throughout his journey and even during his duties at the yamen, remained distracted, preoccupied with his own thoughts. The sensational case of the scholar who murdered his wife, now entwined with Lin Qing'er's impending execution, seemed to have settled into silence. Although Hu Buliu, as the person in charge at the time, was filled with doubts, he dared not utter a word as he witnessed the downfall of the former county magistrate, his superiors, and colleagues, with Zhou Wuzhua even being brutally murdered. He could only hope that Lin Xiaocai would soon meet his demise, allowing him to turn the page on this dark chapter. Although he was aware that Lin Qing'er was innocent, a letter from Wang Xian compelled him to become embroiled once more in this perilous case. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to comply, for he owed a debt of gratitude to Wang Xian. It was Wang Xian who had taken upon himself all the blame back then, shielding Hu from consequences. Otherwise, he too would have been forced to toil in the salt fields. Moreover, Wang Xian held leverage over him, and should he fail to follow Wang's directives, his situation would be far more dire than mere salt production. Chapter 13. The Magistrate's Resolution. A humorous tale circulates within the official circles of the capital, recounting an encounter between an official on external duty and one stationed in the capital. The former exclaims, "I cherish the capital officials with their badges." To which the latter retorts, "I hold the external officials in higher regard for their orderly assemblies." These gatherings, often referred to as minor court sessions, are akin to the grand audience conducted by the emperor in the Golden Hall of the capital, where county magistrates engage in their own modest assemblies and local offices. Though seemingly trivial, these rituals and protocols must not be disregarded. At the break of day, the sound of a gavel echoes through the county office, signaling the gathering of officials: the county magistrate, the deputy magistrate, the clerk, the instructor, the educational advisor, the historian, the inspector, the postmaster, and the tax supervisor, all adorned in their official caps, alongside the 6 clerks and several assistants dressed in black. They stand in orderly formation in the main hall. Once the second gavel is struck and the ceremonial drum is beaten, an attendant steps forth to announce the county magistrate has taken his seat. The magistrate, with dignified steps, emerges from behind a screen adorned with the motif of ocean waves greeting the sun and settles behind the grand desk. The assembly of officials bows in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the magistrate." Following the magistrate's gracious dismissal of formalities, he invites the assorted clerical officials to take their seats while the lower-ranking clerks remain standing to listen to the magistrate's address. As the magistrate speaks, the officials adopt a faade of reverence, yet their minds wander, each hoping for a swift conclusion to return to their respective offices and exert authority over their subordinates. Such gatherings, much like the Grand Imperial Court, serve merely as ceremonial proceedings. Genuine business transpires through the exchange of documents and private discussions, with only the resolutions being publicly announced here. While many officials seem enamored with the ceremonial gatherings, Wei Yuan, the county magistrate of Fuyang, at the youthful age of 29, brimming with ambition and vigor, finds himself increasingly impatient with the lethargy of these rituals. Upon observing the seemingly respectful yet duplicitous faces before him, he yearns to chastise them all. Alas, such thoughts remain unexpressed. After exchanging pleasantries and idle banter, Magistrate Wei inquires if there are any matters to be presented. Noticing the silence among the officials, he nods slightly, prompting an attendant to announce, "You may retire." The officials promptly rise, bowing in farewell, and Wei returns their gesture before retreating behind the screen to his office. Another attendant assists him in changing attire and presents tea and refreshments. After consuming a couple of pastries, Wei's mood lightens, leading him to ask, "Who awaits outside?" The attendant responds, "It is Head Constable Hu." "Let him enter," Wei commands. He holds a favorable impression of Hu, appreciating his diligence in matters previously entrusted to him. Upon entering, Hu bows deeply, greeting, "I pay my respects to the magistrate." "What brings you here?" Wei inquires, his demeanor stern, mindful of maintaining an impartial facade as a county leader. "I have an urgent matter to report," Hu replies softly. "You may speak." Wei gestures for him to continue, as he dismisses the attendant and closes the door. Hu leans in closer and whispers, "Do you recall that assault case from before your tenure?" The one involving the son of the former county's executioner, who was left for dead. Ah, yes, Wei replies, finally remembering the incident. Due to the case being initiated prior to his assumption of office, and considering that the injured party was embroiled in a gambling dispute, he was not regarded as a model citizen. Thus, the inquiry was conducted merely as a formality and subsequently faded into obscurity. The injured Wang Xian has now awakened. Hu Buliyu spoke softly. Wei County Magistrate, upon hearing this, expressed astonishment. Indeed, fate has spared him. This morning, Wang Xian's brother, Wang Gui, reported to me that Hu Buliyu, following the directives of old man Wang, quietly mentioned that his brother's injuries were not a result of gambling disputes but rather a case of silencing. Silencing? Wei County Magistrate furrowed his brow, puzzled that a seemingly ordinary assault case could escalate into something more significant. According to Wang Xian, he had already enlisted someone to draft a petition, intending to appeal for justice on the day of the magistrate's inauguration. Hu Buliyu continued. However, somehow the news leaked, and he narrowly escaped being silenced himself. What could he possibly be appealing about? Wei County Magistrate's frown deepened. Hu Buliyu took a breath before solemnly stating, the case of Lin Rongxing's wife's murder. At these words, Wei County Magistrate's heart skipped a beat, realizing it was indeed the notorious case that had led to his predecessor's downfall. After taking office, the Lin family had submitted a petition seeking justice, detailing various ambiguities surrounding the case. Wei County Magistrate, after reviewing it, found merit in their claims. However, since the case had already been concluded by the local and reported to the Ministry of Justice, he could not offend the high-ranking officials in the province and the capital over a few uncertainties. Thus, he merely stated that the case had been handed over to thee and that he had no authority to intervene. Later, he heard that the Lin family, undeterred, had escalated their grievances to the Hangzhou Inspectorate and subsequently to Nanjing, where rumors suggested that a high-ranking official had agreed to revisit the case during the autumn review. Compounding the matter was the appointment of the new Zhejiang inspector, Zhou Xian, renowned for his judicial acumen and known as the cold-faced Iron Man. It was said that the Lin family had also approached him, and given Zhou's disposition, it was likely he could not remain indifferent. Wei County Magistrate had previously conspired with his mentor, agreeing that without concrete evidence from the Lin family, he could remain uninvolved, ensuring that no faults could be attributed to him. He envisioned himself enjoying a cup of tea, watching the tempest unfold from a distance. Once the dust settled, he would remain unscathed, free from entanglements. Therefore, Wei County Magistrate quickly composed himself and remarked slowly, I have heard that Wang Xian is a good-for-nothing scoundrel. His words may not be entirely trustworthy. Your Honor speaks wisely, Hu Buliyu nodded. However, Wang Xian has provided a lead that I must report to you. Proceed. Wang Xian claimed that the Zhao family member was not dead but was instead hiding. Hu Buliyu's voice grew increasingly faint, audible only to Wei County Magistrate. What? Wei County Magistrate was left speechless for a moment, eventually whispering, how credible do you find this information? I believe it is better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it, Hu Buliyu recounted, echoing old man Wang's advice. Since the Lin family has escalated this matter to the province, given Zhou's character, it is highly likely he will conduct a thorough investigation. What if he personally oversees the autumn review? The mere thought of Zhou made Wei County Magistrate's hair stand on end. According to legend, he was a discerning magistrate with a keen eye for uncovering hidden truths in extraordinary cases. Upon his arrival in Zhejiang earlier this year, those wrongfully imprisoned had wept with joy, proclaiming, I shall live again. Upon the arrival of Zhou Xian, his remarkable ability to adjudicate cases became evident, often catching corrupt officials unawares. For instance, on one occasion, he disguised himself and ventured out to investigate a case, deliberately provoking the magistrate of Shaning County, resulting in his incarceration. Within the prison, he gleaned the truth regarding the county magistrate's malfeasance from fellow inmates, subsequently leading to the impeachment and rectification of the corrupt official, a tale that soon became notable. However, for the officials under his jurisdiction, it was nothing short of a nightmare. With such a magistrate who favored covert investigations and had a penchant for mingling with prisoners, the local authorities could not afford to be careless. They not only refrained from arbitrary arrests but also treated the inmates with utmost deference, rendering daily life unbearable. It is likely that the Lin family, upon hearing of his exploits, resolved to curtail their own excesses. Returning from his reverie, Wei, the county magistrate, instructed Captain Hu to leave and summoned Master Sima. Master Sima, an aged scholar who had once taught and spent time in the government, was later recommended to serve as a secretary under Wei. Though the term secretary was not yet in vogue, the roles were essentially the same. He had been napping when he learned of the magistrate's summons and hastily dressed and washed his face before rushing to the office, where he found Wei in a state of consternation, evidently grappling with a difficult matter. "Master, you called for me," he said upon arrival. "Please assist me in making a decision," Wei urged, gesturing for him to sit and recounting the report from Captain Hu. Upon hearing the account, Master Sima stroked his goat-like beard thoughtfully and replied, "Master Wei, now that we know that Zhao is still alive, we can no longer feign ignorance. Should someone else unravel this case, you could be accused of negligence at best or collusion at worst." With a raised brow, he continued, "Moreover, the intricacies of this case are profound and far-reaching. If we can resolve it, it will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the nation. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Yet as an official, the greatest fear is obscurity. Consider this. If you were to overturn a case already decided by the Ministry of Justice, you would gain national renown, akin to the esteemed Zhou. Would you still worry about your future? Your words are too far-reaching." Wei could not help but dream of the possibilities, though he could not openly concede. "Let us take a step back," Master Sima interjected, his excitement barely contained. "If you can solve this case, you will undoubtedly establish your authority within the county, dispelling the atmosphere of incompetence and apathy, leaving others to ponder who would dare to defy you." Since Wei's appointment, the local officials had taken advantage of his youth and lack of connections, often leading him to encounter several setbacks that rendered him ineffective, leaving him in a state of constant frustration. After reflecting on Master Sima's words, Wei finally confessed, "To be candid, I share your sentiments." He sighed and continued, "However, this case is under the purview of the inspector. If I were to intervene rashly, it would surely incite his ire. He is notoriously narrow-minded, as evidenced by his treatment of my predecessor. If that Wang Xian were to deceive me, it could spell disaster for my position." The words of the elder Dong carry weight. Indeed, Wang Xian's reputation is lacking, and his words cannot be taken at face value. Sima Shurya nodded and proposed, "Let us do this. I shall discreetly visit his residence tonight to ascertain the truth. If his claims hold any veracity, we shall deliberate further. There is no need to rush into matters." Wei Zhixian concurred, saying, "However, we must ensure that this remains confidential." It was evident that his internal scale had begun to lean towards meddling in this affair. Should Elder Dong harbor any doubts, Sima Shurya suggested with a smile, "It would not be amiss to assign a diligent officer from the criminal division to obtain a supplementary statement from Wang Xian, thereby resolving his case." Wei Zhixian pondered for a moment and then clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. In the realm of truth and deception, who can truly predict?" Chapter 14. A tense moment. Wang Xian held his father in profound admiration. What was this? Strategizing within the confines of the palace while securing victory from 1,000 miles away? Regardless, a single letter from his father had mobilized Hu Buliao, swayed County Magistrate Wei, and summoned his advisor Sima Shurya to appear before him. Recalling that moment, his father had remarked that if he wished to overturn the case, the opportunity was ripe. For Zhou Xian, the inspector of Zhujiang, was renowned for his judicial acumen, earning the moniker Cold-Faced Iron Han. Under his command, officials were compelled to exercise utmost diligence, significantly reducing the tendency to shirk responsibility. "Father means for me to seek out Zhou Lianqing'er in the provincial capital?" Wang Xian inquired. "Fool!" Wang Xingye exclaimed, smacking his son on the head in frustration. "If you were to approach Zhou Lianqing'er directly, what place would that leave the county magistrate? What of our esteemed elder? Why are we attempting to overturn this case? The county magistrate who ruined our family and the prefect who exterminated our clan. How can we proceed without incurring their wrath?" "Indeed," Wang Xian replied, cradling his head. "Your teachings are invaluable, father. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot resort to bypassing ranks like the Lin family did. There is a saying, a county official is not as influential as the current administrator. Moreover, he embodies both roles. In all matters, you must first consider his dignity, allowing him to shine. If he is given the chance to excel, he shall not forget your kindness. A mere bit of favor could resurrect the Wang family from its misfortune." Wang Xingye imparted his wisdom, cultivated through years of navigating the bureaucratic labyrinth. Thus, this time, we shall set the stage for the county magistrate to perform, garnering applause from all. Do you comprehend? Understood, Wang Xian said quietly, shifting away to avoid further reprimand. But what if the magistrate is fearful? That won't be the case. Did you not mention that the Lin family lodged a complaint in the province? I suspect Cold-Faced Iron Han has already taken an interest in this case, Wang Xingye chuckled. As long as he knows the Zhao family is unharmed. The county magistrate will certainly be restless. He fears being stripped of his official cap by Zhou Lianqing'er. At that moment, Wang Xian was only partially convinced by his father's analysis. However, upon encountering Captain Hu and Sima Shurye, he was utterly persuaded. Erlang, this gentleman is Sima, the county magistrate's esteemed advisor, and he has some inquiries for you, Captain Hu introduced, before stepping out and guarding the door. Sima Shurye, known as Sima Chiu, possessed the typical demeanor of a scholar. He would not speak his mind directly. He surveyed the surroundings and noted the sparsely furnished room, dimly lit by a solitary lamp, yet cluttered with numerous books. Far from the ostentatious dwelling of a spendthrift, it resembled that of a poverty-stricken scholar. Sima Chiu, a long unrecognized scholar, did not find the humble abode disheartening. Rather, he felt a sense of familiarity. "What book are you reading?" he asked, picking up a copy of Yunhui Dingzheng, which had been sent to him by Miss Lin's seventh uncle. "Are you aspiring to write poetry?" Sima Chiu chuckled. "Merely seeking literacy," Wang Xian replied. "Why pursue literacy? Do you wish to study?" Sima Shurye inquired, curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Wang Xian sighed, having prepared a narrative of inspiration titled The Prodigal Son Returns. "It is only through my recent brush with death that I have come to appreciate the value of life. I deeply regret my past frivolousness and squandered youth. Although I now strive to reform, it is regrettable that my time for study is past. I seek only to read and understand." Aspiring to be a filial son and a good citizen. Were he an ordinary scholar, he might have been moved to tears by Wang Xian's heartfelt words. However, Sima Shurye, having navigated the complexities of the world for many years, could discern an altogether different flavor within this so-called sincere expression. Such elaborate rhetoric must surely have been rehearsed. He could not help but scrutinize the young man before him. In the dim light, his features were obscured, yet his eyes sparkled like the morning stars. Indeed, he possessed cunning without being disagreeable, a rare quality indeed. Retracting his gaze, Sima Shurye stroked his beard and chuckled. "It is never too late. Su Laoquan began his studies at 27. You are not yet 17, which leaves you ample time." With a shift in tone, he proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I have come for two reasons. First, regarding your case, and second, concerning the clues you provided." He smiled and added, "According to your account, these are essentially one matter." "Indeed, one matter," Wang Xian nodded in agreement. "However, the county magistrate is somewhat skeptical." Sima Chiu spoke slowly. "You must understand that this case has already been adjudicated by the court, with the perpetrator merely awaiting the autumn verdict. One cannot act rashly based solely on your words." "Very well, let us consider it as two separate matters." Wang Xian had pondered this repeatedly, his mind resolute. "Why so?" "The day after tomorrow is the date when the county office will announce its verdict," Wang Xian replied. "I intend to approach the magistrate to report the individual who attempted to murder me." "And where is this assailant?" Sima Shurye inquired in a low voice. Wang Xian looked at him, and Sima Shurye chuckled softly. "I am from Nanjing, with no connection to your Fuyang County. I am merely accompanying Dong Wang to his new post, hoping he will prosper so that I may enjoy a life free from worry. Hence, you need not fear that I will betray you." Although Wang Xian understood that such verbal assurances bore no binding weight, he felt too weak to do anything but place his trust in this man. If he were to be betrayed, he would have to accept his misfortune. Reflecting on this, he too smiled. "I have judged you with a petty mind, assuming you to be insincere." "Not at all. Caution ensures longevity," Sima Shurye chuckled heartily. And Wang Xian proceeded to lay out his plans in a methodical manner, prompting Sima Shurye to nod in agreement. Finally, he composed himself and clasped his fists, declaring, "Fuyang County is indeed home to hidden talents. I shall certainly recommend you to the magistrate. My insights are limited, and my words may be frivolous." "Your patience in listening is a kindness I do not deserve," Wang Xian quickly replied. "I implore you to deliberate carefully. For a well-structured plan is essential to avoid jeopardizing the well-being of the elders." It was a custom that had arisen from who knows when, that officials and common folk alike referred to the magistrate as old parents, even when addressing a retired minister returning home. Upon hearing this, Sima Shurye thought to himself, "This young man truly understands the ways of the world. At such a tender age, he recognizes the importance of humility. He is destined for greatness." He had initially intended to take credit for Wang Xian's ideas upon his return, hoping to gain favor from Wei Zhixian. Yet, Wang Xian's astute awareness of his intentions and his delightful manner of speech made it difficult for him to selfishly claim the accolades. Thus, he laughed and said, "Do I still need to use your ideas to curry favor with the magistrate? Nevertheless, your proposal does seem to have some shortcomings. Allow me to ponder it further and ensure I address any gaps before presenting it to the elders." After much discourse, he still sought to claim credit. Wang Xian, with a grateful countenance, expressed, "Thank you, sir, for your assistance. If my Wang family is able to rise again, I shall not forget your immense kindness. Not at all. Sima Shiya thought to himself with a bittersweet smile, regarding this cunning fox, who, not content with merely being vindicated, aspired to a resurgence. However, observing his astuteness and discernment, it seemed he was precisely the ally the county magistrate required. Very well, if this endeavor bears fruit, I shall grant him this favor. Upon returning to the county office, Wei Xian was still awake, engrossed in a book, awaiting his arrival. After Sima Qiu recounted the events, Wei Xian was invigorated, exclaiming, I never imagined Wang Xian to be so different from the rumors. There must be substance to this. Sima Qiu mused inwardly, what substance could there be? Yet, having resolved to extend a favor, he agreed. It must be that the Zhao family deliberately sowed confusion, leading the magistrate to perceive him as merely a rogue, thereby neglecting his case. It must indeed be so. Wei Xian wholeheartedly concurred, declaring, such a nefarious villain exists within our county. We shall bring him to justice for the sake of our people. He then inquired of Sima Qiu, do you have a strategy to suggest? Sima Qiu chuckled. I happen to have a plan. I beseech you to consider it. Pray, share, Wei Xian responded, his interest piqued. Sima Qiu proceeded to relay Wang Xian's scheme verbatim. Wei Xian, increasingly animated, clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, you are indeed a reincarnation of the great strategist. Sima Qiu, feeling a twinge of modesty, replied, your praise is unwarranted. This plan hinges on Wang Xian's cooperation. He is composed, perceptive, and willing to shoulder the blame should things go awry. He is truly a fortuitous ally to assist you in this endeavor. Indeed, Sima Qiu's words ignited Wei Xian's curiosity about Wang Xian, prompting him to smile, once successful. I must meet this individual. After a thorough discussion, the two deliberated until dawn broke and the rooster crowed, finalizing their strategy. Rest your eyes, esteemed magistrate. I too must return to recuperate, Sima Qiu said, rubbing his eyes, which were laden with sleep. No need for rest, Wei Xian replied, his eyes reddened yet brimming with excitement, rising to wash his face with a damp cloth, stating, I shall remain here until the court convenes. That morning, the officials of the county observed a notable change in their magistrate, whispering to one another, could it be that he is to take a new consort? Oh dear. We must prepare for additional wedding expenses. After dismissing the assembly, Wei Xian retained Chief Hu, instructing him to dispatch the most meticulous constables to Sanshan town by the Fuchin River to closely monitor the residence of the prominent He family, just in case. He also ordered the best constables and able-bodied men to be assembled for duty the following day, ensuring they were prepared for any eventuality. With his arrangements complete, he anxiously awaited the arrival of tomorrow. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was meticulously preparing for the impending confrontation. Lin Qing'er, undeterred by gossip, returned to the Wang household. At this critical juncture, she had no time to consider anything else. Following Wang Xian's instructions, Lin Qing'er diligently filled out the officially mandated forms, the legal documents issued by the government, comprised of both original and duplicate copies, which had to be completed precisely as required. Otherwise, they would not be accepted. Moreover, there was a fee of 61 for their issuance. In those days, Wang Xian sought assistance in filling out this document, only to encounter misfortune. This time, he wisely entrusted Lin Qing'er with the task, knowing that the Lin family was accustomed to litigation with a stack of blank legal forms at home, thus avoiding any embarrassing visits to the court. Meanwhile, Shuai Hui and a rather imposing figure, known as Lu Erei, were both wearing serious expressions as they awaited Wang Xian's instructions. Lu Erei, a close confidant of Wang Xian, had been vigilantly stationed outside the Zhao residence alongside Shuai Hui for 3 days, ultimately identifying one of the assailants. When that individual staggered out of the Zhao household inebriated, the two men followed him beyond the city limits for over 10 miles, ultimately arriving at the estate of Hichong, a local gentleman in Sanshan town. Chapter 15, Complaints. At the break of dawn the following day, Shuai Hui and Lu Erei arrived with a wooden door plank to fetch Wang Xian, only to be halted at the entrance by Yingling. Despite their pleas, they found it impossible to gain entry. Ultimately, it was Wang Xian's mother who intervened, permitting their entrance. Mother Yingling pouted, her irritation palpable as she reluctantly stepped aside. The two swiftly entered, and before long, they emerged carrying Wang Xian from the west wing. Upon seeing his mother, Wang Xian felt a pang of unease and feigned nonchalance, saying, Mother, I'm stepping out for a while. I want to be back for lunch. Surprisingly, his mother refrained from scolding him and merely nodded. turning her face away before she finally added, "Do not worry about not having someone to bring you food." Mother Wang Xian felt a lump in his throat. His heartfelt call was sincere as he whispered, "Uncle who told you, didn't he?" His mother nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reached out to touch his face, exclaiming bitterly, "That scoundrel of a father, treating his son as a mere tool. Yet, I believe he would not harm you." After a pause, she added fiercely, "If he does harm you, I shall go to the salt fields and turn him into cured meat." Wang Xian was left both amused and exasperated. His mother was indeed a mood killer. As the brief moment of poignant warmth was swiftly shattered. Go on. I'll be killing chickens and making soup tonight, if you come back late." There won't be any soup left. Impatiently waving her hand, she ushered the three out of the house. As they watched the trio leave the alley, Yingling quietly inquired, "Mother, isn't second brother off gallivanting?" His mother shook her head, and after holding back her tears for so long, they finally cascaded down her cheeks. The local magistrate escort had a tradition of accepting complaints on specific days, a custom said to have been established by the esteemed Bao Zhang. In days of yore, when Bao Lungtu presided over the Kaifeng prefecture, he ordered the court doors to be flung open, allowing the populace to approach his desk directly to lodge grievances, thereby preventing corrupt officials from meddling. The founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, recognized the merit in this system and mandated that local officials must learn from Bao, personally receiving complaints from the people without intermediaries. However, it is evident that Zhu Yuanzhang, in his boundless energy, did not consider that such vigorous officials were rare. Throughout the Hongwu era, officials spent their days in court, overwhelmed and utterly exhausted. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's passing, adjustments were made, limiting the acceptance of grievances to specific dates. According to the local policy of Fengyang County, today, the 19th of August, was indeed the designated day for lodging complaints. Early in the morning, the court's gavel struck, and upon opening the doors, the bailiffs displayed the notice for complaints. As those wishing to lodge grievances saw the doors open, they surged forward, only to be met with shouts and pushes from the bailiffs. It took several officials reprimanding and kicking to organize the crowd into a single line. Once the second gavel struck, the officials led the complainants into the county court, instructing them to kneel in the designated area on the right side of the hall, only to discover one individual lying down. The head bailiff on duty that day approached and kicked Wang Xian, commanding, "Get up," in front of the common folk. Even these lowly bailiffs appeared as fearsome figures. Shuai Hui quickly smiled and said, "This is the aggrieved party. He's just lying there." Indeed, even while incapacitated, he hasn't forgotten to file a complaint. Ho Bantu spat and walked away. "Bah, sycophant." Shuai Hui silently cursed at his retreating figure, thinking to himself, "One day, I shall make you kneel before me." After a while, the gavel echoed in the hall, and the attendants began to sing, announcing, "The esteemed lord has taken his seat." The common folk outside hastily offered their greetings. Subsequently, Su Dianli, the clerk on duty in the court, emerged to impart a few important reminders to the plaintiffs, who listened intently, aware that any transgressions would result in punishment. Under Su Dianli's direction, the plaintiffs, who were kneeling before the yamen, ascended the platform in turn from the eastern steps, presenting their petitions to the clerks seated at the long table. With Wang Leoi off to dry salt, a new appointee had naturally taken his place. After bowing their heads in reverence at the center of the platform, they descended the western steps, continuing to kneel in anticipation. The clerks meticulously registered each petition, and once all were collected, they were handed to the attendants for presentation to County Magistrate Wei. Magistrate Wei would then peruse each document, summoning the complainants to the platform for questioning. Absurd cases could be dismissed outright, yet in most instances, the inquiries would conclude with the magistrate retreating from the hall, passing a stack of petitions to the Sima Shurye in the inner court for review before further processing in the judiciary. However, exceptions existed. For instance, in cases of grave importance or those that garnered the magistrate's heightened attention, he might issue a summons on the spot, compelling the defendant to appear. Today, such an instance had arisen. After addressing a few minor disputes, Magistrate Wei picked up a petition and inquired, "Which one is Wang Xian?" Here, Shuai Hui and Lu Arii hastily lifted Wang Xian onto the platform, placing the door board on the ground. Both knelt down to pay their respects to the county magistrate. Wang Xian struggled to kneel as well, but the magistrate, with a commanding "You are excused," spared him and inquired, "Are you Wang Xian?" "I humbly report to my esteemed parents that I am Wang Xian." Wang Xian leaned against the door panel and inquired, "What matter is being conveyed?" On February 16th of this year, 6 assailants ambushed me outside the Qian family gambling house, leaving me in a state of unconsciousness for half a year. My mother, in her desperate attempt to procure treatment for my ailment, has not only exhausted our family's wealth, but has also incurred significant debts. Wang Xian, in his lamentation, wept aloud, beseeching the esteemed magistrate to deliver justice, apprehend the perpetrators, and provide restitution for our family. With a resounding clap, Weiji County struck the gavel, and the bailiff below commanded, "Silence." Startled, Wang Xian remained utterly silent. "Li Xingshu, do you have any recollection of this case?" Wei Xian turned to the officer in charge of the criminal court. This officer, named Li Guan, was formerly under the command of the elder Wang, in his 40s. He bore a solemn expression. Upon hearing the inquiry, he rose and respectfully reported, "Esteemed sir, this case occurred prior to your appointment. At that time, it was overseen by the esteemed Master Ariane, who instructed the swift investigation team to look into the matter for several days. However, due to Wang Xian's state of unconsciousness, we remain unaware of the identity of the assailant, thus the case has been temporarily set aside. Wang Xian, do you have any knowledge of who has inflicted harm upon you?" Weiji County inquired further of Wang Xian. "Do you know?" Wang Xian nodded and replied. "What is your name, and where do you reside?" Weiji County inquired further. "What is your name, sir?" The humble one is not aware. Wang Xian replied, "I only know where they reside." "Where is that?" "They dwell at the residence of the esteemed He Chong and His Excellency, He Yuan Wai in Sanshan Town." "Do not speak nonsense." Wei County Magistrate furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mr. He is one of the esteemed grain masters of this county, known for his high moral standing. How could he possibly harbor wrongdoers?" The timid man replied, "I dare not speak frivolously. I have witnesses." Wang Xian then glanced at Shuai Hui and continued, "He is my brother from childhood and has also seen the murderer. The day before yesterday, he visited my home and mentioned that he had seen one of the assailants in the county town. He followed that person all the way and ultimately arrived at Mr. He.'s residence." "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" In response, "My humble parents, I am called Shuai Hui, a native of this county," stammered Shuai Hui, visibly intimidated by the authority of the county office. "Speak truthfully about what you witnessed." "Well, the more nervous Shuai Hui became, the less coherent he was. So he simplified his account. As my brother said, He also witnessed it." "And who are you?" Wei County Magistrate turned his gaze toward the burly man. "I am Liu He. The magistrate can simply call me He." Liu He replied in a booming voice, prompting laughter among the attendees, who mused on the familiarity of such a name. "Liu He, recount your observations truthfully." Liu He, oblivious to tension, narrated what he had seen, and it was evident to all that he was not lying. Indeed, it was hard to believe that such a simpleton could deceive anyone. "It appears there is truth to this matter," Wei County Magistrate declared, his gaze as bright as the stars, his demeanor exuding righteousness. "The perpetrator has evaded justice for half a year. Where is the moral compass of heaven and the law of the land?" "Who, Captain?" "At your service." Hubu Lu hastily stepped forward. Today, he donned a tile hat with a peacock feather, a blue garment over a red back armor, a steel sword at his waist, and polished black boots on his feet, clearly a meticulously prepared figure. Wei County Magistrate couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking a rough man is still a rough man. Such ostentation was rather excessive. He then cleared his throat and turned to Wang Xian, saying, "I warn you, if it is found that you have falsely accused, you shall face severe repercussions with your punishment doubled." "I understand." Wang Xian sighed internally, realizing that failure could lead to dire consequences. "Very well." Wei County Magistrate commanded the issuance of the arrest warrant, and after marking it with a crimson brush, handed it to his attendant, saying, "I order you to swiftly go to Sanshan Town and apprehend the suspects in this case." "Yes." The captain accepted the order with both hands and added, "I shall bring the witnesses along." "That is acceptable," Wei County Magistrate nodded. "Esteemed Magistrate, I would also like to accompany you," Wang Xian requested. "I wish to confront Mr. He directly." "So be it." Wei County Magistrate feigned contemplation before nodding. The He family is the most prominent in Sanshan Town. If we do not secure their full cooperation, trouble is bound to arise. He then issued the directive, "Prepare a carriage and take the plaintiff along." "Understood." The captain complied with the order, and Shuai Hui and Liu He followed, carrying Wang Xian along with them. With prior preparations in place, the captain issued a command, and over 70 robust men were swiftly equipped and assembled. This task was of great significance. Who would dare to neglect their duties? Upon returning, They would not need the magistrate's wrath to regret their existence in this world. Head constable, who cast a glance at his subordinates and spoke in a chilling tone, "Our target is the esteemed family in Sanshan town. We shall depart in 2 waves. The first group will consist of 20 men, led by Zhang Matzi, who will escort the plaintiff and witnesses directly to the He residence to apprehend the individuals there. As for the second wave, I shall lead them personally." With a decisive motion of his hand, he commanded, "Let us be off." Due to the presence of unrelated parties, entry was prohibited. Observers outside could only speculate and murmur among themselves, wondering which family was about to face misfortune. Meanwhile, within the yamen, a clerk in a blue robe summoned a white-clad assistant and whispered instructions. "Quickly go to the residence of Master He and inform him that head constable who intends to deal with the murderer of Wang Xian. He should take care." The assistant nodded, swiftly changed into plain clothes, exited through the back door of the yamen, and made his way to the inn on the street, where he procured a swift steed and set off towards Sanshan town. Chapter 16. Entering the manor, He Yuanwai, known as He Chang, is a prominent figure in Sanshan town and even in Fuyang County. In his early 40s, he possesses a commanding presence, with a broad face and wide-open eyes that radiate an abundance of energy. His tightly pressed lips exude an air of arrogance, which he is indeed justified in exhibiting, for he holds the esteemed title of the Grain Lord of Sanshan town. The tax grain of 30 million stones across the nation is collected by 3,000 grain lords. And to win the favor of these local officials, who do not receive salaries, Zhu Yuanzhang granted them numerous privileges, such as hereditary rights, the authority to manage villagers, and the ability to intervene in judicial matters. Those who excelled could be recommended and exempted from the imperial examination to serve in the court. Zhu Yuanzhang often summoned them for discussions, seeking insights into local conditions and advice on resolving issues. Those who impressed him might even be retained in official positions, with some rising to the rank of governor. In this era, grain lords were significant figures wielding considerable influence, particularly someone like He Chang. He inherited vast estates and the esteemed title of Grain Lord from his father, and he resides in a grand manor in Sanshan town, surrounded by several wives and concubines, indulging in a life of luxury and revelry. He is also adept at martial arts and mingles with the underworld, earning a notable reputation in Fuyang and throughout western Zhejiang. On this particular morning, he is at home, embracing his most cherished concubine, Ling Hua, as they share a drink. Ling Hua, with her rosy cheeks and enchanting autumnal eyes, is adorned in a tailored lake green gown and a pink embroidered jacket that accentuates her slender waist, making her exceedingly alluring. He Yuanwai, with his arm around her delicate waist, finds himself utterly captivated by her soft whispers. "Ling Hua, we have been together for 2 years now. How is it that I never tire of you? You surely flatter me." Ling Hua giggles, covering her mouth. "Perhaps you say the same to others? What I say to them is insincere. What I say to you is genuine." He Yuanwai replies with a flirtatious smile, his hands wandering. However, Ling Hua gently restrains his hand, saying, "It's broad daylight. Isn't it in the light of day that one can truly indulge? What fun is there in the shadows?" He Yuanwai retorts, attempting to loosen the ribbons around her waist. "Please, no." Ling Hua's voice trembles. "I have been feeling anxious lately, constantly dreaming of the officials bursting in and taking me away. What is there to fear?" He Yuanwai laughs heartily. "I am a hereditary grain lord. Who would dare come here to search? Besides, my home has been fortified since the end of the previous dynasty. It is impenetrable. You could hide there for 100 years without being found." He reassures her, playfully pinching her cheek. "Moreover, everyone outside believes you are dead. Who would still be searching?" Indeed. With that reassurance, she relaxes, and as He Yuanwai caresses her, she becomes enamored, playfully swaying her body. Just as He Yuanwai prepares to engage in a passionate encounter, they are interrupted by the voice of the steward, He Fu, calling from outside, "Sir, someone from the county has come with news. Officials are here with a warrant to take someone away." "What?" Ling was struck with terror, and He Yuanwai too grows tense, exclaiming, "How can this be? Quickly, fix your attire." He turns to Ling Hua. "You must hide. I will handle this outside." "Yes." Ling Hua, disregarding her attire, stumbles hurriedly into the inner chamber. He, the gentleman, then arrived at the front hall and, upon recognizing the constable Ho San, a subordinate of his acquaintance Su Dienli from the yamen, clasped his fist and inquired, "Ho, what brings you here? What has transpired?" Ho San proceeded to recount the earlier proceedings in court to He Chang. After listening, He Yuanzai let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "I was concerned it might be something significant." For him, it was merely a trivial matter. Ho San, with a forced smile, added, "However, it is better to be prepared. I noticed quite a number of individuals arriving. They are certainly aiming to extort you. Humph, He Chong scoffed. They dare to extort me. As the saying goes, a drop of vermilion on the court leads to 1,000 drops of blood in the common folk. That drop of vermilion refers to the red ink used by the county magistrate to sign orders, which the constables wield to intimidate those summoned. They would first harass and frighten individuals, demanding running fees, shoe money, and meal expenses, escalating to bribe for release and extension fees, if the targeted individuals refused to comply, offering too little or outright declining. The constables would resort to tearing their clothes and feigning injuries, claiming they were met with violent resistance, subsequently obtaining arrest warrants. Those apprehended would face ruin. Thus, when the constables arrive at one's door with warrants, the common folk, regardless of wealth, feel as if the sky is falling. Naturally, He Yuanzai was unafraid, but he found the situation quite bothersome. He patiently addressed Hosan. You have worked hard. Please ensure the food and drink are ready. I must return swiftly. It would be quite awkward should we cross paths. Hosan hurriedly declined. Let us postpone it for another day. He Yuanzai then withdrew 5.5 strings of newly minted cash from his sleeve, sending Hosan on his way. Once Hosan departed, He Yuanzai slammed the table, exclaiming, Those fools have been recognized. He irritably instructed He Fu, Tell those 6 to swiftly take refuge in Tonglu County. They are not to return without my message. Just as he dispatched the 6, the constables arrived at the door. As they were the district-esque grain overseers, the constables dared not act recklessly, politely knocking and stating their purpose, before being welcomed into the residence. He Yuanzai had donned a formal cap and a wide-sleeved robe, secured with a leather belt, and donned black boots, greeting them with a warm smile. His attire was no ordinary garb. It was bestowed upon him during the 5th year of the Yongle reign, when he transported grain to the capital. Zhang Matzi bowed respectfully and was ushered into the flower hall. After serving tea, he inquired, What brings you esteemed officials to my humble abode? By the order of the county magistrate, we are here to apprehend a suspect. If we have offended, we beg your gracious forgiveness, said the constable, addressing He Yuanzai with the respectful title of grain overseer. Oh? He Chong replied, feigning surprise. What suspect could possibly be in my household? Well, the matter is as follows. Zhang Matzi recounted the events, which incensed He Yuanzai, who slammed the table, declaring, This is slander, pure slander. No one from my household has set foot in the county town in the past fortnight. Please, do not be angry, grain overseer, Zhang Matzi replied with a smile. I too find it hard to believe that your household would harbor any wrongdoers, but I am merely carrying out my orders and must fulfill this duty. Then please, convey to your superiors that there are no criminals in the He family, He Chong said, retrieving a stack of cash from his sleeve and pushing it toward Zhang Matzi. It is no easy task for your brothers to make this journey. Allow me to treat everyone to a meal. He chuckled, That's too much. Zhang Matzi took the banknotes and, overjoyed, exclaimed, All right, I shall have a word with the complainant. Much obliged, He Chong nodded. Moments later, as Zhang Matzi exited, He Chong heard cries and wails emanating from the courtyard. In a flurry, He Fu rushed in, exclaiming, Master, it's terrible. Someone might die. You're the only one who is going to die. He Chong spat. What ill fortune. Go see what is happening. He stepped outside to find Wang Xian lying on the door plank, his head drenched in blood, clutching a bone knife against his own heart, shouting at the bystanders. I'll be executed regardless, so I might as well die here. Zhang Matzi, filled with rage yet cautious, hesitated to approach, opting instead to persuade, Don't act recklessly. I never said I wouldn't search. Please, don't do anything foolish. Just then, He Yuanzai emerged, prompting Zhang Matzi to plead, Sir, kindly assist. If the plaintiff dies in your residence, it will be impossible to explain to the magistrate. Having already extended a courtesy, He Chong could not refuse without consequence. He cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xian and said, How might I assist you, Master Zhang? Please gather the male members of the household here, so this fellow can identify them. Very well, I shall grant you this favor, He Yuanzai replied, grumbling. He Fu, do as Master Zhang instructed. Yes, He Fu responded. And shortly thereafter, the household's servants, guards, accountants, and cooks, 15 men in total, gathered in the front courtyard. Is this everyone? Zhang Matzi inquired. Indeed, He Chong nodded. There's also my 8-year-old son. Should he be summoned as well? Certainly not, Zhang Matzi replied with an embarrassed smile, turning to the others. What are you waiting for? Identify him. Shuai Hui stepped forward to make the rounds and returned, shaking his head. He is not here. Not absent, but rather non-existent, He Yuanwei scoffed. Are you satisfied now? Who do you think you're fooling? Wang Xian retorted. I've already inquired. Your guards claim to be the 8 great kings. Yet there are only 2 stout men here. Where are the other 6? He Yuanwei glanced at Wang Xian in surprise, not expecting such preparation from him, and huffed. The harvest has been poor. The household cannot afford so many idlers, so they were dismissed long ago. Liar. Just the day before yesterday, I saw one. Shui Hui, infuriated by the denial, shouted, that fellow had a growth on his head. I'm certain he is here. Officer, he must have hidden those rascals. Wang Xian yelled. Search him, you'll surely find them. Nonsense. This is the residence of a gentleman. How can you search recklessly? Zhang Matzi fumed. Witnessing Wang Xian raise the knife toward his heart and shouted, Stop, stop. Let us discuss this calmly. If you refuse to search, you intend to let me die. I might as well end it now. Wang Xian resorted to blatant threats. Are you finished yet? Zhang Matzi seethed, one trouble after another. Just this once. If you cannot find them, I will accept it. But if you change your mind again, I will not stop you. Zhang Matzi turned to He Yuanwei, suggesting, perhaps. No. He Yuanwei interjected firmly. You've alarmed the womenfolk in my household. You cannot bear the consequences. After speaking, I felt my tone was rather harsh. So I softened my words. Do not be swayed by such petty threats. I shall accompany you to meet with the county magistrate, ensuring that you bear no responsibility. Let us search once more. A resounding voice echoed as the vibrant figure of head constable who appeared at the entrance. Behind him, a dozen constables and local militia escorted 3 robust men, tightly bound in ropes. They were indeed 3 of the 6 individuals who had fled to Lin County at the behest of Mr. He. Bowing slightly to Mr. He, head constable who spoke in a deep tone, my brothers apprehended these ruffians outside, and they confessed that 3 accomplices remain within the residence. Nonsense. Upon seeing this, He Yuanwei's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, It is clearly a piece that is in motion. Chapter 17. The Hidden Beauty 2 days prior. Hu Buliyu arranged for plainclothes officers to patrol the key thoroughfares, initially to prevent the Zhao family from fleeing. However, unexpectedly, 6 burly men, hurried and laden with bundles, collided with them. The officers, sharp-eyed, quickly discerned their intent to escape and approached for questioning. After only a few inquiries, the 6 men fled in panic, leaving the officers short-handed and only able to apprehend 3. Though Hu, the head officer, was known for his rough demeanor, he was adept at deception, and soon uncovered the truth from He Chong. The implication from my lord was clear. The 6 had departed long ago, so what business did these 3 have returning? In a moment of slip, He Yuanwei faltered, prompting He Fu beside him to quickly intervene, casting furtive glances at the 3 apprehended men. Unfortunately, the trio had their mouths stuffed with walnuts, rendering them incapable of articulating their defense. Given that the suspects had essentially confessed, Hu Buliyu feigned ignorance and suggested to He Yuanwei, let us conduct a thorough search to vindicate your honor. He Chong's face darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he begrudgingly nodded. Do not disturb the family members, and do not damage any property. Hu commanded his subordinates, then turned to He Chong, requesting the presence of the female members of the household to prevent any inadvertent offense from the suspects. I have only women in my household. There are no men. He Chong retorted, his face ashen. He had come to realize he was ensnared in a trap, suspecting it was a ploy for extortion. Hu Buliyu, let us maintain some semblance of civility for future encounters. I, He Chong, am known as the second Ming Chong. Everything can be negotiated. Indeed. Old Hu is merely showing you courtesy, Hu Buliyu replied with an earnest smile. A thorough search is essential to affirm your innocence. If we search the front but neglect the rear, it will only invite further allegations from those ruffians. He Chong felt cornered by the relentless pressure of Hu's words. Forced to acquiesce, a venomous glare was cast at Wang Xian, who sat smugly in a chair, a sight that made him wish he could devour him whole. Wang Xian grinned at him, his head bandaged like a spindle, nearly causing He Chong to faint from rage. He Fu hastened to inform the women in the inner courtyard. The wait extended, and by the time He Yuanwei's 6 wives, their maidservants, and a number of female attendants, over 20 women, were gathered in the main hall. Nearly half an hour had elapsed. The officers, growing impatient, surged into the hall, commencing a meticulous search. Hey, don't break anything in my house. If anything goes missing, you shall pay for it, cried the women, their voices rising in protest, turning the main hall into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, Yuanwei and the other male members had retreated to the back, leaving only Hu Buliu and a few others in the flower hall. Hu Buliu, undeterred, stepped into the throng, his keen gaze sweeping over the women. To his surprise, he was met with a chorus of scornful remarks. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Your prying eyes are unwelcome. If you continue to gawk, we shall accuse you of harassing respectable ladies. As the women advanced, hurling insults, Hu Buliu hastily retreated, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Upon returning to the flower hall, Captain Hu cast a glance at his two accomplices, who were none other than Tian Qi and Lin Qing'er in disguise, tasked with identifying individuals. Both shook their heads in unison. Just moments ago, Captain Hu had braved the tempest to secure ample time for them, yet they had not caught sight of Zhao's presence, nor even a semblance of her. Could it be that Zhao is not here? Captain Hu murmured, glancing at Wang Xian, who sat in a chair. Tian Qi and Lin Qing'er grew anxious. All their plans hinged upon one fundamental assumption, that Zhao is present. Wang Xian felt the sweat bead on his palms and his mouth grew parched as he struggled to maintain composure. Surely not. She wouldn't dare show herself. She must be hiding somewhere, he insisted. Observing Captain Hu's disdainful expression, he swiftly added, He Chang would not feel at ease hiding her outside. Otherwise, he'd constantly worry about whether someone might see her or if she might inadvertently reveal herself. Moreover, that fellow is notoriously lascivious and would not leave a beauty like Zhao untouched. Meeting her outside would be troublesome. Frequent encounters would inevitably expose their secret. Captain Hu nodded in agreement, having interrogated several of Zhuzi's associates outside. He understood that Yuanwei seldom ventured out, and when he did, it lacked any discernible pattern. At least for the sake of safety, a clandestine meeting in a hidden chamber was far preferable to a rendezvous on the balcony. What then shall we do? He pondered. Aware that the child in question was Yuanwei's only son, Wang Xian surveyed the space between the flower hall and the main hall, where a cherubic little boy was joyfully capturing grasshoppers under the watchful eye of a maid. I am of the same mind, Captain Hu acknowledged. Exchanging a knowing glance with Wang Xian, a surge of camaraderie washing over them. Thus, they resolved that old Hu would retrieve the child, using a combination of intimidation and persuasion to elicit the truth. Yet, they feared this might provoke a hornet's nest, leading to an inextricable predicament. While they contemplated this dilemma, Lin Qing'er boldly volunteered, I shall go. Are you certain? Captain Hu frowned, aware that time was of the essence. Just watch, Lin Qing'er retorted, puffing up her chest as she stepped out. The maid, Xiaoxiang, had been idly watching the young master when she noticed a strikingly handsome youth, with red lips and white teeth, and features as picturesque as a painting, approaching. It was her first encounter with someone who could wear a constable's attire so gracefully, albeit a tad too slender, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, the youth was not approaching her. Instead, he crouched down to play with the little master, demonstrating a delightful affection. Xiaoxiang fell into a starry-eyed reverie. Lin Qing'er quickly grew familiar with the 8-year-old boy, and as they caught grasshoppers, she inquired, What is your name? Dabao. Your parents must cherish you dearly, she remarked. Of course, the boy replied proudly. How many mothers do you have? Lin Qing'er asked quietly, once they had distanced themselves from the maid. 7, the boy answered without hesitation, listing, first mother, second mother, third mother, fourth mother, fifth mother, sixth mother, seventh mother. Lin Qing'er felt her heart constrict tightly, and she tremulously asked, Why do I only see 6? Seventh mother is rather peculiar. She never reveals herself in front of outsiders, the boy pouted. Third mother says she is a rat spirit and hides in a hole when she sees strangers. That's nonsense. How could a person hide in a hole? Lin Qing'er felt her heart race. Believe it or not, the boy huffed. Is there truly a hole? Yes. The innocent child nodded earnestly, asking, Where? Lun Yang replied, Under my father's bed, though I have never seen it. Alas, what are you going there for? To use the lavatory. The lavatory is at the back. After a brief moment, Hu Buliu arrived at the backyard, where the search was nearing its conclusion, having only uncovered a few strands of human hair. Zhang Matzi approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, and inquired, Chief, what shall we do? Ignoring him, Hu Buliu proceeded towards the northern room, where he encountered Yuanwei, who was smirking repeatedly, saying, Chief Hu, we must have a serious discussion. Not in a hurry. Hu Buliu replied as he stepped into the room, where the decor was lavish, with carpets on the floor, golden vases holding plum blossoms, and furniture crafted from sandalwood, complete with embroidered cushions and pillows. The table was adorned with exquisite gilded porcelain, and even the chopsticks were made of ivory. Hu Buliu's gaze was fixed on the wine and food on the table, pondering who had dined there. Just now, with my wife, he answered. May I ask which lady? As Hu Bulia spoke, he discreetly signaled outside. He Chang's heart sank. Was Feng Zheng truly so forgetful? Hu Bulia offered him no chance to contemplate. Taking a deep breath, He Chang deliberately announced, my fifth wife. He was counting on Yifu and the others to be astute enough to quickly corroborate their stories. Little did he know, when Hu Bulia posed that question, he had already instructed his men to guard the moon gate, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, and sent Zhang Matzi to the front to testify. As the moments ticked by, Hu Bulia greedily surveyed the room's opulence, cursing inwardly, this local tycoon lives like a deity. My daughter has yet to have a proper dowry. Meanwhile, He Yuan, now tormented and stripped of his earlier arrogance, approached Hu Bulia with a subtle tone. Chief Hu, if there's anything you fancy, I can have it sent to your home. I fancy it all. Hu Bulia blurted out, then burst into laughter. My humble abode cannot accommodate such extravagant items. Not at all. He Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. I misspoke. You certainly deserve to buy new things. Lowering his voice, he added, 1,000 taels of silver. Chief Hu, spare me a little mercy. In these times, paper currency had depreciated significantly. And the more the court prohibited transactions in gold and silver, the more valuable they became. Hu Bulia's income, both overt and covert, could amount to approximately 100 taels a year, which was astonishingly high. Now, if he could just agree to He Chang's terms, he could spare himself a decade of toil. Hu Bulia forcefully swallowed the word good, for no matter how much money there was, one needed a life to spend it. He was not afraid of the county magistrate's wrath. Rather, he feared that Wang Xian, who had salted fish in Shaoxing, would come after him. Wang, having served as a clerk in the torture chamber for many years, knew all too well the corrupt deeds Hu Bulia had committed, enough to condemn him multiple times over. However, upon reflection, he thought, once I capture He Chang, how much wealth can be extracted? And regarding these possessions, why rush? Resolute in his decision, Hu Bulia fell silent. I will add 5 more gold bars. He Yuan gritted his teeth. Otherwise, Chief Hu, name your price. Even if I have to exhaust my entire fortune, I will pay you. Hu Bulia glanced at him, thinking, what a character, but it was too late for words, and he remained silent. Chief Hu, do not push me to the edge. He Chang, often faced with futile appeals, revealed a sinister countenance and proclaimed, when the time comes, even your county magistrate shall share in the misfortune. Thus, one awaited the arrival of just retribution. Hu Bulia rose to his feet, noticing that Zhang Matzi had returned. Chaos ensued, as everyone disclaimed responsibility. I urged them to reflect deeply, and only then did they reach a unified testimony, attributing the blame to Lun Yang. Zhang Matzi laughed heartily. What say you, Justice? He Chang replied nonchalantly, I am entangled in an affair with a maid. They are unaware. Which maid? Hu Bulia, finding him exceedingly obstinate, retorted coldly. No need to inquire. She dares not confess, lest my wife unleash her wrath upon her. He Chang had long prepared his retort. Humph. I suspect you are merely hiding a concubine. Hu Bulia, thoroughly exasperated, slammed his hand upon the table and commanded, dismantle his bed at once. Chapter 18. Kicking out a future. He slept on a grand bed made of nanma wood, adorned with intricate lacquer carvings, also known as the Qiangong Babu bed. The entire bed resembled a small room, prompting Captain Hu to order its dismantling. Wait, he bellowed, raising a hand to halt the proceedings. This bed has been passed down through my family. It is worth at least 10,000 gold taels. Can you afford the cost of damaging it? Go ahead and dismantle it. Lin Qing'er, dressed in men's clothing, retorted with a clear voice. My family possesses an even finer one. Who are you? He was taken aback. My elder brother is Lin Roxing. Lin Qing'er glared at him fiercely, enunciating each word with disdain. He finally comprehended. Their various schemes were all because they were aware that Zhao Mainyang was here. Instantly, his legs turned to jelly. Disassemble it, Captain Hu commanded. Several officers surged forward, stripping away the bedding, and proceeded to pry at the bed's boards. The bed, crafted from exceptionally sturdy nanma wood, resisted their efforts. With all their might, several strong men pulled and pried, until with a resounding crash, the entire bedboard was uprooted. As the dust settled, the onlookers peered closely, only to find no hidden mechanisms or secret passages beneath, leaving them thoroughly disappointed, just as they were at a loss. Wang Xian, being carried in on a door plank by Shuai Hui, suddenly whispered, strange. What? The crowd followed his gaze to a small Buddhist altar embedded in the corner of the bedroom wall. In Jiangnan, where the practice of Buddhism flourished, such altars were quite common. Many believers placed Buddhist statues in their bedrooms for daily worship, so the crowd found it rather unremarkable, viewing Wang Xian's reaction as overly dramatic. It was one thing for others to worship. How could Mr. He, with his deceitful heart and illicit affairs, dare to have a Buddhist altar in his bedroom? Wang Xian murmured, and where is the prayer mat used for worship? His words piqued Tu Bulu's curiosity. He approached and attempted to pry at the statue. But it remained steadfast. He then reached behind the statue, feeling around, and despite breaking into a sweat, there was still no response. Just as he was about to give up, his hand inadvertently brushed against a brick on the ceiling that felt different from the others, pressing down with force. He was startled to hear a series of crackling sounds as the altar swung around like a door, revealing an opening large enough for a person to enter. Eager to see, the crowd rushed forward and discovered a narrow passageway with stone walls filled with glutinous rice paste, leading to a bright light at the end. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, a timid female voice emerged from within. "Master, is that you?" "It is I," Zhang Matzi laughed heartily. Moments later, he emerged with a slender, pale-skinned beauty. "Sister-in-law, Zhao Yang." Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Lin Qing'er and Tianqi widened their eyes, exclaiming in unison, "You were truly alive." "Haha, indeed, mister. He has hidden a beauty in his golden house." Tu Bulu chuckled, glancing at Yichang, only to realize he had slipped away to the doorway unnoticed. The laughter abruptly ceased as Captain Hu shouted, "Don't let him escape." Realizing he had been spotted, Yichang bolted, but fatefully, Wang Xian lay at the entrance, immobilized while the others had gone to witness the spectacle, leaving him anxiously stuck at the door. Now he had become a stumbling block for Mr. He. "You brat, perish!" He held a deep-seated hatred for him, and with a dagger suddenly in hand, he lunged towards Wang Xian, intent on eliminating the young man who had caused him such suffering before making his escape. "Stop!" The constables hastily pursued, but they were already out of reach. "Die!" He, with a bent knee, thrust the dagger towards Wang Xian's chest. "No!" Lin Qing'er cried out in despair, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Shuai Hui had already closed his eyes in terror, while Lu Arii gaped in disbelief, witnessing a scene he would never forget. Wang Xian lay on the ground, shielding his chest with his hands, his legs curled up, then suddenly kicked out with tremendous force. The kick was so swift it sliced through the air with a whoosh. Caught off guard, he struck Wang Xian in the abdomen, causing the dagger to slip from his grip and graze Wang Xian's cheek, severing a few strands of hair. Stumbling back, he fell to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, several blades were held to his neck by the constables who had finally caught up. What a remarkable move, like a rabbit kicking an eagle. Head constable who steadied himself and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a masterful act of deception. You were even more ruthless than your father. You rascal, so you were already well." Recovering from their shock, Shuai Hui and Lu Arii rushed over, playfully berating Wang Xian. "You had us genuinely worried. This was all premeditated." Wang Xian responded with a wry smile while defending himself. "Moreover, I'm still not fully healed. That last move left my legs numb." "Nonsense. How could you have knocked down the man with the surname He if you weren't well?" They insisted, not believing him. "He underestimated me because he thought I was incapacitated. When he bent over, his stance faltered, leaving him exposed." Wang Xian chuckled. "It was no different from kicking a sack of rice. By the way, was that move of yours called the rabbit kicks the eagle? I've never seen you use it before. A true master conceals his skills. Those who reveal them are not true masters." "What a shameless display," they retorted before striding away, dismissing him. "Don't leave." Wang Xian called out helplessly. He truly had not fully recovered, and the desperate strike had left him aching and numb from waist to legs, unable to rise. "You brat." At that moment, Tianqi approached with a stern expression. "You deliberately made me carry you back during our trip to Shaoxing, didn't you?" "Absolutely not," Wang Xian vehemently denied, asserting he genuinely could not walk at the time. In truth, he was avenging the moment Tianqi had fallen when boarding the boat. "Humph, your words must be taken in reverse," Tianqi laughed heartily. "Regardless of the truth, I'll carry you back." With that, he lifted Wang Xian onto his back, softly murmuring, "Thank you." The mountain of a man let tears flow freely, unreserved in his emotional release. Tianqi, however, was unconcerned. He simply wished to indulge in this moment, allowing his tears to flow as he celebrated awakening from a long nightmare. Lin Qing'er, following closely behind, had already succumbed to tears, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her sobs. As they escorted the prisoner away from his residence, they encountered another dilemma. Nearby farmers, upon hearing of the grain chief's arrest, had flocked to the scene, blocking their path entirely. However, the head constable who adeptly handled the situation, with a thunderous voice, he bellowed, "He should, Li Kazi, come forth at once." These two individuals held the positions of chief and deputy of the village in Sanshan town. Initially, they had attempted to keep their distance, but whose keen eyes had already spotted them. Reluctantly, they pushed their way through the crowd and approached him. Mounted on a large blue mule, who wore a stern expression as he questioned, "Are you attempting to incite rebellion?" And no, not at all. He should hastily explained. It is merely that Gongzheng has always enjoyed the people's trust, and upon hearing of his detention, the crowd became rather agitated. Agitated, you say? Who spat contemptuously, pulling out an arrest warrant from his sleeve. "This is the warrant issued by the esteemed magistrate Zhu. I am ordered to apprehend the suspect. Those who defy this will be treated as rebels. Scatter them, or you too will be the ones facing the consequences." While he directed his insults solely at the two village leaders, his intimidation tactics were indiscriminate, showcasing his exceptional skill in dealing with the common folk. "We must provide an explanation to the people," he should murmured. "What crime has Gongzheng committed? Murder, abduction, incitement, false accusations, and even attempted murder." Who recited with a cold smirk, "Is that sufficient?" "Yes, quite sufficient." The two village leaders were terrified. Should chaos erupt and the criminal escape, they would be the ones at risk. They hurriedly coaxed and frightened the townsfolk into dispersing, allowing the officers to escort Yuanwei back to the city. Along the way, the group of constables lavished praise upon Hu for his wisdom and bravery, commending his calm demeanor in the face of danger and his prowess in capturing the villain, effectively intimidating the unruly populace. This flattery left Hu in a daze, akin to the effects of consuming half a gin of strong liquor. Meanwhile, by the side of the large cart, Shuai Hui grimaced, "It was my idea, my discovery, and I was the one who captured he. Yet now all the credit goes to him." Wang Xian reclined comfortably against his arms atop the cart, gazing at the expansive autumn sky. The heavens were high and the clouds sparse, with geese flying southward, filling him with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Hearing Shuai Hui's words, he chuckled and replied, "Isn't that precisely how it is? One must beware of insatiable greed. Having achieved one's goals, why covet what is beyond reach? Is it truly so?" Shuai Hui looked at He. "I don't quite feel that way." "That's because you're a fool," He grinned. "I'm certainly a touch smarter than you." Shuai Hui retorted angrily. "Even fools think that way." He laughed mischievously. The two engaged in playful banter, frolicking away from the cart. Wang Xian smiled as he watched their retreating figures when suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Without needing to turn, he recognized it was Lin Qing'er, the girl as gentle yet resilient as a gardenia flower. Lin Qing'er's eyes were red, her face flushed. As she spoke in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, "Are you thirsty? Do you have any water?" Wang Xian glanced at her and replied with a smile, "I don't, but I have this." She presented a gleaming orange. Skillfully peeling it and meticulously removing the white pith before offering the golden segments to him, Wang Xian initially thought she would feed him, but reflecting on his own current state, he felt a tinge of regret at the lack of care he could expect. He split the orange in half, offering one portion to Lin Qing'er. She felt too embarrassed to accept something that had been touched by him and shook her head in refusal. Unperturbed, Wang Xian took a segment for himself, grinning as he exclaimed, "How sour." Lin Qing'er quickly seized a piece for herself and took a bite, discovering it to be as sweet as honey, devoid of any sourness. She playfully accused him, "You're lying." Wang Xian merely smirked, savoring the sweet orange with a sense of contentment. Lin Qing'er lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, delicately enjoying the fruit, feeling the sweetness on her palate mirrored in her heart. The mule cart creaked along the rural road, and as Wang Xian observed the girl's joyful demeanor, a smile blossomed on his face. His spirits lifted further at the thought of returning home to his mother's chicken soup waiting for him, his smile shining ever brighter. As they made their way back, the sun was setting in all its glory. Chapter 19. The Tiger's Head. When Inspector Hu returned to the magistrate's office to report, it was already late in the afternoon. Wei, the county magistrate, awaited anxiously. Upon learning of their successful endeavor, he was overwhelmed with joy and immediately commanded his men to apprehend the family of Zhao Menyang. By the time the suspects were brought in, darkness had begun to descend. Yet, Wei wasted no time. He ordered the lighting of lamps, intent on conducting a night interrogation of this perplexing case. The swift efficiency of this operation left the onlookers in awe, and the townsfolk, having heard the news, gathered outside the gates to witness how their magistrate would adjudicate this matter. Bang, 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 the gavel sounded. Majesty, 2 rows of constables struck the stone floor with their batons, the noise sending shivers down spines. With a decisive slap of the gavel, Wei thundered, "Is the person kneeling below Zhao Menyang?" The beautiful woman, Zhang Linghua, who appeared pale and frightened, trembled as she responded. At this juncture, how could she still dare to deny? Wei's voice was icy. "If you are not Zhao Menyang, Why were you hiding in the underground passage? What secrets do you harbor? The woman, paralyzed by the gravity of the situation, could hardly utter a word. What is the nature of your heart? Wei pressed on. Your clandestine escape has led to the ruin of your husband's family. Now, as he faces the gallows, do you not feel the slightest remorse? What? The woman gasped. Bewildered. I am the one who fled, not him. How could he be sentenced to death? Now you admit you were Zhao Manyang? Wei snorted. Yes, I am Zhao Manyang. She finally conceded, but I did not harm my husband. He beat and scolded me, even reporting me to the authorities for eloping with my lover. Fearing I would be captured and subjected to humiliation, I sought refuge at Master He's house, but I never caused anyone harm. I will have you meet someone. Wei ordered coldly. Bring him forth. Thus, 2 jailers escorted the tormented Lin Qing'er into the hall. Once the dashing scholar, Lin now appeared emaciated, covered in wounds. With disheveled hair falling to his chest, a shell of his former self. Zhao Manyang was taken aback, instinctively retreating. Look closely at who he is, Wei commanded, halting her. Zhao Manyang steadied herself, squinting at him for a long while before recognizing her husband, Lin Qing'er. With a heart-wrenching cry, she rushed to him, weeping uncontrollably. How could this happen? Why has it come to this? Yet Lin, with a vacant expression, did not so much as glance her way. The scene stirred even the most hardened clerks, some sighing and others shedding tears. Wei, suppressing his emotions, struck the gavel once more. Lin Zhao, do not withhold the truth. Reveal the events as they transpired. In her current state, Zhao Manyang could not conceal the facts any longer. Sobbing as she recounted every detail, it turned out that the night before her disappearance 2 years prior, Lin had invited his classmates to their home for a feast. Zhao Manyang had indulged and lost herself in the revelry. Lin, filled with pent-up frustration, scolded her after the gathering. Zhao Manyang, accustomed to standing her ground, retaliated, leading to a fierce altercation. It was only when her father-in-law and sister-in-law heard the commotion and intervened to separate the two that the matter came to a temporary close. Zhao Manyang's anger grew with each passing moment, and at daybreak the next morning, she set out with her bundle in hand. As she had a precedent of returning to her maternal home after quarrels, which the Lin family took little notice of. However, on her way back, she encountered a classmate of Lin Qiucai, a man named Feng Yan, who was remarkably handsome and charismatic. They had previously exchanged glances filled with unspoken desire. Seeing her alone and forlorn, Feng Qiucai seized the opportunity to extend an invitation for her to visit his home. Zhao Manyang, being a woman of somewhat fickle affections, was quite taken with the charming and gentle Feng Qiucai, finding him 100 times more appealing than her wooden-headed husband. Thus, with a mix of reluctance and eagerness, she followed him to his residence. Initially, her intention was to indulge in a brief dalliance before returning to her husband. But little did she know that their connection would quickly deepen into an inseparable bond, leading to a month of blissful abandon. After this month had passed, Feng Qiucai expressed his desire to escort her back to her maternal home, but instead, he transported her to the He family estate. Upon arrival, Feng Qiucai vanished, leaving her in the company of Mr. He and her father. They informed her that Lin Qing'er had reported her to the authorities, claiming she had eloped with her lover. And now the county was offering a reward for her capture. Should she show her face, she would be arrested, paraded on a wooden donkey, and subsequently executed by dismemberment. Terrified by the gravity of the situation, Zhao Manyang inquired about what she should do. Mr. He reassured her, urging her to remain hidden in his household, assuring her that no one would find her there. Her father echoed this sentiment, asserting that the He estate was a secure refuge far from the county seat. Though she felt stifled by confinement, the threat to her life took precedence, leading Zhao Manyang to acquiesce. Before long, she succumbed to the gentle advances of Mr. He, completely abandoning any thoughts of returning home, and devoted herself to a life of indulgence. Once she had provided her testimony and signed her name, Wei Xian summoned her father. Faced with the undeniable evidence of his daughter's admissions, her father felt little left to conceal and confessed that he had initially believed his daughter had been killed by the Lin family, which prompted his accusations against his son-in-law. Soon after, Feng Qiucai had come forward to clarify that Manyang was alive and residing with him. Upon learning that his daughter still lived, Zhao Laotu was filled with both joy and trepidation. The joy was self-evident, while the fear stemmed from the possibility of being counter-accused and facing severe repercussions. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, an old friend, Mr. He, came to visit and inquired about Manyang's situation. Aware of Mr. He's vast knowledge and resourcefulness, Zhao Laotu could not help but divulge the truth to him. After listening, Mr. He advised them against revealing the truth to the authorities, suggesting that doing so could lead to dire consequences. As a reputable grain official, his words carried weight. This revelation horrified Zhao Laotu, prompting him to beseech Mr. He for a solution. After some contemplation, Mr. He proposed that Mainyang should stay with him while they continued to feign her death. Zhao Laotu realized this was the only viable option, thus he instructed Feng Xiucai to take his daughter to Mr. He's estate. And so, more than a month passed before a female corpse was discovered. The government summoned the Zhao family to identify the corpse. Old Zhao hastily consulted his son-in-law for advice, while Mr. He insisted that they firmly declare the deceased to be Zhao Mainyang, leading to the scene of the corpse examination. However, County Magistrate Chen ultimately determined that the deceased was not Zhao Mainyang, forcing old Zhao to relent. Just when old Zhao believed that the matter would peacefully pass, the inspector from the Zhujiang West Circuit, arrived in the county to investigate wrongful convictions. Mr. He urged him to bring all of Fuyang County's officials to justice. Naturally, old Zhao was too intimidated to comply. Mr. He confidently assured him that should he proceed with the complaint, victory was guaranteed, thereby eliminating future troubles. Yet, old Zhao remained hesitant, prompting Mr. He to threaten to return Zhao Mainyang to the Lin family, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, they triumphed in court, not only overturning the previous verdict but also bringing down the local officials of Fuyang County. Subsequently, upon hearing that Wang Xian's son sought assistance in drafting a petition for a retrial, old Zhao promptly informed Mr. He. This was because Wang Xian was a notorious gambler, and with Fuyang in a state of disarray without a magistrate, Mr. He simply dispatched a few men to eliminate him near the gambling house. When interrogating old Zhao's son, he provided the same testimony. At this point, the case had become somewhat clearer, yet there remained one question that perplexed County Magistrate Wei. He inquired of the two, "Why do you heed Mr. He's words so obediently? Surely it is not merely because of your daughter's predicament." The two hesitated, unable to respond. After a moment, they revealed the truth. Mr. He was not only a grain steward, but also a captain in the Jinyue. Magistrate Wei felt a shiver run through him and instructed the recorder, Li Xingshu. Erase that part. Li nodded, though he had never dared to write those 3 characters down. The notorious reputation of the Jinyue was so fearsome that, under the command of the chief, Ji Gang, they had become lawless, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. In their eyes, nobles and high-ranking officials were as insignificant as weeds. Simply labeling someone as a remnant of the Jiangwen era could lead to the extermination of their entire family. This was a group of ruthless enforcers who disregarded the law. Even a mere captain was someone Magistrate Wei could not afford to offend. Meanwhile, Captain Hu listened in trepidation, realizing why Mr. He spoke so boldly. He had the formidable Jinyue as his backing. When it came time to interrogate Mr. He, Magistrate Wei's demeanor had considerably softened. Mr. He had regained his composure. Being a hereditary grain steward, he stood on equal footing with the magistrate and was not subject to torture. Moreover, this title could only be revoked by the Ministry of Revenue, leaving the local government powerless to strip it away. Thus, he sat confidently on the stool. Responding to Magistrate Wei's questions, Magistrate Wei asked him why he had harbored Zhao Mainyang, to which he replied that he was simply helping a friend. When pressed on why he had incited the Zhao family to identify the corpse, he repeated that he was helping a friend. The same answer followed for why he had coerced the Zhao family to file a complaint, and why he had orchestrated the murder of Wang Xian. He was helping a friend. Even a clay figurine would possess some stubbornness, and Magistrate Wei could not help but retort. Is hiding a beauty in a golden house also for the sake of helping a friend? Yes, Mr. He nodded. I am simply a person with an exceptionally warm heart. Then why did you attempt to flee? And why the intent to commit murder? Magistrate Wei asked coldly. I did not escape. How could I be so shameless as to say otherwise? At that moment, I longed to tear apart that scoundrel Wang Xian who falsely accused me, yet upon reflection, I realized such an act would be unlawful, and thus I refrained. After all, could a mere cripple truly bring me down? County Magistrate Wei found himself powerless against him, and could only order his temporary detention. However, He Chang interjected, esteemed County Magistrate, according to the edicts of the Hongwu Emperor, a grain officer may pay a fine to evade punishment. Would you kindly calculate the total amount I owe for these charges? With that, he sauntered out of the courtroom. A once formidable interrogation concluded in such a lackluster manner. Upon returning to the inner hall, County Magistrate Wei felt utterly despondent. Was it indeed true that a scholar was utterly ineffectual? Had he once again faltered? Sima Shurye offered words of comfort, saying, Do not be so disheartened, dear East Uncle. We have succeeded in our endeavor. Why then should we dwell on faults? Chapter 20. The Tiger's Tail. Indeed, upon reflection, I have successfully overturned a case that was condemned to death by the Ministry of Justice. Surely, my reputation will soar. And my future appears resplendent. One might think this should suffice. Yet, to allow this case to remain muddled would mean that Chang, the true perpetrator, would evade justice. I would become an accomplice in shielding the murderer, a burden my conscience would struggle to bear for a lifetime. County Magistrate Wei, having devoted 20 years to the study of the sages, naturally regarded their words as his guiding principles. The sages assert that a gentleman contemplates 9 matters, the foremost being to see and think clearly. A gentleman must discern right from wrong and distinguish truth from falsehood, perceiving both people and events with clarity. In his youth, Wei held this belief as an unassailable truth. However, upon entering public service, he discovered that people often fail to recognize right from wrong, or dare not confront the truth of reality. To see too clearly and discern too sharply can lead to dire consequences, even endangering one's very life. Conversely, feigning ignorance may yield temporary peace but subjects one to the torment of a guilty conscience, inflicting lifelong suffering. When reality clashes with conviction, it is often the latter that capitulates. Yet, for Wei Yuan, this choice was particularly arduous. His past shaped this struggle. He had been a successful candidate in the 4th year of the Yongle reign, but due to his youth and immature appearance, the emperor had granted him the honor of passing the imperial examination, allowing him to study while awaiting assignment. He could never forget the emperor's encouraging words during their audience. Filled with earnest hope, Wei, my young minister, always engage in self-reflection, discipline yourself rigorously, and do not disappoint my expectations. To this day, the emperor's exhortation reverberates in his mind, compelling him to remain vigilant and self-disciplined. That night, Wei battled internally, keeping his eyes open until dawn, ultimately reaching a resolution. On the day of the court session, the officials of Fuyang County beheld a magistrate with bloodshot eyes, hearing his decree. At the hour of the dragon today, we shall reconvene the case of Chang. The officials were taken aback, then solemnly acknowledged his command, entirely different from their usual demeanor. The county court comprised 2 halls. Typically, for routine governance and case adjudication, the magistrate would convene in the 2nd hall. In such instances, he would don official attire, and only certain clerks and court officials relevant to the proceedings would be present. However, ascending to the main hall required the magistrate to wear ceremonial robes, and all officials from the 6 departments and 3 ranks were expected to assemble, a matter of far greater solemnity. According to regulations, such a gathering was only warranted for the reading of imperial edicts, execution of royal orders, or in the presence of particularly significant cases. Today, Magistrate Wei's decision to convene in the main hall clearly signified his stance. After dismissing the court, he bathed and burned incense, changing from his official attire into ceremonial robes. Standing before a bronze mirror, 2 attendants assisted him in donning a scarlet robe with azure trim, adjusting his collar to reveal a pristine white inner collar. He then secured a silver leather belt around his waist, fastening it with a knee guard of scarlet without trim. Completing the ensemble, he draped 2 plain sashes over the belt. This act of dressing was not merely functional but ceremonial, with each garment he adorned. Wei felt the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. To serve the emperor and uphold justice for the people, this was the very essence of his ceremonial attire. The old face of Sima Qiu appeared in the dressing mirror, and he sighed. Are you truly prepared to take such a risk? Serving the interests of the sovereign and fulfilling one's duties as an official to benefit the people, this was my solemn vow before assuming office. The county magistrate in the mirror, despite his stern expression, still appeared youthful. How can one claim to serve the sovereign and benefit the people while allowing such tyrants as Chang to persist? What does the East Elder intend to do? Sima Shiye regarded him with respect. I await your counsel, sir, Wei Xian replied earnestly. Alas, Sima Qiu sighed. To have a master like you is indeed troublesome. Do you truly possess a good strategy? Wei Xian turned around, excited, as he sensed the underlying intent. Though Confucius spoke of achieving righteousness and Mencius of seeking justice, it is best to attain righteousness without such efforts. After much contemplation, Sima Qiu remarked that Chang was not as formidable as he seemed. With a wry smile, he continued, let us first address our greatest concern, the identity of the Jinyui. This is quite peculiar. If he were indeed a captain of the Jinyui, why did he not mention it during yesterday's interrogation? There must be some unspoken reason. Since he has chosen to remain silent, we shall act as if we are unaware. As for whether the Jinyui will intervene in the future, that is a matter for the higher authorities, not for the East Elder to worry about. Ignorance is no crime. Even the most overbearing Jinyui would not trouble the East Elder. Indeed, Wei Xian nodded, And what of the grain officer's status? That is also quite troublesome. It is said that a grain officer who commits a capital crime may redeem himself with money. Last night, I could not sleep and perused the Degao, discovering that this provision originated from the 12th month of the 8th year of Hongwu. Grain officers who commit mixed capital crimes and are exiled may remit their punishment through payment. Sima Qiu spoke softly. Wei Xian, enlightened by his scholarly pursuits, was only beginning to grasp the intricacies of legal texts. However, he understood that the term mixed capital crimes refers to a less severe category of capital offenses, in contrast to true capital crimes, which typically entail lighter sentences. In simple terms, mixed capital crimes encompass serious offenses such as murder and treason. But what does this imply? What does it mean? Wei Xian hesitated to reveal his ignorance. But with time pressing, he felt compelled to inquire. It means that if we can compel He Chong to confess to the crime of intentional murder, he would then be beyond redemption, Sima Qiu explained. Otherwise, charges of incitement, abduction, and harboring, these miscellaneous offenses would be insufficient to touch him. But what if he does not confess? Wei Xian frowned. Dealing with such brazen and defiant criminals, especially without the use of torture, is indeed problematic. Torture can be employed. Sima Qiu shook his head. The court does not extend the same preferential treatment to grain officers as it does to students and scholars. It is merely due to the esteem that Emperor Taizu held for grain officers, as they are crucial to the imperial tax collection, that local officials dare not offend them. The grain officer is responsible for collecting and transporting grain for the court, having experienced the hardships of the common people during tax collection seasons. Emperor Taizu witnessed the devastation wrought by corrupt officials, leading to the ruin of countless families. Upon ascending to the throne, he ingeniously devised a method of local autonomy for tax collection, entirely barring officials from intervening in the process of grain taxation and delivery. Additionally, the grain officials of the Hongwu era had the privilege of audience with the emperor, bearing the responsibility of gathering local sentiments for the sovereign, which instilled a sense of trepidation in local authorities. Fearing that the grain officials might abandon their duties and thus incur personal repercussions, they consequently favored these officials, bestowing them with privileges akin to those of scholars and even degree holders, which became an unspoken rule among local governments. Thus, Wei County Magistrate exclaimed with delight, "That makes things easier. Beneath the 3 wooden beams, I shall ensure he speaks." However, employing torture comes with its own complications. Sima Qiu, with a wry smile, remarked, "Firstly, confessions obtained under duress are prone to retraction. Secondly, the commotion might alarm the other 6 grain officials, witnessing Dong Wang's deviation from established norms. They are likely to harbor resentment, leading to potential troubles during tax season. Such hypocrisy is the bane of virtue." Wei County Magistrate cursed under his breath. "Let us first navigate this hurdle. There will surely be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. In truth, it need not resort to torture. Wisdom could prevail." Sima Qiu, feeling a flush of warmth and a quickening of his heart, confessed that earlier that day, he had sought counsel from Wang Xian, who effortlessly unraveled what had seemed an insurmountable problem. Alas, with age, the mind loses its sharpness. Sima Qiu, nonetheless, appropriated Wang Xian's strategy, whispering to Wei County Magistrate, "Since our previous approach proved effective, let us adhere to the same remedy." I gathered from He Chang's final remark last night that he appeared entirely oblivious to the stipulation that only those guilty of capital offenses could pay to evade torture. This is quite understandable, as the Great Edict was nearly entirely abolished a decade after the demise of Emperor Hongwu. Even a seasoned scribe like Sima Qiu had to delve into records for clarification, let alone He Chang. Thus, if he required Dong Wang's assistance in calculating the fines for these offenses, then let us assist him in that regard. Sima Qiu concluded softly. Upon hearing this, Wei County Magistrate burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How cunning! Yet I admire it, ha ha ha." After the laughter subsided, he regarded Sima Qiu with a hint of curiosity. "Mr. Sima, your intellect has recently sharpened remarkably, presenting one brilliant scheme after another, almost as though you are a different person." Sima Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Muttering to himself, would it kill to be more tactful? He cleared his throat and replied, "Upon my initial arrival, I was unfamiliar with the customs of this place. So naturally, I observed in silence." Indeed, Wei County Magistrate praised, "I have gained a sage, akin to Liu Bang acquiring Shaohe." Dong Wang's flattery was misplaced. Sima Qiu's weathered visage blossomed with joy. At that moment, his attendants presented Liang Guan before Wei County Magistrate, who declined the offering, stating, "No more court attire. Change into official robes." The two attendants nearly choked, unaware of the complexities involved in donning formal court garments. "Dear sir." A mere quarter of an hour later, the 6 offices of the county government had donned their official attire and gathered in the grand hall, only to receive notice from the magistrate's aides that the proceedings were to be relocated to the second hall. The clerks erupted in uproar, silently cursing Wei County Magistrate for his lack of foresight. Aside from the clerks of the criminal department and the financial officers, the rest dispersed to their respective offices, scattering like birds and beasts. In the courtroom, County Magistrate Wei, adorned in a black cap and clad in a blue official robe, with a pheasant embroidered on his chest, sat solemnly behind the grand desk. He first interrogated He Fu and several members of the He family, since they were not the perpetrators of the murder. And given Wei's assurance that a confession would lead to leniency, they readily divulged the origins of the female corpse from 2 years prior. It was revealed that He Chang's concubine, Ling Hua, known for her fiery temperament, often clashed with him, ultimately leading to her being beaten to death by He Chang. Fearing discovery after the fatal incident, He Chang instructed Zhu Zi and others to bind Ling Hua to a stone and submerge her in the depths of the Fujian River. After the witnesses affixed their signatures to the statements, Magistrate Wei struck the bench decisively and ordered, "Bring He Chang." Shortly thereafter, He Chang entered the courtroom without any restraints, walking in as if on a leisurely stroll, and offered a respectful salute to Magistrate Wei. "Please take your seat," he said. The bailiff promptly brought a stool for He Chang to sit upon. Magistrate Wei, maintaining a stern demeanor, addressed He Chang, "I have deliberated throughout the night. As one of the county's 7 grain officials, with the autumn harvest just a month away, and in accordance with the edicts of our esteemed ancestors, I have decided to grant you clemency." Chapter 21. A clever strategy. Grateful for the magnanimity of his parents, He Chang exhaled a sigh of relief. "Let us address each matter one by one," suggested Weiji County. Sima Shiye, who was present, interjected, "According to the Great Ming Code, those who instigate others to commit crimes, as the principal conspirators, shall face the gravest punishment. In this case, the Zhao family, having fabricated accusations, would be punished with a sentence of execution, which could be elevated by 2 degrees. However, based on the regulations issued by the Ministry of Revenue 2 years prior regarding monetary atonement, an amount of 110 stones could absolve one from the death penalty, reducing it to a sentence of 5 years in prison. In truth, this applies not only to grain but, since the 26th year of Hongwu's reign, anyone who is not guilty of a capital offense may seek monetary atonement. Given the deteriorating state of currency, the court is not oblivious. They accept grain but reject paper money. What if the 5-year prison sentence were also to be waived? 40 stones. Very well, He Changshin remarked. My life is not exceedingly precious. Furthermore, the atonement rice must be transported to Beijing. Do you intend to deliver it yourself? Or shall the court handle the transportation? He Changshin remarked. Isn't that just nonsense? The court will handle the transportation. However, we must still pay double the shipping fee, totaling 300 stones. Sima, the steward, sighed inwardly, thinking how truly unreasonable this was. The Yongle emperor had truly lost his senses in his poverty. So much. He Chang inhaled sharply. This is the regulation of the court, Sima stated sternly. Whether you comply or not is up to you. I will pay, I will pay. He Chang replied, his face contorted with pain, only to see County Magistrate Wei unable to contain his delight, prompting He Chang to curse inwardly, wondering how much of this would end up lining that scoundrel's pockets. He indeed guessed correctly. According to regulations, local officials may retain 30% for operational expenses. Furthermore, regarding the abduction and concealment of women, the Great Ming Code stipulates that anyone who devises a scheme to entice virtuous individuals, regardless of whether the person has been sold or not, shall receive 100 strokes and be exiled 3,000 miles. Li Guandao remarked, according to the Nano Redemption Ordinance, one may pay 80 stones to avoid the death penalty and instead serve a 4-year sentence. How many stones would be required to waive the prison term? Sima Shiye remarked. You understand, that is to say, 220 stones. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, you attempted to orchestrate the assassination of Wang Xian, albeit unsuccessfully. Just provide the figures directly. He Chang, now desensitized, felt akin to a louse that had been bitten too many times. According to the Great Ming Code, any act of attempted murder, if it results in injury without death, condemns the instigator to hanging. The penalty for such an offense is equivalent to that of capital punishment. Sima Shriya stated. Thus, it amounts to 300 stones. In total, that is 820 stones. He Chang calculated quietly to himself, realizing it was roughly the sum he intended to bribe Hu Buliyu with in gold and silver. He feigned a sense of financial distress and asked, "If I pay this 820 stones, I shall be allowed to return home, correct?" Upon observing the county magistrate seated before him, Sima Shriya noticed that Wei Ji, the magistrate, was experiencing a persistent cough, his throat evidently irritated. It suddenly dawned on him, there remains one final matter. One more? He felt an intense hatred towards these two corrupt officials, believing that even if he were made of iron, they would still reduce him to mere nails. It is the testimony of your steward He Fu and the laborer Zhao Zhu regarding the case of murder and the concealment of the body. Master Sima glanced through the documents and inquired, "Do you admit to this?" "They have slandered me. I have not taken any life." Although He Chang has relaxed his vigilance, he still instinctively inquires, "Where has the concubine you purchased 2 years ago gone?" He fled. Before He Chang could finish his words, there was a sharp crack as Wei County Magistrate struck the wooden table, admonishing, "You, do not dare to disrespect the law. Do you think these officials are mere decorations?" The constables responded in unison, banging their staves against the ground. "Mr. He, these men have been interrogated separately, yet their testimonies are entirely consistent. This alone could convict you of murder." The scribe, Sima, urged, "You have already admitted to so many crimes. What is one more? It merely adds a little to your financial penalties." He Chang thought to himself, realizing it was indeed extortion. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously inquired, "Is this crime severe?" "Not particularly. It's merely the killing of a concubine," Sima replied with a smirk. "According to the Great Ming Code, it's just a matter of exile. If it were a fine, it would be no more than 200 pickles of rice. With your immense wealth, can you not bear this small sum?" He Chang remained silent for a long while, finally murmuring, "I truly did not kill anyone." Still defiant, Wei County Magistrate was furious, pulling out a firebrand from the signing tube and casting it onto the ground, ordering, 80 strokes, strike him hard. Immediately, 4 constables sprang into action, using 2 staves to hoist his upper body off the stool, while the other 2 aimed for the back of his knees. He Chang knelt, and as the first 2 staves pulled back, his body fell onto the unforgiving brick floor. The 4 constables pinned his limbs firmly to the ground, leaving him spread-eagled and immobilized. Then, 2 constables drew in a deep breath and swung their staves, ready to strike. "Do not strike. I will speak. I will speak." Given the knowledge that he could atone with rice, He Chang's resolve crumbled, and he cried out in agony before a blow could land. "If you do not confess truthfully, I shall have you endure every instrument of torture in this court." Wei County Magistrate struck the table again, his voice heavy. "Alas, let me ask this. This crime can surely be commuted to a lesser sentence, yes?" He Chang asked, still apprehensive. "Certainly, it's merely a concubine," Sima assured him confidently. "It is lighter than other charges." He Chang then turned to Wei County Magistrate, saying, "Your Honor, swear an oath to ensure my life is spared. Otherwise, I shall not speak even if it costs me my life." "You," Wei County Magistrate's anger flared. "Do you dare to threaten this officer?" Sima quickly interjected, "Just let the magistrate swear an oath. We are not deceiving him." He gestured subtly to Wei County Magistrate. Reluctantly, the magistrate swore, "The death of a concubine shall not merit death. If I deceive, may heaven and earth punish me." With this assurance, He Chang felt utterly relieved. Recounting how he had killed the concubine, disposed of the body, and buried the weapon and blood-stained garments. Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, he divulged everything. The scribe, Sima, diligently recorded his testimony, reviewed it for any discrepancies, and then asked He Chang to sign. He presented it to the county magistrate. After scrutinizing the confession, ensuring its accuracy, Wei County Magistrate declared, "Court adjourned." As the constables approached to escort him away, He Chang protested, "My elderly parents, I have already confessed and agreed to the fine. Why can I not return home? The matter of the nanotechnology must be reported to the Ministry of Justice for approval. Thus Mr. He must wait for over a month." County Magistrate Wei, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "Alas, Mr. He, you must endure a period of confinement." "Ah." Mr. He was momentarily stunned. "Take him away." With a grand flourish of his sleeve, Magistrate Wei commanded the guards to escort the scoundrel back to his cell. Sighing in resignation, Mr. He realized he could not escape this prison ordeal. Upon returning to the holding chamber, Magistrate Wei removed his official hat and laughed heartily. What a splendid case of swapping heaven for earth, mister. He remains blissfully unaware of his imminent doom. Sima, the legal advisor, stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed. He believes that merely beating his concubine to death is a trivial matter. He forgets the origins of that concubine. It turned out that, according to the confessions of He Fu and Zhuzi, the girl Linghua was a respectable maiden whom He Chang had purchased from a trafficker. She possessed a fiercely independent spirit and, despite being mistreated, resisted violently, which ultimately led to her tragic demise at He Chang's hands. This was no mere case of a concubine's death. It constituted the grave crimes of abduction, assault, and murder, an unmistakable capital offense. Magistrate Wei and Sima, following Wang Xian's strategic plan, aimed to thoroughly disorient He Chang. They deliberately refrained from mentioning Linghua's origins, luring He Chang into confessing that he believed his crime was not worthy of the death penalty, thus leading him to incriminate himself completely. By the time he signed the confession, the charge of murder was firmly established. At this juncture, He Chang's fate was no longer in his hands, but rather dictated by Linghua's status. Should the authorities uncover her identity as a kidnapped maiden, He Chang would not need to confess further. The charges of assault and murder would be irrevocably confirmed. Investigating Linghua's identity was not a daunting task, for the Great Ming Law stipulates that the purchase of a concubine must be consensual and registered with the authorities. Otherwise, it is deemed illegal. Magistrate Wei had already instructed the household department to investigate, and there was no record of a concubine purchase from the Zhang family. This alone sufficed. This also elucidated why the female corpse had remained unclaimed for 2 years. She was not a local at all. Thus, the case was thoroughly resolved without any loose ends. Most gratifying for Magistrate Wei was that he had not resorted to torture nor coerced He Chang into revealing his affiliation with the Jinyue. Meanwhile, he was still in the jail, dreaming of soon returning home. In this way, once the case was escalated, even if it stirred up a tempest above, it would bear no consequence for him, a mere 7th-rank official. At the very least, Magistrate Wei could rest easy in his conscience. He personally collaborated with Sima throughout the night in the holding chamber to meticulously organize the entire dossier. After a brief moment of freshening up and changing attire, he set off for the provincial capital of Hangzhou. The urgency of his journey stemmed from a desire to swiftly rid himself of this hot potato. Fuyang was but 60 li from Hangzhou, and with the current flowing favorably, it took merely an hour by boat to arrive. Upon entering the city, Magistrate Wei first visited the office of the governor. He intended to seek out the iron-faced cold Han, yet Sima cautioned him against such a course, advising that disregarding his superior would lead to dire consequences in the future. In truth, Governor Yu Qian of Hangzhou was a kind and gentle elder. Upon hearing Magistrate Wei's report, he was deeply shocked and, after carefully reviewing the dossier, he sighed profoundly. A most extraordinary injustice. A most extraordinary injustice indeed. As he rose and clasped his hands in salute, he proclaimed, "The divine insight of Lord Wenyuan is as swift as lightning. To rectify such injustices is indeed a fortune for our office and a blessing for the common folk. Please allow me to pay my respects." Wei, the county magistrate, hastily supported the governor, feeling somewhat flustered as he replied, "It was merely a stroke of fortune, aided by capable officials. You should promptly report to Lord Ji." Governor Yu grasped his hand firmly and said, "If Lord he inquires, just convey that it was my intention." Wei, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply before departing the governor's office, making his way swiftly to the nearby office of the inspector. Coincidentally, Zhou, the inspector, was engaged in discussions with Lord He when news arrived that the magistrate of Fuyang had come to report, which immediately darkened Lord He's countenance. Observing this, Zhou Xian chuckled. "Let us go and see what this clueless magistrate has to say." Chapter 22. The paste upon entering the parlor and paying respects to the inspector, Wei Zhixin soon realized that He Guanzhao was also present, prompting him to bow respectfully. He Guanzhao had intended to reproach him with a few words, but with his superior in attendance, he could only respond with a vague grunt. Zhou Zhitai gestured for Wei Zhixin to take a seat and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed official?" Wei Zhixin, raising his gaze towards the formidable and renowned Lungyan Taihan, noted the sternness etched upon his face. Even his smile seemed to carry an air of scorn, instilling a sense of trepidation. "I come to report a case to Zhitai," he stated. "Such matters should be presented to the provincial governor. What prompts your direct approach?" Zhou Xian questioned. "I have already reported to you Huangtang," Wei Zhixin replied. "Yet there is still to consider," Zhou Xian remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. If everyone were to report directly to the upper echelons as you have, where would that leave the? That is not my intention, Wei Xian said, mustering his courage. However, this case bears a connection to He Guanzhao, compelling me to report at a higher level. He Guanzhao could no longer restrain himself and coldly interjected, I am curious to hear what this case entails. Wei Xian glanced at Zhou Jitai, who nodded in affirmation, and then articulated clearly, this concerns the murder case of Lin Rongxing's wife, which has been concluded by the inspectorate and approved by the Ministry of Justice. He Guanzhao's displeasure was palpable. Why has it resurfaced? New developments have emerged. Wei Xian replied boldly, meeting He Guanzhao's gaze without flinching. The woman, Lin Zhao, previously presumed dead, has recently reappeared. This revelation sent a jolt through He Guanzhao's mind. Though his demeanor remained dismissive, the body of Lin Zhao was verified. There were ample witnesses, physical evidence, and testimonies. Are you suggesting all of that is fabricated? Witnesses, physical evidence, and testimonies were all obtained through coercion, Wei Xian asserted with a grave tone. I personally presided over this case, He Guanzhao interrupted, his countenance darkening. How could such severe measures be enacted if the evidence was not substantial? Since Lin Zhao is alive, then all witnesses, evidence, and testimonies must have been contrived. How could Lin Rongxing, in a sound state of mind, confess to murder and fabricate a weapon and bloody garments? The audacity of Wei Xian, emboldened by youthful bravado, ignited He Guanzhao's ire. He Guanzhao slammed the table in fury. Coughing lightly, Zhou Xian reminded them of their surroundings, causing He Guanzhao to recollect that they were in the presence of their superior. He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I apologize for my rudeness. It is merely that this Wei fellow is barking nonsense. A sardonic smile played on Zhou Xian's lips, his eyebrows resembling stiff brushes, while his sharp eyes, though small, pierced through the air. Whether it is nonsense or not should not be hastily concluded. With new leads emerging, we must discern their authenticity. After a pause, Zhou Jitai stated coolly, if Lin Zhao is indeed alive, a retrial is in order. Yet the Ministry of Justice has already rendered a decision. He Guanzhao lamented vehemently. There is no justification for disregarding human life. Zhou Xian replied coldly, then turned to Wei Xian and asked, do you possess the case files? Indeed. I present the results obtained from the rigorous interrogation of the suspects, Wei Xian said, promptly offering the documents with both hands. Zhou Xian meticulously examined the pages handed to him, and upon finishing, he passed them to He Guanzhao. He Guanzhao, already feeling restless, took the documents and, after glancing through a few pages, beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow, his mind rendered blank, utterly oblivious to the contents that followed. Once he had finished reading, Zhou Nantai, with an impassive expression, inquired, what are your thoughts? Clearly, there is indeed something deeper at play. He Guanzhao replied with difficulty. Zhou Nantai nodded, addressing Wei Ji County Magistrate. The documents you submitted will be promptly forwarded to Nanjing by the Inspection Department for the court's deliberation. Since the error originated from the Inspection Department cannot act unilaterally. It must be reported to the Ministry of Justice. It rests entirely upon Nantai's arrangement. Wei Ji County Magistrate responded respectfully. You are busy with official duties. Please return promptly. Zhou Nantai nodded and unexpectedly rose to escort him to the entrance of the Yamen. Wei Ji County Magistrate, taken aback by such attentiveness, repeatedly urged Nantai to return. Zhou Xian replied nonchalantly, I only respect good officials. Hearing this, Wei Ji County Magistrate felt a surge of emotion, his nose tinged with warmth, and he bowed deeply, saying, Nantai, you flatter me. You are deserving of it, Zhou Xian replied, a rare smile blooming on his otherwise stern face. After another respectful gesture, Wei Ji County Magistrate bade farewell to Zhou Xian and returned to the prefectural Yamen to report, where Prefect Yu invited him to lunch, sharing numerous insights on governance. And he was not released until the afternoon. During the Yongle era, the atmosphere within the officialdom had not yet succumbed to despondency and cumbersome regulations. Wei Ji County Magistrate managed to meet with his superiors thrice and still returned to Fuyang on the same day. Back in the county, the invigorated magistrate set about organizing administrative affairs while eagerly anticipating the court's response. Equally eager was Wang Xian. Upon returning from Shanshan town, he settled comfortably at home, reading and rehabilitating, and life resumed its normal rhythm. The only change was in the demeanor of Silver Bell. She now understood that her second brother had been injured while attempting to vindicate their father. Overwhelmed by guilt and regret, The little girl wept profusely, insisting that Wang Xian punish her to atone for her wrongful accusations against a good person. Moreover, from Lin Qing'er, she learned that her second brother firmly believed that her sister-in-law was still alive and cleverly devised a plan to extract Zhao from the home of He Yuanwei. Well, as Lin Qing'er recounted, it all became Wang Xian's achievement. It was no wonder, for she was unaware of the existence of old Wang's letter. Regardless, Silver Bell's perception of her second brother had undergone a complete transformation, shifting from disdain to admiration, even bordering on idolization. Her gaze sparkled with newfound respect. Yet, there was one peculiar habit. She often held a door latch over her head, contemplating whether a swift knock might spark her own enlightenment. Sigh. Just as she hesitated on whether to be resolute, she suddenly heard her second brother sigh, prompting her to hastily drop the latch and bound into the west chamber, eagerly asking, "Second brother, are you thirsty? Or bored? Shall I sing a little tune for you?" Ahem. Wang Xian, feeling flustered, chuckled. "Silver Bell, your transformation is quite astonishing. I am somewhat unaccustomed to it. In the past, you were a little reckless, causing your brother some distress." Silver Bell blinked her large eyes and replied, "Just allow me to be a bit kinder to you. Otherwise, I might feel guilty to death. I was utterly overwhelmed by your sweetness." Wang Xian buried his head on the table and, in resignation, said, "Please leave. I require some solitude." Complying, Yongle promptly exited. But as soon as Wang Xian lifted his head, he saw her peeking back in. Their eyes met, and with a playful squint, Yongle asked, "What would you like for lunch? Is there anything to choose from?" Wang Xian rolled his eyes in response. At home, their meals consisted solely of brown rice and vegetable soup, and now he had lost his privileges, leaving him with an unvaried diet. "Of course, you can choose whether the rice is a bit more soupy or drier," his sister eagerly suggested. "Get out," Wang Xian exclaimed, tossing a book towards the door, at which point Yongle vanished completely, leaving behind a cheerful remark, "Then let it be neither too soupy nor too dry." Having such a noisy sister is quite a challenge, Wang Xian thought with a wry smile. He steadied himself against the table and slowly walked to the door, bending down to retrieve the book from the floor, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. In truth, poor Yongle had unwittingly stepped into a storm. Wang Xian had been feeling irritable beforehand. The source of his irritation was the book he had requested from Lin Qing'er, the Analects. After the initial excitement of discovering the Zhao family's fortunes, a sense of confusion had settled in. Accustomed to a fast-paced life with clear objectives, Wang Xian found it intolerable to drift aimlessly through days devoid of purpose. Previously, all his focus had been on exonerating his father. And now that the Zhao family had been located, the case was virtually settled, leaving Wang Xian at a loss for what to do next. What should his next move be? Studying, of course, seemed the most prudent choice. Although he was a bit older now, dedicating 10 years to part-time study to earn a scholar's degree would still be a commendable pursuit. Wang Xian had begun to grasp the essence of a hierarchical society. The Ming Dynasty was a pyramid of ranks. Ascending even a single level granted one certain privileges, and as one climbed higher, both status and privileges expanded correspondingly. Those at the lower rungs were often trampled by those above, who regarded them as mere commodities, making exploitation seem entirely natural. Wang Xian harbored no desire to oppress others, yet he was equally unwilling to be subjugated. His family had managed to rise from the depths of societal shame and reclaim their status as commoners. Although commoners still faced oppression, they at least possessed the aspiration to attain greater power. From humble peasants by day to the emperor's court by night, he was grateful to Emperor Yongle of Sui for paving a pathway for commoners to ascend. The means to achieve this was through education and the imperial examination. Though military officers held higher status than scholars during the Yongle era, military service was a privilege reserved for those of military households. Even if one wished to conquer 50 states, they were denied the opportunity to bear arms. For commoners, the imperial examination represented the highest avenue to success. Wang Xian understood that, in the future, the status of scholars would only rise, and in a few decades, they might even surpass military officers in prominence. Given this legitimate path, Wang Xian naturally prioritized his studies. In his view, although Wang Xian had little education, he himself had at least spent over a decade in school during his previous life. Even if it was a different endeavor, starting anew shouldn't prove too burdensome. Thus, he eagerly procured a copy of the Analects, ready to dedicate himself to scholarly pursuits and embark on a magnificent journey of transformation. Who knows, as I was reading, "Oh, The book has become damp in places. How did I fall asleep? I have only read a few pages. No, I must continue reading. Xian, I do not attempt, hence I master. What does this mean? Xian, I did not intend to. Could it be that I am reading a romance novel? Finally, at some moment, he recalled his college entrance examination, where he scored 105 in Chinese. What was the full score again? It seems to be 150. This, fundamentally, is quite challenging. Chapter 23. Where lies the path? This phrase conveys the essence of Confucius's reflection on his youth, stating, in my earlier years, due to my failure to pursue an official position, I led a life of modest means, which compelled me to acquire various skills for survival. The gentle timbre of the Jiangnan woman carries a resilience and tranquility forged through the trials of life. Without needing to look up, Wang Xian instinctively knew that Lin Qing'er had arrived. Could it be that I too must tread this path? Wang Xian replied with a wry smile, yet, the skills I possess are of no use in this moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing'er shook her head, deeply moved, and commented, living without holding an official position makes life exceedingly difficult. While the existence of plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, serenely gazing at the southern mountain is indeed noble, how free can one truly be when faced with adversity and at the mercy of others? Am I not aware of this? Wang Xian lifted his gaze to see Lin Qing'er, clad in a white dress, holding a bamboo basket, standing gracefully at the entrance like a delicate flower. What wind has carried you here? Although Lin Qing'er still appeared somewhat frail, her complexion had improved, and with a faint blush, she replied, the autumn wind of Chongyang. As she raised the basket, she added, I brought some cakes for Aunt. It is the Chongyang festival. Wang Xian sighed softly. Having been awake for an entire month, why have I not seen Uncle Qi? He has matters at home, Lin Qing'er said, her face reddening further. Lowering her head slightly, this little offering, I could have delivered myself. Please, come in and sit, Wang Xian invited as he turned around. Taste the lotus flower tea my mother made. As he reached for the teapot, Lin Qing'er exclaimed, I adore flower tea. Her ears flushed with color. And noticing Wang Xian preparing to brew tea, she hastily set down the basket, saying, you should rest. You are still recovering. Wang Xian relinquished the teapot, settling into his seat, and once Lin Qing'er had poured the tea, he lifted a cup and inquired, is there any news from the capital? Lin Qing'er, holding her cup, gazed at the pale green tea and softly replied, none, but I do not foresee significant issues, for Zhou Jitai is present. Wang Xian suddenly realized. So it was you who initially sought Zhou Jitai? Had it not been for Zhou Jitai's assurance, I would not have felt at ease. Lin Qing'er glanced at Wang Xian and added, at that time, we were not well acquainted, so I did not inform you. That should suffice for now. Wang Xian sipped his tea and sighed. Let us conclude this swiftly, so everyone can live in peace. Indeed, Lin Qing'er gently nodded, and after a moment, she asked, what do you plan to do in the future? I have yet to decide, Wang Xian replied with a bittersweet smile. I believe studying is the righteous path, yet regrettably, the copy of the Analects you gave me has left me with many unanswered questions. Lin Qing'er nearly spat out her tea at his words. Quickly covering her mouth, and after a few light coughs, she managed to regain her composure, saying, you have only read it for a few days and already find only a few parts unclear. If you remain unsatisfied, then all scholars in the world must seek a block of tofu to end their lives. Wang Xian felt rather awkward. You misunderstand. I am not entirely ignorant, he added. What have you read then? Lin Qing'er probed. Wang Xian pondered for a moment, then candidly replied, the 100 family surnames. The 1,000-character classic, the Analects, and that is about it. No wonder. Lin Qing'er believed that Wang Xian, having studied for a few days before his father's misfortune, seriously contemplated, if you can read the Analects, you must have already completed your foundational studies. If you persist in diligent study and have a good mentor, in approximately 10 years, you could be ready for the county examination. 10 years? Wang Xian gaped, wondering how it was possible to study so hard for a decade. There is no alternative, Lin Qing'er replied. In Zhejiang, there are far too many scholars. Passing the examination for a shiozai is more challenging than succeeding elsewhere. To my knowledge, even the most brilliant geniuses require 10 years of relentless effort. My brother took 12 years. You cannot even write characters now. When I say 10 years, it is already. Pausing, she whispered, I consider you a genius. I am not a genius. Wang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile, fully aware of his own limitations. Though he had worked diligently during his studies, he could not rank among the top, having to concede that there were differences in aptitude. A swift steed may leap but cannot cover 1,000 miles. A slow horse may travel 10 times, achieving success through perseverance. Lin Qing'er seemed pleased to see his ambition and encouraged him. Even if you were to pass the Shoucai examination at 30, it would not be too late. Wang Xian felt a bead of sweat. What if he failed to pass even then? That would be quite disheartening. Lin Qing'er softly added, but by that time, at least you could write for others and calculate accounts, allowing you to support yourself. Wang Xian ceased to engage with her. Lin Qing'er wished to say something but was too shy to speak, so she sat in silence. Is there no other path? Wang Xian inquired. There are indeed alternatives. Lin Qing'er, now well-versed, strategized for him. In the current dynasty, there are 3 avenues for selecting officials. Apart from the standard examination, there are also recommendations and clerical positions. When the emperor issues a decree for local recommendations, our county receives a quota. If one passes the examination in the capital, an official position can be conferred. However, during the 9 years of the Yongle emperor's reign, there have only been 2 such decrees, far fewer than during the Hongwu era. Furthermore, there are promotions for clerks. Clerks are examined every 3 years, and after 3 examinations, they can obtain a status and qualify for selection by the Ministry of Personnel. Oh. After listening to Lin Qing'er's explanation, Wang Xian realized that during this era of the Ming Dynasty, the selection of officials was indeed a triad of opportunities. Although there was a growing emphasis on the imperial examination, those from recommendations and clerical backgrounds could still achieve normal promotions. This eased his mind, and he asked, is it difficult to be recommended? Anyone who is recommended must be exceptionally talented, as they are subject to the emperor's direct examination. Currently, with the Yongle emperor's wisdom and martial prowess, without 10 years of rigorous study, it is unlikely you will pass. Lin Qing'er looked at him and said, with that effort, it would be far better to take the imperial examination rather than risk relying on luck. Reflecting on the privileged students from his past life, Wang Xian lost hope for recommendations and sighed. It seems I am left with only the clerical path. Why would you look down upon clerks? Lin Qing'er gazed at Wang Xian in confusion. Wang Daxu is a clerk, isn't he? I do not look down upon them. I simply hear people often refer to them as minor clerks. Wang Xian, influenced by his previous life, always felt that being a minor clerk lacked dignity. Only officials would use such terms. I truly do not understand why you think this way. Lin Qing'er found it utterly unbelievable and remarked, the officials are indeed the common people. During the Yuan dynasty and the early days of the nation, most high-ranking officials were drawn from the ranks of clerks. Although the grandeur of those times has faded, there are still numerous individuals holding the positions of deputy ministers and governors. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Xian, biting her lower lip lightly, adding, moreover, you might wish to attain such a position, but it may not be within your reach. Wang Xian, uncertain whether it was merely his imagination or something else, felt as if she were teasing him, and a shiver ran down his spine. How could he be so self-indulgent? Why would someone as refined as her flirt with a rogue like him? He asked, somewhat defiantly, why wouldn't I be able to? Any candidate for a clerk must originate from a family of farmers with a clean record, be under 30 years of age, and possess the ability to write. Lin Qing'er replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Firstly, he could not write with a brush, and secondly, traditional characters were beyond his grasp. Blushing deeply, he stammered, I can practice my calligraphy. Indeed, practicing is essential, regardless of whether one aspires to become a clerk, take part in the imperial examinations, or pursue a legitimate career. Proficiency in writing is imperative, Lin Qing'er said, her head gradually bowing, her voice becoming softer. In fact, I could teach you. It was indeed time for Wang Xian to hone his writing skills. He nodded in agreement, realizing that without even the ability to write a single character, all his aspirations would be in vain. He resolved to purchase some paper and a brush to practice before contemplating anything further. You need not go buy supplies. Lin Qing'er looked at him gently and said, I have plenty at home that I want to use, and it would be wasteful to let it sit idle. I'll bring some over tomorrow. Thank you very much, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Truth be told, I am rather low on funds. Lin Qing'er had grown somewhat accustomed to Wang Xian's roguish demeanor and was about to speak again when suddenly the sound of the door opening interrupted them. It was Wang Xian's mother returning home. Lin Qing'er promptly became flustered, rising anxiously to greet her. Good day, Auntie. Wang Xian's mother, in good spirits, looked at her and said with a smile, Miss Lin has come to see my son? Lin Qing'er's face flushed crimson, and she softly replied, No. I am merely a niece here to deliver some double-ninth cakes to you. Is that so? Wang Xian's mother, having experienced such matters herself, noted Lin Qing'er's deep blush and teasingly remarked, I won't interrupt you two any longer. Please, continue your conversation. The niece shall take her leave now, but I look forward to your next visit. With her face burning to the roots of her ears, Lin Qing'er fled without even bidding Wang Xian farewell. Once she had gone, Wang Xian's mother turned to him with a smile, saying, That girl is quite admirable. She did not shun you even when you were in dire straits. Mother. Wang Xian cleared his throat twice and shifted the topic. How did my father gradually ascend to the position of an officer in the penal department? Well, his mother pondered, your father was well educated in his youth. But due to financial difficulties, he could not continue his studies for long. He worked as an assistant in a pawn shop for several years, learning to calculate accounts. By chance, he became acquainted with the county hospital's clerk, Dr. Wu. Using his connections, Dr. Wu helped him secure a position in the government office. Your father started as a scribe, writing legal documents for others, and gradually worked his way up to become a clerk in the penal department. Eventually, he persevered and secured a formal position as a clerk recognized by the court, and after several more years, he achieved the status of an officer. How many years did this take in total? Wang Xian recalled that his father had always seemed quite impressive. 20 years, perhaps. I pondered, remarking that despite your father's brief tenure in the officialdom, our family has flourished. I would rather he never held that position at all. Wang Xian was rendered speechless, realizing he truly needed to reassess what this so-called petty official entailed. In truth, if one considers the perspective of future generations, it becomes utterly comprehensible. The 6 departments are akin to the county offices. Who can ascend to the lofty position of director in a single bound? Does it not require years of arduous effort? Perhaps a decade or two. It seems that father is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 24. The dust settles. A slender brush hovered delicately above the paper, and the writer could scarcely feel its weight, as if it were ethereal, rendering his grip ineffective. He forced himself to inscribe the character for eternity, yet the result resembled the chaotic scrawl of a gusty wind or the scratchings of a chicken's claw, leaving him disheartened. Beside him, Lin Qing'er praised. At least the strokes are correct. Others will recognize what you've written. Today, she had dutifully brought the 4 treasures of the study and commenced teaching him the art of calligraphy. Wang Xian felt a flush of embarrassment, exclaiming, This brush feels both insubstantial and weighty beyond measure. That is to be expected, as you have never practiced calligraphy before, Lin Qing'er replied, her smile imparting a sense of tranquility. Let us start with the proper grip. With that, she extracted another brush from the holder, demonstrating the correct hold for Wang Xian. As a beginner, your grip should be lower, with your fingers an inch away from the tip. This will yield steadier strokes. If you hold it too high, the variability increases, making it difficult to master the regular script. Nodding, Wang Xian realized he had been gripping it 2 inches away and promptly adjusted his hold. Moreover, the tension in your grip matters. If it is too tight, your hand will tremble. If too loose, you will lack control. You are holding it too tightly. You should relax a bit, Lin Qing'er advised. But do not forsake effort. As the saying goes, the strength lies at the tip, yet it is finesse, not brute force, that must be applied. You must channel your strength to the tip of the brush to achieve fluidity in your strokes. This concept was understandable. Writing with a hard pen was simpler than with a soft brush for this very reason. Wang Xian nodded and inquired, how does one achieve strength at the tip? Though termed finesse, it is decidedly not a matter of shortcuts. It can only be cultivated through diligent practice. With perseverance over time, you will master the brush. Surpassing the challenges of grip, Lin Qing'er remarked, glancing at Wang Xian's hands. Next is the technique of the fingers. The secret lies in employing press, push, hook, top, and resist to stabilize the brush, allowing each finger to fulfill its role. Lin Qing'er then demonstrated how each finger should exert force and coordinate to form the correct grip. Wang Xian earnestly attempted to follow her instructions, yet his lack of familiarity hindered his progress. Observing his struggle, Lin Qing'er, despite feeling a twinge of embarrassment, gently guided his hands, adjusting his grip with great care. However, her delicate fingers inevitably brushed against his, sending a jolt through her heart. Each contact ignited a warmth within her, and her lovely face flushed with a mix of shyness and an indescribable sensation, prompting the curious Enine, who had come in to deliver water, to remark, Sister Lin, are you feeling warm? Ah, yes, just a bit warm. Lin Qing'er retreated her hand as if caught in a transgression, stammering, I am anxious, quite anxious. Perhaps a sip of tea will cool you down, Enin suggested sympathetically. My brother has always been quite slow to learn. Your brother is quite clever, Lin Qing'er replied softly, accepting the teacup. He has merely been delayed in his studies. She then inquired, do you have any eggs at home? What, are you hungry? Enin asked. Shall I cook a couple for you? Not for eating. They are for your brother to practice with, Lin Qing'er replied, half laughing, half exasperated. Ah, I see. Enling hurriedly fetched one, and Lin Qing'er instructed Wang Xian to hold it, saying, practice like this for a while until you comprehend the principle of solid fingers and empty palms. Wang Xian nodded in agreement and began to practice diligently according to Lin Qing'er's guidance. From that day forth, he committed himself to relentless practice. Not being a prodigy and starting late, he had to exert double the effort. The paper Lin Qing'er brought was insufficient for his needs. Wang Xian initially planned to emulate Fan Zhongyan, dipping water to practice calligraphy on stone slabs, but upon being noticed by his elder brother, he was reproached for not mentioning it sooner. It is said, the top scholar of the capital uses Fuyang paper, 10 pieces of the original book for the imperial examination. Fuyang is renowned as a famous paper-making region, and Wang Gui worked in a paper workshop, bringing home leftover paper daily. Although the quality of this paper was decent, it was merely flawed or wrinkled, or not cut neatly, but it was perfect for practicing calligraphy. Thus, day after day, witnessing his gradual improvement in writing, Wang Xian even began to relish the practice, internally scolding himself for being peculiar. During this time, Lin Qing'er would occasionally visit to review his work, offering critiques and personally guiding him through more advanced techniques. Though she would often blush, it did not deter her from teaching him again. One day, she arrived early, and as Wang Xian finished copying a character, he smiled at her and said, I feel I've made some progress today. No more writing today, Lin Qing'er replied. Placing her delicate hand over her heart and catching her breath, hurry to the county office. The cold-faced Taihan has arrived. Understood, Wang Xian set down his brush, hastily donned a robe, and stepped out with Lin Qing'er. He had progressed to walking without a cane, though he could not move too quickly. I'm going too. Enling exclaimed, abandoning her work to join them. On the streets, the townsfolk had also heard the news and rushed eagerly in one direction to witness the commotion. Upon their arrival at the county office, they found the entrance already packed to the brim. Fortunately, many recognized Wang Xian and Lin Qing'er, calling out, Make way, the aggrieved party has arrived. The crowd parted, allowing the three to squeeze to the front of the gate. Through the gate, Wang Xian observed that the figures standing before the office were no longer the usual constables, but 2 rows of soldiers armed with long spears, wearing red hats and blue uniforms, with white socks and black shoes. Inside the courtyard stood 2 rows of officers from the Jinyue, clad in brocade uniforms and adorned with embroidered spring sabers. Peering further inside, he noticed 3 high-ranking officials in crimson robes seated in the main hall, leaving him uncertain of which one was the cold-faced Taihan. However, he did recognize Zhou Xian among the 3. After reporting the case, Zhou Xian did not wait for a response from the court, but instead retrieved the files from the beginning of the case for a thorough review, quickly identifying several inconsistencies. The first issue was the blood-stained clothing as material evidence. Examining the item, he noted that the fabric was intact, showing no signs of decay. However, according to the case file, it had been buried underground for nearly a year. Given Jiangnan's humid climate and the shallow burial, it was indeed peculiar that the garment showed no signs of deterioration after such a length of time. Moreover, if the case files indicate that the deceased succumbed to head injuries, then the bloodstains on the garment should logically flow from top to bottom. Yet, Zhou Xian observed them running from bottom to top, which led him to believe in Lin Qing'er's assertion that the evidence had been fabricated out of necessity. At this juncture, the constable Zhou Xian had dispatched apprehended a trafficker named Chen San, who had been captured in Jiaoding. The man confessed that 3 years prior, he had sold an abducted woman to Yichang. Following the trafficker's testimony, Zhou Xian corresponded with the authorities in Yangzhou, where it indeed matched a case of missing persons from 3 years ago, identifying the lost woman as Zhang Linghua. Zhou Xian meticulously integrated this concrete evidence into Wei Zhixian's report, finally clarifying the entire case. Subsequently, an imperial decree for the case's reevaluation was issued. The Yongle emperor was exceedingly incensed regarding this matter and dispatched the vice minister of justice, Gao Duo, along with a captain from the Jinyue, to oversee the investigation. Upon their arrival, the case presented before them was already lucid and comprehensive, with irrefutable evidence, requiring no further investigation. This pleased both Gao and the captain immensely, leading them to decree that they would travel to Fuyang to conduct a joint hearing of the case. After ascending the court, Vice Minister Gao summoned all the offenders, witnesses, and involved parties in succession. Outside, the common folk, separated by a barrier, could not hear the proceedings clearly but were aware of the occasional resounding thud of the gavel and the persistent reprimands of the presiding judge. The hearings commenced at the hour of the rabbit and concluded by the hour of the dragon. At noon, several guards escorted a 7th-rank official to present a judgment notice sealed with the imperial envoy's insignia. Li Guan, a clerk from the county's criminal office, loudly read for the people, "The case of Lin Rongxing from Fuyang County, accused of murdering his wife, is indeed a false accusation. Lin has been wrongfully imprisoned and subjected to severe torture, unjustly persecuted. He is to be immediately released and returned home." Former County Magistrate Chen Rubai acted with integrity and fairness, and his misjudgment was a grave error. Former Clerk Wang Xian, a law-abiding official, has endured unjust suffering for years and is to be released home immediately. Former Coroner Zhou Xiyong, despite his miscalculations, did not conceal evidence and died under duress, which is a profound injustice. He is to be accorded a dignified burial and compensation. The aforementioned individuals will receive further reparations from the court after the report to the imperial court. In the case of Zhao Yin and Zhao Daiyou, who conspired to cheat and falsely accuse innocent citizens and officials, the law dictates a death sentence to be executed after the autumn. In the case of He Chong, for kidnapping and brutally murdering women, and to obliterate evidence, he incited false accusations, resulting in a grievous miscarriage of justice. His heinous crimes warrant execution by Ling Qing'er. Zhao's private escapades and illicit affairs have disrupted public morals, warranting his transportation to the brothels as a slave. The scholar Hu Sankai, driven by greed, accepted bribes to provide false testimony, exhibiting deplorable character, is to be dismissed from his position and receive 40 strokes before being conscripted. He Fu, aware of the crimes yet silent, acting as an accomplice, is also to receive 40 strokes and conscription. Zhao Zhu and his ilk, acting as henchmen in a failed murder plot, are sentenced to be hanged and await execution. County officials Su Shan and Zhao Er, guilty of corruption and collusion, are to receive 100 strokes and banishment for 2,000 miles. Upon hearing the verdict, the populace erupted in applause, celebrating the long-awaited justice for this protracted and peculiar case. Lin Qing'er stifled her sobs with a handkerchief, while Wang Xian, with a morbid sense of irony, remarked that although the wrongful conviction had been rectified, no one could return to the past. In truth, Wang Xian lamented his own plight, recognizing that he had become entirely a product of his present self, unable to revert to who he once was. Lin Qing'er, however, could not help but dwell on her family's tragic fate. Even if justice were to be restored, it could never bring back her father, who had died with resentment. Finally, unable to contain her sorrow, she leaned against the gate, her tears cascading down like a torrential flood. Beside her, Yinling fiercely pinched Wang Xian, glaring at him and demanding, "Aren't you going to comfort her?" Wang Xian, realizing he had inadvertently hurt her feelings, hesitantly extended his hand and gently patted Lin Qing'er's shoulder, murmuring, "Ziyun, I did not mean to." With a soft puff, Lin Qing'er, who had been weeping bitterly, found herself caught between laughter and tears at his playful remark. In a moment of frustration, she struck Wang Xian with 2 light punches. Wang Xian feigned injury, stepping back 2 paces, and smiled at her, saying, "I must return to practice my calligraphy. Miss Lin, you should head home early and share this good news with your mother." As she watched the siblings depart, Lin Qing'er's eyes flickered with a mix of uncertainty and determination. Finally, she quickened her pace to catch up, calling out, "Wang Er, brother, I have something to tell you." Wang Xian turned back, smiling. "What is it, Sister Lin?" However, Lin Qing'er felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 25. Old Wang returns. "Sister Lin, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Silver Bell inquired with curiosity, leaning closer. Lin Qing'er's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her head, nervously tugging at her handkerchief. When she finally looked up, the words she had intended to express morphed into, "You need not hold the egg anymore." "That is splendid," Wang Xian exclaimed joyfully. "It saves me from constantly worrying that you suspect me of infidelity." With a playful smile, Lin Qing'er tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and bit her lip, asking, "Do you have anything to say to me?" "Nothing," Wang Xian replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Lin Qing'er narrowed her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Think carefully. Since returning from Sanshan Town, She had been entangled in a web of her own making. 8 months prior, when Wang Xian proposed, she had vowed to marry whoever could vindicate her family's unjust case, willingly becoming their servant if necessary. Otherwise, she would remain single for life. At that moment, it seemed harmless, for who could possibly believe that a good-for-nothing like Wang Xian could overturn such an ironclad injustice? Yet, life often unfolds in unpredictable ways. Although the announcement that had just been posted made no mention of Wang Xian's name, Lin Qing'er, having been involved throughout the process, knew he was the one who had turned the tide. Should she take her previous words to heart? This question had been plaguing her mind lately. If she were to take it seriously, it was merely an excuse and not a true vow. Conversely, dismissing it would mean disregarding what Wang Xian might genuinely believe. If he were to speak up, she would be at a loss for words. Thus, initially, Lin Qing'er remained cloistered at home, fearing that Wang Xian would corner her with his words. However, as time passed and he did not come to visit, he merely sent her sister to borrow a copy of the Analects to read. With a keen mind, Lin Qing'er pondered the situation and concluded that he was using the Analects to remind her of the importance of keeping one's word. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became, and soon found herself feeling embarrassed. Whether she extended her neck or withdrew it, she would face a sharp fate. Thus, she resolved to confront it head-on. To her surprise, upon arriving, she discovered that Wang Xian's intent in borrowing the Analects was genuinely for reading. Lin Qing'er breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of regret. After all, every girl harbors a sense of vanity. Wang Xian's relinquishment of his claim seemed the utmost disdain towards her. In the days that followed, as Lin Qing'er taught Wang Xian how to write, her heart was in turmoil. She feared he might make a request at any moment and felt exasperated that he remained oblivious to her presence, engrossed solely in his studies, even neglecting their intimate interactions. Could it be that she truly lacked allure? Amidst this tumultuous emotional landscape, Lin Qing'er found the scales of her heart gradually shifting. The more she interacted with him, the more she perceived that Wang Xian had indeed transformed, becoming profound, wise, stable, and reliable. The prospect of spending a lifetime with such a spirited, composed man began to seem less intolerable. Gradually, she forgot his former self, her gaze fixed solely upon the present Wang Xian. Today, in a surge of emotion, Lin Qing'er felt compelled to break through that metaphorical window. Yet when the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, they remained unspoken, especially with Silver Bell nearby. Consequently, she resolved to drop a hint to Wang Xian. To his surprise, Wang Xian could not recall the matter at hand, which infuriated Miss Lin to the point where she felt an urge to strangle him. Realizing this, she cast aside her ladylike composure, declaring, "I uphold my promises, but that does not mean I shall wait indefinitely." After a brief pause, she exclaimed in frustration, "Once this village is passed, all my previous words shall be rendered null and void." This outburst attracted the curious gazes of passers-by. At her shout, Wang Xian suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now." Excitedly pointing at Lin Qing'er, he added, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Such a scatterbrain." Lin Qing'er resembled a delicate daisy, her head bowed in bashful modesty as she whispered, "Lower your voice. There are so many people around." "Indeed," Wang Xian nodded. Leaning closer to speak in a hushed tone, "You promised to cover the 30 coins for the medicinal soup. It is time to fulfill that promise, is it not?" Lin Qing'er remained momentarily dazed before resentfully muttering, "Rest assured, I am a woman of my word." She then sneered, unlike certain individuals who are notorious for their broken promises. Her gaze bore into Wang Xian. If looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. "Are you referring to me?" Wang Xian feigned innocence, saying, "I was once naive and prone to frivolous talk. Please do not take me seriously." Lin Qing'er, sharp as ice, discerned the underlying meaning. He had not forgotten but was deliberately avoiding acknowledgement. "By the way, do not attempt to deceive me with paper money. I demand copper coins. Though silver would be even better." Wang Xian, feeling uneasy, added this caution, only to see Lin Qing'er seize a feather duster from a nearby stall, prompting him to hastily pull her away as they fled. "Humph, it is for the best. I am quite pleased to sever ties with a rogue like you," she thought. Watching Wang Xian's retreating figure, deep inside, she urged herself to maintain her dignity, raising her head high. Yet, tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the cobblestone street, shattering like fragile glass. On their way home, Ling curiously asked, "Brother, were you intentionally trying to provoke Sister Lin?" "Little girl, do not act so precociously," Wang Xian scolded, shooting her a glare. "You are merely 11. Your words and actions should reflect your youthful innocence." "What is a loli?" she inquired. "Just like you," he replied. "Is that what the books say?" Ling, aware of her brother's recent diligence in his studies, pressed on. "Yes, it states that a loli possesses 3 virtues. Cough, cough. Wang Xian shot her another glare, admonishing, "Why all the questions?" "Very well, one last question." Observing her brother's apparent discontent, Yingling reluctantly set aside her inquiry about Loli and insisted, "What was Sister Lin trying to say? I cannot shake the feeling that it is unlikely to be about eggs." Wang Xian, noticing a vendor selling malt candy, pulled a coin from his sock and said, "If you keep your mouth shut, I shall buy you some candy." Instantly, Yingling transformed into a pleading kitten, gazing up at her brother with big eyes. "How can I eat candy with my mouth closed? Food does not count." Wang Xian replied with exasperation, tossing the coin to his sister as he watched her bounce off to buy candy, letting out a deep sigh. Turning back, he saw the bustling street, yet the enchanting figure of Lin Qing'er had vanished from sight. Was he truly a man devoid of romantic sensibilities? Naturally, he was aware that once he spoke, Lin Qing'er would belong to him. However, he believed this was merely a consequence of the era's emphasis on trust and promises. Lin Qing'er had ensnared herself, rather than genuinely being enamored with him. For in the eyes of others, he was akin to a toad. He had initially thought that having lived a second life, he would be remarkably composed. Yet, the biting sarcasm of Miss Jiao at the dock and the villagers' gossip, a toad daring to feast on swan meat, pierced him deeply. It left him in a state of unease. Like a thorn lodged in his throat, making tranquility elusive. He refused to be perceived as a mere toad if he were to indulge in swan meat. He must first transform himself into a majestic eagle. He yearned for the people of Fuyang County to re-evaluate their perception of him, to cast aside those disdainful gazes, and to become the eagle soaring above the Fuchin River. Yet, a lingering melancholy clung to his heart. As days turned into weeks, Lin Qing'er indeed did not make another appearance. Wang Xian's practice sheets remained unchanged, still adorned with the elegant script penned by Miss Lin. Gazing at those exquisite characters often conjured the image of that delicate girl, as ethereal as a chrysanthemum, but alas, he had let her slip away. During the quiet, sleepless nights, he would scold himself harshly for being vain and enduring unnecessary suffering, destined to console himself for a lifetime. The following day, after washing his undergarments, he resolved to practice his calligraphy with renewed vigor. His mother, observing that his health had improved, initially intended to urge him to seek employment and not linger at home, consuming their resources while being unproductive. However, witnessing her son's fervor, she chose to remain silent. On a day at the end of September, while Wang Xian was engrossed in his writing, he was startled by the sound of a high-pitched scream. Rushing outside, he beheld his father, donned in a tattered felt hat and carrying a bundle, approaching with a beaming smile. "Father! Oh, father!" Recovering from his astonishment, Yingling dashed into her father's embrace, clinging to his neck and weeping heartily. "Father, is it really you?" Her father, who cherished this daughter dearly, affectionately patted her head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he replied, "Yes, daughter, it is indeed me." His gaze, however, drifted towards the doorway. There stood his wife, leaning against the doorframe. Her eyes reddened. She fought to remain composed before her children, but ultimately succumbed to her emotions, murmuring, "You rascal, you have finally returned." "I am back, my dear," he nodded solemnly, "and I shall never leave again." Before the family could exchange further words, neighbors began to flock in for a visit. That afternoon, the community pooled their resources to order 3 tables of dishes from the restaurant to welcome the father home. The neighbors took turns toasting, and the father welcomed each one with open arms, engaging in lively conversations filled with laughter. The long-missed vibrancy returned to their humble courtyard. As dusk approached, Tianqi arrived at the Wang family's doorstep, shouldering a heavy burden and supporting a frail scholar, none other than Lin Rongxing. Upon entering, the scholar promptly knelt before Wang Laozhong, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "I, the despicable Lin Rongxing, have come to seek forgiveness from my benefactor." Wang Laozhong hurried forward, laughing heartily. "What nonsense, Mr. Lin. We are all made of flesh and blood. Who can withstand the tortures of the yamen?" "I have never blamed you," he said, as he helped him to his feet and urged him to take a seat. "Come, my friend, let us share a drink together." His words were eloquently spoken, earning resounding applause from the neighbors, and even Lin the scholar was moved to tears by the generosity of his benefactor. "I am humbled by your magnanimity," he admitted. Without further ado, old Wang filled a bowl with yellow wine and said, "Drink this bowl of wine, and let the past remain in the past." Although Lin the scholar was not accustomed to strong spirits, he lifted the bowl and, with determination, drank it down in one swift motion. Chapter 26. The heart of a parent. The banquet continued until midnight. The following day, Father awoke from his drunken stupor and noticed a large bundle. He inquired of Mother, who sat at the foot of the bed mending shoes, "What is inside? Why not take a look for yourself?" She replied, "In my estimation, it should contain a string of coins, approximately 30 pieces," he asserted. Upon opening it, he found his assessment to be accurate and declared with pride, "See, my prowess remains undiminished." "Do not be so pleased with yourself," Mother retorted with a disapproving glance. "This money cannot be accepted." "Why not?" Father protested. "Lin Qing'er has caused me such distress. It is only fitting that I receive some recompense." Clearly, merely observing the surface would not reveal the cunning depths of Father's intentions. The Lin family, too, was not in a prosperous state. Mother sighed. "In these past 2 years, with lawsuits and internal treachery, our expenses have flowed like water. Gathering this sum has likely cost us dearly." She was indeed correct. Had it not been for the funds expended by the Lin family, the efficiency of the case's retrial could not have been so swift. At the very least, Wang Xian would surely still be toiling at the salt flats. In this era when copper was valuable yet money was scarce, 30 coins of copper constituted a substantial amount. Father questioned, "My dear, what has come over you? Have you lost your sense of financial prudence? You seem to be all about inflow without any outflow." Mother shot him a fierce glare. "I have my reasons for my actions." "What reasons?" Father inquired, inching closer to embrace her waist. "Behave yourself, it is broad daylight," she admonished, pushing him away. "I have set my sights on a daughter of the Lin family." "Oh." Father sat up. "Are you intending to suggest a marriage for our son? Then indeed, this money should not be accepted." He continued, perplexed. "Are you referring to Lin Qing'er's sister? There are 2 other Lin daughters as well." "What jest is this?" Father chuckled. "She hails from a distinguished family. Would she truly consider our son?" "Do not underestimate our boy," Mother shot back. "In matters of courtship, he possesses skills that surpass yours." She proceeded to share her observations from the past couple of months, including some educated conjectures. "Oh, oh, oh," Father exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "That young man has seized the opportunity splendidly. This matter is bound to succeed." He hastily donned his shoes and declared, "We must act swiftly while the Lin family's enthusiasm has not yet waned. We must turn this raw rice into cooked grains." "Precisely," Mother nodded. "Hurry and prepare to go." "Very well," Father replied. He hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before shouldering the bundle and departing. He returned in the afternoon, belching from the wine, still carrying the bundle. "What happened? Did it not go well?" Mother, rarely displeased with money, asked. "How should I put this?" Father tossed the bundle onto the bed and said, "First, let me have a drink of water." Mother brought him a bowl of water and urged, "Speak quickly. You are about to suffocate me." "Oh, you foolish woman. You have made me a laughingstock." Father wiped his mouth and glared at her. "Lin Qiuer's father passed away only a year ago. They are still in mourning. I have at least been involved in 6 cases. To propose marriage now would only invite ridicule. What of mourning? One must seize the opportunity. However, I am indifferent to the opinions of the Lin family." The Lin family harbored no objections, stating that as long as the 2 children were willing, once the formalities were completed, we could proceed with the betrothal. "I knew there was nothing you couldn't accomplish," I exclaimed joyfully. "Do not rejoice too soon," my father retorted with a dismissive glance. Later, Lin Qiuer invited me to dinner and mentioned that he intended to manage his family affairs and, upon restoring his academic status, would return to his hometown in Suzhou. Going to Suzhou, I could understand. Although Lin Qiuer had been vindicated, he had suffered the humiliation of being cuckolded, and with Zhao's descent into prostitution, Lin Qing'er could hardly hold his head high among his peers. Relocating to Suzhou for recuperation and a fresh start was a perfectly reasonable choice. Yet, Suzhou lay 400 miles from Fuyang. While it may seem not far, in this era, it was akin to being worlds apart. I fretted. If the Lin family moves to Suzhou, I shall lose my place as their daughter-in-law. Indeed, my father nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. But I cannot exploit the Lin family's sense of obligation towards me to make unreasonable demands. He gestured towards the bag of money, saying, "This is what truly matters." With this, how could my son fail to find a bride? "That is not the same," I retorted. "No matter how wealthy you are, a well-educated and refined young lady will be as elusive as finding a lantern in the dark." I continued, "I still hope to have a grandson who excels academically. I must have that Lin girl." "Then you should find a way to keep her," my father muttered, surrendering to sleep as he turned over. "I refuse to accept this fate," I declared, striking the shoe with a heavy thump. In the following days, My father's old colleagues at the Yamen took turns inviting him to dinner, with familiar faces like Hu Captain and Li Clerk even delivering money to her home. It was not out of sudden benevolence or a desire to assist their former superior, but rather an understanding that Wang Laotu was destined for promotion. Though he might not serve in Fuyang, who could predict the future? A timely gesture would surely bear fruit. That evening, my father invited Li Clerk to our home for dinner. As they shared drinks, their conversation naturally gravitated towards matters of the Yamen. This time, the county magistrate has truly flourished, Li Clerk remarked, taking a sip of his drink. With the formidable reputation of the Iron Case, he has made significant changes within the Yamen. My father discerned the underlying anticipation of ridicule in his words. Yet he was more concerned about the vacancy left by Su Clerk. Some rejoice while others lament that Su Shan has met his downfall. Hasn't he? Indeed. Li Clerk affirmed bitterly. That treacherous scoundrel, who accepted bribes from Yi Chang, had the audacity to remain silent. He deserves this fate. The position he vacated. My father observed casually, many are eyeing it. That is certainly true, Li Clerk nodded. The official positions within the Yamen were limited, with only a few designated clerks. This arrangement, established by Emperor Hongwu, included 1 clerk and 2 assistants per department, yet Zhu Yuanzhang evidently assumed that others shared his unparalleled vigor. However, the myriad of complex affairs cannot possibly be managed by just 2 or 3 clerks. To facilitate operations, the office has employed several individuals to assist in drafting documents, known as scribes, and others to run errands, referred to as assistants. These non-permanent staff members are termed non-regular officials, essentially meaning temporary workers. The number of non-regular officials far exceeds that of regular officials, and who wouldn't aspire to transition from temporary to permanent status? Yet, the positions of regular officials are structured by ancestral traditions, immutable and only filled upon vacancy. With the recent misfortune befalling a certain clerk in the criminal department, it is easy to imagine how many eyes covet that position. Is it settled? The elder inquired with some urgency. Not yet, Li Guan replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the elder and remarked, Brother, with your imminent rise to authority, do you still wish to compete with the younger generation for a livelihood? First, the position of a subordinate is inferior to that of a superior. It remains uncertain what my future holds. The elder poured a cup of wine for Li Guan, adding, Moreover, it is not my ambition but rather that of my son. Oh, Li Guan scratched his head and replied, By rights, your affairs are my affairs. Yet as a clerk in the criminal office, I am unable to appoint my own subordinates. Currently, every department is eyeing this vacancy, which has greatly troubled Guo Laosen. Pausing, he lowered his voice. To speak frankly, don't waste your efforts. I've heard that Master Sima has already claimed this position. What does he want with it? The elder expressed his disappointment. Who knows? A rigid official position is a currency of sorts. Trading money for favors is quite advantageous, Li Guan chuckled. If you do not mind, I can still arrange for an assistant role. Why not let my nephew take it for now? When an opportunity arises, he can strive to convert it into a regular position. The elder furrowed his brow, well aware of the workings within the office, understanding that assistants primarily run errands. After some contemplation, he shook his head. Such a role offers little prospect. One must at least be a scribe to have a future. Scribes, however, can be considered. Li Guan responded. But the selection of scribes requires a personal examination by the 3 magistrates before one can be appointed, he added with a wry smile. My worthy nephew cannot even write a character. How could he pass? Do not underestimate people based on old perceptions, the elder retorted with a smirk. My second son's handwriting is now quite presentable. He produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Li Guan, stating, though still somewhat clumsy, it should suffice for office use. Upon examining the paper, Li Guan noted its quality and thought to himself, surely he hasn't had someone else write this. He smiled and said, Very well, I will speak with the office about securing a path for my nephew. After bidding farewell to Li Guan, the elder noticed Wang Xian still practicing his writing in the room and stepped inside to inquire, Xiao, why do you practice writing every day? Father, I wish to become self-reliant, but I am currently unable to undertake labor-intensive work, Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. I must first master writing to secure a position that involves writing and calculations. Having such aspirations is commendable, the elder nodded. I have already spoken to your uncle Guan today. In due time, I will send some gifts to help you attain a position as a scribe. What do you think? Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words. He had been patiently awaiting Sima Qiu to express his intentions and secure him a position. But to his dismay, it was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. His father, however, assumed that he was disdainful of the clerk position. A mere temporary role, and reprimanded him sternly. "You ungrateful boy, do you not realize the effort I put in for years to attain the clerkship?" He continued. "If you perform well, I shall have your Uncle Guan keep an eye on you. When an opportunity arises, it shall be yours." "Dad, you misunderstand," Wang Xian softly sighed. "I am content. That is more like it. I will press matters in the coming days to finalize this situation," his father nodded, acknowledging the need to act swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. "Thank you for your concern, father." Wang Xian had intended to mention his plans to seek out Sima Qiu, but he reasoned that exploring multiple avenues might enhance his prospects, thus he remained silent. Chapter 27. The County Office when it comes to handling affairs. No one is quite as adept as my father. While Sima Qiu has yet to make a move, Li Guan has already informed my father, having established a connection with the clerk's office, allowing Wang Xian to register at the county office, as long as he can pass the scrutiny of the chief clerk. All should be well. Wang Xian, sensing that Sima Qiu, that old scoundrel, is likely to flake on him, realizes that waiting any longer is futile, and thus agrees to proceed to the county office to enlist. After all, being raised by a cunning father and a formidable mother leaves him little choice. His mother places immense importance on this matter, even going so far as to retrieve my father's long robe for Wang Xian to wear. She prepares noodles and fries him 2 eggs for breakfast. After all, it is the first time in over a decade that her son is venturing out to seek a legitimate livelihood, and in the official capacity, no less. While immediate benefits may not be apparent, the prestige is unmistakable. In this regard, the perspectives of the era starkly contrast with Wang Xian's own understanding. To the common folk of the Ming Dynasty, officials were indeed held in high esteem. The personnel within the government are divided into 4 categories: officials, clerks, bailiffs, and servants. During the Yuan dynasty, individuals were categorized into 10 ranks, with 1 monk, 2 priests beneath which lay 3 officials, 4 clerks, 5 bailiffs, 6 servants, the most explicit delineation. The foremost rank is naturally that of the official. However, the number of officials is scarce, and adhering to the principle of avoiding appointments based on one's place of origin. Apart from non-salary positions such as monks, doctors, and geomancers, all officials are typically from outside provinces and serve limited terms. Thus, in the eyes of the populace, officials are often less prominent than clerks and bailiffs. The second rank consists of clerks, a group that occupies the space between officials and commoners. Selected by the government from the local populace for their virtue, talent, and unblemished lineage. Virtuous implies a good moral standing, while talented denotes proficiency in writing and arithmetic. As the responsibilities of clerks involve assisting officials in managing governmental affairs and local administration. Essentially, they perform the duties of officials while still being classified as commoners, which is why it is said, clerks are the commoners in the service of officials. The third category comprises bailiffs, clad in black attire. They are divided into various ranks, including the bailiff class, the quick class, and the status class. These are the government enforcers, often tasked with oppressing the populace, bearing the brunt of blame for any misdeeds. It is likely that Zhu Yuanzhang was no stranger to the abuses of these individuals. After establishing the dynasty, he decisively decreed that entertainers, bailiffs, and their descendants for 3 generations would be barred from participating in the imperial examinations. The final rank comprises servants, who serve as porters, grooms, cooks, watchmen, and gatekeepers within the offices. These individuals are further divided into 2 subcategories, one being commoners performing labor duties, and the other those who pursue this as a profession. Yet they are often conflated. To the common folk, the clerks' green robes and their official caps symbolize a gentleman's status. Should Wang Xian be accepted, though not formally appointed, he would at least gain self-sufficiency, and in the eyes of the neighborhood, he would be regarded as a man of authority. What more could his mother desire? Under her countless reminders and exhortations, Wang Xian stepped out of the house alongside his father. The neighbors, having already heard the news, opened their doors to offer encouragement. "Little two, do your best, and make sure you pass. If you return as an official, I shall find you a wife. Just don't be like your uncle, getting all flustered in front of the officials." Wang Xian had initially felt relaxed. However, their enthusiasm now left him feeling somewhat anxious. Exiting the alley and traversing several streets, they arrived at the most bustling thoroughfare of the county, known as Yaqian Street. As the name suggests, it is the street before the county office. In addition to the county office, there are police stations, medical establishments, practitioners of yin and yang, apothecaries, inns, tea houses, taverns, money shops, rice merchants, pawn shops, and fruit vendors. The myriad of shops and the throng of people left Wang Xian, who seldom ventured into the streets, somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that the seemingly small Fuyang County could exhibit such vibrancy. At that moment, Wang Xian remained unaware that nearly all the businesses along this street were intricately linked to the destination of his visit, the Fuyang County office. After passing the Xinming Pavilion, which was dedicated to exposing the misdeeds of villains, the father and son arrived at the 8-character wall of the county office. The wall was plastered with notices and verdicts. At its base, a few criminals were squatting, shackled as a form of public humiliation. Upon crossing the 8-character wall, the elder led Wang Xian directly into the county office. For ordinary folk, entering through this door outside of designated hours required a certain form of respect and tribute. However, despite his retirement, the elder still commanded a degree of respect. Upon entering the main gate, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard, with a central corridor leading to the second gate, the ritual gate. Passing through the ritual gate, they encountered a pavilion in the center of the corridor. In the pavilion stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Public life is enlightened," while behind it were inscribed 16 characters. "Your salary is from the people's wealth. The common folk are easily oppressed, and heaven is not to be deceived." This inscription was intended for the officials in the main hall, serving as a poignant reminder for the county magistrate during court sessions. It is likely this served as the reason why the magistrate often conducted court proceedings in the second hall rather than the main hall. Between the main hall and the ritual gate lay the central courtyard, flanked on both sides by several rows of offices, where the clerks of the 6 departments conducted their affairs. The terms front hall and gate in the context of county and state offices refer to this arrangement. However, the 6 departments do not literally refer to 6 rooms, but encompass multiple rows of offices. The affairs of a county are vast and complex, far exceeding the capacity of 6 rooms. Therefore, aside from the 6 departments of personnel, finance, rights, military, justice, and labor, there are also various internal offices such as the Qingfa Room and the Jiajia Library, all collectively referred to as the 6 departments. The elder guided Wang Xian to the second row of offices on the eastern side, where they found the first room marked with a stone plaque inscribed with the words Personnel Office. Upon entering, they encountered an anteroom where a clerk in a white robe appeared to be lost in thought. Upon noticing the father and son, he returned to reality and inquired, "What brings you two here?" Clearly, this gentleman was new and did not recognize the renowned Wang Xingshu. The elder cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, "I am looking for Clerk Zhang. Please inform him that Wang Xingye has arrived." Before the clerk could respond, laughter emanated from the inner room. "When did you become so courteous, my dear brother? Come in quickly." As the words were spoken, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue round-collared shirt and wearing a black official cap, similar to an elder's cap but adorned with black silk wings, symbolizing his official status, graciously lifted the curtain to greet them. This portly gentleman, exuding warmth and good humor, with keen little eyes, was none other than the head of the county clerks, Wang Xiao. With a smile, Wang Xingye approached to greet him, and urged Wang Xian to pay his respects to Wang Xiao, jestingly scolding, "When seeking favors, one must lower oneself a bit. For the sake of this rascal, my brother must adhere to propriety." He added, "One cannot write 2 Wang characters in a single stroke. What is there to be courteous about among brothers?" Wang Xiao chuckled and replied, "Please, come inside." Once they entered the inner chamber, the two engaged in a prolonged exchange of pleasantries, with Wang Xingye insisting on occupying a seat against the wall. Wang Xiao chose to sit beside him instead, leaving no place for Wang Xian, who stood dutifully by his father's side. They did not rush into serious matters but reminisced about their time apart. Wang Ziyu remarked, "My elder brother has transformed misfortune into fortune this time. Surely there will be blessings ahead. Do not forget your younger brother when that time comes." "What blessings?" Wang Xingye replied with a wry smile. "After enduring such trials, I have come to see things differently. If I can enjoy a few peaceful days, I shall count myself fortunate. However," he added, "the court will not let go of you, this good official." Wang Xiao laughed. "It is certain that I will be appointed. It is merely a question of whether I shall be a clerk or something else. As long as I am not a postmaster, I shall be grateful." Wang Xingye sighed. What good is holding an official position? One is uprooted from home, navigating unfamiliar terrain. There is no comfort like that of one's native land. He glanced at Wang Xiao and continued, "With your capabilities, an excellent score should earn you a certificate without much effort. Why have you yet to rise? Have you seen through it and chosen not to become a trivial official?" Chuckling, Wang Xiao acknowledged, My dear brother knows my thoughts well. It is laughable how a group of young men constantly berate me from behind, accusing me of being daft, and standing in a latrine. Noticing Wang Xian beside them, he refrained from continuing. Alas, your younger brother has connections this time. No one dares to intervene. Otherwise, I would have worked things out for you, and we could continue to enjoy each other's company. That would indeed be wonderful, Wang Xingye sighed. By the way, why haven't you gone to Nanjing to smooth things over? Alas, it is a daunting topic, Wang Xingye cursed. I have a lawsuit that has nearly ruined me. Those fellows in the capital, while they may call you brother, only recognize money. Even if I were to ascertain the facts, I could do nothing. I might as well ignore it. He lamented, in these times, nothing can be accomplished without money. Wang Xiao, fearing he might broach the subject of borrowing, deftly changed the topic. However, among brothers, we have no such concerns. The document for the tavern's closure has already been issued. Dear elder brother, you have brought the guarantee. Haven't you? Since the establishment of the current dynasty, there has been a concerted effort to replace the long-corrupt officials of the Yuan dynasty with a cadre of high-caliber civil servants. Consequently, the selection process for officials is exceedingly rigorous. Although merely a non-regular clerk, one cannot simply assume the position at will. According to regulations, it is a top-down process, with county officials selecting candidates from among the good citizens. Hence, even a veteran like Wang Xingye must first obtain a certificate of innocence from the office for his son, seek endorsements from neighbors on the guarantee, and then pass the county examination to qualify as an official. As per regulations, regular officials are tested by the county magistrate, while non-regular officials are examined by the chief clerk. Wang Xian is to meet the latter. Upon receiving the document, Prince Yao Yao instructed Wang Xingye to wait in the room with tea, while he accompanied Wang Xian through the left side entrance of the main hall into the chief clerk's office. The chief clerk's office was a separate courtyard, positioned alongside the county magistrate's office, symbolizing their respective statuses. Prince Yao Yao asked Wang Xian to wait at the door and entered the main hall himself, confirming that Chief Clerk Diao was indeed available. He had someone announce his presence and, upon entering, respectfully saluted, saying, Master San, the individual we discussed yesterday has arrived. If you have the time, I kindly request your assistance in evaluating him. Chief Clerk Diao, possessing a fair complexion and 3 wisps of long beard, nodded slightly and said, Bring forth the document. Prince Yao Yao presented it with both hands, and upon glancing at the name inscribed therein, Chief Clerk Diao could not help but furrow his brow, exclaiming, Wang Xian. Chapter 28. The examination of officials. Upon encountering this title, the chief clerk, Diao, furrowed his brows. His impression of Wang Xian was, to say the least, exceedingly unfavorable. As the third most prominent figure in the county, he should have had no dealings with a mere ruffian until a month prior when his daughter returned home in tears, recounting how she had been humiliated by a scoundrel named Wang Xian at the docks. The phrase a wretch is merely pretentious, though relayed through his daughter, incited such fury in him that he nearly spat blood. What constitutes a wretch? It is the likes of courtesans and scullions. As a man of letters and a government official, how could he tolerate his daughter being labeled as such? Yet, this incident alone would not suffice to incite such ire in Diao. There was another matter, the unresolved position of the criminal clerk. He had promised to assist his brother-in-law in securing this role, only to discover that Sima Qiu, that scoundrel, also had aspirations for it. Diao, fearing his wife's wrath, knew that failing to deliver would lead to severe consequences. Thus he refused to yield. In his estimation, County Magistrate Wei would surely grant him this favor. But to his dismay, Sima Qiu had recently distinguished himself, making it difficult for Magistrate Wei to decide, and thus the matter lingered unresolved. Diao learned from Magistrate Wei that the individual Sima Qiu intended to recommend was none other than Wang Xian. One can only imagine his feelings upon seeing that name. Closing the file with a cold expression, Diao contemplated expelling Wang Xian, but hesitated, realizing that would merely provide Sima Qiu with leverage against him. Moreover, he could not disregard Wang Xiao's reputation either. After a moment of reflection, he altered his course. It has been said that Wang Xian lacks both learning and skill. Perhaps I shall give him a chance to embarrass himself. I can then justifiably reject him, preserving Wang Xian's dignity while leaving Sima Qiu with no grounds for complaint. Let him in, he finally declared with a resolute tone. Humph, you choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet come knocking at the gates of hell. Fate has brought you to my doorstep. Let us settle both old and new accounts together. Lost in thought, he soon beheld a tall, slender youth clad in an ill-fitting robe, his complexion fair, features delicate, and eyes large and bright, entirely unoffensive. Indeed, One should not judge by appearances, Diao mused inwardly, maintaining a stoic facade as he inquired, "Are you Wang Xian?" "I am indeed," replied the young man, bowing respectfully before standing upright. "The clerk's office recommends you for the position of scribe, which requires one to possess integrity and the ability to write and calculate," Diao said with a cold smirk. "Which of these attributes do you believe you possess?" Wang Xiao, standing nearby, furrowed his brow at Diao's tone. After all, it was merely a scribe's position, one he had recommended, and should be a simple procedural matter. Why did it seem as though Diao intended to confront Wang Xian? Suddenly, he recalled recent rumors of a dispute between Diao and Sima regarding the clerk's position, yet Wang Xian was merely seeking a scribe's role, entirely a different matter. "I do not dare to boast," Wang Xian replied, "neither obsequious nor arrogant, but I have never broken the law, and I can both write and calculate." He thought to himself, "Regardless of the quality of my handwriting, I can indeed write. This fact is undeniable." "What a clever evasion," Diao scoffed. "Why? I have heard that you are notoriously idle and fond of gambling. Esteemed elder, please allow me to elucidate my predicament. My father was unjustly imprisoned, and my family suffered greatly as a result. At that time, I found myself thwarted at every turn, utterly at a loss as to what course of action to take. As for the allegations of gambling, they have long been proven false, and the county magistrate has restored my honor." Observing his eloquent speech and deft manipulation of concepts, I realized that I could not ensnare him with mere words. The cunning clerk scoffed and remarked, "I am indifferent to your trivial matters. Let us see your true abilities." After a brief pause, he continued, "A scribe must assist officials with their duties. Thus it is imperative to possess excellent penmanship and a thorough understanding of law and mathematics." He gestured to the desk in the corner and commanded, "Write out the section from the Great Ming Penal Code regarding abduction and sale of individuals from memory." Wang Xian, who had been sweating profusely, felt a surge of dread at the thought of the extensive code. How could he possibly memorize such a tome? Yet upon hearing the specific clause, he was elated. He had reviewed this particular section countless times in his effort to convict He Chong. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "As you command," and began to write. "Anyone who devises a scheme to abduct a virtuous person or sells a virtuous person into servitude shall receive 100 strokes and be exiled 3,000 miles. This applies to wives, concubines, and descendants as well, who shall receive 100 strokes and a 3-year sentence." Not only the main text, but also the accompanying stipulations. The clerk added, "Do not forget the details." Wang Xian silently cursed but continued to write. "If one purchases virtuous women under the pretext of supporting them, the penalty shall be the same." There were still 9 additional clauses, which he did not recall clearly, so he could only provide a general overview, ensuring the essence remained intact. However, as he wrote, he began to wonder if the clerk harbored a grudge against him. His father could not transcribe the Great Ming Penal Code. Why was he being subjected to such rigorous scrutiny? Thankfully, it was this clause. Had it been one he did not remember, he would surely be left dumbfounded. The clerk, seated behind the main desk, could not see what Wang Xian was writing, but the sight of him diligently scribbling indicated that he had substantial content to produce. This surprised him. He had not anticipated such diligence from the young man. Yet the next challenge, a mathematical problem, would not be solvable through rote memorization. The second question posed was a mathematical conundrum. If a pawnshop lends out 1,000 coins and collects 30 coins in interest per month, and a borrower takes 750 coins and repays them after 9 days, what is the interest owed? 6 2/3 coins, Wang Xian calculated swiftly. Reveling in the joy of solving a mathematical problem? "Have you perused the 9 chapters on the mathematical art?" the clerk queried incredulously, unable to believe that the young man was not entirely uneducated. "No, I derived it myself," Wang Xian replied, suddenly recalling the clerk's daughter, the one who had once disparaged him at the docks, referring to her as the pretentious wench. "Let us see you solve another," the clerk, recalling a poem he had encountered in his youth that had long eluded his understanding, decided to challenge Wang Xian further. Clearing his throat, he presented the riddle. "In the lofty ancient temple nestled within the mountains, I know not how many monks dwell within. 364 bowls are present. They are consumed without contention. 3 individuals share a bowl of rice, while 4 share a bowl of soup. Pray tell, astute calculator, how many monks reside within the temple?" Wang Xian swiftly formulated a system of equations and confidently declared, 624 monks. "You cannot be serious," the clerk exclaimed, utterly astonished by the rapidity with which he arrived at the answer. 364 bowls, 208 bowls for rice, and 156 bowls for soup. Adults can calculate for themselves. Wang Xian understood the underlying motive. This old scoundrel was deliberately making things difficult for him. The astonished expression on the man's face betrayed his own inability to solve the problem. The cunning registrar picked up his pen to calculate, and lo and behold, he arrived at the same number. He immediately felt a pang of doubt. Have you seen this question before? No, I calculated it myself, Wang Xian replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor, though his heart had turned cold. Encountering such a vindictive old rogue, even if he passed this test, how could he navigate the bureaucratic waters in the future? Impossible. The registrar shook his head vigorously and continued to pose several challenging arithmetic problems, all of which Wang Xian solved with ease, leaving the man utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyu watched in astonishment, realizing why Wang Xian frequently visited gambling dens. He was exceptionally skilled at calculations. Such an adept individual was precisely what the county needed. Yet he could not fathom why the registrar held such disdain for the young man. Next question. Compose a poem inspired by the welcoming pine of Huangshan, the registrar challenged. Having exhausted his options, his cunning plan hinged on the belief that even if Wang Xian could write poetry, he could still assign an essay. Confident that the lad would falter in classical prose. This was the advantage of controlling the narrative, by testing him in various ways. He believed there would ultimately be something Wang Xian could not accomplish. Third Master, there's no need for the clerk to compose poetry. Even the wily Wang Ziyu could not help but interject. The registrar shot him a glance and coolly replied, Clerk Wang, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, poetry expresses one's aspirations. I wish to gauge his character. At this, Wang Ziyu fell silent, turning his attention to Wang Xian, hoping he would rise to the occasion and display extraordinary poetic talent. However, Wang Xian was utterly disheartened. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a test for a clerk. Had he been capable of writing poetry, he would have aimed for the scholar's examination long ago, rather than wasting time here. If the old rogue wanted him to fail, he could have just stated it outright, rather than resorting to such vexing tactics. Yet, under such circumstances, he felt like a fish on a butcher's block. Unable to voice his dissent, Wang Xian suppressed the tumult of frustration within him and pondered how to respond. He gazed at the painting before him, which depicted a welcoming pine rooted on a cliff's edge, and began to recall the poems he had memorized. Indeed, Wang Xian possessed a fair amount of tang and song poetry in his memory. Unfortunately, this was the Ming Dynasty. Poets from the later periods of the Ming and the Qing were not particularly renowned, and their enduring masterpieces were few and far between. He wished to find a poem to use as a makeshift solution, but who remembers ordinary poetry? Thus, the few renowned pieces were all he could call to mind. Seeing that he had finally cornered Wang Xian, the registrar sighed in relief, thinking to himself that if it weren't for their animosity, he could have easily appointed the young man as a household officer. However, one must reap what they sow. The registrar was about to declare, you are not yet qualified. Return and continue your efforts, when he noticed Wang Xian lifting his pen, not to write on the paper, but to inscribe upon the blank space of the painting. No. The registrar's heart leaped to his throat. That was his most cherished artwork. Yet, before he could utter a word of protest, Wang Xian's pen had already descended, flowing with grace and vigor as he began to write. Such a foul display of calligraphy. The clerk, Diao, was on the verge of insanity upon witnessing Wang Xian's clearly novice handwriting. Cease this at once. Despite the poor quality of his writing, Wang Xian penned the last line with remarkable speed. Before Diao could complete his reprimand, Wang had already tossed down his brush and turned back, looking utterly bewildered. Who permitted you to deface my work? Diao's face flushed crimson with fury. This is a renowned painting from the Yuan dynasty, and you have utterly ruined it. It was the esteemed clerk who instructed me to compose a poem for this piece, The Welcoming Pine of Huangshan. Wang Xian shrank back, his expression one of trepidation. Did I truly ask for your insipid scribbles? Who do you think you are, daring to write upon my artwork? Though Diao was furious, his mind remained clear. Since the painting was already marred, he pondered how to mitigate the damage and leverage this incident to his advantage. With this thought in mind, he rose, seized the painting from the table, rolled it up in his hands, and declared, Come, we must report this to the county magistrate. Chapter 29. The white shirt behind the county office's second hall. There exists a moon gate, delineating the boundary between the front and back offices. The rear office serves as both the living quarters and the working space for the county magistrate, with the signing and sealing room at its core. Within the signing room, the head clerk, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, My lord, this is a genuine piece by Huang Gongwang. How can we allow this young man to ruin it? What punishment does he deserve? The timid Wang Xian, muttering repeatedly, protested, "It was the head clerk who asked me to inscribe it. Otherwise, not even with 100 lies would I dare to write recklessly." Yet, internally, he felt a sense of vindication as he held the upper hand, leaving the old man powerless to retaliate. As for the clerks, he had long ceased to harbor any hopes. All he desired was to earn a living and support his aging mother. Did he expect that everyone outside the official realm would simply starve? Meanwhile, Wei, the county magistrate, was bespattered with the spittle of the irate head clerk and had to turn his face aside to examine the defiled painting. Indeed, the writing was atrocious, far inferior to what a child would produce after a few years in a private school. It was a disgrace to have such a masterpiece so carelessly tarnished. Sima, the advisor, approached, suppressing his nausea, and perused Wang Xian's words. Then, disregarding the head clerk, he clapped his hands in exuberance and proclaimed, "What a splendid poem! What a splendid poem!" He then recited aloud, "Determined to hold fast to the green mountains, with roots embedded deep within the crags, though battered countless times, I remain steadfast. Let the winds blow from all directions." At this, Wei, the magistrate, was taken aback, hastily re-examining the characters, and indeed, it was a 7-character quatrain. Though the verses were straightforward, the indomitable spirit conveyed within them, resolute in the face of adversity, stirred an exhilarating tremor throughout his being. Was this not a true reflection of my own aspirations? Wei mused, filled with fervor. He had embarked on his official duties with grand ambitions, resolved to serve the nation and bring prosperity to the people, yet the entrenched local powers disregarded him entirely. Each time he endeavored to implement benevolent policies, he faced opposition from officials and gentry alike, leading to continual frustration and a sense of oppression. Now, upon reading this poem, it felt as though countless souls were rallying in support of him, igniting a fire within him and revitalizing his spirit. As he read the poem repeatedly, tears welled in Wei's eyes. Truly a magnificent piece, and a rarity to find a kindred spirit. This must be brought to light. Observing the magistrate succumb to his bookish tendencies once more, Sima had no choice but to tug at his sleeve. Wei snapped back to reality. Gazing at the astonished head clerk, "My apologies for losing composure. Brother Renan, I am quite fond of this painting. You have long desired my scene of rain on the stream and mountains. Shall we exchange?" My lord, the head clerk's face paled as he beheld the atrocious script. Unwilling to gaze upon it further, yet he realized it was indeed an exceptional poem. More troublingly, it seemed to have stirred the magistrate's poetic inclinations. He had intended to completely extinguish Sima's aspirations, but this unexpected twist left him at a loss for words. Silence implied consent. Wei joyfully declared. Sima quickly changed the painting. Sima then removed the scene of rain on the stream and mountains from the wall and hung up the welcoming pine of Huangshan. Weiji County gazed at the painting with satisfaction, even finding the characters not ugly but rather rustic. Each stroke seemed to penetrate the paper, embodying a vigorous spirit. At this moment, none could foresee that this artwork would fetch an astronomical price of 1.6 billion Chinese gold in an auction 6 centuries hence. Consequently, descendants of the Diu family would engage in a fierce legal battle with those of the Wei family over the ownership of this painting. But that is a tale for another time. Once the excitement subsided, Weiji County turned his attention to pressing matters. He dismissed Wang Xian and, in a heart-to-heart with Diao Zhubu, remarked, "Brother Renan, why must we make things difficult for this mere clerk?" Diao Zhubu replied gloomily, "Your Excellency is unaware. This man's reputation is notorious, and his intentions are dubious. Should he gain entry to the Yamen, he would undoubtedly bring calamity to the region." Diao Zhubu continued, "I only resorted to this course of action because he was introduced by Prince Yao, making it difficult to decline. Notorious reputations are often mere rumors, and dubious intentions can be misconstrued," Weiji County countered dismissively. "Without a spirit of pride and integrity, one cannot compose such fine poetry." Diao Zhubu, realizing he needed to change his approach, replied, "The issue is, we are not talent scouts but officials. While his poetry is commendable, his calligraphy leaves much to be desired. Poor handwriting can be improved, but his proficiency in mathematics is precisely what this county urgently requires," Weiji County declared resolutely. "Let us employ him." With the magistrate's decision made, Diao Zhubu could no longer persist. They exchanged a few words without mentioning the clerk's position and finding the conversation tedious. Diao Zhubu took his leave to return to the Yamen. Once Diao had departed, Sima Qiu could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Why not simply appoint the young Wak as the clerk? It would repay his kindness." Weiji County had been commended by the court for rectifying wrongful convictions. Although newly appointed and unable to rise immediately, this honor bestowed upon him a reputation as a capable official. Why then should he worry about his future? As a scholar devoted to Confucian ideals, Weizhi County believed in remembering one's roots. Although unaware that Sima Qiu's suggestions were actually Wang Xian's influence, he felt indebted to the young man. For without Wang Xian's assumption of responsibility, Weizhi County would not have dared to search the He family's residence. Moreover, Sima had a modicum of integrity and supported Wang Xian. Hence Weizhi County agreed to allocate the clerk position vacated by Su Shan. Yet at that moment, Weizhi County had changed his mind. He sighed, "I have reconsidered. This is inappropriate. There are many waiting for promotion. Diao's commotion is merely a ploy to benefit his brother-in-law by securing this clerk position. If I were to grant it directly to him, it would invite resentment. Best to proceed gradually." In truth, Sima Qiu was well aware of these realities. However, positions in the bureaucracy are notoriously secure, with some individuals serving a lifetime in the same role. If this opportunity were missed, who could say when another might arise? The greatest fear in officialdom is owing a favor. If one does not repay it promptly, the accruing interest could be one's ruin. If he truly possessed ability, he would not have to wait long. Seeing that Sima Qiu was about to speak again, Weizhi County quietly interjected, "I am also in the midst of selecting personnel." Sighing, Sima Qiu said, "Very well. When will I be able to cast aside my last vestige of integrity?" Upon returning to the administrative office, Prince Yao animatedly recounted the recent events to Wang Xingye. Wang Leoi, taken aback, pondered whether this was truly his son, capable of writing, calculating accounts, and even composing poetry. Could it be that he was merely regurgitating someone else's work? Wang Xian, with utmost honesty, admitted, "I have seen it somewhere before, but I cannot recall the source." Nonsense, they thought, for it could not deceive the two cunning old foxes, Wang Xiao and Wang Xingye, who were entirely unconvinced. The elder master is a Jinsher, and the third master a Jiren. How could two such learned individuals not have heard of a poem that you claim to know? Who do you think you are fooling? With a chuckle, Wang Xiao remarked, "This child is quite clever, knowing how to conceal his talents. I was just about to advise you, do not let your abilities make you arrogant, or you shall surely encounter setbacks." Adopting an elder's demeanor, he continued, "I have come to understand that the reason Diao Zhubu has been difficult with you is that you once humiliated his daughter. To think you could devise such a phrase, a wench, is merely pretentious." Wang Xian acknowledged his fault, saying, "I apologize, uncle. My ignorance has caused you trouble." "What does that matter?" Wang Ziyu waved dismissively. "The ironclad government office is ever-changing. This office belongs to us, the followers of the Tsong Wang and the descendants of Xiao Wang. If that Diao wishes to create discomfort, let him do so without regard for my face." Such audacious words left Wang Xian astounded, for he had just witnessed Wang Ziyao's utmost respect before Diao Zhubu, yet now he seemed utterly unfazed. Clearly, he was not merely boasting. "Forget about today's matter," he concluded. At that moment, a clerk entered with neatly folded white garments, along with a black scarf, shoes, and socks. Seeing this, Wang Ziyao stood and personally handed the clothing to Wang Xian, saying, "With me around, who dares to bully you? Do not forget to thank your uncle." Wang Xingye, filled with joy, remarked, "If you can learn from your uncle and acquire even 3/10 of his capabilities, I shall have no worries for your future." "Alas, young heir shall surely surpass me," Wang Ziyu replied, shaking his head. "As elders, our role is merely to guide him along his path." After expressing gratitude to Wang Ziyao, Wang Xingye led Wang Xian out of the government office. Once outside, Wang Xian could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Father, you have a remarkable friendship with Uncle Wang." "Bah." Wang Xingye spat disdainfully. "I gave that Lin family a bag of money, half of which went to him. Would he be so cordial otherwise?" He continued bitterly, "I had to spend money and endure such peril just to get through." He was merely embarrassed, uttering a few flattering words. Yet, I cannot blame him. "It is I who offended Diao Zhubu," Wang Xian lamented. "I thought all hope was lost when I wrote on his painting, yet unexpectedly, the county magistrate came to my aid." With a sigh, he added, "In the future, Diao Zhubu will certainly make things difficult for me. That is certain. But it is of little consequence," Wang Xingye replied nonchalantly. "If he dares to overstep, I will find a way to deal with him." Wang Xian could not help but feel immense admiration. While Wang Ziyao's confidence was expected, it was bold for his father, a mere commoner, to speak of dealing with the third highest official in the county. Truly audacious, though perhaps he was merely boasting. Upon returning home, they found the house filled with people. Neighbors and friends were gathered, sipping tea and chatting, eagerly awaiting news of their exploits. Upon the return of the father and son, with Wang Xian holding a white robe and black scarf, the neighbors erupted in joyous laughter, fervently praising the remarkable abilities of old man Wang. In their eyes, Wang Xian, once a petty rogue, had transformed into a figure of authority, a feat they attributed entirely to the prowess of old man Wang. However, Wang Xingye, in an unusual turn of events, boasted extravagantly about his son's talents, extolling his skills in writing, arithmetic, and poetry, earnestly asserting that his son had succeeded purely through his own merit. The neighbors were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30. The Novice. On that day, father hosted a banquet to treat the neighbors, celebrating his son's successful entry into the ranks of the officials. During the feast, the neighbors offered numerous words of encouragement to Wang Xian, but the central message remained unchanged: to work diligently and avoid any misdeeds that might embroil them in legal troubles. The neighbors, vouching for this unreliable youth, naturally added to their concerns. Wang Xian, lamenting the deep-seated prejudices he faced and his inability to alter them, could only nod in acknowledgement. However, upon witnessing the joyful expressions of his father, mother, elder brother, and younger sister, his spirits lifted. To be self-sufficient and relieve his family's worries had always been his aspiration. With this ambition now fulfilled, it could be deemed a modest success, warranting a toast to himself. At the break of dawn the following day, his mother roused Wang Xian to wash his face and dress. Adorned in a black official cap, a pale moon-white round-collared robe, a black silk sash at his waist, and black shoes with white socks, he stepped out in pristine attire. The silver bells of his younger sister jingled as she remarked, "I did not expect that second brother would look quite handsome in this outfit." Wang Xian shot her a glance and retorted, "Was I not handsome before?" He then exited with his elder brother. Wang Xian returned to the workshop to labor, while their father had instructed him to send his younger brother to the yamen. He felt nothing but joy, even though his handwriting was far more refined than Wang Xian's. "Brother, father intends to find you a position at the river dock. Why do you not accept it?" Wang Xian inquired as they walked through the alley. "I have borrowed money from the master numerous times this past half-year, and he has treated me well. I cannot betray his trust," Wang Xian replied with a simple smile. "If I were to leave, there would be no one to manage the materials in the workshop. Besides, I enjoy making paper. Watching reams of pure white paper come together brings me immense satisfaction. But the work is exhausting," Wang Xian sighed. "I toil all day to the point where I can hardly stand upright." "Not to worry, your brother is strong," Wang Xian reassured him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Well, how about I treat you to a meal another day? Just the two of us, outside." "It should be my treat once I receive my pay," Wang Xian smiled. "That may take too long," Wang Xian murmured quietly. "What is it?" Wang Xian asked, puzzled. Nothing. As they reached the alley's end, Wang Xian separated from Wang Xian, saying, "I must get to work." "What was that about?" Wang Xian wondered, continuing on to the yamen. By this time, vendors had already set up stalls selling breakfast, and those collecting waste were pushing their carts. Upon seeing Wang Xian, many greeted him cheerfully, saying, "Is young master heading to the yamen?" In the past, Wang Xian would walk through the streets unnoticed. Suddenly being acknowledged by so many felt quite unfamiliar, and he could only respond repeatedly, "Yes, Uncle Lu. Good morning, Brother Qi. I have already eaten, Sister Lan." Thus, he made his way to the yamen, where he noticed the two individuals still shackled from the previous day. Yesterday, they had kept their heads down, but today their eyes met, and Wang Xian discerned they appeared to be grain merchants from the county, though their offense remained unknown. After greeting the constable at the entrance, Wang Xian entered the yamen, proceeding directly to the clerk's office to report. However, Wang Ziyu and the two clerks had gone to the second hall, leaving only 3 scribes and 2 minor officials seated there, engaged in idle conversation. As Wang Xian entered, the scribe from yesterday pointed at him with a chuckle, saying, "Behold, this is the one who steadfastly clings to the verdant mountains." The crowd rose in laughter to greet Wang Xian, all expressing their long-standing admiration. Being the son of Wang Xingye, he was treated with utmost courtesy. One of them pulled Wang Xian to sit among the scribes clad in white, smiling as he declared, "As we all serve under the same roof, let us refer to one another as brothers. You are the youngest among us, and we shall be your elder brothers. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek our guidance." Wang Xian, accustomed to navigating social interactions without formal instruction, readily engaged with the group, quickly becoming familiar with them. "Which household will you be assigned to? Wealthy, noble, powerful, or humble?" One inquired. Wang Xian was puzzled, not grasping the meaning behind the question. This is how the common folk characterize our 6 households, they explained with laughter. Wealthy refers to the household responsible for the county's census, taxes, and marriages. Naturally flourishing. Noble pertains to our administrative household, overseeing the local officials and records, hence it is deemed noble. Powerful relates to the penal household, which governs the county's law and order, thus carries an air of authority. Martial is the military household, which needs no explanation. Humble refers to the ceremonial household, managing examinations, rituals, and music. While it may seem humble compared to others, it still holds significant prestige, especially during examinations. As for lowly, that pertains to the engineering household, responsible for construction and maintenance, which, at first glance, appears to be menial labor. Hence the nomenclature lowly. With a bit of audacity, it can actually be more lucrative than the wealthy household. The crowd laughed, adding, moreover, there are 2 favorable alternatives. It is often said that being an official is not as good as being a courtesan. And being a courtesan is not as good as being a respectable person. If one were to be assigned to the granary or the food storage, it would be akin to a mouse falling into a rice bin, waiting to feast until one bursts. Ahem. One of them felt their remarks were becoming excessive and interjected. In truth, each household possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. For instance, while the wealthy household is affluent, it is also burdened with numerous and complex affairs. Not only is the work arduous, but it is also fraught with the potential for mistakes and losses. In contrast, the ceremonial household is comparatively relaxed, allowing for a comfortable existence with manageable responsibilities. However, for you, dear brother, several scribes glanced towards the door and lowered their voices. Never wish to be assigned to the wealthy household. Why? Wang Xian listened intently, intrigued by their caution. Because Li Sihu has been a sworn enemy of your father for many years, one replied in a hushed tone. If you end up in the wealthy household, you will have to fend for yourself. Oh. Wang Xian nodded, contemplating internally. Do I have a choice? The esteemed seniors continued to share tales of antiquity until Wang Xiao and 2 clerks returned, prompting everyone to rise and welcome. Young Master Xian. The county magistrate requests your presence, Wang Xiao remarked, glancing at Wang Xian. Do you need someone to escort you there? My nephew knows the way, Wang Xian replied, shaking his head and bidding farewell as he departed. Wang Xiao then addressed his subordinates, no longer paying him any mind. The warmth of their demeanor considerably diminished from the previous day. Following the same path as yesterday, Wang Xian arrived at the Moon Gate and spotted the doorkeeper from the day before seated there. He greeted the man with a respectful bow and prepared to enter. However, he was obstructed by the doorkeeper, who scrutinized Wang Xian and said, "You must be new here. This is the back office, and one cannot enter without prior authorization. But the magistrate is looking for me. That still requires permission," the doorkeeper replied disdainfully, planting his feet firmly. It dawned on Wang Xian that the fellow was merely seeking an entrance fee, which left him feeling quite displeased. Having only just inscribed his name on the document the previous day, he was reluctant to engage in a dispute with the doorkeeper of Weizhi County, lest he be branded as a contentious figure among his peers. Reluctantly, he fished out a tattered banknote from his boot, but the doorkeeper rejected it outright. Rolling his eyes, Wang Xian retorted, "This is the only bill I possess. Take it or leave it. If you refuse, then be gone." Enraged, the doorkeeper bristled at the audacity of this newcomer to disrespect him. "You said that, so I shall take my leave," Wang Xian declared, turning to depart. Did this old fellow presume him to be ignorant merely because he was a newcomer? There was a stark difference between seeking an audience and being summoned. The doorkeeper, flustered, could not fathom how this newcomer could be so savvy after just one day. Was he well educated, or merely a naive fool? Tossing the banknote, which was worth no more than 10 coins, to the doorkeeper, Wang Xian entered the back office. After announcing his arrival, his attendant guided him to the signing room, where he waited for quite some time until Weizhi County finally emerged, accompanied by Sima Qiu. "I pay my respects to the magistrate," he said. Now that he had become a scribe, unless commanded otherwise, he was only required to bow before the magistrate. "Dispense with the formalities," Weizhi County said, taking his seat in the main position with Sima Qiu to his right, while Wang Xian remained standing. "Wang Xian, I owe you my gratitude for 2 matters," he continued, dressed in the formal attire of a 7th-grade official, exuding authority. "First, for your assistance in revisiting the case. Second, your poem has deeply moved me. You honor me, magistrate. The county rewards merit. I had intended to promote you to a position as an official, but alas, others have expressed doubts about your past. And that case cannot be spoken of in their presence. Weiji County waved his hand dismissively, indicating he did not wish to hear further excuses. Thus, I must impose upon you for the time being, until the opportunity arises for your advancement. However, you must also strive to prove your worth. Sima Qiu chimed in. If you can achieve merit soon, the magistrate shall elevate you without delay. Otherwise, with so many ahead of you in seniority, it may be ages before your turn comes. Wang Xian, not truly a novice, could discern that these two were attempting to ensnare him. Yet he had resolved the previous night that having offended the scribe, he must now cling to the magistrate's favor. His fortune hinged upon this county magistrate. Little did he expect that on his very first day, an opportunity to demonstrate merit would arise. It seemed rather premature. Wang Xian felt the weight of being a mere pawn in this game, resolutely determining that to earn the magistrate's favor was a stroke of fortune, worthy of his utmost dedication and service. Upon hearing this, Weiji County beamed with delight, saying, "Do not be anxious. I have other matters for Sima to discuss with you regarding your arrangements." Rising, he patted Wang Xian on the shoulder and added, "Practice your calligraphy diligently, read more books, and aim to pass the scholar's examination in the future so that I may utilize your talents effectively." The Ming Dynasty stipulated that officials and those of lower ranks were granted the right to participate in the imperial examination. However, this was evidently mere rhetoric. The unscrupulous individuals were keenly aware of the earnest teachings of their superiors. Wang Xian was moved to tears as he escorted County Magistrate Wei inside. Upon turning back, he noticed Sima Qiu grinning mockingly, clearly amused by the overt nature of his own performance. Wang Xian smiled broadly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, sir." Coughing slightly, Sima Qiu felt a pang of guilt. Wang Xian had contributed less than 1/10 of the credit for the accomplishments, while the remaining majority had been appropriated by Sima Qiu himself. It was truly unseemly for him to push Wang Xian into the flames of peril at this moment. Chapter 31. A Father's Pitfall in the Outer Office. Sima Qiu addressed Wang Xian, saying, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I genuinely wish to assist you in securing a position in the administrative office. However, the troublesome clerk has opposed me, and although the esteemed lord is on my side, it is unwise to offend the clerk. Thus, this position remains vacant, allowing you to compete fairly with his brother-in-law. But fret not. His brother-in-law is utterly inept and shall pose no challenge to you. Once you achieve a notable accomplishment, I assure you, the esteemed lord will elevate you." Yet, Wang Xian remained unmoved. "You are different. You are a true gem hidden beneath the surface." Sima Qiu continued to flatter him. The more Sima Qiu praised him, the more cautious Wang Xian became. With a sigh, he replied, "If you have something to say, please be direct. I shall endeavor to fulfill what is within my capabilities." "Ah, you clever lad," Sima Qiu remarked awkwardly. "The esteemed lord intends to assign you to the household department. This is a highly coveted position. Is that so?" "I have heard that Li Sihu is an old adversary of my father," Wang Xian replied, his expression unchanging. "Indeed?" Sima Qiu was taken aback. "This complicates matters further. What was the original complication?" Wang Xian inquired. The original complication was Sima Qiu began, but quickly realized he had divulged too much. He sighed, conceding, "Let me speak plainly. The autumn harvest is approaching, and according to protocol, the county must dispatch officials to the neighborhoods to guide the heads of households in verifying and registering their information, ultimately calculating the tax amount owed. Do you know what the yellow register is?" Wang Xian pondered, "Not quite." Coughing, Sima Qiu found it perplexing that someone so astute could lack such basic knowledge. He patiently explained, "The yellow register, also known as the tax register, records household information such as lineage, names, ages, family members, land, and assets. It serves as the basis for the government to verify households and collect taxes. However, due to births, deaths, and other changes, the county must re-register and verify the information before the summer and autumn taxes." Wang Xian recalled that last month, the head of their neighborhood had visited to verify his family's circumstances. He remembered how the head had initially classified his family as upper-lower class, but was met with his mother's furious rebuttal, insisting, "Look around Fuyang City. Is there a family more destitute than ours?" The head had quickly amended their classification to lower class. Recently, the household department had completed the registration and submitted it for the esteemed lord's review, which had incensed him. Sima Qiu sighed. According to the household department statistics, the number of registered households in this county has decreased by over 700 compared to the figures from April. The number of upper-class households has fallen by 10%. Yet this county has not experienced any significant disasters this year. How could such a situation arise? Wang Xian nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. It was likely that the officials and local leaders were colluding to underreport the number of households, thereby reducing the county's tax revenue. However, when the common people paid their taxes, they did so without any reduction, resulting in extra funds that naturally lined the pockets of the officials and gentry while leaving the county magistrate to bear the brunt of the blame. Indeed, such matters are not unprecedented. Sima Qiu continued, for over a decade, the population in our county has gradually dwindled each year, with this trend intensifying in the past 2 years. As of now, over the span of 2.5 years, our county has lost 7,000 residents, with the upper-class households halved. This signifies a substantial 20% reduction in our tax revenue. How could the magistrate not be infuriated? Wang Xian nodded in agreement. In any dynasty, tax revenue remains a primary criterion for assessing local officials. With our county's revenue diminished by 20%, Wei County Magistrate will undoubtedly face repercussions before his superiors. The situation is far more severe than mere consequences. Officials are evaluated every 3 years. Should the tax income of Fuyang County plummet, Wei County Magistrate risks being labeled incompetent, potentially leading to demotion or even dismissal. Moreover, having recently received commendation from the court, should he embarrass himself during the assessment, he would inevitably become a laughingstock in the bureaucratic circles. For someone like Wei County Magistrate, whose career is just beginning, such a fate is utterly unacceptable. So, seeing Sima Qiu pursing his lips and glaring at him, Wang Xian felt compelled to inquire softly. Thus, the magistrate has returned the white register to the household department, mandating a re-examination. The yellow register is revised every decade and submitted to the court, while the white register, compiled annually by local officials, serves as the legitimate basis for taxation. Sima Qiu elaborated. Although we have been comparing data every 5 days, the urgency is palpable. Yet, the magistrate understands that without a means to rectify the situation, we might end up in the same predicament as before. So, Wang Xian, recognizing the inevitability of his involvement, decided to ask directly. We wish for you to go to the household department and gather evidence of their deceitful practices, so the magistrate can address them accordingly. Sima Qiu said with a smile. Do not fret about your future. Simply provide me with the evidence discreetly, and I assure you, no one will know of your involvement. The notion of being turned into a spy ignited a furious indignation within Wang Xian. You, Sima Qiu, scoundrel! Your master has held office for only a few years and will soon depart, while I must remain in Fuyang County for a lifetime. If this matter were to leak, I would become a pariah, reviled by all. At that moment, he envisioned the disdain of colleagues, the contempt of village leaders, the scorn of affluent families, and the disapproval of the common folk. How could he ever survive in Fuyang? In this era, migration is not a simple option, and he would have nowhere to hide. Despite his inner curses directed at Sima Qiu's ancestors, Wang Xian understood he could not refuse. To offend him would be tantamount to offending the county magistrate, jeopardizing his own position. Such is the lament of those in modest circumstances. Allow me some time to ponder. Wang Xian scratched his head, sincerely expressing, I am still a bit bewildered on my first day at work. Absolutely not. Sima Qiu interjected firmly. What a jest. If that old fox Wang Xingye were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly object. He spoke gravely. Wang Xian, this is the magistrate's trust. You must respond immediately, regardless of your decision. After a brief pause, he shamelessly added, if you agree, regardless of the outcome, you will be regarded as the magistrate's confidant. Should you refuse, well, the magistrate is magnanimous, but I would be quite disappointed. Very well. Wang Xian nodded reluctantly. I shall do my utmost. It is not merely about trying. It is imperative to succeed. Sima Qiu declared solemnly. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. Not even your father can be informed. If word gets out, it will be detrimental to you. I understand. Wang Xian quickly nodded in agreement. I will certainly not speak of it to anyone. There's no need to bid farewell to the esteemed lord. Return directly. Sima Qiu waved his hand and proceeded into the inner signing room. Inside, County Magistrate Wei had been straining to listen, and upon Sima Qiu's entrance, he inquired, is there hope for success? Uncertain, Sima Qiu sighed. This lad is cunning. And upon hearing the situation, he may well backtrack. Sighing heavily, Wei felt a sinking sensation. People say, no matter how pure your official conduct, It cannot withstand the slickness of bureaucrats. In Fuyang County, the officials are in collusion, conspiring against an outsider like me. It seems even a newcomer knows where to position himself. Indeed, one is shaped by their lineage. This young man, being well versed in the ways of his family, cannot be treated as an inexperienced novice. Sima Qiu remarked with a sly smile. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. While he enjoys his father's connections, he also inherits his father's adversaries. I have heard that the household officer Li Qing'er and Wang Xian are lifelong foes. You mean to say? When Li Qing'er makes his life unbearable, he will remember us. Sima Qiu chuckled maliciously, his goat-like beard quivering, exuding a sense of unsavory glee. Your wisdom is truly remarkable, Wei exclaimed with delight. Upon exiting the signing room, Wang Xian spat in frustration. His earlier agreement with Sima Qiu had merely been a formality. He had never truly intended to become a traitor. Regaining his composure, Wang Xian returned to the administrative office, where he was greeted with a question. So, where have you been assigned? To the household office. Wang Xian replied with a bitter smile. Ah. He feigned a slap to his own face. Look at my ill fortune. This has nothing to do with me. It is merely my bad luck. Wang Xian shook his head. Sigh. Take care, brother. His colleague patted his shoulder before entering to report to Wang Xiao. Shortly after, a clerk in a blue robe emerged. Allow me to escort you. Thank you, esteemed sir. Wang Xian responded respectfully. Let us go. The clerk disregarded Wang Xian's courtesy and led him to the household office across the way. The household office was the most complex, occupying 2 full rows of rooms. The clerk brought Wang Xian to a middle room in the second row, announced his presence, and a tall, sallow-faced clerk emerged to greet them. Oldly, this is the new secretary assigned to your office, the clerk stated, handing over a stack of papers. The individual was Li Sheng, the household officer. He forced a smile. Thank you, my brother. Shall we go in for tea? Another time. I still have matters to attend to, the clerk declined. As it was not summer to require cooling off, and who would wish to share tea with such a cold, expressionless face? Very well, Li Sheng nodded. And once the clerk departed, the last vestiges of his smile vanished. He turned and entered the room, saying, Come in. I have heard much about your infamous reputation. I can surmise how you managed to come here. As Wang Xian stood properly in the room, Li Cheng, seated behind the desk, began his reprimand without a hint of mercy. The court mandates that officials should be appointed from the ranks of virtuous citizens. It is utterly laughable that a scoundrel with such a tarnished reputation as yours could even find a place here. Wang Xian lowered his head, sighing inwardly, contemplating his ancestors. If you possess any wit, you ought to urge your father to concoct a plan to transfer you to another office. Li Cheng replied coldly, Otherwise, you may await the moment I expel you from this establishment, leaving both you and your father in disgrace. With a dismissive wave of his hand, akin to swatting away a fly, he ordered, Depart at once. Chapter 32. The Joys and Sorrows of Parting. Seated at his desk, Wang Xian remained in a daze. Lost in thought. Life indeed is filled with unpredictable joys and sorrows. Just this morning, he had reveled in the delight of finally becoming a person of stature. Yet merely 2 hours later, he found himself plagued by concerns for the dismal days that lay ahead. Upon exiting Li Sihu's chamber, a white-clad attendant guided him to an adjacent room, which was brimming with ledgers. Amid the stacks of accounts, a few tables were arranged, each occupied by a diligent scribe engrossed in their work. The attendant exchanged a brief word with those inside before departing, and several scribes looked up, their expressions ranging from indifference to sympathy, or even schadenfreude, as they regarded Wang Xian. The round-faced little fellow rose to his feet, assisting Wang Xian in clearing a space at one of the tables, flashing a toothy grin as he said, You take a break. I shall attend to matters for a while. Wang Xian returned a grateful smile and settled at the table, listening to the rhythmic clatter of abacuses around him. Unsure of how to contribute, he contemplated offering assistance but found himself unable to engage. So he merely refilled the teacups of those around him before succumbing to a state of reverie. Fortunately, his daydreaming did not last long. He soon heard the sound of a gong from outside, prompting the scribes to collectively exhale in relief as they tidied their desks and hastily exited the room. Just as Wang Xian was at a loss, the little fellow approached him once more, saying, It is time for a meal. Allow me to take you to dine. Thank you, my friend, Wang Xian replied with a grateful smile. Why do you not shy away from my presence? My name is Wu Wei, and I am affectionately nicknamed Indifferent. The chubby fellow chuckled and said, Just kidding. My father has treated you before. Are you the son of Dr. Wu? Wang Xian suddenly realized. No wonder you seem familiar. With a chuckle, he said, let us hurry. If we delay, we shall miss our meal. The plump lad guided Wang Xian swiftly towards the dining hall. Indeed, it was aptly named the dining hall, a term that has endured through the ages. This practice was established during the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, when Li Qing'er decreed that dining halls be established in all government offices, from central to local levels. This initiative allowed officials to dine together, fostering the exchange of information and strengthening camaraderie, thereby extending the duration of political discussions. Subsequent dynasties preserved the concept of dining halls, yet the political function faded, leaving merely the act of dining. Hence, it became known simply as eating in the dining hall. For low-ranking officials with modest incomes, this was a thoughtful benefit which the common folk envied, referring to it as eating the government as food. By the Ming Dynasty, dining halls had also adopted a hierarchical structure, particularly in local counties. For instance, Fuyang County boasted 3 dining halls: the officials' dining hall on the left side of the county office, the clerk's dining hall on the right, and a lower-tiered dining hall for the assistants in the front yard. Each dining hall was grander than the last, though their status inversely correlated with their quality. Wang Xian and Wu Wei entered the rather unremarkable clerk's dining hall. This hall was further divided into 2 sections. One room was designated for the regular clerks, while the outer area was where non-regular clerks, like themselves, dined. This illustrates how pervasive the sense of hierarchy was during the Ming Dynasty. Upon entering, Wang Xian was greeted by a sea of white robes and black caps, gathered around square tables, engaging in jovial banter while deftly wielding their chopsticks. Wu Wei led him to his table, noticed the absence of Wang Xian's bowl, and with a smile remarked, "You arrived a bit late today? The kitchen has already counted the diners. You may use my bowl." Wang Xian promptly declined, but Wu Wei pressed him onto a stool, insisting, "Just eat. I will fetch another bowl." Wang Xian ceased his objections, nodding as he sat down. When Wu Wei returned with a bowl of rice, Wang Xian had yet to touch his chopsticks. Wu Wei quickly seized a piece of fatty meat, exclaiming, "He who acts swiftly shall reap the rewards." Wang Xian nodded. He had long gazed covetously at the spread before him, though it consisted merely of 4 dishes and a soup, with meat and fish. It was an exquisite temptation for one who subsisted daily on brown rice and vegetable broth. I never imagined the meals for officials could be so lavish. Wang Xian mused silently, only to be met with a chorus of complaints from those around him, lamenting that since Sima Dan took charge of the provisions, the food had deteriorated significantly. Sima Dan was the younger brother of Sima Qiu. Despite the grumbling, everyone consumed their meals with great speed, and by the time Wang Xian had taken only a few bites, his bowl was empty, leaving him with nothing but a bowl of rice. In the afternoon, Wang Xian volunteered to assist Wu Wei, but Wu Wei hesitated, saying, "It's best you refrain. One misstep, and I'll have to start over. For now, familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Left with no choice, Wang Xian casually found a copy of the household regulations and spread the paper out, practicing his calligraphy. Time slipped by, and before long, a man in his 40s, clad in a blue robe, entered. The clerks raised their heads and prepared to rise. "The registrar is here." The term registrar refers to the officials under the county magistrate during the Han Dynasty, now a respectful title for officials. The registrar approached with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to rise. I'm merely here to see the new recruit." He walked over to Wang Xian's desk and observed him copying the regulations, chuckling. "You've truly changed your ways." As he patted Wang Xian's shoulder, he added, "Come out for a moment." "Registrar." Wang Xian followed him out of the office, and upon exiting, he found the man smiling warmly at him. "Just call me uncle," he said. The registrar was Zhang Hua, a clerk in the household department, who had once served under Wang Xian's father, but later transferred to the household office. Recently, Zhang had visited the Wang family after Wang Xingye's return, so he felt a certain fondness towards Wang Xian. "I was out this morning. Otherwise, I would have come to see you sooner. Still, I shall refer to you as registrar," Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. It would not bode well if the supervisor heard. "Ah, he has keen ears." Zhang the clerk scoffed. "Has he given you a hard time?" "That is merely the affection of the supervisor," Wang Xian retorted. "Affection, my foot. His heart is smaller than a needle's eye." Zhang the clerk exclaimed. "Is it not simply because he failed to secure your mother's hand in marriage? Unable to gain any favor from your father, he resorts to bullying a junior. What kind of ability is that?" Wang Xian was left speechless, contemplating whether to inquire with his father about the supervisor's grievances. Did he indeed harbor deep-seated resentments over past grievances? It seemed that Zhang also held a poor opinion of the supervisor. However, Wang Xian was well aware of the adage trouble arises from the tongue, and thus remained silent, merely listening. Accompanied by Zhang the clerk, they proceeded to the back of the household office, passing through a half-open door, revealing 3 rows of rooms facing west, each row containing 18 tightly packed chambers, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. Zhang led him to the innermost room of the second row, opening the door and stating, "This is the official quarters. According to regulations, officials are expected to reside here, only returning home during holidays. Although the regulations have relaxed over the years, as a newcomer, it is advisable for you to remain cautious, especially with watchful eyes above." Wang Xian nodded in agreement and followed him inside. The room measured approximately 10 feet wide and 20 feet long, its floor covered in a thick layer of dust. It contained a bed, a table and chairs, and a basin stand. "Please tidy up," Zhang Dianli instructed. "Then fetch a bedding set from home. The government will provide clothing and meals. But the bedding is your own responsibility, at least for someone in your situation." Wang Xian could only nod in response. "All right, you can tidy up here. Once you're finished, head home. There's no need to return to the household office." "Understood," Wang Xian nodded, seeing Zhang Dianli out. He inspected the room, then removed his new attire. Barefoot and in shorts, he ventured out to draw a bucket of water from the well, washing the floor and furnishings thoroughly. By the time the room was completely clean, the sun had begun its descent in the sky. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he donned his clothes and departed from the official residence. Upon reaching the street, he let out a long sigh of relief. The oppressive hierarchy within the office was stifling, particularly with a supervisor who harbored a deep-seated grudge. Casting a sympathetic glance at the 2 grain merchants still shackled, Wang Xian hurried home. The closer he got to home, the more greetings he received. "Erlang, why did the session end so early today?" "Erlang, take some oranges back to enjoy. I'll give you a discount." Yet, the most frequent question was, "Erlang, which office have you been assigned to?" Upon hearing household office, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. A wave of anxiety washed over Wang Xian. Who had he offended this time? "Oh dear, Erlang, take a basket of oranges back for your sister to enjoy." "What, no money? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? After all these years as neighbors, you can't expect me to charge you for 2 oranges. Suddenly, the vendor of oranges became overly generous, insisting on gifting him a basket. "Erlang, this is freshly caught whitefish, meant to nourish you. Take it." The fishmonger, Brother Qi, approached with 2 fish in hand. Brother Qi was rather naive. Who believed fish could actually replenish one's vitality? Zhu Dachang, the butcher, swiftly chopped 4 pig's trotters, wrapped them in lotus leaves, and handed them to Wang Xian, saying, "Here, stewed with yellow beans. I guarantee you'll be running all over." In an instant, the street was filled with benevolent neighbors, showering him with gifts and effusive praise. "I said early on, Erlang is destined for greatness. See, it has come true. Erlang, tonight at Lu's Tavern, I'll treat you to lamb hot pot. Time to build up some strength. This young man clearly has the makings of an official. He will surely achieve remarkable things." Such unmerited flattery can only herald trouble. Wang Xian declined all offers, almost fleeing from the scene, yet the neighbors pursued him home. Ignoring them, he retreated into his room to practice calligraphy, leaving his mother to deal with the visitors. Outside, the crowd continued to ebb and flow, their fawning words relentless. Leaving Wang Xian utterly astounded, was this not an exaggeration? It was not until after dinner that the stream of guests finally ceased. Emerging from the west wing, he found his mother happily humming a tune while tidying up the items the neighbors had brought. At first glance, the array of food and supplies dazzles the eye, promising a respite from financial burdens for quite some time. "My son is truly remarkable." Upon seeing Wang Xian enter, I smiled with delight and said, "Thanks to you, I finally have the opportunity to receive gifts again." "Mother, how could the neighbors possibly give us things for free?" Wang Xian, lacking any pretentiousness, felt compelled to gently remind me they must have their own motives. I responded with a knowing smile, "Isn't it simply because the authorities are re-registering the household records? Even if the neighbors do not bring gifts, wouldn't you still find a way to let them off the hook?" Alas, Wang Xian thought to himself, "Oh, you truly hold me in high regard, unaware that I am but a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect myself." Yet, he refrained from voicing this to spare me any distress and instead inquired, "Where is father?" "Your father is the most cunning of all. Just yesterday he mentioned he could go anywhere, and today he has gone to Hangzhou for some business." I scoffed, "A little activity is fine. But if he gets assigned to Yunnan, I shall not accompany him." As I spoke, I glanced at Wang Xian and casually mentioned, By the way, Miss Lin visited today. Oh? Wang Xian feigned nonchalance, yet his ears perked up with interest. Her family is moving to Suzhou tomorrow. Oh? Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. What business do they have in Suzhou? Her grandmother's home is there. Oh. The light faded from Wang Xian's eyes. I observed him quietly and added, Miss Lin is already engaged. Oh? Wang Xian was taken aback, instantly leaping to his feet and dashing out the door. What are you doing? I called after him. Going out. Wang Xian's words trailed off as he vanished from sight. Chapter 33. Regret is beyond purchase in this world. Though the night was deep, the Lin family estate remained brilliantly illuminated. The few remaining elder laborers were busily packing and loading, for despite their family's decline. When the time came to relocate, there were still numerous boxes and bundles to be dealt with. Inside, Lin Qing'er wept as she lay in the embrace of her grandmother, who gently stroked her granddaughter's silky hair, tears streaming down her own cheeks. Qing'er, it is not too late to have regrets. Their family has shown us kindness. Can we not repay their favor in other ways? There is no need for this, truly no need. Mother. Lin Qing'er sobbed, her tears flowing freely. Please stop speaking. I fear I will regret it. Oh, poor child. Lin's grandmother sighed deeply. Had I known this day would come, I would have rather died than consent to the union with the Zhao family. Such a calamity, such a calamity. Mother. These words were overheard by Lin Rongxing, who had just entered, his expression darkening as he said, Wang Xian has arrived. Humph. I do not wish to see him. Lin's grandmother retorted angrily, that scoundrel has ruined my daughter's life. Mother, no matter how you say it, he is still. Lin Rongxing faltered, we must at least put on a facade. I will not pretend. If you wish to, then you may. My daughter, and I do not wish to see him tonight. Upon mentioning Wang Xian, Lin's grandmother's teeth clenched in fury. Mother, I will go. Lin Qing'er wiped her tears and sat up. Oh, poor child, was all Lin's grandmother could utter with a sigh. Wang Xian sat in the Lin family's parlor, lost in thought. The moment he had bolted from his home, he had not paused to reflect. Racing down the empty street, he had no time for contemplation. His singular focus was to see Lin Qing'er as soon as possible. It was only at this moment that he began to sort through his emotions. In the face of potentially losing a good girl willing to marry him, all notions of masculine pride, material foundation, and psychological readiness seemed featherlight. How absurd it was for him to have to miss out and lose, only to feel the unbearable weight of regret before he could discern the true value of things. Was he, at his core, no different than that insufferable Miss Diao, a pretentious wretch? Alas, a wretch is simply one who is pretentious. Wang Xian lamented, rubbing his face in despair. Who are you referring to? A cold snort interrupted, as a graceful figure draped in white appeared from behind the curtain. Angrily turning to leave. I speak of myself. Wang Xian sprang from his chair, leaping towards Lin Qing'er and grasping her delicate wrist. Do not go. Let go. Lin Qing'er struggled fiercely, unable to break free. If you do not release me, I will call for help. Just let me speak 2 sentences, Wang Xian insisted. His grip unyielding, his voice low. The first is that you know my mind was once muddled, so my memory falters. Eventually, I recall that you promised to marry me. Lin Qing'er, unable to pull her hand away, resigned herself to his hold, still facing away from him, her tone icy, regrettably. I have also stated that time waits for no one. You failed to fulfill your duty to remind me. Wang Xian muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing'er abruptly turned, glaring at him. Scoundrel! This time, I beg you, remain and marry me, will you? Wang Xian implored, gazing into her tear-stained eyes, his voice humble. Hiki. Lin Qing'er unexpectedly smiled. I am already engaged. My family is heading to Suzhou tomorrow and shall not return. Wang Xian's voice trembled as he pleaded. Is there no way to stop it? Witnessing his despair, Lin Qing'er's smile grew more radiant. Do you think this is childish play? My family has already accepted the betrothal gifts. Breaking off the engagement would entail legal repercussions. Wang Xian felt his heart shatter, gradually loosening his grip. Observing his state, Lin Qing'er fell silent, her smile fading. They lingered in silence for a moment before Wang Xian lowered his head and murmured. I merely wished to wait until I was worthy of you before proposing. He cast a deep glance at the girl, as pure as a white daisy, and turned to leave, lost in despair. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Lin Qing'er found herself hesitating to speak, letting out a soft sigh. Had she perhaps gone too far? Lin Rongxing appeared at his sister's side. It is all the teachings of the matriarch, Lin Qing'er said, biting her lip slightly. Raising her delicate chin as she huffed, moreover, he has made my life unbearable. I cannot let him off easily. Alas, it is difficult to nurture both women and rogues. Lin Rongxing shook his head. Having regained his status as a scholar, he seemed to have revitalized, feeling that distance breeds resentment while proximity breeds contempt. Brother. Lin Qing'er playfully pouted, you should remain a bachelor for life. Only if mother agrees, Lin Roxing replied with a wry smile. Alas, where are you going? I'm just going out to check on him. He seems utterly lost. I hope nothing unfortunate happens, she said. I still intend to teach him a lesson. Lin Roxing grasped her arm and reassured her, do not worry. Men do not suffer as women do. If rejected, they may simply drown their sorrows in drink. Lin Roxing's words were not unfounded. Wang Xian wandered aimlessly down the quiet street, his heart heavy. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of stringed instruments and laughter. Looking up, he saw a brightly lit two-story building adorned with red lanterns. Several attendants lounged at the entrance, beckoning customers. As he approached, they eagerly called out, the esteemed gentleman has arrived. Our lady has been waiting for you. Come in for a drink to warm yourself and listen to her sing a tune. I have no money, Wang Xian realized, having unwittingly found himself at the entrance of a brothel. Perhaps another time, do not keep our lady waiting too long. The attendants' enthusiasm waned as they returned to their posts. Yet one thin figure remained, asking, brother, what troubles you? Why have you come here? Wang Xian recognized him as Shuai Hui and inquired, is your father not going to beat you for this? I had no choice. One must earn a living. Shuai Hui shrugged. Besides, I am not a brothel worker. I merely assist downstairs, helping to attract customers. Oh, Wang Xian noted the absence of a green hat and nodded. Buy me a drink then. Ah. Shuai Hui rummaged through his pockets, wincing at the thought of parting with the meager tips he had received. All right then. At the entrance of the brothel, there was a small food stall offering side dishes for the patrons inside, complete with a few tables and chairs for guests to dine. The two sat down as Shuai Hui ordered several small dishes such as pickled vegetables, crispy snails, and salted fish, pouring a pot of wine to accompany Wang Xian in drowning his sorrows. Brother, what has transpired with you? There once existed a sincere affection before me, which I failed to cherish. It was only upon its loss that I realized my grave mistake. Wang Xian, inebriated as if quenching a thirst, with bleary eyes lamented. There is no greater sorrow in this world than this. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would undoubtedly seize her without hesitation. The lines of Ji Zunbao, which I have recited countless times with humor, now strike my heart like daggers, each word piercing deeply. Regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. With a countenance full of reflection, Shuai Hui remarked, had I known I would find myself in this situation today, I would have readily agreed to enter a marriage as a son-in-law. In the face of life's realities, what significance does pride hold? Indeed, what is face worth? Wang Xian poured himself a drink and remarked, moreover, for individuals like us, what face is there to speak of? Brother, you have now attained your status. You are of noble lineage. Shuai Hui pressed down on his wine cup, saying, you still have to report for duty tomorrow. Let us cease our drinking for today. What a farce, this noble lineage. It does not spare one from being scolded like a mere child. Wang Xian spat vehemently and declared, are we, the insignificant ones, destined to be trampled upon for eternity? Certainly not. Although Shuai Hui is of humble origin, his aspirations soar as high as the heavens. He reflects, did not Emperor Taizu, despite his humble beginnings, rise to greatness and establish the illustrious Ming Dynasty? Trample upon all those who bully him and look down upon him. With a firm pat on Wang Xian's shoulder, he declared, brother, among us, you are the one with the brightest prospects. Strive diligently. Trample upon those who dare to bully you, and compel those who look down upon you to slap their own faces. Well said. Wang Xian, upon hearing this, widened his eyes, pounded the table, and shouted fervently, indeed, I must strive to trample upon those who look down upon us. Strike those scoundrels with fervor. Yes. Deliver blows both from the front and the back. Beat them until they resemble a swine, and then kick them with disdain. Shuai Hui laughed heartily, observing the two young men lost in their reveries. The old vendor, shook his head in silence, reflecting on the exuberance of youth. Ah, to be young is a blessing. After a few more years of hardship, perhaps they would not dare to utter such bold claims, he mused. The two companions, oblivious to the passage of time and the need to settle their tab, leaned against each other, indulging in boisterous conversation and laughter until they succumbed to slumber at the table. As the clamor of the street gradually grew louder, the two stirred, rubbing their eyes, only to find that the old man had already begun selling breakfast. Regaining his composure, Wang Xian suddenly leaped up and darted away in a flash. Shuai Hui, too, contemplated making an escape, but was swiftly apprehended by you, who grasped him by the collar and demanded, pay your bill. Gazing at the table strewn with bottles of liquor, Shuai Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. How much would this cost? 51. In copper coins, the old man declared sternly. Ah. Shuai Hui searched through his pockets and found merely a handful of coins, barely over 10 won. With a forced smile, he suggested, I can wash dishes to settle the debt. Half a month, the old man replied. That's far too long. At most, it shall be 7 days. No less than 10 days. The two individuals argued for an extended period, ultimately reaching a transaction after 7 days. It begs the question of why my brother was in such a hurry. He is not one to evade his debts. While washing the dishes, Shuai Hui inquired. I surmised he was headed towards the dock. Old Yu let out a sigh, remarking on the futility of it all, for there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Alas. Shuai Hui echoed the sentiment with a sigh of his own and began to hum a tune, pondering the nature of love in this world. Wang Xian sprinted to the dock, his hangover rendering him unsteady on his feet. He seized a passerby and breathlessly inquired, Has the Lin family ship already departed? To his fortune, he had indeed approached the right person. Upon hearing the reply, Wang Xian took off running, following the riverbank for several miles beyond the city. Yet how could he possibly catch sight of the Lin family's vessel? Eventually, he stumbled and fell at the river's edge, and something precious slipped from his grasp, tumbling into the water. In a frantic attempt to save it, he realized it was too late. He could only watch as a paper bag floated on the river's surface. It seems torn, releasing a flurry of dried chrysanthemum petals. As the pristine waters enveloped them, the petals unfurled once more, drifting downstream in delicate clusters. Those were the chrysanthemum tea he had painstakingly dried himself. Wang Xian threw back his head and let out a mournful wail, collapsing onto the riverbank. His body swallowed by the surrounding grass. It was not until nearly noon that he returned home, caked in mud, barefoot, and limping, before he knocked on the door. The door was opened by a slender girl in a white dress, reminiscent of a daisy. She bit her lip gently, raised her delicate face, her features a picturesque sight, and softly uttered, You're back. Chapter 34. The Elixir of Regret. The most blissful moment in life is when you believe you have lost someone, only to find them standing before you once more. Wang Xian rubbed his eyes vigorously, and to his astonishment, the enchanting Lin Qing'er, whom he thought had become engaged to another, stood right in front of him. You were supposed to leave, weren't you? Wang Xian pinched himself, and the pain confirmed that this was no dream. Yet, how could such an astonishing twist of fate occur? This is my home. Where are you going, brother? Lin Qing'er chuckled, her mouth covered, her eyes still swollen like peaches, yet her gaze sparkled with joy. Your home? Then where is mine? Wang Xian's mind stalled for a moment before he finally processed her words. What did you just call me? Brother, of course, Lin Qing'er replied with a smile. Brother. Wang Xian nearly choked on his own breath. Indeed, they were long-lost siblings. His mother, unable to contain her pride, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. This is my sister. Inine bounced over to Lin Qing'er and wrapped her arms around her, exclaiming, Look how much we resemble each other. What are you joking about? Wang Xian exclaimed, feeling exasperated. This was no romantic tale, and the notion of long-lost siblings reuniting seemed absurd. Fool, come inside. His mother scolded, giving him a disapproving look. You look like a muddy monkey. As Wang Xian stepped inside, he glanced from Lin Qing'er to his mother, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? You silly boy, his mother declared with unabashed delight. It's all thanks to me. It turned out that after his father returned home that day, his mother felt compelled to prevent Lin Qing'er from leaving, though she was illiterate. She understood the gravity of the situation. In the Ming Dynasty, even in the culturally renowned Zhejiang, educated individuals were exceedingly rare, and girls who pursued knowledge were even scarcer. As for a well-educated girl willing to marry a rascal like Wang Xian, she knew there was but one in the entire country. His mother had long harbored dreams of producing a scholar in the Wang family. With no hopes for her son, she set her sights on her grandchildren. Was there anyone more suitable than Lin Qing'er to be a daughter-in-law? Thus, she personally visited the Lin family to negotiate, hoping to adopt Lin Qing'er as a foster daughter, pledging to treat her as her own. Yet, to be fair, she also scolded her own daughter from dawn to dusk. Adopting a daughter is distinct from taking a child bride, serving as a means for commoners to navigate the mourning period. According to regulations, one must observe a period of mourning lasting 27 months for parents and grandparents, almost 3 years, greatly impacting normal life. Commoners, unlike officials, were not under constant scrutiny, and thus devised various methods to circumvent this. Adopting a daughter was among the most respectable options. However, the Lin family initially agreed to a marriage proposal with Wang Xian merely as a delaying tactic due to the mourning period. They had no intention of marrying Lin Qing'er to the notorious Wang Xian. Now, faced with his mother's unreasonable request, old Lady Lin was naturally reluctant to acquiesce. Unfortunately, her opponent was the formidable and unparalleled Wang matriarch. With unwavering determination, I relentlessly pursued her for 3 full days, embodying the spirit of tenacity until my goal was achieved. At last, the venerable Mrs. Lin, overwhelmed and bewildered, acquiesced. In truth, Mrs. Lin was moved by my persistence, feeling fortunate that her daughter had such a considerate mother-in-law. After securing the approval of the Lin family, I finally met Miss Lin. Lin Qing'er was already deeply touched by my efforts, yet the heartless rejection from Wang Xian had left her despondent and devoid of confidence. Could it be that he truly found me unworthy, having been previously jilted? Upon hearing the girl's melancholic lament, I burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Silly girl. All men have their flaws, we simply need to address them." With a confident pat on my chest, I declared, "Trust me. We shall stage a little drama that will surely reveal the true nature of that scoundrel." Mother Lin Qing'er shyly protested. "Ah, my dear daughter," I embraced her, my heart blooming with joy. "Thus, you toy with my emotions?" Wang Xian exclaimed, eyes wide with anger. "How could you deceive me about something that was already settled?" "There was no such deception," I retorted with a cold smile. "You are still so naive and sentimental." I always have a way to leave Wang Xian speechless. "Clean yourself up and hurry to eat. After that, rush to the yamen." Wang Xian wiped the mud from his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly filled a basin with water and began to wash himself in the courtyard. A towel was handed to him, and as he reached out, his fingers brushed against Lin Qing'er's. She withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame, and asked, "Why have you changed your mind again?" "Because I have come to understand a profound truth. Life is long, and although one may be downcast at present, with effort, one can eventually rise again," Wang Xian said, gazing deeply into her delicate features, softly adding, "However, a good girl will not wait indefinitely. If you miss the opportunity, it may be lost forever." "These two matters are not inherently contradictory," Lin Qing'er said in a soft yet resolute voice. "Why not marry her first, and then strive together?" "Indeed, I have been overly sentimental. Fortunately, there remains an opportunity for redemption," Wang Xian acknowledged sincerely. "With the clouds drifting lazily overhead and the heavens bearing witness, what could be more blissful than having the chance to amend one's mistakes?" "Where is my chrysanthemum?" Lin Qing'er, feeling shy, swiftly changed the subject. This Wang Xian's mouth parted slightly, realizing his mother had likely boasted about his actions to her. "I intended to dry it to apologize to you, remembering you mentioned your fondness for floral teas." Lin Qing'er's heart swelled with joy. He truly remembered. But now, it had already fallen into the Fuchin River. Wang Xian replied earnestly, "My mother has dried some as well, far superior to what I managed. You may drink that for now. I will wait for next autumn." Lin Qing'er smiled lightly, playfully nudging his foot with her toe. There's also rose tea and lotus tea after lunch. Wang Xian began to pack his belongings, preparing to move to the yamen. As for his room, it naturally belonged to Lin Qing'er before their formal engagement. They were, after all, like siblings. Wang Xian's possessions were rather simple: a bedding roll, 2 sets of clothes, one for dry cleaning and one for wet washing, and a few books. Just before his departure, Lin Qing'er slipped him a copy of the Analects, gently advising, "Be sure to read when you have leisure from your official duties." "Did you not say that it would be splendid to spend 10 years preparing to pass the scholar examination?" Wang Xian nodded, offering a wry smile as he replied, "But can one truly learn without a teacher's guidance?" "You must first memorize the content," Lin Qing'er said, her cheeks flushing slightly. "There will naturally be someone to guide you." "Who? You?" Wang Xian squinted. "Do you look down on me?" Lin Qing'er retorted, exasperated by his demeanor. "The county instructor remarked that if I were a man, passing the provincial examination would be a certainty." "Wow, my sister is a talented woman," exclaimed Yingling, bouncing into the room and tugging at Lin Qing'er's sleeve, pleading, "Please let me be your female disciple. What are you thinking? Hurry and come help." Their mother, busy mending shoes in the courtyard, shouted angrily, "What good is literacy if it can't fill your stomach? Then why does my sister read?" Yingling protested, jumping out again. "That's just idleness from being well-fed." With the guest already welcomed, their mother felt free to speak her mind. Lin Qing'er stood in the room, utterly astonished, as if she did not recognize her own mother. "You will get used to it," Wang Xian said awkwardly, scratching his head, "but brace yourself. It will be quite a challenge ahead." "Oh." Seeing him lift the bamboo basket, Lin Qing'er quickly placed the bedding roll atop and secured it. "Time to go," Wang Xian grinned at her, feeling a sense of security knowing he had a prospective bride at home. "Don't forget what I just told you," their mother called out loudly, "if you can't manage it." Seek out Uncle Zhang to handle it. I won't tolerate embarrassment in front of our neighbors. Okay. Wang Xian replied helplessly. As he exited the alley, he happened upon Brother Zhang, who, upon noticing the heavy load Wang Xian carried, promptly took it from him without a word. I'm fine. There's no need for help. Wang Xian insisted. You're a little official now. How can you do manual labor? Brother Zhang said matter-of-factly. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. What official? I'm merely a temporary worker. Wang Xian chuckled bitterly, thinking to himself that he was indeed about to face a tempestuous trial as a temporary worker. A temporary worker, you say? That's a novel term. Truly, a little official possesses knowledge, Brother Zhang remarked, envy gleaming in his eyes. Regardless, it's better than our common folk. Sitting inside the yamen, shielded from wind and rain, without needing to do any physical labor, and yet receiving silver in return. Those who enter must bow their heads, and wherever they go, they are treated with deference. If they take a dislike to any commoner, they can easily make things difficult for them. Wang Xian felt a sweat break out. If it were truly as Brother Zhang described, then being a clerk would indeed be a coveted position. Unfortunately, it was far from that, and his own life would surely not be so comfortable. Brother Zhang accompanied him to the entrance of the yamen, even intending to escort him inside, but was promptly informed that such was not permitted. After expressing his gratitude to Brother Zhang, Wang Xian returned to the clerk's quarters, not bothering to tidy up before heading to his assigned room. As it was during the midday respite, a group of clerks gathered in conversation. One fellow, with an elongated visage, chuckled, "This lad is truly audacious. Fully aware that the master disapproves of him, yet he dares to leave early on his first day and completely absents himself the following day. Have you not seen the master's countenance? He has yet to experience the master's methods of discipline." A sharp-featured individual scoffed, "Rest assured, he shall regret it profoundly when the time comes." Before he could finish, Wang Xian entered the room, prompting the others to abruptly cease their chatter. Wu Wei rose, expressing his discontent. "Where have you been? You didn't even offer a word of notice." "I had matters to attend to at home today," Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Alas, your fate is sealed," Wu Wei sighed. "The master instructed us to inform you to see him immediately upon your arrival. Let it be later." "It is still the lunch break," Wang Xian responded cheerfully as he took a seat. Noticing the unfinished characters on the desk, he resumed his writing. The same piece of writing felt entirely different today compared to yesterday. The weighty and restless sensation had vanished, replaced by a heart brimming with ease and a spirit full of determination. "Come on, Li. If it is a battle you desire, then let us engage." Chapter 35. Foes. It is easy to speak boldly, yet it is a daunting task for a daughter-in-law who is not favored by her mother-in-law. Wang Xian, having endured a lengthy reprimand in Li Sihu's quarters, returned to his own lodgings feeling utterly dazed, clutching a stack of account books. Despite having reassured himself that the rants of the Li family were inconsequential, one cannot help but be overwhelmed by the stench of persistent insults. Even a clay figurine retains some semblance of its earthy nature. Thus, being berated to the point of exasperation inevitably ignites one's indignation. Wang Xian was not a novice in the workplace. His audacity to inscribe on the official's drawings stemmed from a lack of hope in securing employment, a mere outlet for his frustrations. Now that he had crossed this threshold, he had no reason to act capriciously. He must devise a means to carve out a path for himself. For he had come to realize that this was indeed the most prudent route to ensure his family's comfort and his own dignity. Anyone who sought to expel him was, without question, his adversary. Yet presently, the disparity in strength between foes and allies was stark, rendering any confrontation implausible. He could only keep his tail tucked and strive to avoid mistakes, denying Li any further opportunity to retaliate, although this was no simple feat. Considering the authority of the superior who could easily fabricate troubles for him at any moment, until he formulated a counter-strategy, he could only endure one day at a time. Regaining his composure, Wang Xian redirected his focus to the task at hand. In accordance with Li Siu's directive, he was to reconcile the account books before dawn the following day. Any delay or error would be on his head. Wu Xiaoping glanced over, opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated, shaking his head with a sigh before returning to his own desk. Wang Xian understood the source of his lament. First, the sheer volume of account books was a nightmare for someone unacquainted with this field, rendering completion nearly impossible. Secondly, these were ancient accounts from the 5th year of the Yongle reign, and reconciling them would serve no purpose, merely a ruse to keep him occupied. Wang Xian was not intimidated by the task of accounting. On the contrary, he felt a peculiar familiarity as his fingers grazed the abacus. for his previous profession was that of a certified public accountant. Although the future had embraced digitalization, he was grateful for the outdated educational system that had allowed him to practice on the abacus for 2 years. The official account books of this Ming Dynasty evidently employed a single-entry bookkeeping method, recording each transaction and subsequently aggregating them monthly, quarterly, and annually, ultimately utilizing the 4-column method for reconciliation. This method was straightforward and easily comprehensible, at least to him. The clerks in the room slowed their work, eager to witness Wang Xian's folly, but when they saw him adeptly handling the abacus in one hand and a brush in the other, despite his somewhat rusty technique, it was clear he had practiced before. Truly a testament to his scholarly lineage, their interest waned, and they returned to their own tasks. After an afternoon of labor, Wang Xian nearly reclaimed the sensation of being the runner-up in the school abacus competition, yet he had only managed to clear half of the account books. As dinner approached, a young official in a blue robe entered and inquired, "Which one is Wang Xian?" "I am," Wang Xian replied, rising to his feet. "Come with me," the official stated flatly, turning on his heel. Wang Xian felt a sense of bewilderment but set aside his work and obediently followed. Once he departed, the clerks could no longer contain their restlessness, whispering among themselves, "I told you he would regret offending the superior. Look, they've sent him to the punishment chamber. Alas, I find him rather commendable." The clerks have developed a sense of sympathy for Wang Xian, who is diligent yet unassuming. Why does he evoke such animosity from the magistrate? "Cease your words, lest the magistrate overhear and punish you as well," another clerk advised. The others concurred, choosing to refrain from further discussion on the matter. Meanwhile, Wang Xian followed the clerk as they departed the office, arriving at the interrogation room. Upon entering, a wave of laughter erupted among the clerks there. "What is this? Is the young master to receive punishment on his very first day?" They were all former subordinates of Wang Xian's father, and alongside Li Guan, they shared tales of the kindness bestowed upon them by Wang Xingye. Had it not been for Wang Xingye's steadfastness in the face of coercive interrogation, refusing to implicate anyone, this group would surely have faced dire consequences under the scrutiny of Inspector He. Thus, with Wang Xingye's release, the personnel from the interrogation room frequently visited his home, and it was this very group that contributed funds for his official pursuits. Naturally, their affection for Wang Xian was particularly warm. The clerk did not maintain the stern demeanor he exhibited outside, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Li Sheng, wielding a needle like a club. The young master has merely been absent for a morning, and this rogue has already issued an order to deliver 20 lashes. Pray, wait." Another clerk interjected angrily. "The young master has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the rules, yet Li Sheng seeks to punish him. This is not merely aimed at him, but at our esteemed elder as well. To hand this over to us for handling is a blatant affront." He slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I shall go and berate him." "Stop." Li Guan emerged from within, scolding, "What are you shouting about? According to the regulations, one day's absence incurs 20 lashes. What right do you have to chastise him?" The clerk sighed, "I merely wish to encourage the young master. With that foul mouth of yours, you may have vented your frustrations, but what will become of the young master under your command?" Li Guan waved his hand dismissively. "Now be off home." "Oh." The clerks exchanged knowing glances with Wang Xian, playfully nudging him before dispersing. "Come in." Li Guan turned and entered the room, with Wang Xian following suit. "What tea shall we have?" "Please, sit down," Li Guan said as he personally brewed a cup. "Let us enjoy some Bureaucrat. It is my favorite." Wang Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Why were these clerks so full of themselves? "Do you sense a difference in Uncle Li?" Li Guan replied nonchalantly, "That is only natural. Previously, you were a commoner, and I was a subordinate of your father, thus our interactions were cordial. However, now that you don this white robe, you are an official, and I must treat you according to the protocols of the court." "Indeed," Wang Xian humbly acknowledged. "I am entirely inexperienced and request Uncle Li to instruct me." "Haha." A faint smile appeared on Li Guan's face. "Do you know why I smile?" "No, I do not." Wang Xian shook his head. "I find it amusing that you seek knowledge from afar." Li Guan poured him a cup of tea. "Much of what I know was imparted by your father. Tell me, who should you seek for guidance?" "He is not in Fuyang," Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. "Very well, I shall take the liberty of guiding you this once." Li Guan leaned forward and said, "Let me impart this wisdom. It is uncomfortable to serve in an office, yet comfortable to be free from duty, regardless of one's status as a clerk or an official. As long as one resides within the confines of the government office, adherence to regulations is paramount, and one must endure discomfort. For instance, rising at the 5th watch daily to report to the clerk's office is mandatory. Should one arrive late or be absent, Punishment awaits, and repeated offenses could lead to imprisonment. To seek solace, one might as well return to being a commoner. My nephew has turned over a new leaf and is determined to start anew. Wang Xian spoke softly. Uncle Li, please refrain from viewing me through the lens of the past. How I perceive you is of little consequence, out of respect for your father. I will certainly look out for you. Li Guan, being among the younger clerks in the 6 offices, owes his position largely to Wang Xingye's influence. Otherwise, by the order of seniority, one would need to be well over 40 to ascend. However, each of the 6 offices has its own realm. And it seems fate has dealt you an unfortunate hand by assigning you to the household office. I wish to assist you, yet my hands are tied. I understand. Wang Xian nodded. Li Guan's intercessions were futile, serving only to worsen his own predicament. You ought to return, Li Guan sighed. Be cautious and adhere to the rules. Uncle Li can only ensure you avoid punishment. The rest is up to you to navigate. Will I no longer face punishment? Wang Xian's eyes widened. Not at all. Li Guan replied nonchalantly. I shall merely inform the lower ranks. However, for the next few days, refrain from appearing too cheerful. Walk slowly. And it would be wise to feign a limp, lest Li Xing devise new ways to torment you. I comprehend. Wang Xian rose and said respectfully. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, Li Guan nodded, and as Wang Xian reached the door, he added pensively, that scoundrel Li Sheng will inevitably meet a grim fate. Bear with it for now. Wang Xian paused, nodded, and departed. Upon leaving the penal office, he spotted the chubby Wu in the distance and hurriedly approached, limping. Are you all right? Wu Wei quickly supported him, expressing concern. I too have faced minor punishment, though it may not injure, it is certainly painful. Wang Xian nodded, mumbling. What brings you here? The class has dispersed, Wu Wei replied. Allow me to assist you back to the clerk's quarters and examine your injury. Shall I summon my father? Realizing Wu's family background, Wang Xian understood he could not deceive him, and quietly said, I was hardly harmed. There are no bruises. Oh? Wu contemplated for a moment. Then understood. They were lenient. Indeed, Wang Xian replied. I must return for the account books. If I do not complete my work tonight, I shall be in trouble. You truly do not grasp this, Wu Wei chuckled ruefully. The account books of the household office cannot be taken to the clerk's quarters. They must be reviewed in the office. Once class is dismissed, the doors are locked and will be reopened tomorrow morning. But what if I cannot meet my deadline tomorrow? Wang Xian exclaimed. Does that not mean further reprimands, or even punishment? Punishment is unlikely, Wu Wei reassured him. At worst, you might receive a few scoldings. Simply let it go in one ear and out the other. Wang Xian was indeed vexed. As Wu had predicted, the following day, Wang Xian faced a severe reprimand. And Li Xing ordered him to submit his work by the afternoon. This time, with ample time at hand and having grown more adept, Wang Xian completed the account reconciliation early, establishing the 4-column ledger. Upon verifying the accounts, the new entries balanced with the old, confirming the figures aligned correctly. He let out a slight sigh of relief, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. With his years of auditing experience, he discerned that the accounts were riddled with discrepancies. These records appeared to be crafted by an adept hand, with every income item meticulously documented and each expenditure clearly delineated. Merely employing a single-entry bookkeeping method would reveal no issues. However, he pondered, what if he were to utilize double-entry bookkeeping? Wang Xian sensed that certain discrepancies would likely come to light. Embracing the tenacious spirit of a certified public accountant, he resolutely picked up the first ledger once more, determined to re-examine the accounts and uncover any hidden irregularities. Chapter 36, How to Displace a Superior, Part 1. During the early Ming Dynasty, accounting methods were rudimentary, lacking the complexity of triple or quadruple entry systems. The prevalent method was a simplistic cash-based bookkeeping approach that merely reflected cash inflows and outflows. This method failed to encompass the myriad aspects of financial activities and was essentially just a cash ledger. Anyone with even a modicum of accounting knowledge understands that a solitary cash book cannot genuinely convey the true financial state of a department. The simplest example being that the consumption of materials purchased would not be recorded if it did not involve cash expenditure. In summary, this haphazard method of accounting, which only provides results without detailing the processes, is exceedingly prone to manipulation. Wang Xian, upon reviewing the accounts, sensed discrepancies. Realizing there was still time, he extracted a month's worth of records and employed the double-entry bookkeeping system to ascertain whether the income and expenditures were balanced. If they were not, he could readily identify the discrepancies in inflows and outflows, thereby uncovering the underlying issues. However, after considerable effort, he discovered that the other party was quite adept at maintaining the accounts. Yet, this did not daunt a professional. Wang Xian possessed the Binford's law as a powerful asset. This principle asserts that in a set of unaltered numbers, the probability of a number beginning with 1 is approximately 30%, while that beginning with 2 is about 17%, and one beginning with 3 is around 12%. With these probabilities diminishing sequentially until numbers beginning with 8 and 9 collectively total only 10%, provided the sample size is sufficiently large and the figures are authentic. They will adhere to this law. Conversely, if the numbers are fabricated, the statistical results will deviate significantly from this norm. Auditors employ this principle as a preliminary check for potential fraud, significantly enhancing auditing efficiency. After an afternoon of diligent work, Wang Xian compiled a year's worth of financial figures. Observing the 10 statistical figures on paper, all strikingly average, he smiled. A glance at the account manager's column revealed the name of Li Qing'er, who at that time still served as a clerk, further amplifying his smile. Still smiling? Have you verified the accounts? Wu Xiaoping appeared beside him. Noticing that he had only 9 figures on his paper and promptly expressed concern, the Lord will want to see this shortly. It's all prepared. Wang Xian replied with a smile, picking up the results he had calculated earlier that morning. Just then, the clatter of a wooden board echoed, signaling that the clerk should promptly assemble in the office. As expected, after delivering a lecture, Li Qing'er approached Wang Xian in silence, extending his hand. Wang Xian handed over the accounts. Li Qing'er glanced at them, disdainfully tossed them to the ground, and remarked, all incorrect. Then, with an air of indifference, he looked at Wang Xian and stated, recalculate for tomorrow. The most exasperating aspect is not merely the act of accounting, but rather the realization after hours of labor that everything was erroneous, necessitating a complete restart. Li Qing'er was confident that someone as inexperienced as Wang Xian could not produce accurate results, even after 10 attempts. Moreover, even if he succeeded, Li Qing'er could easily claim otherwise. Subjecting him to this relentless cycle of torment could drive any individual to madness. Even if he refused to leave, Li Qing'er could declare him incompetent, expelling him from the office, thus satisfying his own vendetta while avenging the irritable chief clerk, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, my lord. However, to Li Qing'er's disappointment, Wang Xian exhibited no extreme reactions. He simply bent down to pick up the items and nodded earnestly, stating, then I shall recalculate. If you cannot arrive at the correct figures, you shall be dismissed. The office does not support idlers. Li Qing'er cast a scornful glance at him before turning to enter the inner room. Yes, my lord, Wang Xian replied with a nod. The clerks present looked upon him with sympathy. It was indeed harsh to task a novice, who had learned nothing, with the intricate calculations of accounts and demand perfection. Furthermore, Wang Xingye enjoyed an excellent reputation within the office, earning the respect of all. The law even stipulates that misfortune should not befall one's wife and children. So why was Li Qing'er so relentless towards his son? Yet, out of fear of Li Qing'er's oppressive authority, no one dared speak further to Wang Xian. They could only sigh and pat him on the shoulder, saying, let us go eat. Wang Xian nodded silently, assuming a demeanor of a meek victim. Little did they know, it was he who intentionally miscalculated. For the next 3 days, Wang Xian continued to make errors each day, enduring reprimands, while the group of clerks could hardly bear to witness it. Alas, this young man is genuinely quite decent. He is diligent and respectful towards his seniors, fetching water and serving tea without a hint of laziness, starkly contrasting the rumors. How unfortunate he has fallen into the hands of Lord Li. Zhang Dianli could no longer contain himself. After the office closed one day, he followed Li Qing'er into the inner chamber, urging, is it really necessary to treat Wang Xian this way? He is an outsider. Your relentless torment is driving him to the brink of foolishness. What should have taken a day has already stretched to 5. Li Qing'er, unwavering in his principles, responded with conviction, is the office to become a haven for idleness? He must be given time to learn and adapt. With so many capable candidates waiting in line, why should I employ him? Li Qing'er scoffed. Alas. Zhang Dianli sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. Once Zhang Dianli departed, Li Qing'er sat in silence for a long time, his expression dark and brooding. He was well aware that the longer this issue dragged on, the worse the repercussions would be. Yet, he never anticipated that Wang Xian would possess such resilience. Enduring until now. This will not do. I must devise a different strategy. Li Qihu furrowed his brow, plotting. That afternoon, Wang Gui unexpectedly arrived at the office, calling for Wang Xian to join him for a meal. Wang Xian suddenly remembered this matter, tidied his belongings, informed his colleagues, and accompanied Wang Gui to the street in front of the office. The area in front of the office has always been known for its vibrant atmosphere. Besides official institutions such as lodging, medicine, In Enyang studies, it also hosts 4 major industries. The first is the inn. Those from outside the county, coming to litigate, often seek accommodation here, allowing plaintiffs to conveniently submit their petitions and witnesses to be readily summoned, while the families of detained defendants or prisoners can engage in social dealings and gather information nearby. The second is the tea house. Once settled, these individuals frequent such establishments to inquire about news and seek assistance, as those who draft petitions and represent clients in court often congregate here. The third is the wine house, where clerks and minor officials gather to exchange information, discuss matters, collude in corruption, and haggle over prices. Moreover, there are the official expenses for dining and drinking, where the proprietors either face ruin or suffer losses. The fourth establishment is the apothecary, often situated adjacent to the medical office, where physicians only attend to diagnoses and prescriptions, allowing patients to conveniently procure their medicines nearby. It is said that for every prescription issued, the physician receives a commission. Thus, Dr. Wu, despite waiving the consultation fee for Wang Xian, has not lost any profit. Coupled with the sporadic corporal punishments meted out in the government office, such as beatings, finger pinching, and other brutalities, injury treatment medicines sell exceptionally well. The owner of the apothecary, Mr. Liu, has become one of the wealthiest individuals in the county. In addition to these 4 thriving businesses, there are also moneylenders, rice merchants, pawn shops, and fruit vendors, all intricately linked to the government's collection of taxes and penalties. Furthermore, there are food stalls specifically catering to the officials and those attending to matters within the government office. It is here that Wang Gui invited Wang Xian for a meal. After ordering several dishes and a bowl of chicken soup, Wang Gui consumed voraciously, resembling a long worm devouring an egg, his face flushed with exertion. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Xian sighed. Is it about your sister-in-law? How did you know? Wang Gui was taken aback, then enlightened. You're quite astute now. It is indeed about your sister-in-law. With determination, he added, we have reconciled. That is splendid, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Are you not angry? Why would I be angry? Wang Xian said solemnly, it was natural for my sister-in-law to feel overwhelmed by my behavior at that time. You truly understand, Wang Gui exclaimed joyfully. I wish to bring her back home. Would you agree? How could I possibly disagree? Wang Xian shrugged. The issue is, my consent alone is insufficient. Indeed, it requires my mother's approval. Wang Gui's expression fell, and he looked at Wang Xian expectantly. You are resourceful. Please devise a plan for me. My mother has turned me into a mere puppet. Wang Xian chuckled wryly as he sipped his tea. What do you think I can suggest? Wang Gui, feeling despondent, lowered his head. Have you managed to glean any insight? As dishes were served, Wang Xian took the platter and arranged it while inquiring. Yes, Wang Gui nodded. What does your mother think? Didn't he the Ho family say that once one leaves the Wang household, Chui Lian is no longer a Wang daughter-in-law? Wang Gui whispered, moreover. They mentioned that the Liu family Chui and I from West Street, a blooming young lady, only requires 20 strings of cash for her dowry. Wang Xian felt a bead of sweat form. Indeed, his mother possessed the demeanor of a formidable empress. Do you not think so? That was merely her anger speaking. Your sister-in-law is quite a good person, Wang Gui replied, lowering his head. When she was a daughter, she never endured such hardships. She has only been with our family for a little over a year before she could no longer bear it. Speaking softly, he continued, once married, the bond of 100 days is formed. Besides, she has already admitted her mistakes. Indeed, Wang Xian nodded. I must assist in this matter, as it was initially due to me. How shall we assist? Well, Wang Xian sighed. Your mother was genuinely furious that time. It won't be easy for her to relent, unless what? Wang Gui asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Unless there exists a compelling reason to persuade her to soften her stance. Wang Xian chuckled. Did I not say that in the face of deeper matters, superficial concerns are of little consequence? What reason? Wang Gui's eyes widened even further. What do you think I long for the most? Wang Xian coaxed gently. A grandchild. Wang Gui replied. Seeing others' little grandchildren makes her yearn to snatch one home to raise. And thus, the matter was settled. Wang Xian picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, savoring it slowly. After dining at the official residence for several days, he no longer appeared as though he were a starving ghost. Wang Gui gazed at him in confusion. And after a while, he finally said, Are you suggesting that I should bring her a grandchild? No need to wait for it to be born. Just getting her pregnant will suffice, Wang Xian stated. If it were an ordinary mother-in-law, a little deception might suffice, but with her keen insight, the ruse would surely be exposed. Alas, if only she could conceive, it would have happened long ago. Wang Gui, upon hearing this, expressed his disappointment. It has been 2 years since the marriage, and she has only been pregnant once, which ended in miscarriage. No matter, Wang Xian replied softly. I shall impart to you a method for cultivating jade. Return home, calculate the right dates, and within 3 months, I assure you, you will harvest jade from Lan Dian. Is it truly that miraculous? Wang Gui exclaimed, his mouth agape. Chapter 37. How to Displace the Superior, Part 2. The following day at the appointed hour. Li Xihu addressed the assembly. The time has come for the various villages to collect and distribute the autumn grain. However, the esteemed Lord has decreed a re-evaluation of the yellow ledger. Although you are all working diligently, we cannot wait for the complete audit of all accounts. We must verify a portion and proceed with the collection of another. The esteemed Lord has already given his assent. Upon hearing this, the clerk's expressions altered dramatically. To be assigned this task was akin to Cao Cao encountering Jiang Gan, a stroke of misfortune. Sun San, you shall go, Li Xihu directed, his gaze landing on a slick and cunning clerk. My lord, I still have a multitude of tasks at hand, Sun San lamented. The accounts are intricate, and the handover alone will take several days. I fear we cannot afford any delays. That holds some merit, Li Xihu conceded. Turning his attention to the clerk standing at the back, Wang Xian. Your accounting skills are of little use here, merely causing chaos. Go out and collect taxes instead. It is a case of repurposing the useless. Wang Xian replied in a hushed tone, but, my lord, I have never learned how to collect taxes. You need not do it personally, Li Sheng retorted coldly. The collection and distribution are the responsibilities of the grain overseers. Your role is merely to supervise the collection. If you cannot manage even this simple task, you might as well leave the office at once. With that, he turned away without awaiting a response and retreated to his inner chamber. Returning to the public office, Wang Xian found several colleagues regarding him with sympathetic eyes. Although they had only known each other for a brief period, perhaps out of a shared compassion for the weaker, or due to Wang Xian's considerate demeanor, the others' attitudes towards him had improved significantly. Though they dared not approach him too closely out of fear of Li Xiu's authority, conversing normally was still permissible. What is wrong? Is there something amiss? Wang Xian inquired. Alas, you are in quite a predicament this time, they sighed. You must find a way to feign illness, otherwise you will surely face dire consequences. Having said this, they shook their heads and returned to their tasks. At the very least, please inform me of what I should do next, Wang Xian implored, his expression pained. Go to the grain department and seek out Clerk Zhang. He will provide you with guidance, Wu Wei advised, patting his shoulder softly. You must heed what everyone says. Thank you, Wang Xian smiled gratefully. Departing the public office and making his way to the grain department, it is worth noting that the affairs of the household department were the most intricate. With 3 administrative clerks and over 30 non-administrative assistants, a dedicated grain department was established for the summer and autumn taxes, with Clerk Zhang as its head. Upon entering, Wang Xian found Clerk Zhang ready with the white ledger, signing plates, and tax notices, which he handed over, saying, Relax, do not feel pressured. I will arrange for someone to accompany you. He then summoned a white laborer named Qin Shou and instructed, You will accompany Clerk Wang. It is his first time on duty, so be sure to remind him of any matters. Qin Shou nodded eagerly, bowing to Wang Xian. The white laborers were temporary workers, lower in status than the clerks, serving primarily as runners, and thus, Wang Xian, having been tempered by Li Xihu, was exceedingly polite in return, which left Qin Shou quite astonished, repeatedly expressing his unworthiness. The two of them first gathered the household department's documents and proceeded to the militia office to requisition 2 militia members, securing a mule cart, and set off towards Changxing Township, 15 miles north of the county town. On the road, Wang Xian observed that Qin Shou and 2 local strongmen wore expressions of delight, seemingly eager for this assignment. Curiously, he inquired, What brings you such joy? Qin Shou, in his 30s, plump and fair, with a tuft of greasy hair sprouting in various directions, possessed shrewd little eyes that sparkled with intelligence. He chuckled in response, Men like us, the white workers and local strongmen, receive no compensation. We labor for the government without pay, aside from the occasional meager allowance. We rely solely on such assignments for any potential gain. Oh, Wang Xian nodded. But why do they look at me as though I were a ghost? With a light laugh, Qin Shou attempted to deflect the question, but under Wang Xian's persistent inquiry, he relented, revealing the obvious. Changxing Township was the first to complete the audit, while others have yet to yield results. Upon examining the white ledger, they discovered not only an increase in taxes compared to before, but also a rise from last year. Naturally, they will delay matters, waiting for the other townships to conclude their audits to see their circumstances first. Understanding dawned on Wang Xian. aligning with his suspicions. He pressed, "What can we do to counter them?" "Nothing can be done," Qin Shou replied bluntly, shaking his head. "The grain leaders are haughty individuals. They regard someone like you, Brother Wang, as insignificant, and even we, the clerks, are beneath their notice. They converse directly with the high-ranking officials. What can we do?" Wang Xian recalled Yi Chang's arrogant demeanor, having insulted the head constable, and realized that as a mere clerk, he would hardly merit their respect. "In my opinion, we should indulge ourselves a little and then return to report," he suggested. Noticing Wang Xian's troubled expression, Qin Shou offered a piece of advice. "Then tomorrow, take some medicinal beans to induce a bit of discomfort. After a few days, the clerk will surely be replaced." "That's a clever idea," Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. "If nothing else works, we may have to resort to that. We can evade the initial scrutiny, but not the inevitable. Li Xing will certainly devise various schemes against him. This is hardly a solution." By midday, they arrived at Changxin Township, where Wang Xian, armed with household documentation, sought out the local grain leader, Zhao. As expected, it was another affluent household. The entrance was as grand as that of Yuan. The doorkeeper, exuding an air of superiority typical of local gentry, paid little heed to Wang Xian. Upon presenting the official documents, the doorkeeper finally regarded him, saying, "My master has gone to visit friends, which means you have made a fruitless trip. When will he return?" Qin Shou's heart sank at the thought they might have lost even the travel funds. The time frame is uncertain, but it could be anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or even as long as 10 days to 2 weeks, the doorkeeper replied nonchalantly. "Then everything will be delayed," Qin Shou said urgently. "Is there no way to locate him?" "That is not feasible. My master has a wide circle of acquaintances. He could be at Xiaoshan Temple playing chess with the abbot or exploring the scenic delights of Xianxiao Ridge. He always returns with satisfaction, and we cannot track him down." The doorkeeper remarked with a forced smile. "Only the lady of the house is present. I cannot invite you gentlemen inside." As he spoke, he extracted a stack of slightly worn banknotes from his boot and handed them to Wang Xian, saying, "We cannot allow you gentlemen to leave empty-handed. Please accept this small token of appreciation and enjoy some tea." The expression of utter disdain directed at him ignited a deep-seated resentment within Wang Xian, who seethed with frustration at the audacity of Li Shang, a mere gatekeeper, to look down upon him. However, glancing at the 3 individuals flanking him, all of whom were greedily drooling over the stack of money, he suspected that should he unleash his fury, it would only lead to his own humiliation. Ultimately, he suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Qin Shou promptly interjected with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude as they departed. The 3 followed Wang Xian out of the estate, while the gatekeeper disdainfully scoffed and retreated inside. In the backyard, they encountered an elderly gentleman clad in a Taoist robe. Practicing Tai Chi master, they have been sent away. The gatekeeper patiently awaited his conclusion before respectfully reporting. Responded the elder, who was none other than the esteemed grain chief of Changxin Township, Zhao Tianjiao. He stroked his beard and remarked, "Initially, I was taken aback by the news that we were to collect taxes first in our township. To my surprise, Li Sihu sent word to merely placate them, assuring that he would handle everything. What is his true intention? Master does not comprehend, and neither do I," the gatekeeper replied with a smile. The messenger was just a young lad accompanied by a few white-clad attendants, appearing more like a group of tax collectors than enforcers. "Ha." Zhao Tianjiao chuckled while wiping sweat from his brow. "No matter the tricks he employs, this year, we will adhere to the previously negotiated terms. Even if he tries to manipulate things, the surplus will still be as he cannot alter the underlying truth. Indeed, our Ming Dynasty maintains that imperial authority does not extend to the countryside. The government cannot interfere with the collection of taxes. Whatever is collected, we shall allocate accordingly, all under your command, master," the gatekeeper flattered. Ha. Zhao Tianjiao erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, amidst the merriment, Wang Xian trudged along the road back to the city, enveloped in gloom. Qin Shou suggested they take a break along the way, but his words fell upon deaf ears. His patience had worn thin. If things continued on this path, he would surely be crushed by the circumstances. "Li, you have forced my hand," he thought, feeling the weight of the 9 significant financial discrepancies he had unearthed in his audit within his pocket, vowing that he would not let this old tortoise escape unscathed. Upon returning to the county town, it was already past mealtime. Wang Xian disregarded the 3 companions, leaping from the carriage and heading straight home. Whether it was his overthinking or not, it seemed the neighbors' greetings lacked their usual warmth. As the saying goes, Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Having been tormented by Li, it was likely the entire county was aware of his plight. Indeed, Uncle Lu no longer offered him oranges, and Brother Qi had no fish to share, let alone Zhu Dachang's pig trotters. While everyone still courteously referred to him as little official, hushed whispers followed him as he passed. Is Li Dagoran truly intent on dealing with Wang Xian? There's no doubt about it. Wang Xian's mother chose to follow Wang Xingye, not Li Sheng, and he has harbored resentment ever since. Now that he has the chance, how could he not take it out on the little fellow? The poor lad is truly unfortunate, as helpless as a grasshopper. Indeed, alas, my orange's silence. I haven't team mentioned my 4 pig trotters, and you think your 2 meager oranges hold any significance? Unbeknownst to them, their whispered remarks drifted on the breeze, reaching Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian let out a sigh, feeling that indeed no one held any hope for him. Lost in his thoughts, he entered the alley and pushed open the door to his home, saying, "Mother, I have returned." What, dismissed so soon? His mother, who was busy mending shoes, glanced at him with a cold smirk. Mother. Wang Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wanting to bang his head against the wall. I'm already miserable outside, and now I have to endure your mockery upon returning. Little did he know, his mother picked up a shoe sole and struck him on the head, scolding him as she did so. Are you even a man? If someone wants to take advantage of you, you just let them? Why not just deal with them then? And you come back seeking comfort. Are you still not weaned? Wang Xian covered his head and fled, shouting, I wasn't fired. I just came back to take a look. Chapter 38. How to Eliminate the Boss. Part 3. Father was at home, cheerfully sipping tea while watching mother chase after brother. Silver Bell was cheering excitedly on the side, leaving Lin Qing'er both amused and exasperated, prompting her to retreat indoors. Once mother finally relented, Wang Xian sat beside father and inquired, Father, when did you return? In the afternoon. Father smiled as he scrutinized him. This white shirt must be quite uncomfortable. Sighing, Wang Xian replied, I'll have a bit to eat first. Here. Father brought back some glutinous rice cakes from Hangzhou. Silver Bell proudly presented a lotus leaf-wrapped package. You all enjoy it. This stuff sticks to the teeth. Our household is still not well off. Wang Xian was faring well at the yamen, so he felt embarrassed to snatch food from his sister. As for leftover rice, just soaking it in water would suffice. It seems you have adapted to life in the countryside. Father squinted and remarked, Is there no one to provide meals? There is. Wang Xian conceded, unable to resist his sister's insistence, and reluctantly tried a glutinous rice cake, but it is merely a cold shoulder. Go out and don't mention you are my son. Father exclaimed in anger, You have brought shame upon me. Seeing father brandishing a shoe sole to strike him, Wang Xian dodged while feeling dejected. Isn't it all due to your own misdeeds? Sighing, father fell silent and withdrew his hand, although Li bears a grudge against me. He's always cunning in his dealings. Why would he act so rashly this time? After a pause, he added, It must be for the benefit of the one surnamed Diao. Regardless of whom it is for, Wang Xian chuckled bitterly in the end. The son is destined to be tormented. Useless. Father shot him a glare. If my son cannot even manage the county office of Fuyang, I will write my surname backward. Father, writing Wang backward is still Wang. Silver Bell interjected quietly. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Go learn embroidery with your sister. Father shooed his daughter away. Now, recount everything that has transpired these past few days. All right. Wang Xian, having been pent up with frustration, finally seized the opportunity to vent. Listening intently to his son's account, Wang Xingye's eyes widened, transforming his innocent face into one of fierce indignation. Just as he was about to explode, he was interrupted by mother's furious outburst. How dare they bully my son like this? If I don't step in, that Li scoundrel won't know the wrath of the king of horses. Stay out of it. Wang Xingye, who had always been obedient to his wife, maintained a heightened sense of pride when it came to Li Sheng. Seeing mother glaring, father quickly softened. There is no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A foolish man will suffice. Humph. Let us set aside your matters for now and sort out the situation for our son. Mother commanded. I had no idea that Xiao Er had been bullied to such an extent by that Li scoundrel. Very well, very well. Wang Xingye waved his hand. You go inside. I will discuss this in detail with our son. We must ensure he suffers greatly. Mother decreed, clutching a basket as she retreated indoors. As mother closed the door, father wiped his brow, feeling awkward. Your mother has transformed into quite the matriarch these past 2 years. Otherwise, how could she sustain this household? Wang Xian sighed. I was so thoughtless back then. Indeed, or else why would I accommodate her so? Father is quite concerned about his image before his son. Yet it seems he is only digging himself deeper. Let us talk about your matters. That old fellow Zhao Tianjia surely does not know you are my son. Otherwise, he would not dare to bully you. Do you want to accompany me? Wang Xian inquired. Nonsense. Father wore a face of disbelief, exclaiming, I am an official. He is a commoner. It is always he who should come to see me. As he spoke, he pointed at his son and scolded, You, young man, are truly bringing disgrace to the office. I've only been muddling through for a few days, and all I've encountered is bullying. Wang Xian replied. Feeling frustrated, I'm still completely in the dark. Ah, indeed, Wang Xingye nodded. Let us first navigate this hurdle, and then I shall teach you slowly. He stroked his chin and continued, As for Zhao Tianjiao, hold off on visiting him for now. Stay at home and wait for him to come seeking you. What? That is impossible. The grain chief is incredibly arrogant. Wang Xian gasped, wide-eyed. Humph, old Wang sneered. Just you wait and see. Observing his father's confidence, Wang Xian felt reassured, realizing there was much he still needed to learn. However, this was merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. He then heard his father sigh while picking at his feet. Li Guzi is meticulous in his dealings, never leaving a trace. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long ago. These habits were cultivated in the salt fields. I wonder if he cleaned his feet before buying the glutinous rice cakes. Speaking of which, let me show you this. Wang Xian took out a paper bag from his pocket and handed it to his father. You only need to look at the first page. Old Wang clapped his hands and accepted it, pulling out a stack of papers. Upon a glance, he was so astonished that he could not pull his gaze away, and after a long moment, he finally regained his composure and asked, Where did this come from? I compiled it myself. He presented the old accounts to me for review, and I discovered this from within, Wang Xian replied. You possess such a skill? Old Wang questioned skeptically. Does it not matter who my father is? Wang Xian smiled, trying to appease. That is true. Old Wang nodded, still doubtful. Who provided you with this? It doesn't even matter where it came from. Wang Xian sighed inwardly, lamenting how honesty often goes untrusted. In any case, the conclusions herein are based on the accounts from the 5th year of the Yongle reign and cannot be erroneous. If this information were to leak out, Old Wang's expression turned grave. From the county magistrate to the clerks, no one would escape. Their heads would all roll. Thus, he sought his father's counsel. Wang Xian sighed again. One does not realize the extent until one investigates. This collusion and corruption in Fuyang County is utterly lawless. Alas, which office is not like this? Old Wang, coming back to himself from his astonishment, sighed. The salaries in the Ming Dynasty are meager, even lower for officials. With just that little stipend, how can one support a family? Furthermore, the magistrate must also support the clerks and maintain appearances. Where does the money come from? If the court does not provide, everyone must find a way. As the saying goes, relying on the mountains for sustenance, relying on the waters for nourishment, those in the office naturally must exploit the power at hand. Do you know how ruthless the founding emperor was? For embezzling 20 taels of silver, one would be flayed alive. Do you understand why the county office's land deity is also known as the Skinning Field Temple? This is due to the lingering presence of the skins of several past magistrates. However, this does not prevent the manipulation that occurs within. Thus, the blame does not rest solely on our shoulders. Wang Xian shivered in fear and whispered, Father, there is no need for you to hastily defend yourself. I have no intention of exposing this. I merely wish to see if there is anything that can be utilized to deal with Li Xing. Why didn't you say so earlier? The old man finally exhaled in relief, lifting the teapot and downing its contents in one go, exclaiming, You little rascal nearly scared me to death. He then scrutinized the matter once more, contemplating, in the officialdom, the flow of finances is predominantly overseen by the Treasury Department, which essentially serves to cover everyone's misdeeds. If you casually fabricate false accounts against him, he will undoubtedly deflect blame, claiming that he is merely the servant holding the keys, without authority to make decisions. The county magistrate and the other officials have all received money and will naturally shield him. Yet, in truth, these officials only grasp the small gains while the larger sums reside in his own pocket. Wang Xian remarked coldly, This is undoubtedly true. Li Xing appears cautious. Yet he possesses audacity beyond measure. The old man grumbled, This tarnishes the reputation of the officials while he reaps the benefits and plays the virtuous one. Should the officials become aware, they would surely despise him. After a pause, he shook his head, yet, the officials must still protect him. Over the years, he has kept a meticulous account of who has profited from the public coffers and what has been taken from the treasury. If they do not safeguard him, they cannot guarantee that he will remain silent. Indeed, Wang Xian sighed, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors from others. In summary, this chief steward is not easily dealt with. The old man sighed. Fortunately, it is you, my son, who has spent a lifetime in the criminal department, capable of addressing various complex issues. Wang Xian nearly spat his tea upon his father's face, forcing a bitter smile. Father, could you refrain from such self-praise? Heh. The old man chuckled. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Wang Xian hastily ingratiated himself, pouring tea for his father, eager to hear his insights. Well, the old man continued, it is also his own doing. In the past 2 years, due to that case, the county has grown lazy. Which official truly prioritizes their duties? They only think about how to enrich themselves. I have heard that after Wei Ji County took office, eager to achieve results and refresh the administration, he found himself at odds with those who had grown complacent and unwilling to cooperate, let alone relinquish their ill-gotten gains. Consequently, they conspired against him, sabotaging his efforts. Li Shang, being the chief steward, shouldered the blame for many wrongdoings, and thus the county magistrate has long wished to rid himself of him. Indeed. That is why Sima Qiu instructed me to gather evidence from the treasury. Wang Xian nodded. Oh, is that so? The old man widened his eyes. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Is it too late to say it now? Wang Xian queried, puzzled. Had you mentioned it earlier, I could have avoided the mental strain. The old man retorted, you, a mere novice in the office, do you think they expect you to uncover any crucial evidence? They merely wish to find a minor fault to justify his dismissal. They are not asking you to devise some lethal weapon against him. They simply require you to pinpoint a small flaw. Pausing for emphasis, he remarked, before you even spoke, I had already deduced the truth. Your words merely corroborate my judgment. Your father, with over a decade of experience in the criminal underbelly, how trivial could the offense be? Interrupting his father's self-congratulatory musings, Wang Xian inquired. What kind of transgression could he have concealed from everyone? One that is minor enough not to lead to utter disgrace. After a moment of contemplation, his father replied, is there such a thing? Indeed. Wang Xian pointed to a specific section on the paper. Ah, splendid. His father nodded upon seeing it. Moreover, who has the audacity to expose this matter? I believe Zhang Dianli is quite capable, Wang Xian whispered. Truly, you are my son. You possess remarkable talent. His father exclaimed with delight, his joy surpassing even the discovery of Wang Xian's accounting prowess. Chapter 39. How to Displace One's Superior, Part 4, Wang Xian. Having been reborn into a new life, possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies of workplace conflicts. He recognizes that the office resembles a battlefield, where newcomers inevitably encounter various trials and tribulations, such as being scrutinized and criticized by their superiors. When faced with relentless oppression, thoughts of retaliation may arise. However, such attempts often culminate in failure more often than not, leading to mutual destruction. In direct confrontations, victory seldom favors the inexperienced. A newcomer daring to challenge their superior invariably leaves an impression of insubordination, fostering an environment where colleagues hesitate to collaborate, and few will advocate for them in crucial moments. Thus, one must either adopt the role of a dutiful subordinate, patiently biding their time until they ascend, or they must learn the art of leveraging circumstances to their advantage. Within any workplace or bureaucratic setting, where resources are scarce and interests collide, conflicts are inevitable, particularly between a principal and an assistant. Outwardly appearing as affectionate as a married couple, yet inwardly wishing for the other's downfall. The advantage of leveraging circumstances lies in its ability to avoid direct confrontation, thereby safeguarding oneself from becoming a casualty of conflict while also preserving one's reputation. In both corporate and bureaucratic realms, capability is not as paramount as public perception. However, the art of leveraging is a delicate craft. It necessitates the protection of one's own interest while simultaneously supplying sufficient support to instill confidence and capability in those being leveraged, enabling them to triumph in the struggle. Even when one feels assured of victory, it is imperative to remember the importance of maintaining one's integrity. Once tarnished, even a temporary win can lead to long-term loss. Over the past few days, Wang Xian has maintained a faade of submissiveness, embodying the sentiment of though the clerk may torment me 1,000 times, I shall treat them as my first love, in an effort to cultivate goodwill. As a newcomer, he lacks the accumulation of reputation and must resort to such methods to evoke sympathy. Regardless of his caution, he cannot conceal his true intentions. The bureaucratic realm is inhabited by astute individuals, where all deceitful tactics are laid bare. Therefore, he must employ overt strategies, making it evident that his decision not to retaliate leads only to a dead end. In such instances, even if deemed insubordinate, few will criticize him. Rather, they will commend his courage. The finesse required to navigate these nuances is best understood by seasoned veterans like Wang Xian or those like Wang Xian, who have experienced a rebirth. For those lacking such experience, it is prudent to remain dutiful and await the time when they can ascend. Observing his son instinctively grasp such profound knowledge, Wang Xian is filled with joy, affirming the adage that a hero's son is also a hero. Yet, it seems something is still amiss. Wang Xian, with one hand scratching his foot and the other stroking his chin, muses, what scheme did Zhou Gongjin employ before borrowing arrows with straw boats? As a lifelong admirer of the Three Kingdoms, he has gleaned much wisdom from its tales. The bitter meat plan, Wang Xian replies, casting a glance at his father. What do you mean, father? His implication is clear, although Wang Xian's plight is dire. It must become even more severe to effectively employ such a strategy. Zhang Hua, though my former subordinate, has proven rather mediocre over the years. One cannot expect him to safeguard you. One must learn to protect oneself. What does this imply? It signifies embracing adversity to achieve rebirth. Wang Xian exclaimed with fervor. Only through such measures can we avert future calamities. Wang Xian, with a troubled expression, protested, is it truly necessary to sacrifice so much for merely a bowl of rice? It is not merely a bowl of rice, it is life itself. Wang Xian retorted fiercely, you are destined to serve a lifetime within the bureaucracy. If you deviate from the path right from the start, your future will be doomed. Consequently, the elder postponed the plans for Zhao Tianjiao, allowing Wang Xian to enact his own ploy of feigned suffering. Among all strategies, the act of self-inflicted pain is the least sophisticated, for it requires only a modicum of foolishness to find oneself subjected to punishment. Any official assigned to duties is not merely to fulfill them but is bound by deadlines. Failure to meet these deadlines results in the superior administering punishment, known as chasing the numbers. Li Sheng, tasked with overseeing Wang Xian, naturally imposed the most stringent requirements, demanding results every 3 days and evaluations every 5. Each day, Wang Xian trudged to Xinjiang, returning each time in a state of utter disarray. As the 5 days swiftly elapsed, Li Sheng's ire erupted upon discovering Wang Xian's empty hands, accusing him of laziness and insincerity in fulfilling his duties. With that, he immediately signed off on a summons to the penal department. In the morning, the same clerk returned to escort Wang Xian to the punishment chamber, where Li Guan addressed him sternly, Erlang, previously I spared you, yet you were reported to the magistrate by Li Sheng and faced harsh rebuke. This time, I cannot show leniency, endure it. Wang Xian felt a surge of anxiety. Is there no room for leniency? None, Li Guan replied, instructing the attendants to lay down a mat on the ground while 4 clerks restrained his limbs. He then nodded to 2 guards, who grinned malevolently, Erlang, forgive us. With that, they wielded the rod, striking Wang Xian's unblemished form. Accompanied by the resounding cracks of the rod, Wang Xian's anguished cries echoed throughout the chamber, drawing the attention of the clerks who exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the identity of the one receiving such punishment. Before long, the 12 strikes were completed, and the guards lifted Wang Xian, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, out of the punishment chamber. At that moment, the dining hall was filled with clerks of various ranks, all witnessing Wang Xian, bloodied and battered, his pristine official garb torn and marked by crimson stains, an alarming sight indeed. This is excessively brutal, they whispered among themselves. Wang Er is a decent young man. He cannot be allowed to perish under such cruelty. Unable to bear the sight any longer, they resolved to petition the magistrate the following day for Wang Xian's reassignment to the ceremonial office. Such murmurs reached Li Sheng's ears, darkening his expression further. He had anticipated that the personnel in the punishment chamber would at least feign leniency toward Wang Xian, but he was shocked to find them genuinely inflicting pain. To have beaten him to such a state. Li Xiu thought, clenching his teeth, one more evaluation, and I can dismiss him. Let them speak as they will. Thus, he feigned ignorance and proceeded to the dining hall for his meal. After the meal, several clerks from the same quarters delivered a portion of food to Wang Xian. Before they even entered the office, they heard him groaning incessantly, cursing, saying, everyone else is deceiving their fathers, yet I am the one constantly deceived by mine. The clerks assumed he was referring to the grievances between his father and Li Xiu, and they silently shook their heads. Upon entering, they found Dr. Wu had bandaged Wang Xian's behind, resembling a rice dumpling, with crimson blood seeping through the white gauze. Father, is he all right? Dr. Wu looked at Wang Xian's pale face. Alas, it was too severe, he replied, shaking his head. His behind is completely beaten, but luckily, no bones are injured. The clerks, many of whom had endured their share of beatings, mostly minor enough for them to walk the same day, could not fathom Wang Xian's severe punishment. They began to suspect that Li Xihu had bribed the bailiffs who administered the punishment. The news of Wang Xian's injuries and the clerk's speculations quickly spread throughout the 6 offices, sparking a wave of discussions regarding Li Xihu's insidious and ruthless nature. In the afternoon, Clerk Zhang visited Wang Xian's office to check on him, bringing with him some brown sugar and eggs. Upon witnessing the dismal state of his superior's son, Zhang felt at a loss for words of comfort. Before he could speak, Wang Xian began to weep. "Wu, Uncle Zhang, does Lord Xihu intend to kill me? What nonsense is this?" Zhang replied awkwardly. "Lord Li is merely strict. He treats everyone this way. It's not a personal vendetta against you. But why am I the only one beaten so severely?" Wang Xian lamented. "They all say it's because Lord Li bribed the executioners." "Don't talk such nonsense," Zhang admonished sternly. "If that reaches Xihu's ears, you'll be in for another beating." "Whoa, I can't take it anymore," Wang Xian cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. "From the very first day I entered the office, he has been out to get me. I treated him as my superior, kept silent upon discovering issues. Yet he wants to ruin me." "What issues?" Zhang furrowed his brows. "When he ordered me to audit the accounts from the 5th year of Yongle, I discovered that the county allocated grain for the clerks and aides' dining halls, totaling a staggering 900 caddies per person each month. Yet, the monthly leftovers amounted to merely 30 caddies per person. Thus, each person could only consume 29 caddies of rice daily. Furthermore," Wang Xian continued, "the fabric allocated for clerks and aides in the spring was a full 100 feet per person, and in autumn, it reached 150 feet. Wang Xian poured forth his findings. "The same applies to ink, paper, brushes, candles, and cooking oil. Each person receives enough for 10 individuals. How did you uncover this?" Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. "I itemized all the expenditures from the ledger, and the discrepancies became evident," Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. "The Lord asked me to audit, yet did not provide any methodology, so I simply muddled through. I had no idea if it was correct." Zhang was taken aback. "Old Lu, after a lifetime of falsifying accounts, you allowed an outsider to uncover the truth with such a simple method." He scrutinized Wang Xian closely. "Why didn't you speak up sooner?" "Because that ledger was fabricated by Li Xihu," Wang Xian whispered. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dianli's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "This matter must remain confidential." "Oh, I will heed Uncle Zhang's advice," Wang Xian responded earnestly with a nod. "Please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave now," Zhang Dianli remarked before departing from the clerk's quarters. However, instead of immediately returning to the office, he began to stroll around the flower pond. Having worked in the household department for several years, he was well aware of the situation Wang Xian had described, which involved the current clerk, Li Sheng, inflating expenses to embezzle funds. What troubled him was the realization that he had been oblivious to this scheme. It implied that Li Sheng had deceived everyone, secretly lining his own pockets. Chapter 40. How to Displace the Supervisor, Part 5. To profess that one is working for the benefit of all while secretly filling one's own pockets is indeed a cause for disdain. It is plausible that the former official may have orchestrated this. Yet regardless, Li Sheng stands as the architect of the fabricated accounts. According to regulations, he is required to verify each entry before it is confirmed, and must affix a scarlet seal to signify the outcome. For instance, upon receiving funds, the notation received must be stamped. For completed payments, paid is to be marked. For postings, posted is necessary, and when accounts are settled, the stamp settled must be applied. Furthermore, for any income, it is imperative to clearly indicate the source. For expenditures, one must first delineate the destination, followed by an explanation of the origin of said expenditure. Although this method does not entirely rectify the deficiencies of single-entry bookkeeping, it at least allows for the identification of responsible parties during subsequent investigations. Hence, Li Sheng is, at the very least, an accomplice and cannot evade culpability. Moreover, this incident transpired 4 years prior, and the then official has since succumbed to illness, allowing Li Sheng to easily shift the blame onto his superior, deftly maneuvering to evade the brunt of responsibility and merely accepting a charge of negligence. In the case of negligence, the most severe consequence might be dismissal, or perhaps even a mere demotion. Thus, if he were to report his superior, the psychological burden would be minimal. Indeed, Zhang Dianli harbors a fervent desire to eliminate Li Xihu, motivated by ambition. Although both the Dianli and Xihu are government officials, their statuses and powers differ vastly. The Xihu monopolizes the official business, while the Dianli merely oversees a staff of clerks. It is evident who enjoys the greater privileges. In informal settings before magistrates, the Sihu is afforded a seat, while the Dianli must stand. The Sihu is exempt from being directly addressed by name, whereas the Dianli is not so fortunate. These disparities are manifold, and one cannot help but wonder how Zhang Dianli could remain unmoved by such inequities. Moreover, Li Sheng is a sycophant, indulging his superiors with excessive flattery while exhibiting disdain for his subordinates, offering not even the most basic respect. How could Zhang Dianli not harbor resentment? However, Zhang Dianli, known as Zhang Hua, is not one to act impulsively. He must weigh the consequences. After all, Li Sheng's position is entrenched, and he has the protection of the magistrate. If he were to strike without ensuring a decisive victory, he could find himself in peril. Thus, after pondering throughout the afternoon, he remained undecided. After the office was dismissed for the day, as he was leaving to dine at home, he fortuitously encountered Sima Shiya. Typically frugal, Sima broke from his usual demeanor and invited him to a tavern for drinks. Zhang Dianli thought to himself that such unsolicited attentiveness could only stem from ulterior motives. Yet he dared not offend Sima Shiya. Thus, he readily accepted the invitation and insisted on treating. The two arrived at the Zhou family tavern in the county, where they found Sima Shiya and the second master of the household department already present. The tavern owner, Zhou Li, personally greeted them, leading them to a private room on the second floor, where he meticulously arranged the dishes and prepared a fine pot of wine. Sensing their desire for privacy, he discreetly withdrew. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Dianli awaited Sima to disclose pertinent matters. Yet to his dismay, Sima engaged in trivial banter, evading the subject at hand. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhang Dianli remarked, "You, sir, have always entered through the back door. Encountering you at the front must surely not be a mere coincidence." "Haha, think as you wish." Sima Qiu took a sip of his wine, twirling his mustache with a smile, and remarked, "It seems Zhang Lingqing'er is somewhat preoccupied." "Is that so?" Zhang Hua touched his face and chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps I am merely fatigued of late. As the harvest season approaches, our office is still busy reconciling the yellow register. Can one not feel anxious?" "This is self-imposed," Sima Qiu replied nonchalantly. "In this county, the weather has been favorable for the past 3 years, with no floods or locust plagues. Why, then, has the population consistently dwindled? Some individuals have perhaps gone too far." Zhang Hua's heart tightened, trembling slightly as he discerned the veiled implications in Sima Qiu's words, which were clearly directed at Li Sheng. The inexplicable invitation to drink suddenly made sense to him. It was truly a case of someone delivering a pillow to a weary sleeper, Zhang Dianli thought to himself, and cautiously probed, "I too find it rather unusual, but as you know, the registration of the yellow register is solely handled by our office clerks, leaving me as a mere clerk in the dark." "Humph, Li Sheng is far too arrogant." Sima Qiu seemed equally incensed, growling, "The Lord has long wished to replace him. But alas, no justification can be found." Having spoken, he appeared to realize he had overstepped and ceased mentioning Li Sheng, instead lavishly praising Zhang Dianli. "Zhang Lingqing'er is truly remarkable. The Lord holds you in high esteem. However, the hierarchy within the clerical ranks is quite rigid, leaving little opportunity for your advancement. Which is a great pity." Zhang Hua was left in a daze by Sima Qiu's flattery and found himself sleepless that night. Since rest eluded him, he decided to take out the account books he had secretly brought home and, following Wang Xian's method, began extracting the irregular and scattered purchase records one by one from the ledgers, then compiling them. By the time he completed the statistics, the sun had risen high in the sky. Yet, Zhang Hua felt neither weary nor sleepy. Rather, he was exhilarated, trembling with excitement, for he had personally verified the truth of Wang Xian's assertions. Reflecting on Sima Qiu's words from the previous night, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us do it." He hastily washed his face, donned his green robe, and, clutching the account books, dashed out of his home straight to the county office. Upon entering the county office, Zhang Hua bypassed the 6 chambers and headed directly to the signing room. Inside, County Magistrate Wei was engaged in conversation with Sima Qiu, patiently waiting. Although it seemed a matter destined to unfold naturally, Zhang Hua's absence during the morning's session raised Wei's anxiety. Upon hearing that Clerk Zhang had come to see him, Wei let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at Sima Qiu. "You truly are a remarkable individual, calculating with utmost precision." In truth, this was yet another plan devised by Wang Xian. While Sima Qiu accepted the praise, he also felt a tinge of melancholy, realizing he was becoming increasingly reliant on that young man. When Zhang Hua entered, Wei greeted him with utmost courtesy, leaving the clerk astounded. "What brings you here, Zhang Hua?" The magistrate inquired amiably. Steeling himself to respond, Zhang Dianli gritted his teeth and said, "Recently, I happened to overhear my subordinates mention that 4 years ago, the clerks in this county were giants, consuming 29 pounds of rice a day, not including vegetables and meat. In a year, they would wear 250 feet of cloth, excluding everyday attire." "What sort of jest is this?" Wei County magistrate chuckled. "I once believed that the Song Dynasty's Chancellor Zhao Wenqiu, who could consume 3 dou of wine with accompanying 5 jin of meat from pigs and sheep, held the record. Yet, it appears that in our county's canteen, such a feat pales in comparison to a mere loss of appetite." Although it sounded like jest, the magistrate reprimanded his subordinate, who surprisingly replied, "If you doubt it, consult the account book from the 5th year of Yongle." Clerk Zhang, with utmost seriousness, stated, "In matters concerning the treasury, I cannot afford to be careless." Thus, he meticulously reviewed the records and ultimately presented a list of findings. Sima Shurye received the document and handed it to Wei County magistrate, who, upon examination, turned pale and exclaimed, "Is this true? Each entry can be corroborated in the ledger." Zhang Hua then presented a thick stack of account books. The magistrate casually opened one and noted that the accountant was Li Qing'er, darkening his expression as he commanded, "Summon the chief clerk." In a short while, the chief clerk arrived. By then, Clerk Zhang had discreetly withdrawn, leaving only Wei County magistrate and Sima Qiu in the outer signing room. Upon entering, the chief clerk observed the magistrate in a foul mood and glanced at Sima Qiu, who subtly gestured towards the list and account books on the desk. "This, the chief clerk, responsible for the county's documentation and accounts," exclaimed upon a cursory glance. "Who is responsible for this?" "Li Qing'er," Wei County magistrate replied coldly. In truth, the chief clerk's intent was to inquire who dared to delve into such old grievances. However, witnessing the magistrate's furious countenance, he suppressed his anger and quietly remarked, "At this juncture of collecting autumn grain, it seems someone is intent on using these ancient grievances to trouble Li Xiu. I suspect this is a deliberate attempt to disrupt the overall situation. An investigation must be conducted." He could not help but raise his voice as he spoke. Indeed, Wei County magistrate, initially wishing for the chief clerk to refrain from meddling, now found himself incensed by the clerk's arrogance, responding loudly, "An investigation is imperative. We must uncover the extent of falsified accounts he has maintained over the years." "My lord," the chief clerk faltered momentarily, then adopted a patronizing expression as if to say, "You are still too young." He stated, "Anyone in his position cannot escape this. If he were to be held accountable, the entire county, comprising over 500 souls, would only be left to survive on the bitter winds of the Northwest. How would you fund Sima Shurye's stipend?" Faced with this recurring justification of corruption, although Wei County magistrate acknowledged the truth in the matter, he found it intolerable that a dignified official of the court would audaciously speak of such misconduct. Why not summon all 500 souls to discuss this matter collectively? Wei County magistrate, armed with resolve, showed no fear of this seasoned bureaucrat. The chief clerk instantly lost his bravado, his demeanor considerably subdued. He dared not agree, as the county had far fewer than 500 clerks. The Fuyang County Government Office comprised 6 departments with a total of 253 personnel, including both formal and temporary workers. Additionally, there were established management institutions such as the county school, inns, inspection offices, postal stations, river docks, tax offices, and verification offices, all staffed with formal officials. Additionally, there are philanthropic institutions such as the Zio Bureau, Yangji Hospital, Anjifang, and Liziyuan, along with administrators appointed by the county offices, all of whom naturally require salaries from the county. Altogether, the number of personnel across these various institutions surprisingly exceeds that of the county office itself. In truth, the 3 divisions and 6 chambers are somewhat better off. Those dispatched institutions are severely understaffed, with the duties that should rightfully belong to clerks being performed by unpaid laborers instead. Nonetheless, each month, the county disburses salaries as if there were 530 individuals employed. Naturally, the surplus funds find their way into the pockets of those in charge. This situation is inescapable for Li Shang, and the crafty clerk is especially vulnerable. Should County Magistrate Wei expose this, it would certainly cost him his head. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down the clerk's forehead. Chapter 41. How to Displace the Superior, Part 6. Although the clerk knew that Wei County Magistrate would not truly expose the issue of embezzlement, he understood the underlying message clearly. "I am well aware of your intricate dealings. If you remain obstinate, you shall share his fate." Observing Wei's demeanor, It was evident that he possessed irrefutable evidence. Should this simpleton be provoked, he was capable of anything. After weighing the pros and cons, the clerk predictably opted for self-preservation. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, the clerk pondered for a considerable time before summoning Li Xiu. As soon as Li Qing'er entered, a humble smile adorned his face as he inquired, "Sir, what instructions do you have for me?" "Old Li, please sit." The clerk gestured for Li Qing'er to take a seat and offered tea, struggling to find the right words. "Sir, what is the matter?" Li Qing'er asked, perplexed. "Please speak freely. I am prepared to face any challenge." "It is not so dire," the clerk chuckled lightly. "There is simply a task I wish to assign you." "What task?" Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. "Our Fuyang County is situated at a crucial juncture, and the affairs of Jiangyi are exceedingly busy. Zhang Yiqing has repeatedly requested the county to dispatch capable officials to assist." The clerk managed a strained smile. "After careful consideration, the magistrate has decided to appoint you to this position." Li Qing'er, upon hearing this, forced out a laugh. "Sir, your jest is truly amusing. It has made me laugh to the point of tears." It was indeed a terrifying sight to witness a normally stern-faced individual contorting his features into a smile. "I'm not jesting," the clerk sighed. "This is an official order. You are to report to Jiangyi tomorrow." The forced smile froze on Li Qing'er's face, lingering as he absorbed the grim news. "I understand this is difficult, but I have done my utmost," the clerk continued. "Why?" Li Qing'er finally managed to suppress his smile, his voice turning cold and filled with fury. The clerk sighed again. "For years, your misappropriation of funds has been exposed." "How could this be?" Li Qing'er, caught off guard, exclaimed in shock. "My accounts are flawlessly maintained." Little did he know, there are always greater forces at play. The clerk replied, "They traced it back to the accounts from the 5th year of the Yongle era." "The 5th year of Yongle?" Li Qing'er was momentarily stunned. Was this not the very account he used to trouble Wang Xian? How could that young man surpass him in skill? It must be that someone more skilled assisted him. Suddenly, he recalled that this morning, Zhang Dian had not reported for duty and had yet to be located. Zhang Hua. The veins on Li Qing'er's forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth. Indeed, the biting dog does not show its teeth. I have truly underestimated him. I too have contemplated this, the clerk nodded. Only he would tirelessly seek out your vulnerabilities. Sir, you must assist me. Li Qing'er suppressed his animosity. Recognizing the importance of the moment, he rose swiftly, pleading, "How have I treated you over the years? You cannot abandon me now, if I do not intervene." Given the magnitude of this blunder, how could you possibly serve as a courier? The clerk, with a sigh, remarked, "It is through my earnest defense that County Magistrate Wei has come to believe that the previous official was guilty of corruption, while you were merely negligent and unaware of the situation beforehand. It is for this reason that he has agreed not to refer you for legal prosecution, nor to dismiss you. He merely requires you to vacate the official residence, and your previous transgressions will be forgiven." "Is there any difference from being condemned to death?" Li Qing'er raised his head, his veins bulging in his eyes. "The estate of your lordship, while I dare not claim it all, has been significantly bolstered by my efforts. Over the years, I have borne the weight of the slander. You have merely reaped the rewards. Yet now, at the first sign of trouble, you cannot shoulder any responsibility? How can I not bear it?" The clerk frowned, visibly displeased. "Do you think this is merely a trivial matter? Let me be frank, the misappropriation of funds, the diversion of grain, the lending of treasury silver, all these deeds have been discovered. Had I not shielded you, even 10 of your heads would not suffice for the executioner." "What?" Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. Could Zhang Hua truly be that formidable? "Old Li, please, rise and allow me to explain further." The clerk softened his tone. "The wealth you have amassed over these years would last you 8 lifetimes. Remember, extremes lead to reversals. It is wise to know when to withdraw. Spend a few days at the post station, claim illness to return home, invest in land, and live as a wealthy gentleman. Simultaneously, I shall retain your qualification as an official, so that should an opportunity arise, you may return as an official of the treasury." Li Qing'er realized that acceptance was his only option. He slumped into his chair, feeling as though his very soul had been drained away. Li Qing'er could not recall how he returned to his office. He sat behind his desk, motionless for an entire afternoon, neither eating nor drinking, silent and uncommunicative. Fixated on the flowers and grasses within the room, on the table and cabinet. Upon succeeding his late superior, he had renovated this office and meticulously arranged every piece of furniture, believing he would grow old within these walls. Little did he know that less than 3 years later, this space, which embodied his dedication, was to be relinquished. The more Li, the treasurer, pondered, the more sorrowful he became, ultimately collapsing onto his desk in silent tears. "My lord," Just as he was lost in grief, the curtain was drawn aside, and another clerk, a trusted subordinate he had promoted, entered. Upon seeing Li Shang weeping, the clerk shivered and contemplated retreating. "What is it?" Li Shang straightened, turning his head towards the window. "Word has it that you are to leave the county office. Is it true?" The clerk asked softly. "Indeed," Li Shang replied coolly, "the magistrate has other plans for me." He sighed inwardly. Realizing that only in such moments could one discern true loyalty, it was not in vain that he had nurtured this subordinate, who had come to check on him. "Then, has it been said?" The clerk inquired quietly, "Who will succeed you?" "Get out." Li Shang erupted in fury. He had thought the clerk came to provide comfort, only to discover he was coveting his vacant position. "Why are you making such a commotion?" The clerk, however, did not retreat as he usually would. Instead, he glared and retorted, "Do you take me for your pet? During your tenure, you may indulge in your whims. But even after stepping down, are you still permitted to do as you please? You." Li Shang was so enraged that he nearly coughed up blood. "I suppose you are still unaware of who is responsible for this predicament, aren't you?" Sun Dian, with a disdainful curl of his lip, remarked, "Let me tell you. It is none other than the one you hold in the lowest regard, Wang Xian." How could that be possible? Li Shang could hardly bring himself to believe it. If he were to be defeated by his own subordinate, it might be somewhat bearable. However, if he were to fall to Wang Xian, whom he regards with utmost disdain, would he not then be rendered even inferior to a mere pawn? It was Zhang Huan himself who spoke. And Sun Dianli stated, he mentioned that yesterday he visited Wang Xian, and that young man presented a list detailing the discrepancies he discovered while reviewing the accounts from the 5th year of the Yongle era, requesting him to relay this to the county magistrate, fearing to provoke Wang Xian and uncover further issues that could lead to mutual ruin. He pondered throughout the night and ultimately decided to uphold righteousness over familial ties in order to safeguard everyone. Li Shang coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, as he could never have anticipated that after weathering numerous storms, he would fall victim to a novice who had only just arrived at the office, and moreover, it was he who had unwittingly handed him the dagger. Is there a more tragic fate in life than this? Li Shang felt a sudden darkness envelop him, causing him to slump limply into the chair. "Sir, are you all right?" After Su Dianli concluded his words, he inwardly scolded himself for his lowly disposition. Suddenly, Li Shang recalled something. Mustering the strength to rise and wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve in a haphazard manner. "Where is he? Take me to see him." "Who?" "Wang Xian." For the first time, mentioned this name without a hint of disdain. "Li Shi, take me there," Li Qing uttered as he staggered out. The officials could not attend to him directly, so they merely found a clerk to escort Li Qing. One significant advantage of being associated with the government is the privilege of complimentary medical care. The county's medical officials cannot solely focus on profiting from external patients. They also bear the obligation to provide medical attention to the officials and their subordinates within the yamen. Even common folk, while fulfilling labor duties, can avail themselves of such medical services. Of course, regulations are seldom taken seriously. The implementation of court policies largely depends on one's social standing. Although Wang Xian was merely a minor official, his father's influence, coupled with Dr. Wu's special affection for the living dead he had revived, led him to personally attend to this minor injury. In the official quarters, Dr. Wu was changing his bandages, causing Wang Xian to cry out in pain. "Enough of the theatrics. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me, Wu Kanyuan," Dr. Wu remarked, sprinkling some medicinal powder on his rear. "Having spent over a decade in the medical hall, I have seen more posteriors than you have faces. I can plainly see that this is merely a superficial wound. Despite the blood, it is of little consequence." It still hurt, and Wang Xian felt quite embarrassed. With his threshold for pain, he hardly sensed any discomfort. Yet this was all part of a calculated ruse. "Who do you think you are fooling?" Dr. Wu was speaking when he heard someone outside inquiring, "In which room is Brother Wang Xian?" "Right here," came the response. Dr. Wu meticulously bandaged Wang Xian's injury, when suddenly a secretary and Li Sheng appeared at the door. "Brother Wang Xian, Lordly has come to see you." Wang Xian groaned, seemingly unable to move a muscle. "It is Lordly. He has arrived." "Dr. Wu, quickly, help me up, so I may bow to the Lord." "Perhaps it would be best to refrain," Dr. Wu remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Xian, and covered for him, saying, "The injury has caused a fever, leaving him in a daze." Enough. Li Shing interjected hastily. "Dr. Wu, I wish to speak with Brother Wang Xian alone for a moment." Dr. Wu nodded and, along with the secretary, exited the room. Inside the official residence, one man stood while the other knelt. Li Sheng gazed intently at Wang Xian. then suddenly knelt down on both knees, bowing his head in apology, exclaiming, "It was my moment of folly that brought you such misfortune. I bow to you in atonement." "That is unnecessary, truly," Wang Xian replied after a moment of observing the bowing. "Please rise. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a son of 8. If I were to perish, they would not survive." Li Qing, still kneeling and weeping, pleaded, "I implore you, spare me. I, Li Qing, vow to dedicate my vast fortune to you and will serve you like a beast of burden for life in repayment. I beseech you, otherwise I shall not rise." "Then remain kneeling," Wang Xian softly replied. "No, I find myself in a predicament as well. There is a ledger only you can decipher. Simply assert that the list is a fabrication of your revenge against me, and I shall be saved." Li Qing, grasping at the lifeline, eagerly responded, "Do not fret for your safety. I shall admit my fault and declare that I was in the wrong. The officials will surely show leniency, considering your youth and ignorance. In the future, I shall nurture you, preparing you to take my place." As he continued to speak fervently, he suddenly heard Wang Xian mumble a word. Li Qing promptly fell silent. "Brother, what did you say?" Wang Xian repeated himself, but with even less clarity. Li Qing crawled closer, leaning in to hear better, and urged, "Please, say it again." "I am saying." Wang Xian's voice remained weak, but as he reached the final word, he suddenly shouted, "Get out." Chapter 42. The Phoenix sheds its feathers. Wang Xian's tongue unleashed a thunderous retort, a single word, "Get lost," erupting from his lips. Li Qing, caught off guard, found himself abruptly seated upon the ground, his ears buzzing as he stared in astonishment. You. After a fleeting moment of confusion, realization dawned upon Li Qing. "You were feigning it." Wang Xian merely smirked, evidently acquiescing to the insinuation. "So it was you who deceived me." Enraged, Li Qing felt a surge of fury welling up within him, propelling him to spring from the ground, arms flailing as he attempted to strangle Wang Xian. Clearly, he had never witnessed the manner in which Yuanwei had once fallen backward like a graceful swan upon the sand. Wang Xian, with arms crossed and legs curled, propelled himself forward, delivering a swift kick to Li Qing's abdomen. With a gasp, Li Qing was sent sprawling backward. The cramped quarters of the office afforded little room for maneuver, and before he could fully regain his composure, his back collided with the wall, sending him crashing to the floor, blood spilling from his lips. Dazed by the impact, Li Qing's vision was filled with golden stars and in agony. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze darkening as he vowed, "You will pay for this, boy." "Ha ha." Wang Xian reclined on the bed like a serene Buddha, his smile radiant as he remarked, "Do you truly believe my father would spare you?" The visage of Wang Xingye, with his ever-smiling face, materialized before Li Qing, instilling a chill within him that rendered him unable to utter further threats. Like a lost soul, he exited the office and hastily made his way to the administrative room, demanding an audience with Wang Ziyao. "Sir, the Master of Affairs is not in," came the timid response. Li Qing, unconvinced, boldly entered the inner chamber, only to find Wang Ziyao leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. "My lord, I could not stop him," the attendant murmured anxiously. Wang Ziyao waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave, then addressed Li Qing, "Sit and have some tea." Li Qing shook his head. His official cap had long since vanished, his hair falling in disarray, blood still staining the corners of his mouth, and his once pristine robe now a disheveled mess. Sighing at the sight of him, Wang Ziyao lamented, "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the beginning." "Brother Wang, Master Wang." Hearing these words, tears streamed down Li Qing's face as he sank to his knees, sobbing, "For the sake of our years of brotherhood, please lend me a hand." "Get up, you look ridiculous," Wang Ziyao scolded, frowning. "I will not rise unless you acquiesce to my plea." "Then you may remain kneeling here," Wang Ziyao feigned rising. "I shall take my leave." "Wait." Li Qing had no choice but to stand, perching himself upon a stool. "Do you not comprehend the gravity of your situation? You have severely offended the master. There is no way he will allow you to remain." Wang Ziyao poured him a small cup of tea. Even the esteemed third master's plea was in vain. "What use is it for you to seek my assistance? I know that Brother Wang has strong connections in the province. Perhaps you could exert some influence to persuade the master to spare me." Li Qing implored. "I am willing to risk everything to have you advocate on my behalf." Though Wang Ziyao maintained an impassive facade, inwardly he was elated, aware that Li Qing had amassed a fortune over the years. The wealthy officials, particularly the head of this group, may possess a grand title, yet their tangible benefits pale in comparison to those of Li Qing. Opportunities to extract wealth from affluent patrons are fleeting, should one fail to seize the moment and drain every last drop from them. How could one truly justify the trust bestowed upon oneself? Though such thoughts linger in his mind, he feigns concern and advises, "You have already amassed sufficient wealth. Returning to acquire land and live as a prosperous gentleman would be far more advantageous. Why endure the indignities of servitude within the court? I would prefer that." Li Sheng gritted his teeth, "But without this position, not even a fortune could be safeguarded. If I abandon the county office, Wang Xian will surely ruin me. Brother, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight." Indeed, Wang Xiao nodded in agreement. "Your past counsel to He Chong was rather unscrupulous. So it is no wonder that Wang Xian harbors such animosity towards you." This seemingly casual remark struck Li Sheng to the core, draining the color from his previously rejuvenated face. "Do you presume others to be fools?" Wang Xiao lamented. Wang Xian has long suspected that someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes, and it is likely that person is you. Sweat beaded on Li Sheng's forehead as he trembled. How could that be? How could it not? Wang Xiao retorted with a cold smirk, "As the grain supervisor. You were the grain clerk in your earlier days. Your connection spans years. With your enmity towards Wang Xian, he would undoubtedly suspect you first. When He Chong was imprisoned, Wang Xian had Li Guan administer punishment, and it was soon revealed that you were the culprit." A look of sheer terror filled Li Sheng's eyes. Wang Xiao spoke the truth. It was indeed Li Sheng's treachery that had allowed He Chong to file accusations against He Guanjia. Yet, when Wang Xian regained his power, he had instilled fear in Li Sheng, prompting his extreme behavior towards Wang Xian. He could not bear to see Wang Xian's son hovering nearby, for it set his nerves on edge. Initially, Li Sheng believed that Wang Xian would only retaliate against him for bullying Wang Xian, and that financial loss would suffice to avert disaster. But now, with Wang Xian aware that Li Sheng nearly caused his ruin, he surely sought his life. "Brother, please help me." Li Sheng's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground once more. "I would assist you, but..." Wang Xiao maintained his stern demeanor. "This could very well put me at odds with Wang Xian. I have heard that the Ministry of Personnel intends to appoint him as the magistrate of Renha County, which would elevate his status within the province. Should I cultivate a good relationship with him, or provoke his ire? Although the titles of magistrate and clerk differ by merely a stroke, they represent a chasm in power. The magistrate governs the county's prisons and law enforcement, akin to a modern-day police chief. While a minor official, the authority wielded is substantial, particularly in the hands of someone like Wang Xian, who would undoubtedly thrive. Rest assured, brother, as long as I can afford it, I shall not hesitate to liquidate my assets." Li Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. For Wang Xiao's words were clearly a call for funds. "It sounds as if I am demanding money from you," Wang Xiu replied with a facade of integrity. "Aside from the necessary expenses for arrangements, you need not pay a single extra coin. Well then, I shall prepare 1,000 taels of silver. How does that sound?" The more he spoke, the more hesitant Li Sheng became regarding his frugality. After a moment's deliberation, he declared, 1,000 taels, indeed. Wang Xiao, cradling a diminutive teacup, savored a sip and remarked, "Let us proceed first. If it proves insufficient, we shall address it later." "Not a problem. Thank you, brother." Li Sheng expressed his profound gratitude, rising with fervor and uttering numerous vows of determination before departing from the official's quarters. Once he left, Wang Xiao disdainfully spilled the tea intended for him upon the ground, contemplated for a moment, and then discarded the teacup into the wastebasket, spitting in disgust. Ill fortune. Upon returning to the household, Li Sheng discovered the main gate securely locked. It appeared that once the designated time for dismissal arrived, the clerks had swiftly locked the door. Scattering like birds and beasts, utterly oblivious to Li Sheng's casual attire and the bag he had left inside. Noting that others had departed while his tea had already grown cold, Li Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of desolation as he gazed upon a cluster of withered chrysanthemums at the entrance, tears brimming in his eyes. Thus, he returned home in a state of utter disarray. Li Xia did not reside within the county office's quarters. Rather, he lived in an alley 2 streets away from the yamen. As he pushed open the ajar gate and stepped inside, Li Sheng thought to himself, "At last, I am home and free from further indignities." However, before he could fully enter, a laborer from his household emerged wielding a stick, berating him, "You beggar! Get out of here." The laborer was poised to strike. "Dier, it is I." Li Xia barely evaded the blow, retreating in disarray. "Ah." The laborer, upon recognizing him, was taken aback. "Master, what has happened to you? Have you fallen into a ditch?" "It's nothing," Li Sheng replied, his face ashen as he shook off his sleeves and proceeded into the courtyard. From the exterior, his home appeared unremarkable, yet upon entering it, One would be astonished by its unexpected elegance and spaciousness, with numerous corridors, pavilions, and not to mention a garden adorned with rockeries and flower beds, truly a hidden paradise. As it turned out, he had purchased and interconnected 2 adjoining 3-entry residences, one for his family to inhabit, while the other was transformed into a garden pavilion. This arrangement allowed him to relish the comforts of a garden while maintaining a low profile, evidently requiring considerable effort and thought. The interior was even more opulently appointed than that of He Chang's residence. One could scarcely believe this was the dwelling of a mere minor official. At that moment, his wife, 4 concubines, and 2 children were gathered around a brightly lit dining hall, conversing and laughing over their meal, since Li Qing frequently engaged in social activities outside. His family assumed he was indulging elsewhere and did not await his return. As they dined, a disheveled man, hair unkempt and clothes filthy, barged in. Upon seeing him, his 6-year-old son screamed, "A ghost!" His 4th concubine exclaimed in anger, "Where are Dyer and the others? How did a beggar manage to enter?" "You are the beggar!" Li Qing, suppressing a torrent of rage, finally unleashed his fury, resembling an enraged mad dog as he roared at his 4th concubine. Stunned, she covered her mouth and gasped, "My lord, what has become of you?" What have I become?" Li Qing glanced down at the remnants of cold, leftover food on the table. His eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, "Do you not hold me in regard, serving me scraps? I command you to eat. I command you to eat." As he seized the stool, he struck the dining table with a cacophony, shattering cups and plates, while soup splattered everywhere. The entire family was horrified, and the 2 children wailed uncontrollably. Li Qing cackled menacingly, "Cry on, and I shall strangle you both. We shall all perish together." With that, he swung the stool, smashing anything within reach, seemingly intent on demolishing his pent-up resentment. Fortunately, his 2nd concubine, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ventured out to summon a few laborers. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, they bound him with ropes and hoisted him onto the bed. Observing his violent struggles, she hastily sent someone to fetch Dr. Wu and the officials from the Dao Luci, for none dared to declare whether he had succumbed to madness or was possessed. Fortunately, Dr. Wu arrived first. After a brief examination, he declared, "He is not possessed. Rather, his mind is clouded by phlegm." "How shall we treat him?" inquired Li Qing's wives. "This is how, Dr. Wu responded as he seized the thrashing Li Sihu and delivered a resounding slap, followed by another. Before the astonished gazes of the Li family, Dr. Wu struck Li Qing a total of 18 resounding slaps, transforming his visage into that of a swollen pig, until he finally lost consciousness. "That will suffice," Dr. Wu said, rubbing his aching hand. "Now, let us awaken him." Li Qing's wives gathered around, tenderly rubbing his chest and patting his back. After some time, he gradually regained his breath, tears streaming down his face, yet, miraculously, he no longer exhibited signs of madness. Chapter 43. Returning home, let us shift our focus back to Wang Xian. Due to his commendable act of reporting, the next day, the county magistrate granted him leave to recuperate at home, partially to allow him to evade the current turmoil. Qin Shou, with simplicity, helped him gather his belongings, and together with 2 sturdy men, they carried him on a door plank from the house to the cart. Even Qin Shou, a mere laborer, recognized that Wang Xian was destined for greatness, thus his attentiveness had notably increased to ensure Wang Xian's comfort. He even laid a cotton quilt on the cart. In truth, Wang Xian's injuries were only superficial. As the saying goes, each profession has its specialization. The art of the constable in wielding the rod was honed from a young age, practiced diligently for over a decade. They mastered 2 techniques, one termed light outside, heavy inside, and the other heavy outside, light inside. The former involved wrapping a thick stone slab in cloth, aiming to leave the fabric unscathed while reducing the stone within to fragments. With such method, within mere 20 strikes, the victim's pelvis or even internal organs could be shattered. Yet externally, no visible damage would remain, resulting in either death or severe injury. Conversely, the latter technique required wrapping a stack of paper in cloth, with the goal of rendering the fabric tattered whilst leaving the paper completely intact. This method appeared to inflict grievous wounds. Yet it only harmed the skin without affecting the flesh, let alone the bones, posing little danger. Once the constable had mastered these techniques, they could employ countless variations, thus qualifying for the lucrative position as a constable. The assertion of its financial promise was not unfounded. For instance, Bai Cheng, a prime minister during the Tang Dynasty, hailed from humble beginnings, with his uncle serving as a constable in the Taihu County. He amassed wealth through the earnings of his office. After Bai Cheng rose to prominence, he sought to secure a position for his uncle, who stubbornly declined, stating, "In this profession, I earn 60 strings of cash annually. and as long as I maintain my position, I shall live comfortably for life. I wonder what position you wish to secure for me? Implicitly, he questioned whether there existed a more favorable occupation than that of a constable. 60 strings of cash equated to 60 guan, not some fraudulent currency, and was comparable to the combined salaries of a county magistrate and his deputy. It is no wonder that his uncle was resolutely disinterested in holding an official title. The two men who administered punishment to Wang Xian resembled his uncle, masters of their craft, capable of inflicting pain that drew blood without damaging the flesh. However, one cannot expect to eliminate a superior and immediately return to vitality. A performance must be complete. Thus, Wang Xian lay on the cart as he exited the official residence. As he passed by the 6 offices, both familiar and unfamiliar clerks leaned out to whisper and point, vaguely remarking, "This is the lad who discovered discrepancies and dealt with Lin Qing'er. Only just entered the office a few days, and he managed to topple the household clerk. He is certainly extraordinary. Oh, he possesses no such capability. Do you not recall who his father is? Surely it was his father who exerted pressure from behind. Indeed, otherwise we would all be doomed." Opinions varied widely, yet it was fortunate that no one questioned his character, which was of utmost concern to Wang Xian. If his reputation were tarnished, his future would be bleak. Yet, reflecting on the matter, having endured such bullying, resistance seemed only natural. Who could claim otherwise? The cart departed from the yamen, parading through the streets. The speed at which gossip spread throughout the county was astonishing. Just yesterday, Li Sihu fell from grace. And today the news had already permeated the streets, with rumors swirling that Wang Xian had been grievously bullied by him, and in a fit of rage, had brought him to justice. The merchants on the streets found it hard to believe. Figures like the 6-room clerk were regarded as monumental, akin to mountains in the minds of ordinary folk. Unless a deity of immense power descended from the heavens, such a personage should have remained firmly entrenched in Fuyang County. How could it be that Wang Erlang, who had only recently entered the yamen, managed to topple him? However, news from the medical hall this morning reported that Li Xing had been utterly deranged last night, nearly losing his mind. This left no room for doubt. Alas, what has befallen our young official? Upon seeing Wang Xian sprawled across the cart, a crowd surged forward, blocking the way. Alas, it is all due to that vile Li Xing. Qin Shou proclaimed with righteous indignation. How could he have treated our young official so brutally? Yet, Li Xing has brought this upon himself. The esteemed master has commanded me, Qin Shou, to escort our young official home to recuperate, and once he is healed, he shall undoubtedly be of great service. Indeed, Li Xing deserves his fate. The neighbors echoed with fervent outrage. Is our young official unharmed? The neighbors expressed their concern. He must take good care of himself. Should he sustain any lasting injury, Li Xing would owe him 100 lives. Young official, this is a turtle I just caught this morning. It is a rare sight and surely knows of your injury, having hurried here to offer its nourishment. Brother Qi, the fishmonger, presented a turtle the size of a plate. The turtle, with its small green eyes, seemed to convey a sense of helplessness, as if to say, "Am I truly so despicable?" Young official, do not heed his words. For injuries to bones and sinews, one must consume ribs. Judachong, the butcher, presented the finest ribs, expertly chopped into equal pieces, wrapped in lotus leaves, and placed upon the cart, lotus root stewed with ribs. Strong for the sinews and fortifying for the bones. Young official, take a black chicken home to make soup. It is the best for nourishment. Young official, as the weather turns cold, a jiao is an excellent tonic for restoring vitality. Upon arriving at his alley, the cart was nearly overflowing, leaving Wang Xian quite embarrassed. Qin Shou was quite eloquent. It seemed our young official was truly well-liked. Heh. Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly and instructed him to knock on the door. As the door opened, Yinling poked her head out and, upon seeing Wang Xian sprawled on the cart, exclaimed in alarm, "Second brother, how have you been injured again, and so severely?" No sooner had she spoken than a crash of porcelain echoed from the courtyard, followed by Lin Qing'er rushing to the entrance, her face pale and her eyes already glistening with tears, asking if he was unharmed. The deep concern reflected in her gaze brought Wang Xian great comfort. With a stern glance at the overly dramatic Yinling, Wang Xian said, "Let us discuss this inside." Thus, Qin Shou carefully lifted Wang Xian from the cart and entered the courtyard, inquiring, "Which is the room of the young master?" "The west wing." Without hesitation, Wang Xian replied. Qin Shou then turned left, lifted the coarse cloth curtain, and entered the room. The interior was unadorned and pristine, furnished solely with a simple table and chairs, while a few paintings of the 4 gentlemen hung on the walls. A celadon vase graced the table, containing several sprigs of chrysanthemums. Accompanied by a few books and a teacup, nothing more. Upon examining the bed, one could see that it was merely draped with a sheer gauze curtain. And the bedding was equally modest. Even a blind person could discern that this was the abode of an educated and sensible woman rather than that of a man. Wang Xian recalled that after moving to the yamen, this room had become Lin Qing'er's. Casting a glance back at her, he noticed her delicate face, flushed with color as she feigned modesty by bending down to gather the pieces of a broken teapot. Qin Shou dared not inquire further. He placed Wang Xian on the bed without even removing his shoes and hurriedly took his leave. Wang Xian lay on the bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the young lady, and succumbed to slumber. Soon, he felt someone gently removing his shoes. Having been attended to by Yingling before, he recognized that his sister did not possess such tender hands. It was evidently Lin Qing'er. After removing his shoes, Lin Qing'er untied his socks and pulled them off. Hesitating for a moment, she spread her own quilt and gently covered him, then quietly slipped away, initially feigning sleep. Wang Xian found the tender care so comforting that he truly drifted off. When he was awakened, it was already noon. Feeling a chill at the corner of his mouth, he quickly wiped it away. Looking down, he noticed a sizable drool stain on the sheet and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry." "It's inevitable when sleeping on one's stomach." Lin Qing'er smiled softly, bringing a tray to the bedside, and spoke gently, "It's time to eat." Wang Xian glanced at the tray, which held a dish and a bowl. The dish contained a dark concoction, while the bowl held rice. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Did Yingling cook with her feet today?" Lin Qing'er's face flushed crimson, nearly biting her lip, and she replied in a whisper, "I made this." Wang Xian quickly salvaged the situation, "but the rice is perfectly steamed." "The rice was made by my sister." Lin Qing'er was on the verge of tears, insisting, "I'll redo the dish for you." As she reached for the dish, Wang Xian noticed several small blisters on the back of her snowy white hand and asked with concern, "Did you burn yourself?" "I'm such a fool," Lin Qing'er said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I've been practicing for several days, yet I still can't get it right. It's actually quite tasty." Wang Xian blocked her hand, took a bite with his chopsticks, and declared, "It's just that there is too much sauce, which affects its appearance, but the flavor is robust and utterly delightful." "Really?" Lin Qing'er exclaimed with surprise. "What do you think?" Wang Xian deftly consumed the entire bowl of vegetables alongside the rice. "Next time, I'll improve it." Striving for a dish that delights the eyes and palate, Lin Qing'er's tears transformed into smiles, her joy evident. Wang Xian gulped down a large bowl of water, saying, "But you have hands suited for embroidery and music. How could you possibly cook?" "Let Yingling handle these coarse tasks." "Are you saying I shouldn't do it, but let my sister handle it?" Lin Qing'er laughed while clearing the dishes. "Are you truly my brother?" Just as she exited with the tray, Yingling stormed to the bedside, pinching Wang Xian's soft flesh and retorted, "Are you really my brother?" "Of course. Are you truly my younger sister?" Wang Xian retorted, "Indeed. Then you must ensure that your sister Lin does not cook again," Wang Xian said, his complexion turning pale. "Otherwise, I may meet an untimely demise." A soft chuckle escaped Yingling's lips as she whispered, "Mother also forbids sister from working. She breaks dishes while washing, and when doing laundry, she uses an entire bar of soap. Mother says watching sister toil is a cause for concern." Sighing, Wang Xian remarked, "She is a young lady accustomed to having her meals served and her garments presented to her. The fact that she is now attempting to wash dishes and do laundry is commendable. We must not ridicule her." "Understood," Yingling replied, making a playful face. "Second brother, you only care for sister Lin and not for me. I shall ignore you." With that, she skipped away, soon bursting forth in joyous exclamation, "Wow, what is this? My favorite jujubes. Did you buy these, second brother? You are the best to me." Chapter 44. A decade in the West. In the afternoon, reclining on Lin Qing'er's bed, Wang Xian indulged in freshly peeled lotus seeds provided by his sister while savoring chrysanthemum tea brewed by Lin. His satisfaction was palpable until his father returned, mercilessly exposing his feigned illness and pitiful attempts to garner sympathy, which promptly diminished his privileges. He was unceremoniously kicked into the eastern chamber to share a room with Wang Gue. Initially, Lin Qing'er had intended to care for him throughout the night without respite. Amidst Wang Gue's thunderous snoring, Wang Xian found himself unable to close his eyes, pondering how his sister could possibly slumber in such an environment. Upon waking in the morning, he inquired, "Well, what were you smiling about last night? What delightful dreams did you conjure?" "Nothing," Wang Gue responded sheepishly, but soon could not resist divulging, "I followed your advice, and it felt truly exhilarating. Never experienced anything quite like it." Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly. Reflecting on the two who only knew how to fumble in the dark, It would indeed be strange if they were not dissatisfied with the daytime escapade in the reeds. After breakfast, Wang Gui departed for work, while their mother took Ling and Lin Qing'er to the market, leaving only Wang Xian and his father at home. Old Wang, one hand holding a teapot and the other scratching his foot, boasted, "So, what do you think? My strategy is no less brilliant than Zhou Gongjin's, right?" Young Wang immediately showered his father with flattery, leaving him in a daze. He then asked, "I heard that Li Qing had a lengthy conversation with Wang Ziyu before leaving. Father, do you think Wang Ziyu will interfere?" "You're quite well informed," his father replied with a glance. "It would be better if Li Qing did not seek Wang Ziyu. Otherwise, he will surely be drained of his essence." "Are you suggesting that Wang Ziyu will not assist him, but rather extort him?" Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Humpfold Wang took a sip of tea, a proud expression on his face. "Without me playing the villain? What use is it for Wang Ziyu to play the hero alone?" "What?" Wang Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. "So, it turns out you and Wang Bo are in cahoots. You're quite shameless, aren't you? Just a moment ago, you were calling him Wang Ziyu. And now it's Wang Bo," his father chided with a laugh. "Do you think that securing positions from the provincial to the capital comes without a price?" Sighing, he continued, "The bureaucrats in the Ministry of Personnel are corrupt if you do not grease the wheels properly. You might as well prepare to meet your doom in Yunnan and Guizhou. However, I have connections in the criminal justice department. If I were to negotiate with them, I would still have some leverage. Only Wang Ziyu can exert influence in the Ministry of Personnel. Otherwise, why would I let him take advantage of me?" "Why did Wang Ziyu bring it up then, if you were so adamant in denying it?" Wang Xian pondered, perplexed. How could you ask such a foolish question? His father, irate, let his mustache bristle. "At that time, I had no inkling that Li Qing was on the brink of death. What could I possibly offer Wang Ziyu? Do you think his nickname of Wang the Skinner is merely for show? Without a glimpse of real gold or silver, how could he be persuaded to assist me?" "Now it makes sense." Wang Xian scratched his head, offering a wry smile. "Father, you truly are a master strategist." Indeed, just as old Wang was about to boast further, he suddenly heard footsteps in the alley and promptly fell silent. As expected, a knock came at the door. When he opened it, he found Qin Shou, the county's constable, waiting outside. Kneeling before the elder, Qin Shi, upon seeing Wang Xingye, quickly feigned a gesture of submission. Wang Xingye assisted him, saying, "What are you kneeling for? I am not yet an official." Nonetheless, it was a foregone conclusion. Qin Shi offered a flattering smile, ultimately performing a respectful bow. After the elder permitted him to enter, Wang Xian had already assumed a prone position. Qin Shi saluted him again and stood respectfully to the side, saying, "I have come to convey news to the young official." "What news?" Wang Xian inquired. Today, the esteemed lord announced in court that due to the pressing task of collecting autumn grain taxes, he has appointed Zhang Dianli to act as the head clerk of this office. The position left vacant by him will not be filled by seniority, but will instead be open for competition among the clerks of the household. Whoever can accomplish the tax collection task most swiftly and effectively shall take on the role of head clerk. After a pause, he added, "The esteemed lord specifically emphasized that this applies to both regular and non-regular clerks." Wang Xian fell silent, listening as Qin Shi continued. Upon hearing this news, "Our office erupted in chaos. Initially, we avoided the rural tax collection, but now with wolves outnumbering the prey, the 7 grain districts are simply insufficient to share. Zhang Xi has sent me to inquire whether you would prefer to focus on recuperation and leave the new tax collection to others. The tax collection notice for the new district still rests in Wang Xian's hands, and while Zhang Xihu could issue a new one, he is not foolish enough to act without first consulting Wang Xian's wishes. Zhang Xihu wants me to step aside." Wang Xian furrowed his brow. "Not quite. It seems he merely seeks to inquire." Qin Shi shook his head. "You should respond to Zhang Xihu." Wang Xingye interjected. "Tell him that Wang Xian, though slightly injured, will not retreat from the battlefield. Even while lying down, he will fulfill his duties." Qin Shui felt a bead of sweat forming and turned his gaze back to Wang Xian. "Naturally, I shall heed my father's words," Wang Xian replied with a bitter smile. "Very well. I shall arrange for a carriage to fetch the young official tomorrow." Qin Shi bowed deeply. "That will not be necessary," Wang Xingye replied solemnly. "You shall visit the new district tomorrow and inform Chancellor Zhao that paying taxes in accordance with the law is the obligation of the citizens of the Ming Dynasty. I trust he will ensure the taxes are completed both timely and with quality." Qin Shi, quite apprehensive, dared not ask further, and meekly acquiesced before departing. Once Qin Shi had left, Wang Xian expressed his displeasure, saying that Sima Qiu truly thinks of me as a beast of burden. This time, you cannot fault him. Wang Xian shook his head. I instructed Wang Xiao to hold you back. Wang Xian was taken aback. What does father mean? Climbing the ranks by stepping on superiors is hardly honorable. As a newcomer, advancing in such a manner could lead to endless troubles, Wang Qing'er explained. It is better to engage in a fair competition to set a precedent. Without demonstrating some capability, how can one win the respect of others? He then coldly smiled, adding, moreover, I had already planned to deal with that Zhao Tianjiao. This way, I can achieve two objectives simultaneously. Father is indeed quite clever. Wang Xian felt powerless to retort, pondering how exhausting it must be for his father to constantly scheme and calculate. He resolved to wait and see. Yes, Wang Xian nodded. Everything has been arranged here. You may rest and recuperate at home. I will travel to Nanjing tomorrow to finalize the matter. Wang Xian, now somewhat superstitious about his father's wisdom, decided to heed his advice, tuning out the affairs of the outside world and focusing instead on his recovery and studies at home. Initially, Lin Qing'er felt somewhat anxious about living under the same roof as Wang Xian. However, upon observing his courteous demeanor and the absence of any frivolous behavior, her apprehensions gradually dissipated. She found great delight in witnessing his dedication to study, despite his status as an official. Setting aside her shyness, she sat beside him and began to elucidate the classics, verse by verse. Wang Xian's comprehension of literature could be deemed merely average, yet his memory was remarkably sharp. It is no wonder, after all, that those who succeed in the rigorous examinations possess a commendable memory. Over the course of a little more than half a month, he managed to memorize the entire Analects in a rather haphazard manner. Now, Lin Qing'er held the Analects with commentary in hand, meticulously breaking down its meaning for him. Wang Xian often found himself drowsy while listening, yet upon catching a glimpse of her delicate, flower-like visage, adorned with a faint expression of disappointment, he would muster the strength to continue, inwardly chuckling. This could be considered a form of beauty stratagem, fearing that he might be overwhelmed by too much information. Lin Qing'er limited her teachings to 10 sentences a day, allowing him to fully grasp the concepts before committing Zhu Shi's commentaries to memory. Only when he could articulate them the following day would she proceed with the next set of teachings. Although Wang Xian was earnest in his studies, he had not forgotten the matter of tax collection. Recently, Wu had visited him several times, mentioning that the heads of the 6 grain districts were all seasoned clerks or closely connected to Zhang Xiu. These individuals had ceased to report to the government office and spent all 12 hours of the day with the local grain overseers, urging them to expedite tax payments. However, the newly revised Yellow Register imposed an additional 20% tax, which greatly displeased the overseers. It seemed they had conspired to delay matters until the government made concessions, agreeing to levy taxes according to the original standards. Consequently, progress was stagnating across various fronts. Yet, there was an exception concerning the tax collection team dispatched to Sanshan town. After He Chang's arrest, 2 deputy grain overseers were embroiled in fierce competition for his position. The clerk assigned to collect taxes there proclaimed that whoever could gather an additional 20% in taxes would be awarded the grain overseer's position. However, the deputy overseers were not easily deceived. A mere clerk with no evidence to back his claims could not garner their trust. Nonetheless, this clerk held considerable influence in the office and was diligently pushing for this matter, with reports suggesting that approval was imminent. In summary, the most stagnant progress was that of Wang Xian's team. Wu, the portly fellow, expressed his dissatisfaction with Wang Xian's inaction, implying that it would be better for him to relinquish his position rather than squander the opportunity. Wang Xian feigned profundity with a silent smile. Though he harbored no certainty within, it was not until 2 days later, during the afternoon when he felt bored from reading, that he entertained Lin Qing'er and Yin Ling with a jest. Zhuzi mentioned that there are 72 wise individuals under the sage. May I inquire, dear sister, how many of them are adults and how many are children? Lin Qing'er pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The book does not specify. How can it not? The Analect states it quite clearly. There are 30 adults and 42 children. Wang Xian replied with an expression of surprise at her ignorance. How do you deduce that? Lin Qing'er asked, bewildered, as she prided herself on her thorough understanding of the texts and could not recall this detail. The passage in Shirzwa specifically states, there are 5 or 6 adults and 6 or 7 children. Thus, 5 or 6 yields 30, and 6 or 7 results in 42, amounting to exactly 72 wise individuals. Wang Xian chuckled to himself. Lin Qing'er was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended the situation. She covered her mouth with a smile and shot him a playful glance, saying, you always speak nonsense. If I were the teacher, I would definitely have to discipline you. Yingling observed the two individuals exchanging knowing smiles, yet she was utterly oblivious to their conversation. At that moment, upon hearing a knock at the door, she sprang to her feet exclaiming, "I shall go and open the door." She opened the courtyard door and beheld a tall, white-haired elder standing at the entrance with an expression of unease, accompanied by two laborers carrying burdens behind him. "Might I inquire if this is the residence of the young gentleman Wang?" "Indeed," Silver Bell inquired with a nod. "Who is the old gentleman?" "I, the venerable Chao Tianjiao, have come to pay my respects to the esteemed young official Wang in Xinjiang, having recently been appointed as the Grain Commissioner." The ordinarily arrogant Chao Gaozheng spoke with unexpected deference. "Ah, so you are Chao Tianjiao?" With a sharp glare from the silver ginkgo eyes, she frowned and remarked, "My brother is not at home, causing the Honorable Bai to make a fruitless journey. When will he return?" Zhao Tian, feeling anxious, pondered, "Why does this sound so familiar? This matter is uncertain. It may take as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 10 days to half a month." The silver bell chimed in a youthful, innocent tone, responding leisurely, "Then everything will be delayed." Zhao Tian exclaimed anxiously, "Isn't there any way to search for it? This is quite a challenge. My brother has a wide circle of acquaintances. He may be fishing by the Fujian River or visiting his friends at Xinxia Ridge to engage in gambling. He always returns home thoroughly satisfied, leaving us in a quandary." With a faint smile, Yingling remarked, "There are only 2 sisters at home, so we cannot invite a few gentlemen inside." With a resounding bang, he shut the door. Chapter 45. Bowing heads, Master, what shall we do? The 3 individuals outside stood in disbelief, staring at the door that had slammed shut. Alas! Zhao Tianjiao was acutely aware that this was an act of retribution against him. Yet, who could have known he was the son of Wang Xian? Who could have anticipated that Li Sheng would falter so swiftly? Had they known either of these facts, he would never have been so foolish as to reject Wang Xian at the door. Such insolence! Who does he think he is? Even the officials do not dare to treat us in this manner. The laborers expressed their indignation. Alas, what could be done, given that the young master? Observing the darkened expression on Zhao Tianjiao's face, the laborers' voices dwindled, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Tianjiao's eldest son, Zhao Keida, was seated at home, suddenly beset by calamity, having inexplicably become embroiled in a legal dispute. The Zhao family was substantial, possessing a residence in the new town and an estate in the countryside. During the autumn harvest, Zhao Keida resided at the estate, overseeing the work of the laborers. This rural estate was typically a place of tranquility. However, on the previous morning, as the laborers rose to commence their work, they discovered a lifeless body lying in the granary. Zhao Keida was summoned and upon inspection, found that the deceased was a beggar. Lacking the expertise of a coroner, he could not ascertain the cause or time of death, only speculating that the man had perhaps attempted to steal grain and succumbed to a sudden illness. Cursing his misfortune, Zhao Keida conferred with the elder laborers on how to proceed. Some suggested reporting the matter to the authorities, while others cautioned that since a death had occurred on their premises, reporting it might lead to extortion. Zhao Keida had heard tales of the officials' unscrupulousness. In such cases, they often neglected investigations and hastily labeled affluent but unconnected individuals as suspects, detaining them for coercive extortion. Those unfortunate enough to be taken into custody faced not only financial ruin but also the grim prospect of imprisonment, with the most unfortunate suffering brutal treatment regardless of their innocence. The more Zhao Keida pondered, the more fear gripped him. After conferring with several elder laborers, they resolved to discreetly dispose of the corpse to avoid trouble. With a firm decision made, the laborers hoisted the body onto a cart, covering it with straw mats. While it was still dark, 2 laborers departed the estate in the cart. Throughout the morning, Zhao Keida remained restless, anxiously awaiting the return of the 2 laborers. Finally, by midday, they returned, but in a most alarming state, bound tightly and escorted by a throng of constables and militia. Oh no! Zhao Keida's heart sank, and he quickly stepped forward amidst the gathered laborers, clasping his hands in greeting. "Esteemed officers, these 2 are my family's laborers, of impeccable character, entirely innocent of any wrongdoing." "Bah! A murderer dares to claim innocence?" scoffed the leader, Deputy Constable Zhang Matzi, with a derisive smile. "Witnesses saw them digging a grave in the reeds to bury the dead." "Your Excellency has misunderstood," Zhao Keida thought to himself, dismayed that they had been seen. He reluctantly confessed that the corpse had been discovered earlier that morning within their granary, and out of fear of complications, he had instructed the laborers to discreetly remove it. Moreover, Should a beggar die of illness, you are obliged to notify the village head and summon the authorities to conduct a proper investigation before burial. Zhang Matzi coldly remarked. Your secretive behavior undoubtedly indicates foul play, and fearing repercussions from the authorities, you have compelled your accomplices to dispose of the body. With a wave of his hand, the constables swiftly placed iron chains around Zhao Kai's neck. Zhao Kai protested his innocence vehemently, while the laborers raised their voices in defense. Yet they were all apprehended by the officials, who thoroughly searched the estate, uncovering an assortment of knives, swords, and bows, items ostensibly kept for defense against theft, now unjustly treated as incriminating evidence. As the officials escorted the suspects back, Zhao Tianjiao hurried to the scene, imploring the officers to spare his son. The bribe he offered was tenfold the usual amount for legs and meals. Zhang Matzi graciously accepted his offering and, with a respectful fist clasp, reassured him, "Do not panic. Sir, we have not accused your son of the murder. Identifying the true culprit is a matter for the magistrate. Let your son accompany us for a brief inquiry. We assure you he will not be mistreated." Recognizing the officials' authority to detain suspects, Zhao Tianjiao felt powerless and reluctantly permitted their return to the city. Once home, he gathered a sum of silver and instructed the laborers to harness the cart for his journey into the county town. As a seasoned veteran of the world, he was acutely aware that there was likely a hidden agenda at play. The saying goes, imperial power does not extend into the countryside. And unless a crime had been committed, officials would seldom be seen wandering the rural areas. What a coincidence it was that they happened upon the laborers burying a body. After settling into an inn on the street before the yamen, he began to cultivate connections and seek favors. Eventually, he gleaned the truth from a clerk in the criminal affairs office. It turned out he had offended the son of Wang Xian, and someone was avenging their superior. Zhao Tianjiao approached the magistrate's assistant responsible for criminal matters, Ma, to plead for his son's release. However, Ma replied, "Your son was caught in the act, and weapons were discovered during the search of your estate. Who would dare release him without the magistrate's judgment?" Zhao Tianjiao requested Ma to mediate on his behalf. But Ma replied, "I can speak on your behalf, but the magistrate is highly unlikely to grant your request." "Why is that?" Zhao Tianjiao asked, bewildered. Ma explained. Since taking office, the magistrate has conducted his first serious tax collection and hopes for a successful start to impress his superiors. Yet, you have chosen to hide from the officials, which appears to undermine his authority. With your son now in his custody, do you truly believe he would release him easily? That cannot be. Zhao Tianjiao replied bitterly. Then it is settled. Ma rose to leave, but Zhao Tianjiao grasped his arm, pleading, "Master Ma, show me a clear path. I shall reward you handsomely." In truth, he had little to offer. Ma retorted, "To untie a knot, one must find the person who tied it." Suddenly enlightened, Zhao Tianjiao hurriedly arranged for gifts to be presented to Wang Xian as a gesture of apology and rushed to the Wang household. To his dismay, he was met with a closed door. Despite his simmering anger, the thought of his son languishing in prison, possibly suffering at the hands of fellow inmates, extinguished any ire he might have felt. That afternoon, he returned once more, only to be rebuffed again. The following morning, he attempted once more, yet was met with the same stubborn refusal. In the afternoon, on his fourth visit, he knelt at the entrance of the Wang residence, and at long last, he was granted an audience with Wang Xian, the very official he had longed to meet but had never been able to. In the courtyard, Wang Xian lounged on a deck chair, a sardonic expression gracing his face. "Justice is indeed quite awkward. I have visited multiple times only to be turned away at the door. Now that I choose to refrain from visiting, you come seeking me," he remarked, his voice growing increasingly chilling, revealing a potential for extortion. "Is this amusing to you? Please temper your anger, my lord. One must bow their head under the eaves." Zhao Tianjiao replied cautiously. "That was the directive from Li Si who I, as an old man, dared not disobey. You have evaded the matter entirely." Wang Xian retorted with a cold laugh. "Why does Li Qing prevent you from meeting me? Li Qing did not explicitly forbid our meeting. He merely advised me to avoid listening to your words regarding the grain collection, suggesting we postpone until other grain districts have been established," Zhao Tianjiao confessed, his square face etched with regret. "As Li Sihu is our direct superior in grain matters, I could not disregard his counsel. To spare myself the shame of facing you, I felt compelled to hide. But why have you returned now?" Wang Xian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Well, the thing is." Zhao Tianjiao glanced around the courtyard, noting the absence of Wang Xingye, and whispered, "Where is your father?" "He has gone to Nanjing," Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. "If you are uneasy about speaking with me, you might as well wait for his return." "When will he be back?" Zhao Tianjiao pressed. At the earliest, 3 to 5 days. At the latest, 10 days to half a month. Wang Xian shook his head. Qiao Tianjiu realized he had once again offended this young man and lowered his voice. In truth, discussing this with you yields the same result. Go on. Wang Xian said, taking a sip of tea. I cannot guarantee that I will listen. The township is set to collect grain tomorrow. I respectfully request your presence for inspection. Qiao Tianjiao spoke with deference, though inwardly he cursed the need for pretense. Which ledger will you be following for the collection? Wang Xian asked without lifting his gaze. Of course. Qiao Tianjiao sighed inwardly, lamenting, forgive me, brothers, my son's safety is paramount, and I can only act unethically this once. He continued. We will collect according to the newly approved ledger. Upon uttering this, he felt a pang of regret, realizing the heavy toll it would exact. Do not resemble a plague-ridden bird. Wang Xian, displeased with his demeanor, coldly remarked. You are well aware of how many households have been concealed in Shangxing Township. Even if you pay an additional 20%, you will still reap considerable profits. It merely amounts to how much you gain. He then added with a frosty smile. I could publish the yellow ledger from Shangxing Township and see which side the common folk would support. Qiao Tianjiao was left speechless. If the populace were to learn that a quarter of the taxes they had paid over the years had not reached the national treasury but rather been siphoned off by him, the esteemed grain leader and government officials, the Qiao family would find no foothold in Shangxing Township. However, Qiao Gongjing understood that Wang Xian was merely attempting to intimidate him, for he could not bear the consequences of revealing the yellow ledger. Let us not forget that the yellow ledger was a product of the government, and the discrepancies in the population figures were the handiwork of relevant officials within the bureaucracy. Without the government as protection, even with 100 times the courage, Qiao Tianji would not dare to so brazenly embezzle the court's grain taxes. The government required this stable and substantial income to compensate non-regular officials like Wang Xian, as well as temporary laborers, to meet the daily needs of the esteemed gentleman and to offset various miscellaneous expenses of the county. It can be said that anyone daring to sever this source of income would be opposing the entire cadre of officials in this county. What audacity does Wang Xian, a mere clerk, possess? However, Zhao Gongjing understood that Wang Xian's intent was to issue a warning that he had overstepped his boundaries. His and others' avarice had severely undermined the county's tax revenue, leaving the county magistrate quite displeased. While others may not have vulnerabilities to exploit, his own son was in their grasp. Should he fail to cooperate, he would only invite his own tragedy. Contemplating this, Zhao Tianjiao dejectedly remarked, the young official speaks wisely. I shall return to inform the villagers that taxes will be settled in the courtyard tomorrow. Go ahead. Wang Xian waved his hand, suppressing his delight. Chapter 46. The taxation system. The institutional framework of the national dynasty was entirely dictated by the will of its founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. For instance, concerning taxation, he believed that corrupt officials would exploit the opportunity to oppress the local populace, causing them immense suffering. Consequently, he devised a method known as good citizens governing good citizens, whereby a county would be divided into several grain districts based on tax levels. The wealthiest and most reputable landowners within these districts would be appointed as grain leaders, entrusted with the full responsibility of tax collection and distribution. Typically, a grain leader would handle a tax collection task ranging from several thousand to 10,000 bushels, although in some instances it could be as little as a few hundred bushels, largely dependent on the geographical context of the state and county. In places like Fuyang County, characterized by a landscape of 8 mountains and half water, with a dispersed population and limited arable land, a single grain leader would essentially oversee one township, shouldering a tax burden of over 1,000 bushels. During tax collection periods, the grain leaders and their deputies would notify the village heads to organize the villagers, instructing them to arrive at designated locations on specified dates to pay their taxes. During this time, the government would dispatch clerks to serve as accountants and supervisors. This semi-official method of tax collection was inherently inefficient. At most, only 2 or 3 villages could complete their payments in a single day, and it would take 7 or 8 days to finish the entire collection, which was considered quite remarkable. In reality, this amounted to several hundred households in 2 or 3 villages, and with meticulous scrutiny over each household's contributions, the workload was indeed substantial. Thus, during these taxing days, the grain leader and the county clerk would arrive at the riverbank before dawn, setting up tables and organizing ledgers in anticipation of the villagers. As the first light of dawn broke, a dozen open boats emerged from the morning mist, awkwardly docking at the riverbank of the newly established township. The boats, covered with straw mats, were laden with newly harvested rice, marking the arrival of the nearest villagers coming to fulfill their tax obligations. On the dock, the foreman from the Chow family called out to the leading village head, urging him to arrange the boats closely together to leave space for the subsequent vessels arriving for tax payment. In the National Dynasty, the tax system was organized into a structure of 10 households per li, amounting to a total of 110 households. Among these, the top 10 households were designated as the leading households, with their heads taking turns serving as village heads. The remaining 100 households, known as the jiashi households, would similarly rotate their roles. Therefore, beneath each village head, there were invariably 10 jiashi, each responsible for overseeing 10 families. The village head instructed the jiashi accordingly. Before leaping onto the dock, arriving at the narrow end of the platform where a long table awaited him. On the table lay account books and writing materials, behind which rested 2 chairs. To the left sat Chao Tianjiao, adorned in a deep purple robe and a 6-harmony hat, while to the right was a young man in a white shirt and a cap, presumably a clerk dispatched from the county. The village head offered a profound bow to both individuals and addressed Chao Tianjiao, stating, "Honorable sir, the autumn grain from our 18th li has arrived. I kindly request your esteemed self to inspect and verify it." "Very well," Chao Tianji replied, stroking his beard and glancing at Wang Xian. After receiving a nod from him, he continued, "As per our customary practice, let the leading households come forward first." The village head, with a smile, replied, "Oh, but we have no leading households in our 18th li. Indeed, there are some. According to the revised records, there are 3 households, one each from the upper, middle, and lower tiers," Chao Tianjiao remarked while perusing the ledger. "Ah." The village head appeared perplexed. "I had not been informed of this previously." "Well, now you have." Chao Tianji responded slowly, "And there are also 10 additional households in the middle tier. Here's the list. Please inform these 13 households that they must either pay a portion today and settle the remainder tomorrow or make a full payment by tomorrow." Clearing his throat, he added, "Let the others complete their tax payments first." At this moment, how could one explain? The village head, holding the list, was deeply troubled, lamenting, "Those whose taxes have been adjusted will undoubtedly curse me. Tomorrow, the citizens will be classified according to their land ownership, wealth, and population into 3 tiers and 9 categories. The lower the tier, the lower the tax rate. Conversely, the higher the tier, the higher the tax rate. The lowest tier pays 30 units of tax, while the highest tier pays 10, resulting in a threefold disparity between the two. It is no wonder that the common folk adopt such a humble demeanor. Those with vast fields claim to belong to the middle class, while those with a mere 100 acres consider themselves lower class. Naturally, the categorization is determined by the authorities, which creates significant opportunities for rent-seeking. The annual registration period becomes a feast for household registrars, village heads, and district chiefs, with personal interests at stake. No household dares to skimp on this expense. Once they receive the money, they must perform the necessary tasks, and now, to inform them that the arrangements have failed not only causes financial loss but also invites the trouble of inequality. Why is it my family and not someone else's? Those unfortunate households will surely vent their frustrations on me. Just tell them directly. Standing beside Chao Tianji was his brother, Chao Dijiao, who rolled his eyes and remarked, "Regardless, they must pay the stipulated amount this year. If they refuse, once the deadline passes, the authorities will pursue them, and then we can discuss matters with the tax collector." Although the initial phase of tax collection operates on a principle of good citizens governing good citizens and is not coercive, once arrears occur, the authorities reveal their menacing visage, dispatching agents to enforce collection. The ensuing disturbance can be described as pandemonium, with cries of despair echoing. Should the persistent defaulters still refuse to pay, the authorities will pursue them relentlessly, applying corporal punishment and public humiliation, compelling them to deplete their fortunes to clear their debts. The village head, seeing that reason was futile, had no choice but to return and instruct the first tier of villagers to pay their taxes, while leaving one individual with the message, "Your household has been elevated to the middle tier." Why? The man's reaction was identical, filled with astonishment. Was he had agreed that we would remain in the lower tier? This is a bureaucratic regulation. The village head shrugged. "I have been categorized as upper class myself. Where can I lodge a complaint? That is unacceptable. I have also paid." The villagers, straightforward in their sentiments, expressed their outrage. "Why should our household's taxes increase while others remain unchanged?" The villagers directed sympathetic glances towards him. "Would you be pleased if all households experienced an increase?" The village head retorted angrily. The county magistrate deemed the initial classifications too lenient and has instructed us to tighten them. This year your family pays a bit more. Next year another family will do the same. It's a 10-year cycle, so why the uproar? He then chided the others. Hurry and pay your taxes. Do you wish to be subjected to an increase as well? The villagers, shifting from sympathy to indignation, ceased to engage in the quarrel between him and the village head, eagerly unloading their burdens and lining up to pay their grain taxes. The first villager to pay presented his name to Chao Gongzheng. Chao Tianjiao then found the record of his household, announcing 18 Li, first tier, head of household Ji Dajing, classified as lower middle. Owes 3 dou and 6 xing of rice, and 7 liang and 2 qin of silk. He utilized not the government-sanctioned records, but rather his own private accounting. During that season, as the new year approached, Ji Dajing presented a bundle of silk to the tax collector. The deputy grain officer, with a stern expression, declared, "It's too damp. We must apply an 80 discount, resulting in a due amount of 9 taels." This was a blatant falsehood. Yet the common folk had grown accustomed to such deceit over the years. Ji Dajing, with a smile, replied, "Please weigh it yourself. It is precisely 9 taels. The powerful wield their influence, while I am but a mere victim. Should you dare to contest, he will undoubtedly manipulate the scales, compelling you to pay in excess." Meanwhile, the deputy grain officer weighed the silk and proclaimed, "Silk, tax paid." On the other side, Ji Dajing's 2 sons encountered a similar predicament while delivering their grain. The grain collector, Zhao Dijiao, seized a handful of rice and stated, "It's too damp. We will apply a 90 discount, resulting in a total of 4 dou." The 2 sons dared not protest, carefully pouring the pristine white rice from their load into the measuring container marked 4 dou. The dou is the official vessel used for measuring grain, allowing for collection without weighing, as different dou can be combined. According to regulations, the grain must not only fill the dou but also exceed its rim, forming a pointed heap. Following the requirements, the Ji brothers piled the grain to its utmost limit. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief upon completing the tax payment, suddenly they witnessed Zhao Dijiu lifting the hem of his robe, stepping back, gathering his breath, and then, with a powerful kick, striking the dou. The excess rice spilled onto the ground, and as the Ji brothers hurried to collect it, Zhao Dijiao bellowed, "Do not pick it up. This is considered waste. Did you not hear? If you pick it up again, you shall forfeit your payment." Reluctantly, the Ji brothers had to refill the dou. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xian stood in stunned silence. Zhao Tianjiao, with a hint of satisfaction, remarked, "This kick, known as kicking the dou to form a peak, compresses the grains to maximize capacity. The spilled portion is deemed waste. Could the villagers accept such treatment?" Wang Xian swallowed, realizing that with that kick, they would pay at least half a dou more. Those who refuse would face even greater consequences when the authorities come to collect, which would not merely involve this trivial waste. Zhao Tianjiao, unbothered, replied, "It has been this way for centuries. What can be done about it?" Alas, Wang Xian thought, if only the dou were slightly larger, the effect would be the same, and the appearance more palatable. Zhao Tianjiao chuckled. "Half of that rice spilled on the ground belongs to the little officials." Wang Xian coughed twice. His father had advised him against taking ill-gotten gains, but he believed that refusing would only benefit others, who would mock him as a fool. The founding emperor, compassionate towards the common people, had set a very low tax rate. Even with these additional burdens, the villagers could bear it. This was also advantageous for the grain officers, who, being locals, dared not exploit excessively for fear of inciting rebellion, thus largely remaining within the villagers' capacity to endure. After a long day of toil, they had collected grain from 330 households, feeding a total of 1,500 mouths. In reality, after more than 40 years of recovery and growth, the population of these 3 li had far exceeded 2,000. Yet to evade taxation, they concealed their numbers and lived as unregistered citizens. Do not be deceived by the apparent vulnerability of taxpayers. They are equally shrewd and engaged in a clandestine battle with the tax collectors. As for the tax collector, Chao Gongzheng, he meticulously manages 2 sets of accounts, one adhering to the standards established during the Hongwu era, and the other based on the official records decreed by the government. In the interplay between these 2 accounts, nearly 20% is siphoned off. This 20% is divided into an 8-2 split, with 2 parts belonging to Chao Tianjiao himself, and 8 parts returned to the magistrate, to be handled by the treasury. As for the grain on the ground, it remains unseen by the authorities, as the tax collectors privately distribute it. Thus, it is said to be a lucrative position. By nightfall, the requisite tax grain has already been stored away, while the withheld portion, along with other valuables, is swiftly sold to grain merchants and transported under the cover of darkness. Chapter 47. Mission accomplished due to his responsibility of overseeing the storage. Wang Xian declined the invitation from Chao Tianjiao to dine at his home. Instead, Chao Gongzheng arranged for the food and wine to be delivered to the storeroom, where they dined together. Chao Tianjiao no longer dared to underestimate this young official, not to mention his cunning father. Wang Xian himself was astoundingly astute and capable. By the end of the day, he had accounted for every detail: how much had been collected, how much was owed, what should be stored, and what belonged to the government, without a single error. This left Chao Tianjiao completely dissuaded from attempting to deceive him. He estimated that within a few years, this young man would ascend to the position of a household clerk. As their dealings would continue for a long time, it was imperative to mend their relationship swiftly. He even felt a fleeting impulse to employ the charms of a beautiful woman to win him as a son-in-law, yet lamented that Wang Xian was already engaged. There was no lingering resentment between them, and after a few days of Chao Tianjiao's deliberate flattery, they had long since buried the hatchet. Sensing the moment was right, he inquired, "Young official, could you assist me in finding out when my son might return home? This roasted chicken is truly delightful. Where did you procure it?" Wang Xian replied with a smile, "This is a matter for the criminal office. How would I know? It is a rare delight that the young official enjoys my humble creation. I shall take 2 back home for my family to taste." Chao Tianjiao remarked with a forced smile. "The criminal office is comprised of your father's old subordinates. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult to inquire?" "Very well. Once I finish collecting the taxes, I shall return to ask." Wang Xian nodded, just as a grain merchant named Zhou Yang approached after weighing his goods. Zhou Yang was the same individual who had been shackled half a month prior. Wang Xian had asked him during the day what crime he had committed. Zhou Yang expressed his frustration, claiming he had committed no offense. It was merely due to the impending tax collection that the officials sought a pretext to discipline him. It turned out that Fuyang County had limited grain production, with most residents engaged in tea cultivation, papermaking, and silk weaving, leading them to purchase grain for taxation. Consequently, during tax seasons, grain prices surged, allowing merchants to profit handsomely. However, the newly appointed county magistrate Wei was particularly concerned about maintaining stability among the populace. Fearing that skyrocketing grain prices would incite public discontent, he had preemptively detained the 2 major grain merchants in the county, subjecting them to 3 days of public humiliation as a warning. As Zhou Yang recounted the incident, tears welled in his eyes. Isn't business merely about buying low and selling high? It's not as though there's a famine or a grain shortage. Besides, I hadn't done anything wrong, at least not this year. Why was I shackled? There was little recourse. In this era, merchants held a lowly status. If the officials sought to establish their authority and win the hearts of the people, who better to target than a merchant? Hadn't the common folk cheered their actions? Yet Zhou Yang was indeed dedicated to his trade. Even with his neck still healing, he had come to Xinjiang to collect grain. He stiffly took a seat beside Wang Xian and stated, "Young official, your calculations are impeccable. The total amounts to 43 stones, 3 dough, and 7 sheng of rice. As per your request, it will all be paid in silver." With that, he placed a bag of coins on the table and added, "Young official, please verify." Wang Xian opened the bag and discovered a 20-tael silver ingot along with several strings of copper coins. He frowned and remarked, "This is too much. It is not excessive. The remainder is a small token of gratitude for your kind consideration of our establishment," Zhou Yang said with an ingratiating smile. As a grain merchant, he understood the importance of cultivating goodwill with a promising young official like Wang Xian. Well said, well said. We are friends now, aren't we?" Wang Xian was acutely aware that his father was soon to depart for Hangzhou, leaving him to navigate the path ahead alone. In order to thrive in the county, he understood the necessity of emulating the likes of Song Gongming, who transcended social standings and fostered a wide array of friendships. "Allow me to raise a toast to fairness and to Boss Zhou," he declared. "As a newcomer on my first business trip, I am still quite naive and may have caused some inconvenience to you both." The 2 men promptly raised their glasses and drank. Chao Tianjiao chuckled, saying, "Though the young official claims to be inexperienced on his first day, his composure and sagacity surpass that of many seasoned individuals. It is evident that he is no ordinary person and will surely ascend to great heights in the future. Indeed, when that time comes, do remember to assist your brothers," Zhou Yang added, offering his praise as well. The trio reveled in their camaraderie, drinking until the midnight hour. Chao Tianjiao invited Wang Xian to rest at his home. Yet Wang Xian insisted on sleeping in the storeroom. His previous profession had instilled in him the wisdom that caution is paramount. It is far better to fulfill one's duties diligently than to take unnecessary risks. The following day, they resumed tax collection. Shuai Hui and Lu Eri arrived. Though Wang Xian had no tasks for them, he merely wanted their company for a meal. During these days of tax collection, Chao Tianjiao generously provided lavish feasts, and the two friends, having shared many years with Wang Xian, regarded his affairs as their own, unlike Qin Shou, who was merely focused on his own profit. With their watchful presence, Wang Xian was able to conserve much of his energy, though he remained vigilant, continuing to sleep in the warehouse each night. It was not until the 7th day, after all 2,800 stones of tax grain had been collected and shipped to the county town, that Wang Xian finally exhaled in relief. Without the luxury of changing into clean attire, he promptly made his way to the county office to report. In the former office of Li Sheng, Zhang Xiyu poured Wang Xian a cup of tea, smiling as he remarked, "You must be exhausted after these days." "There is little fatigue in merely collecting taxes," Wang Xian replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. All the tax grain from Xinjiang has been collected." As he spoke, he presented the ledger with both hands. "Oh," Zhang Xiyu expressed surprise. Were there no objections from the dozen or so households that were reassessed? There were indeed some concerns, but I instructed others to pay first, making those reassessed feel isolated. I also assured them that this was a rotating assessment. Once they completed their payments this time, they would have 9 years of peace before the cycle returned to them. Realizing this, they all complied, Wang Xian explained. "Excellent." Zhang Xiyu clapped his hands in delight. This strategy, while seemingly straightforward, reveals a deep understanding of human nature. It appears you are well suited for this role. "I am grateful for your guidance," Wang Xian replied, his face brimming with appreciation. "I shall remain diligent in alleviating your concerns." "Wonderful." Zhang Xiyu beamed even brighter. "I truly have not misjudged you," as if he himself were the one receiving accolades. Additionally, Wang Xian placed a heavy satchel on the tea table and opened it, revealing all the small denominations and expenses. Upon seeing the glimmering 7 ingots of silver and several strings of copper coins, each containing 100 pieces, Zhang Xiyu expressed astonishment. "So much? Here is the itemized list," Wang Xian said, producing a sheet of paper from his boot and presenting it to Zhang Xiyu. Zhang Hua took the document and examined it closely, noting that every entry of income for each day was meticulously recorded. After reviewing it, he praised, "Whether it be the grain merchants from Chao or Zhou, they are seasoned operators, yet you have managed to ensure they did not cheat even a single coin from us. It appears I can rest assured. Perhaps it was merely due to various reasons that they dared not commit fraud." Wang Xian humbly replied, "I am but a novice, and I seek your esteemed guidance." "My lord." The highest form of flattery is to do so as Wang Xian does, subtly, allowing the one being praised to feel good about themselves. "That is true delight." Zhang Hua, unable to suppress a grin, said, "Let me impart a lesson to you. What is rightfully yours need not be shown to your superiors." We all understand this implicitly. Wang Xian, still inexperienced, was uncertain about what should be retained and what should not. After enduring the trials imposed by Li Sheng, he had come to appreciate the significance of having a superior who favored him. Thus, he shamelessly added, "Moreover, opportunities are bestowed by you, my lord, and it is only fitting that you manage them." The rules must not be broken," Zhang Hua chuckled. "Collect these coins, and if you feel any guilt, treat the brothers in the treasury to a meal. That will ease your conscience." "Thank you for your guidance," Wang Xian said, rewrapping the coins and taking his leave. He had considered leaving half for Zhang Hua, but that would appear too cunning and contradict his innocent, novice image, potentially raising his superior's suspicions. Upon returning to the office, his fellow clerks congratulated him. As the first in the Qixiang district to complete the tax duties, the position of the chief clerk naturally fell to him. Wang Xian, who at the tender age of 18 had only been in the office for less than a month, now became the superior of these seasoned clerks. While they offered their compliments, a tinge of envy and bitterness was inevitable. This promotion was earned through competition, leaving no room for dissent. Had it been solely through denunciation that he achieved this position, who knows how many disparaging remarks would have circulated today. However, no amount of flattery holds value without sincerity. The clerks deliberated on where to host a celebratory banquet for their future superior. Yet, Wang Xian insisted on footing the bill himself to treat his esteemed seniors. The clerks understood that he had recently come into wealth, and it was only right for him to host, yet they dared not allow their future superior to bear the cost. After much back and forth, it was decided that Wang Xian would treat everyone today to celebrate his good fortune, and once the formal appointment was made, they would congratulate him again. This exchange was not without significance. At the very least, it demonstrated to everyone that their future chief clerk was not a miser, a crucial point. Especially for clerks who sought wealth over ambition, as it mattered less who they followed than what benefits they could reap. At noon, Wang Xian instructed Qin Shou to reserve 3 tables at the Zhou family tavern. After all, there were many from the treasury. This was even before 6 other parties had returned. In the afternoon, Wang Xian went to invite Zhang Sihu and Sun Dianli, both of whom graciously declined. This was understandable. The former, having taken on a leadership role, needed to maintain decorum, while the latter, feeling disheartened by not being promoted to the position of Sihu, seemed to harbor some resentment towards Wang Xian and was reluctant to associate with him. However, for the clerks, the absence of superiors allowed them to drink and revel freely. After the gathering, a group of scholars clad in white gathered at the Zhou family tavern, indulging in libations until the stroke of midnight. Wang Xian, the host and his future superior, naturally became the target for toasts. His capacity for alcohol was rather modest, and being unable to decline, how could he withstand the relentless onslaught of drinks? Although Wu Wei shielded him from many a toast, he ultimately succumbed to inebriation, being carried home in a state of utter drunkenness. At home, everyone had long since retired, but upon hearing the commotion, Wang Gui donned his robe, inquired, and hastily opened the door to allow the bearers to bring him inside. Chapter 48. The little rascal's eye, along with Lin Qing'er, was roused by the commotion. And as I donned my robe to investigate, only Silver Bell remained undisturbed, peacefully slumbering. My greatest annoyance was my husband's drunkenness, upon seeing Wang Xian inebriated beyond measure. I erupted in fury, exclaiming that at such a tender age, he should not indulge in such vices. I threatened to break his walking stick if anyone dared to take him drinking again, causing the other clerks to scatter in fright. As I prepared to tend to Wang Xian, who had made quite a mess of himself, I heard Lin Qing'er softly suggest, "Let me handle it, mother. You should go to sleep." Upon hearing this, my anger transformed into delight, and I readily agreed, retreating into the house with alacrity. "My elder brother can assist him to the west room," Lin Qing'er said, her cheeks flushed. "Is that appropriate?" "It would spoil your quarters," I replied. "No worries," my elder brother assured. "Let him sleep in the east room." Lin Qing'er gently insisted, "But my brother has to work early tomorrow. Allow me to keep him company through the night." "You are too kind, dear sister," Wang Gui concurred, nodding as he helped Wang Xian to the west wing. Upon seeing the tidy bed, he hesitated, saying, "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Just lay him down. Carrying him is exhausting," Lin Qing'er replied, her head bowed. Feeling helpless, could she truly be bothered by this disheveled rogue? Wang Gui gently placed Wang Xian upon the bed, advising Lin Qing'er to call for him should any issues arise before quietly shutting the door behind him. With the door closed, the dim light flickered like a solitary star in the vast silence, the room enveloped in tranquility save for Wang Xian's labored breaths. It was Lin Qing'er's first experience sharing a room with a man, and she couldn't help but feel a flutter of anxiety. However, the overpowering scent of alcohol emanating from him made her feel a wave of discomfort, and she set about preparing a pot of strong tea to offer him. Yet, noticing Wang Xian's clothes were in a deplorable state, she resolved to help him out of them. Though it was late autumn, this delicate young lady found the task of undressing a large man to be quite laborious, causing her to break into a light sheen of perspiration, her limbs growing weary. After much effort, she managed to remove his outer garment, only to discover unsightly stains had marred his inner clothing as well. With a resigned sigh, she decided to continue, eventually reducing him to merely his trousers. Under the soft, yellow light, Wang Xian's youthful physique began to reveal faint outlines of muscle, a stark contrast to his previously emaciated form from 2 months prior. The body does not lie. It faithfully reflects the toil one has endured. Regrettably, Lin Qing'er's gaze was drawn to his inner garment, which was supposed to be pristine white but was now soiled and exuding a potent odor of sweat. At this time of year, one would expect that even a month without washing would not result in such filth, especially since Wang Xian had left with fresh clothing and a full set of changes. How much sweat had he shed over the course of these 7 days? And where had he been sleeping? The thought filled Lin Qing'er with compassion, and her gaze finally settled on Wang Xian's face. Compared to before, while his handsome features remained unchanged, the frivolous air that once surrounded him had vanished, replaced by a serene elegance characteristic of a scholarly gentleman. Indeed, he has changed. Could it be because of me? She pondered, reflecting on Wang Xian's past words, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Yet, she noticed his brow furrowed tightly, his chest rising and falling as if overwhelmed. Suddenly, he struggled to sit up, and Lin Qing'er quickly supported him, guiding his head to hang over the edge of the bed. As Wang Xian struggled with the urge to vomit, Lin Qing'er instinctively rubbed his back. In a swift moment, he could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth, releasing a torrent of sickness. Fearing he might tumble from the bed, Lin Qing'er did not dare to evade him, ultimately becoming stained by the mess. Once he had finished, Wang Xian, with his eyes closed, sought tea. Lin Qing'er, propping herself up, felt the teapot was still warm. She poured a cup of strong tea, only to find that he had shifted positions, now reclining across her legs, his head gently nudging against her. Overwhelmed by her disheveled state, Lin Qing'er cast aside any sense of modesty and offered him tea, which he drank eagerly, consuming 2 bowls before turning again, this time facing her abdomen, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as he drifted into a restless slumber. Lin Qing'er, unaccustomed to such intimacy, felt a mixture of embarrassment and affection, contemplating moving him back to the bed, but lacking the strength to do so. When Wang Xian murmured of a headache, she resigned herself to his weight on her legs, using her delicate fingers to gently massage his temples, easing his discomfort. The long night stretched on, the thin clouds playing with the moonlight. Lin Qing'er gazed down at Wang Xian nestled in her embrace, a resigned sigh escaping her lips as she thought, "Only now do I understand what it means to be bound by past grievances." Reminded of a Tang Dynasty tune, Drunken Young Master. She softly parted her lips and began to hum the melancholic melody. Outside the door, the dog barks, signaling the arrival of the young man. On the fragrant steps, "The enemies are drunken tonight." With a gentle hand, I guide him into the curtains, unwilling to shed my silken robe. If he is to be drunk, let him be so, for it is preferable to sleeping alone. As she reached the final line, Lin Qing'er felt her heart race, scolding herself for indulging in such lascivious words, deeming it utterly inappropriate. Yet, a part of her resonated deeply with the sentiments expressed. People often say, marry a chicken. Follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Perhaps she had indeed been influenced by this rogue. She shot a fierce glance at Wang Xian, only to see him frowning in his sleep, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Gently, she reached out to smooth his furrowed brow, her heart aching for him. Realizing he too was someone who concealed his worries, she lightly patted his back, soothing him as one would a slumbering infant. Wang Xian slept until dawn, awakening to find himself in Lin Qing'er's room, covered by her quilt. What had transpired? Rubbing his head, he sat up, feeling as if his skull might split from pain, struggling to gather his thoughts. Awake now? He heard a voice as Silver Bell poked her head in, calling out to someone outside. Then turning to Wang Xian with a mischievous grin, "Oh dear brother, how embarrassing. Not only did you vomit all over Lin's sister, but you've also left her legs numb from your weight." Wang Xian suddenly realized he was without clothing, astonished. "Who stripped me?" "Lin's sister did," Silver Bell replied, her face beaming with amusement. "Oh no, brother is exposed." "Enough nonsense," Wang Xian exclaimed, seeing Lin Qing'er emerge at the door with a bowl in her hands. "I shan't disturb you." Silver Bell, sticking out her little red tongue, bounced away. "I'll wash the rest of your clothes." "Sister, take care of your little tormentor." Her innocent words turned Lin Qing'er's face a deep crimson as she handed the sour bamboo shoot soup to Wang Xian, whispering, "Do not drink so much in the future." Yes, Wang Xian acknowledged, fully aware of the trouble he had caused and ready to learn from his mistakes. "Furthermore, do not exert yourself so relentlessly." Lin Qing'er observed him as he consumed the soup and gently remarked, "The warehouse is hardly a place for slumber. If one neglects their youth, they may suffer ailments in old age." "How do you know?" Wang Xian inquired. "Shuaihui visited you this morning," Lin Qing'er replied softly. "He mentioned you have not left the warehouse for 7 days since arriving in Xinxiang." "Alas, there is no alternative," Wang Xian sighed. "If one does not keep a close watch, issues are sure to arise. The grain is already in the warehouse. Can it possibly diminish?" Lin Qing'er asked in confusion. "While the grain may not be lessened, it could be substituted," Wang Xian elucidated. "I have heard that the rice sent to the capital is often mixed with sand, stones, rice husks, and even some brown rice. However, the common folk submit only fine, high-quality rice, to say nothing of sand being mixed in, so one must remain vigilant." Subsequently, he had Shuaihui secretly inspect the merchant's boat and indeed discovered brown rice with husks. "If I do not keep a close eye, they would undoubtedly deceive me right under my nose." Sigh, they are all cunning individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing'er expressed her concern. "You must exercise caution in your dealings with them. Do not allow them to take advantage of you." "Precisely," Wang Xian nodded, reassuring Sister Lin. "I expect that once the taxes are settled, things will become much easier." Indeed, Lin Qing'er replied, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Smiling as she bowed slightly, I have yet to congratulate you on your promotion to the position of household clerk. It is merely a minor role. There is little to celebrate. Wang Xian chuckled. How could I possibly catch your eye? You are mistaken. Lin Qing'er shook her head, her voice soft. Seeing you progress brings me great joy. Can we not speak so formally? Wang Xian remarked with a wry smile. It feels like we are performing a play. Lin Qing'er sighed. I too feel weary, yet I am unsure how to change it. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally and address them later. As Wang Xian spoke, he slipped on his shoes and began searching around the room. What are you looking for? My satchel, he replied. It has been washed. And the money inside. Mother took it away. Lin Qing'er indicated the table. She left a string for each of us. We have yet to settle last night's feast. Wang Xian lamented. Shuai mentioned that someone has already paid. Lin Qing'er informed him. Those rascals. Wang Xian initially thought it was his colleagues at the household office who had settled the bill. Silently reflecting on how different life was now that he had become a clerk. That afternoon, Wang Xian did not go to the yamen, intending to rest at home. However, visitors arrived continuously, some bearing gifts, others with invitations requesting his presence. By evening, he had received 6 invitations, which greatly thrilled Yingling, who was unaccustomed to such attention. Additionally, having recently learned to read, she sought to show off and open one, reading aloud. The young lady will be wed on the 10th of this month. Kindly accept this invitation for a modest gathering at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Xianhe Tower. No need for reminders. Respectfully, Zhou Yukai. What does will be wed mean? Yingling inquired, puzzled after finishing the reading. It signifies the marriage of the daughter, Lin Qing'er explained. Isn't 10 days just tomorrow? Yingling exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why are you only inviting my brother now? This is a last-minute invitation. Lin Qing'er stifled a laugh and replied, who told you that your brother just became a clerk? Ah, so that's the reason. How very superficial. Yingling pouted slightly and turned to the next invitation, asking, where is Xiaoqinhuai? Why do they need to host a banquet for their daughter leaving the family? Lin Qing'er was momentarily speechless. Though she was a proper young lady, she was aware that it was one of the most renowned brothels in the county. Ahem, Wang Xian snatched the invitation away, crumpling it and scolding. What are you looking at, you little child? You'll end up with sore eyes. Chapter 49. The scholar in green robe. While Wang Xian harbored a certain intrigue regarding the courtesan from the little Qinhuai, he felt compelled to maintain an air of propriety in the presence of Sister Lin. The morals of society have indeed declined, he remarked, feigning indignation that brothels now send invitations directly to people's homes. Such matters are trivial. Lin Qing'er replied with a hint of detachment. In the past, my brother and his classmates would often indulge in revelries at the brothel, which could be considered a form of refined entertainment. Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at her, unsure whether Sister Lin spoke sincerely or was merely teasing him. He chose to divert the conversation, picking up a plain invitation. Speaking of which, there is also an invitation from a scholar. Lin Qing'er took the invitation, her brows furrowing as she exclaimed, that Li Yu is not a good man. A flicker of anger passed across her delicate features. What is the matter? Wang Xian inquired. Nothing of consequence. Lin Qing'er continued, her voice tinged with indignation. He hails from an official family and possesses some talent. Yet his moral character is utterly corrupt. After my brother was imprisoned, he exploited the situation, deceiving my family out of a substantial sum of money under the pretense of seeking justice for my brother. He even attempted to take me as his concubine, but thankfully, my mother resolutely refused. Though Lin Qing'er spoke of another, a flush crept over Wang Xian's face, for Li Yu's moral failings bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. How curious, Wang Xian coughed lightly, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. Even if I were to become a clerk, I doubt I would capture the attention of the sons of officials or scholars. Indeed, Lin Qing'er nodded earnestly. Moreover, they are hosting a poetry gathering. How would you compose poetry? A wave of awkwardness washed over Wang Xian. He thought to himself that he had indeed penned a poem, which still graced the study of the county magistrate. He began to grasp why those scholars would extend an invitation to him, most likely out of curiosity to meet a clerk who could write poetry. However, as a mere copyist, he felt unqualified to attend such a gathering. Should they require him to compose verses or engage in poetic exchanges, he would be exposed for the fraud he was. Thus, he casually discarded the invitation and resolved to forget about it. Having developed a habit of rising early, Wang Xian awoke before dawn the next day, preparing himself with a wash and dressing. However, he eschewed the white robe, instead donning a black gauze cap adorned with wings and a neatly folded green robe. In truth, it was blue. yet he could not distinguish between the hues. After adorning himself with white stockings and black boots, he layered a blue-collar robe over the gauze, cinching a black silk sash around his waist, and finally securing the cap in place. Wang Xian gently shook his head, the wings of the black gauze cap fluttering slightly, and he found the ensemble quite pleasing. Unbeknownst to him, his mother appeared behind him, inspecting him with an unabashed admiration that seemed insatiable. In her eyes, this attire of green robe and black gauze was the most exquisite in the world, reminiscent of the many years her husband had worn a similar garb. Yet his mother felt that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly slapped her forehead and hurried back to the main room, rummaging through drawers. Upon her return, she tied a jade pendant with a red tassel to his silk sash. Stepping back to admire her handiwork, she clapped her hands with delight, exclaiming, "Now it is just right." "Mother, this is too ostentatious," Wang Xian protested. "Jade is a symbol of virtue, a privilege of scholars. Though wealthy individuals may also indulge in such pretentiousness. My son has now become a magistrate. How could he not don jade?" My mother clapped her hands and said, "This is a betrothal gift from your father and me. If it gets chipped, lost, or damaged, you shall present your head to me." "Well, perhaps I should return it to you." Wang Xian thought to himself, "It feels as though I have a bomb strapped to my waist." "Wear it," my mother insisted. Leaving no room for negotiation, and with a swift kick, she sent him out the door. As dawn broke, Wang Xian arrived at the yamen. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, ceased to call him Erlang and instead addressed him as magistrate, his demeanor now more respectful. Upon entering the yamen, Wang Xian instinctively returned to the household office, where a few early arriving clerks were engaged in conversation. Upon his appearance at the door, they quickly rose and greeted him respectfully. Just days ago, he had been serving them tea. Now he found himself in the position of their superior, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. With a forced chuckle, he said, "There is no need for such formalities. Let us continue to refer to each other as brothers. Rituals should not be neglected," they insisted, but the others dismissed his words, asking, "Why is the magistrate not attending court proceedings, but instead here in the office?" "Oh, I nearly forgot," Wang Xian exclaimed, suddenly recalling his duty as a clerk and the necessity to attend the magistrate's court session. He clasped his hands in greeting and hurried to the second hall, relieved that he was not late, as tardiness would have resulted in punishment. Inside the second hall, a cacophony of voices filled the space, with 8 or 9 officials seated in their green robes, while 2 to 3 dozen clerks stood in their blue garments, creating a clear distinction. Wang Xian's first impression was that the notion of streamlined ancient institutions was far from reality. In a county with a population of less than 100,000, there were 40 officials of at least county level, and the number of unlisted financial personnel was tenfold, which hardly aligned with the idea of a simplified bureaucracy. However, reflecting on his current status as a deputy official, earning a salary from the government rather than merely being a temporary worker, he felt a surge of joy. People, regardless of their rank, must concern themselves with matters appropriate to their level. Expecting a lowly deputy to ponder over national affairs would be akin to worrying about trifles. His primary desire was to lead a good life and to demonstrate his worth to those who looked down upon him. Was that truly a fault? After the court session, Wang Xiao called out to Wang Xian with a smile, "Nephew, we still have some routine matters to attend to. Come with me to the clerical office." "At your command," Wang Xian replied respectfully, following Wang Xiao to the clerical office where he filled out 3 generations of documentation in various forms, all of which were to be submitted for record keeping. From this day forward, he would have his own personnel file within the Ministry of Personnel, officially becoming a member of the bureaucratic class, albeit at its most basic level. Assisting him with the documentation was an old clerk known as, whom Wang Xian had met just the day before. With envy etched across his face, he remarked, "Brother, your fortune is extraordinary. In less than a month, you have surpassed me. I would rather not have such fortune if it means enduring humiliation like Li Sihu." Wang Xian replied with a bitter smile. "Is it not said that when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit and toil their muscles?" Mused, thinking that if he could become a clerk, he would willingly endure 100 humiliations to achieve that goal. Meanwhile, Li Sheng was not faring well, spending his days feigning illness and had yet to report to Jiangni. "Have you completed the paperwork?" Prince Yao grew increasingly impatient as he waited in the inner chamber and urged, "It's done, it's done." He grinned and added, "Please, step inside." Wang Xian nodded and entered the room, where Prince Yao greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him to sit down. He personally brewed tea and remarked, "Nephew, This blue robe must be more comfortable than the white one. Wouldn't you agree? I have not yet felt it, Wang Xian replied. You will soon enough. Prince Yao chuckled. Especially as an official in the household department, there are countless advantages awaiting your personal discovery. As he poured a cup for Wang Xian, he continued. In truth, you could have donned this blue robe some time ago, but I delayed you for a few days. Hearing his father speak of his uncle's sincere intentions, Wang Xian replied, How could I not appreciate your kindness? Regardless, I must make it up to you, Prince Yao smiled. Now that you are an official, it would be somewhat inappropriate for you to reside in the clerk's quarters. He reminisced about when Qin County's magistrate was in office, and how he had arranged a row of private residences for their group of clerks. Although modest, these homes offered more privacy than mingling with a crowd of clerks. He added with a smile, I secured a set for you from the second deputy. Is that appropriate? Wang Xian questioned, knowing that clerks typically resided in the clerk's quarters, and most preferred to rent accommodations outside due to the poor conditions. As a newcomer, would living in the official residences not incite envy among the clerks? Fear not. For that residence was once occupied by your father, Prince Yao assured him. Once you move in, no one will utter a word. With Prince Yao's unyielding demeanor, Wang Xian felt he had no choice but to accept the key and return to his designated room. In the household department, Sun, the clerk overseeing the grain division, had gone out to inspect the countryside. This year's autumn harvest had been rather challenging, aside from Xinjiang and Sanshan Town. Progress in the other 5 grain districts had been sluggish. Zhang, the treasurer, was also troubled, for he was merely an acting treasurer. Should he mishandle this crucial task, the Lord would not hesitate to replace him. Thus, upon seeing Wang Xian enter, Zhang forced a smile and inquired, Is everything settled? Yes, it is. Wang Xian confirmed with a nod. Traditionally, clerks were arranged by seniority, a system that, while rigid, ensured that those in higher positions were seasoned and adept. Zhang, with little time for idle chatter, remarked, however, Considering you have only been in your position for half a month, you may still be unfamiliar with your duties. Indeed. I know almost nothing, Wang Xian admitted candidly. In essence, all matters pertaining to the county's finances, taxes, household registrations, and farmland fell under the jurisdiction of the household department. Additionally, this department was responsible for legal matters related to land, properties, and debts. Zhang sighed and said, I should have taken the time to teach you properly. But with the autumn grain collection underway, I must attend to that tomorrow. We can discuss it in more detail later. And what about matters in the household department? Wang Xian inquired. You will oversee them, Zhang replied, observing him. For non-urgent matters, hold off for now. For urgent ones, ensure they are sent to the countryside. Above all, aim to avoid errors. Wang Xian readily complied, and as he left Zhang's office, he noticed Wu Wei waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Wu Wei smiled and said, This way, clerk. Wang Xianqiao chuckled, I sincerely apologize for summoning you without prior notice. To which the subordinate replied, It is an honor for me to be regarded so highly by you. I am indeed delighted. Wu, exhibiting remarkable composure, guided Wang Xian into the foremost chamber. Upon entering, Wang Xian observed 9 clerks clad in white, who stood in unison to bow, exclaiming, Greetings, esteemed official. This was his office, and these were his subordinates. Chapter 50. Extortion in a modest room of Wanzhong Square. Wang Xian sat behind a desk, cradling a cup of fragrant tea. His lips perpetually curled into a foolish grin since earlier. Fortunately, a curtain partitioned the shared space into inner and outer chambers. Though small, the inner room was his sanctuary. The outer room, though spacious, was cramped with 10 clerks. More importantly, he relished the freedom it afforded him. No longer did he have to navigate the moods of others. Rather, they were now compelled to consider his disposition. He no longer served tea. Instead, it was others who fetched it for him, just as they did at that moment. Wang Xian sipped his tea, feeling a twinge of self-satisfaction and silently cautioning himself that such pride was unwarranted. Yet, the schemes of feigned weakness and sowing discord were all aimed at this very moment, so he allowed himself a brief indulgence in triumph. Thus, he continued to smile foolishly until midday, when Wu Wei entered to remind him it was time for a meal. Wang Xian finally closed his mouth and remarked, I wish to recruit 2 white servants. Not a problem, Wu Wei contemplated. With Li Cheng gone, his lackeys will undoubtedly follow suit, cast out like autumn leaves. Excellent. Wang Xian responded, rising with a smile. I entrust this to you, brother Wu. Certainly. Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that some individuals possessed an innate talent for leadership, effortlessly directing others without need for instruction. At mealtime, Wang Xian no longer had to jostle for meager portions at a table shared by 8. He had transitioned to dining in the inner chamber instead. The same-sized table now hosted only 4, adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes: crystal-clear pig's trotters, stir-fried river shrimp, sautéed purple leaves, white fish with fern soup, and a plate of fragrant steamed fish, its bones tender and melting in the mouth. The lavish fare allowed the clerks and officials to leisurely sip their wine and converse in hushed tones, a stark contrast to the tense, combative atmosphere outside during mealtimes. Wang Xian was summoned by 3 seniors from the criminal division. Li Guan and his companions chuckled at his blue robe, making it difficult for Wang Xian to eat in peace. He leaned in to whisper, "Tomorrow evening, I shall host at the Immortal Crane Pavilion, and I sincerely hope the 3 elder brothers will grace me with their presence." "Now that is more like it," remarked the clerk Zong, who had summoned him for punishment on 2 occasions, grinning widely. "But I suspect you lack funds. How about we go for a little autumn breeze after the meal?" "That sounds splendid. Where shall we go?" "Very close, just a couple of steps away," Zong replied, chuckling. "Hurry and finish your meal, then we shall seek out Zhang Matzi." The other 2 men exchanged amused glances, clearly aware of Zhang's intentions. After finishing their meal, Zhang led Wang Xian to the constable's office to summon Zhang Matzi. And then they proceeded to a residence just 2 streets away from the yamen, perhaps accustomed to the routine. Zhang and Zhang Matzi did not wait for the servant to announce them but boldly entered the house. Wang Xian followed, observing with curiosity. The exterior revealed little. Yet the interior was surprisingly lavish, leaving him to ponder the nature of its owner. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhang and Zhang Matzi took their seats with an air of authority, beckoning Wang Xian to join them. Zhang Matzi then called out loudly, "Lordly, lordly?" After calling out twice without receiving a response, he huffed in annoyance and addressed the 2 officials, stating, "This Li Qing truly looks down upon us. We have been here for quite some time, yet he ignores us and does not even offer tea. Why should we concern ourselves with his affairs?" "Indeed." The official Zong nodded in agreement, adding, "It is a classic case of good intentions being met with ingratitude. Let us depart. It matters little whether he lives or dies." Wang Xian, initially troubled by the thought of extorting the common folk, perked up upon realizing this was Li Qing's residence, and he watched the 2 officials with keen interest. The duo arose and approached the entrance, when suddenly a cough emerged from behind the screen. "Gentlemen, please wait." In the Ming Dynasty, the term gentleman did not carry a significant connotation of respect. It was used between parties of relatively equal standing, with subordinates addressing their superiors in such a manner. However, when the disparity in status was pronounced, specific honorifics were required. Wang Xian turned at the sound and saw an elderly figure, hunched and frail, emerge from behind the screen. Upon closer inspection, the man was not exceedingly old, but his face was etched with deep lines of worry, and his hair was mostly gray. As he focused intently, he recognized the figure as his former superior, Li Qing. "Oh dear, how have you aged so?" Wang Xian observed, feeling a pang of sympathy at Li Qing's sudden decline. Yet, the memory of how this man had conspired against him, leading to his family's ruin and near-total devastation, extinguished any compassion he might have felt. He quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply, and inquired, "Have you been well these days?" Coughing, Li Qing finally recognized that the young man in the blue robe was none other than Wang Xian. To some extent, Wang had ascended to his position over Li Qing's metaphorical corpse. Hearing Wang's gloating greeting, Li Qing nearly choked with indignation. Turning away, he addressed the other 2 officials, saying, "Gentlemen, please take a seat. I appreciate your concern regarding my affairs. It is nothing remarkable. We are colleagues after all, and it is only proper to show some concern." The official Zong replied, a frown creasing his brow. "However, we have received urgent requests from Hangzhou every 3 days. We must insist that you accompany us to the inspection office for questioning. We truly have no way to defer this any longer." As you can see, I am gravely ill," Li Qing replied, his voice low and filled with despair. "I fear I cannot endure the rigors of travel, so I kindly ask for your understanding." Just a fortnight prior, he would have dismissed these 2 without a second thought, but now, the situation had shifted dramatically. Days earlier, Zong and Zhang had unexpectedly visited, informing him that the inspection office had relayed word that Li Qing, who had been detained in Hangzhou, had confessed to new crimes that implicated Li Qing significantly. Consequently, the office had mandated their journey to Hangzhou, where the inspector wished to question him personally. Li Qing was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Li Qing was his Achilles heel. According to the Great Ming Code, inciting others to commit crimes was punishable by the same fate as the principal offender. If Li Qing were to face execution, Li Qing would not be far behind. In truth, he suspected that the two were fabricating stories to deceive him. Yet, the thought of the stern figure in Hangzhou, known as the iron-faced cold man, stripped him of any semblance of courage. He meekly asked the two men what course of action he should take. Naturally, a bribe of a silver ingot would be requisite for their assistance. Having received the payment, the two changed their demeanor, stating, in truth, there is a way out, as the officials in Hangzhou are not entirely convinced. They merely require you to respond to their inquiry. We can assist you in feigning a severe illness, but according to precedent, one must wait until recovery before embarking on a journey. As for when the esteemed gentleman shall recover, it is not for us to decide. With such delays stretching over a year and a half, amidst the numerous cases handled by the authorities, who would still remember this matter? A brilliant strategy, indeed, Li Sheng praised at the time. However, it wasn't long before his admiration waned. The two individuals came frequently, insisting that their superiors were pressing them, even sending someone to investigate the authenticity of the situation, commanding that he be taken away, employing various methods to intimidate him. Li Sheng, now a frightened bird, found himself depleting his resources to avert disaster. Though for the wealthy Li Daren, a few ingots of silver were but a drop in the bucket. The incessant visits weighed heavily on his mind. The stress had turned much of his hair gray in just a few days. This time, he truly found himself at a loss. Zhang Mozi pulled a warrant from his pocket and stated, "Behold, the esteemed official has already approved, and should we delay any further, we shall face dire consequences." Li Sheng's face fell into despair, yet he remained skeptical. He understood that their summoning of Wang Xian was merely a ploy to extort further sums. How could they possibly wish to forfeit such a lucrative source? Yet, who wishes to be continuously butchered, especially by those who have wronged them? Had only Zhang Mozi and Zhang Dianli come, Li Sheng would likely have acquiesced. But upon seeing Wang Xian, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to bow down. He muttered, "In that case, let us not put the two of you in a difficult position. Let us set a date for our departure. I have a clear conscience and trust that Zhou Zhaitai will not wrong an innocent man." Zhang Mozi and Zhang Dianli then realized that their ruse had been discerned. With nothing left to lose, they found themselves powerless against him. They exchanged an apologetic glance with Wang Xian, expressing regret that he was unable to witness a grand spectacle, but instead bore witness to a farce. Wang Xian, having offered a few sarcastic remarks upon entering, remained silent until the two were at a loss for words. He finally spoke, "Gentlemen, Li Daren is my former superior, and I cannot bear to see him enduring trial in such a fragile state. If I may be so bold, why not delay for a couple more days? Having already prolonged this for quite some time, what difference will an additional 2 days make?" Zhang Dianli questioned in confusion. Wang Xian replied earnestly, "My father has sent word from the capital, stating that he has been appointed as the warden of the Zhujiang Inspectorial Office and will soon take office. He and Li Daren were colleagues, and his support will surely ease Li Daren's burdens considerably." Upon hearing that Wang Xingye was to assume the position, Li Xing felt as though his spirit had fled, for if Wang Xingye were to take office, the first order of business would undoubtedly be to conduct a private interrogation of him. With the methods associated with the Wang family, what testimony could escape extraction? Realizing this, Li Sheng trembled and asked, "Wasn't he appointed as the magistrate of Rennes County?" Alas, one's plans often fall victim to fate's whims. The magistrate had already been confirmed, yet was dismissed by the cold-hearted Iron Han with the words, "A magistrate of such low caliber is unworthy of rewarding virtuous men," compelling the ministry to appoint someone of a lower rank. The result was a mere minor warden, even less esteemed than a magistrate. Wang Xian expressed his profound frustration. Li Sheng felt his limbs grow weak, as though the very earth had shifted beneath him, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" With just half a month remaining until the autumn judgment, the gravity of the situation loomed ever larger. Wang Xian sighed and lamented. "My father expressed his desire to remain active in the capital, hoping he might effect some changes. He truly does not wish to serve as a mere prison warden." "Indeed," Li Sheng exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline. "Let your father engage in activities in the capital. We must ensure he is reinstated as a magistrate. Regrettably, funds are lacking." Wang Xian sighed once more. "It seems I have no choice but to return to my post." "Not to worry, I have resources." Li Sheng hastily retrieved a silk pouch from his sleeve. Upon opening it, he revealed 4 or 5 gold bars and eagerly stated, "Take this for now. I shall gather more and procure several hundred taels of silver to ensure your father's wishes are fulfilled." Chapter 51. The Scholar's Complaint. Upon returning to the constable's quarters, the two esteemed seniors were still chattering excitedly. By heavens, it is indeed a testament to the family's heritage. Zhang Matzi, brimming with enthusiasm, gleefully exclaimed, "This time, we've struck gold tenfold. Truly, talents emerge from generations, and the new replaces the old." The clerk Zhang Dianli echoed his sentiments. "I initially intended to assist you in earning a bit of drinking money, but who would have thought my young brother is a master of extortion?" Wang Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. His family's legacy was hardly comparable, as this seemed more of a personal skill. After all, a good accountant must know how to extort, and as for integrity, that had long since been devoured along with a stack of audit reports. Clearing his throat, Wang Xian handed the pouch to Zhang Dianli, saying, "I simply seek a bit of revenge. You gentlemen should split this money." "What nonsense! If you don't take it, it implies you look down on us." Zhang Dianli insisted, "There are 5 bars in total. Each of us shall take 1. The remaining 2 will go to Lord Li and to honor Lord Wang, for we acted under their banners and must leave them to clean up our mess." With a resigned sigh, Wang Xian accepted 2 gold bars, pondering whether this could be considered the dirty money his father had mentioned. Well, he would discuss it with his father upon his return. After all, in his previous life, he had been a scholar, and such blatant extortion did not sit well with him. Had it not been for the involvement of Li Qing'er, he would never have engaged in such dealings. "Should we disregard Master Ma?" Zhang Matzi asked in a hushed tone. "It seems Li Qing'er has sought his counsel. Yesterday, he scolded our master who, however, it implied that he resented us for monopolizing the spoils." "Pay him no mind," Zhang Dianli replied nonchalantly. "On another day, you can simply offer him some coins to placate him. Although officials hold higher status, they are outsiders, while clerks are locals, banding together. It remains to be seen whether the official can suppress the clerks or if the clerks can counter the official. That will only be revealed through conflict. Clearly, Master Ma has not established his authority, hence his diminished presence." Once the division of spoils concluded, Zhang Matzi inquired of Wang Xian, "By the way, is it true that Lord Wang intends to become the head of the penal department? Is the arrest warrant in your hands genuine?" Wang Xian responded with a smile. "Oh." Zhang Matzi paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Cunning indeed. In truth, Li Qing'er had not erred in his suspicions. The supposed confessions from He Chang and the investigations by the Supervisory Bureau were entirely fabricated by Zhang Dianli and Zhang Matzi to extort his wealth. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant issue was that they had uncovered his instigation of He Chang. He feared that should he refuse, they would report him, and with their cold, ironclad demeanor, they would surely conduct a thorough investigation. Li Qing'er awaited He Chang's autumn verdict, hoping to eliminate any evidence against him, thus rendering him free from fear. Zhang Dianli and Zhang Matzi, seasoned clerks, recognized this psychological vulnerability, which is why they persistently visited to extort him. The closer the autumn verdict approached, the easier it became to extort. Once this opportunity passed, they would have no means to succeed thereafter. As for Wang Xian, since his arrival in the capital, he had not communicated with his family, leaving Wang Xian in the dark about his recent developments, merely conjecturing. At this critical juncture, Li Qing'er found himself compelled to believe. Moreover, he harbored a desire to alleviate his misfortunes through financial means, hoping that Wang Xian might show him leniency due to the monetary considerations. Excitedly caressing the gold bars, Zhang Matzi exuberantly proposed, "Shall we venture out again tomorrow?" Coughing lightly, Wang Xian interjected, "Isn't that a bit excessive? We must act decisively." Zhang Dianli, with an expression of urgency, remarked, "Though the sheep may be plump, they cannot withstand the many tigers and wolves lurking about. If we delay, Wang will seize all the benefits." Wang Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing that Wang Ziyu was not a benevolent figure. He had inspected the residence allocated to him, confirming it to be a standalone property. However, upon entering, he found it in a state of disrepair after 2 years of vacancy, requiring significant renovations, which dampened his spirits considerably. For the next fortnight, Wang Xian enjoyed a relatively carefree existence. Zhang Hua and Sun Dianli led most of the staff into the countryside, leaving him with a small team to oversee the office. Due to Zhang Siyu's concern over potential mishaps, the seals of the household department were removed, leaving Wang Xian to handle only routine matters, allowing him ample leisure time. During his free moments, he was often invited to feasts, returning home sporadically for a night's stay, never empty-handed, whether it was a chicken or a fish. He brought home provisions to enhance the meals for his mother and siblings. He even contemplated that living this way for a lifetime would not signify a failure. That was until the day he witnessed a particular scene. It was October 17th, a day not designated for public announcements, and the government office was eerily quiet. Wang Xian was engaged in conversation over tea with Wu Wei when, suddenly, the sound of drums resonated from outside. Wu Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, "Someone is beating the drum to lodge a complaint." He then opened the side window to investigate. Wang Xian's office was located above, and the side window faced the ceremonial gate, where he observed the constables hastily rushing out to ascertain the cause of the commotion. After a brief moment, they returned in haste to report to the magistrate. The sound of the drums echoed throughout the county office, rousing the magistrate from his deliberations in the signing room. This was the first instance during his tenure that someone had beaten the drum to seek redress, and Wei, the magistrate, felt a surge of excitement. He commanded his attendants to assist him in dressing while instructing others to announce the proceedings and prepare for the session. It was Sima Shiya, ever astute, who reminded, "Master Dong, yesterday was the day for announcements. Why does the complainant choose today to voice grievances? Let us ascertain the facts first. What does it matter? Circumstances can be unpredictable," Wei replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, according to the laws of the current dynasty, one must address a drum complaint immediately. There can be no delay. As they spoke, a constable entered to report, "Your Excellency, it is dire news. Someone is beating the drum to lodge a complaint." "I am already aware," Wei retorted, casting an irritated glance at him. "Who is it that beats the drum?" "A group of scholars from the county academy," the constable answered. Wei was taken aback, his enthusiasm immediately waning. "What is the nature of their complaint?" "They refuse to disclose anything until the magistrate ascends the platform to receive their petition," came the reply. Wei furrowed his brow, looking towards Sima for insight. It was evident that the matter compelling a collective grievance from a group of scholars must be of considerable significance. Wei County Magistrate was unaware that, having held office for less than a year, his initial instinct when confronted with issues was not to seek resolutions, but rather to ponder whether they could be suppressed. Sima Qiu furrowed his brow and remarked, "We must assess the situation further. If Dong Wang finds it troublesome, he may accept the petition and delay the hearing for another day." "Indeed." Wei County Magistrate nodded in agreement and exited the signing room, making his way to the second court to take his seat. As the court was called to order, the bailiffs inwardly cursed 100 times, yet the command to rise echoed resoundingly. "Who strikes the drum?" Wei County Magistrate thumped the gavel and inquired. "Your Honor, it is the county scholar Liu and 12 others who have come to petition against the county's clerk Zhang Hua and the bailiff Sun Sankai, accusing them of fabricating charges, extorting unjustly, harassing women, and oppressing the villagers, among 18 counts." Upon hearing this, Wei County Magistrate felt a throbbing headache. The tax collection deadline was fast approaching, and he had barely completed half of the task. He was under considerable pressure, and it seemed the underlings were resorting to drastic measures. He hadn't anticipated such a swift backlash, especially from the most troublesome source, the scholars. "Summon them," Wei County Magistrate said weakly. Shortly thereafter, a dozen county students clad in jade-colored robes with wide sleeves, cinched with black sashes and adorned with soft black caps, entered with heads held high and expressions grave. Upon reaching the court, they bowed slightly to Wei County Magistrate as a form of respect. In the Ming Dynasty, esteemed scholars who had passed the examination did not kneel before officials, nor were they subjected to punishment. Given the circumstances of their petition against the government, they were determined to maintain their dignity and thus refrained from any deeper bows. Previously, Wei County Magistrate had been one of these scholars and harbored a natural affinity for these younger scholars, provided they did not cause him trouble. He refrained from using the gavel and, with a cordial demeanor, inquired, "Why do you scholars abandon your studies to come before this official?" "To address our dear parents," replied Liu, a robust and dignified man in his late 20s, stepping forward with a respectful clasp of his hands. "We, as students, ought to devote ourselves solely to the teachings of the sages, remaining oblivious to worldly matters. However, when injustices plague our countryside and the common people suffer grievously, how can we turn a blind eye? We study not only to serve our country, but also to provide peace for the populace. What grievances do you bear?" Wei County Magistrate inquired, his expression darkening. "There are several officials, including Zhang Hua, who openly defy the laws and traditions, usurping the names of our parents, sending henchmen to the countryside to coerce payments, extorting ruthlessly, and committing all manner of heinous acts, creating a profoundly negative impact. We beseech you, dear parent, to apprehend these wrongdoers and punish them severely to restore the people's confidence and rectify the situation." Liu declared passionately. "Do you have any evidence?" Wei County Magistrate asked. "We are the offspring of sages. Would we falsely accuse without proof?" Liu responded, his voice resonant. "We possess nearly 100 pieces of evidence against these individuals. irrefutably substantiating their crimes. We implore you to apprehend them without delay. As he finished speaking, two scholars presented thick stacks of legal documents before the court. Another, a slender and somber-faced student, unfurled a voluminous scroll of silk, revealing a shocking sight. At least 1,000 bloody handprints graced its surface. He began to recite fervently. Once, Confucius traversed Mount Tai and proclaimed, "Young ones, take heed. Oppressive governance is fiercer than a tiger." Today, the corrupt officials of Fuyang are no different from tigers and wolves. This article, a manifesto against corrupt officials for the common people, is written with remarkable vigor. When recited aloud in the hall, it strikes like a fist and leaves a mark like a whip, leaving County Magistrate Wei utterly astounded. Yet, he could not interrupt. He could only endure and listen to the end. Finally, he impatiently declared, "I shall accept your petition, and after reviewing it, I shall choose a day for the hearing." With a resounding strike upon the wooden platform, he declared, "Withdraw. It is absolutely impermissible." To his astonishment, the students erupted into a cacophony of voices, exclaiming, "Our elderly parents must not be delayed." The constables hastily cried out for silence, yet their efforts proved futile. The students surged forward, encircling County Magistrate Wei. "In these dire straits, how can the elderly parents afford to delay? Please issue the warrant at once to apprehend the criminals and bring them to justice." Chapter 52. My companions and I were utterly astonished to see County Magistrate Wei surrounded. Officer Zhang hastily commanded the guards to protect the magistrate. Despite the intimidating demeanor of the black-clad officers, they dared not lay a finger on the scholars. Instead, many of them found themselves on the receiving end of kicks. Officer Zhang, eager to showcase his bravery, stood defiantly in front of the magistrate, only to be violently pushed aside by Wei, who scolded him, saying, "Nonsense. They are all learned scholars. How could they possibly harm this county?" Caught off guard, Zhang stumbled over a scholar's foot and fell to the ground, feeling an acute pain that was more emotional than physical. However, Wei's declaration did not quell the students. Instead, it seemed to embolden their spirits. Li Yu seized a red brush from the desk and thrust it into Wei's hand, urging him not to hesitate. For a moment's delay could lead to the destruction of a family. Surrounded by a throng of scholars in their traditional robes, Wei gazed upon their faces, seemingly just yet inherently fierce, and suddenly realized that he was no longer among his peers, but rather facing adversaries. It became clear that when positions diverge, one's origins are far less significant than one's stance. As Wei stood in a daze, more officers flooded into the hall, along with the two deputy magistrates and various clerks. Yet the students remained undaunted, their excitement palpable. Despite the threats and entreaties from several officials, who wore down their lips in vain, the students remained steadfast, adamantly demanding that the magistrate summon the rural clerks back for examination. Wei, however, was a man of integrity. He understood that if he yielded now, his future authority would be irrevocably compromised. Thus, he remained silent, his face a stormy shade of blue. Ultimately, it was Sima Qiu who urgently fetched the county school's teacher, Han, who reprimanded the students for their disrespectful outcry in court and threatened to report them to the education commissioner, which finally subdued their fervor. The students, driven by their concern for the people's welfare, had acted rashly and would later seek forgiveness from their elders. Li Yu bowed in apology to Wei, but then shifted his tone, saying, "Yet, as long as our fellow villagers suffer in dire straits, we too shall find no peace. Please, venerable magistrate, provide us with a clear answer. When will those predatory clerks be recalled? If this matter drags on too long, we shall have no choice but to file a complaint in the capital. We hope for your understanding. You young scholars are quite misguided. Our dynasty prohibits escalating grievances beyond the appropriate level to prevent disorder." Wei's expression remained stern as he refrained from responding. The chief clerk interjected, stating, "Moreover, the magistrate has not refused to summon them. However, given the significance of the imperial tax policies, we must deliberate carefully and cannot act hastily." With a wave of his sleeve, he instructed them to temporarily exit the hall, assuring them that a response would be forthcoming shortly. "Very well," Li Yu and the other scholars replied as they bowed and retreated to the door. Despite the commotion caused by the scholars, the officials did not neglect their duties. The clerk ordered the scribes to lead them to the reception room, serving tea and refreshments while adopting a humble demeanor. Yet, the scholars remained haughty, sipping tea and indulging in snacks, engrossed in conversation, completely disregarding the officials in the eyes of the common folk. Wang Xian watched in shock, never before having so vividly perceived the essence of class distinction. Despite the fact that the officials, though mere civil servants, occupy a prominent position among the common folk, Their power and wealth pale in comparison to that of the impoverished scholars. However, these scholars possess official titles, and although they belong to the lowest tier of the gentry, their social standing allows them to look down upon these minor bureaucrats with disdain. What is even more alarming is that this sentiment is widely accepted, to the extent that even esteemed officials like Wang Xian and Li Guan feel psychologically inferior to these learned scholars. Interestingly, the clerks in the Department of Rights were originally students of the Imperial Academy, but due to failing their examinations, they were relegated to clerical roles. Similarly, the clerks in the military department were once accomplished scholars who, after repeated failures in their examinations, were compelled to take up official positions due to financial constraints. These two, owing to their scholarly backgrounds, could still engage in conversation with the scholars. This realization swiftly extinguished Wang Xian's burgeoning sense of pride. What he remained unaware of was that the respect these clerks held for the scholars was not due to the worth of their student status, but rather because a few of them hailed from official families. Due to the region's economic prosperity, there was an abundance of scholars in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, which in turn led to a greater number of officials, thus ensuring that the counties were not devoid of official offspring. For instance, Li Yu's father served as the deputy minister of the imperial household in the capital, while Yu Yifun's uncle was the deputy chief of Dongping Prefecture in Shandong. While none of them were particularly high-ranking officials, their families could still wield substantial influence in Fuyang County. Meanwhile, as Wang Xian grappled with feelings of inferiority, Wei Zhixian found himself ensnared in a dilemma, equally overwhelmed. Before him, Sima Qiu and the irritable clerk were embroiled in a heated argument. The clerk insisted that Zhang Hua and others should be recalled immediately to quell the unrest, whereas Sima Qiu maintained that such an action would only play into the hands of those with ulterior motives. It was evident that our efforts to verify the population in the Yellow Register and restore the imperial taxation had disturbed the interests of certain individuals. Sima Qiu stated solemnly, they are unwilling to relinquish the substantial benefits they have grown accustomed to, which is why they have consistently opposed the collection of autumn grain taxes. When pressed by the Department of Households, they resorted to the tactic of undermining our efforts, inciting these scholars to lodge complaints in order to compel the county to relent and maintain the original tax levels. Even if our suspicions prove correct, what then? The clerk scoffed. Scholars inciting unrest easily attract the attention of the literati, and should they escalate their complaints to the Hangzhou prefecture, how would we resolve that situation? After a pause, he looked earnestly at Wei Zhixian and added, Your Excellency, your career has only just begun. Should you be burdened with a reputation for oppressive taxation, it could severely impact your future. These words struck a chord with Wei Zhixian. If matters escalated, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, given the governor's reputation for leniency, he would likely seek to pacify the situation, leaving Wei Zhixian feeling like a pig staring into a mirror. Caught between conflicting identities, his future prospects would grow dim. Yet, the restoration of the Yellow Register and the reorganization of tax collection were commitments he had vowed to uphold. If he were to abandon these efforts at the first sign of difficulty, how could he justify himself to the emperor or to his own conscience? Ultimately, the choice between persistence and capitulation weighed heavily upon Wei Zhixian, compelling him to seek the opinions of his two deputies. You too, rather than merely remaining silent. Please share your perspectives. Your Excellency, replied Jiang County Deputy, whose position was somewhat precarious. Prior to Wei Zhixian's arrival, he had managed all county affairs. But with Wei Zhixian's assumption of office, his role had shifted to assisting the county chief with administrative matters, lacking a clear division of responsibilities. After becoming well acquainted with the affairs of the county magistrate Wei found that his deputy, County Chief Jiang, had become rather superfluous, seldom uttering a word in daily discourse. When Magistrate Wei inquired, Deputy Jiang reluctantly spoke up. In truth, the crux of the matter lies in taxation. If concessions are made in this regard, the scholars will naturally disperse. It has already been reduced to 80% of what it was at the end of the Han Wu period. How much further can it be lowered? Wei Zhi County furrowed his brow and remarked, The duty of this county is to safeguard the state above and ensure the welfare of the people below. If we were to follow Brother Zhang's method, the populace may find peace. But what of our loyalty to the sovereign for which we are generously compensated? Is it not a demonstration of loyalty to ensure the safety and well-being of one's domain? Jiang County Magistrate murmured, If one solely pursues political achievements, disregarding all else, can that truly be deemed loyalty to the sovereign? At last, Wei Zhi County comprehended the stance of County Magistrate Jiang. However, he found himself at a loss for words and could only turn to the archivist Ma, inquiring, What is your opinion, Brother Ma? Although the historical official is known as the chief officer, this title holds little weight in the presence of the three esteemed gentlemen. To mastermind, he remains merely an inconsequential minor official who would not dare to meddle. Upon hearing the words, he ambiguously remarked, "The court's taxation cannot be overlooked, and the gentry and common people must not be left in unrest." It is indeed a challenge to manage the relationship between these two facets. However, I firmly believe that with your esteemed reputation, you will undoubtedly devise a solution that satisfies both parties. County Magistrate Wei was left utterly speechless. Among the four officials at the county office, two opposed him while one feigned ignorance, leaving him without any support. Faced with this internal and external predicament, he reluctantly acquiesced, instructing Zhang Hua and others to return to the office. The underlying message was quite clear: collect as much grain as you desire, the government will no longer intervene. At this juncture, the scholars should have emerged as heroes throughout the county, knowing when to cease their demands. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Li Yu and his companions refused to relent, chanting slogans and resolutely calling for the removal of the corrupt officials, Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai. Even more astonishingly, Wang Xian, who was on duty at the office, found himself unjustly implicated, ranked alongside Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai. Upon hearing this news, he, along with his companions Shui Hui and Lu Erei, was left dumbfounded. What business is this of yours? Shui Hui, having just secured a position within the public sector, now finds himself confronted with the looming threat of unemployment, inevitably leading to heightened emotions. It is likely that your actions against He Chang and your capture of Zhao Tianjiao's son have incited great animosity among the grain merchants. Wu Wei calmly elucidated, thus, you cannot be deemed entirely innocent. Earlier, noticing the despondency of Si Hu and Sun, I had even attempted to offer them comfort. Wang Xian, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, little did I expect that I too would not escape this fate. So, what shall we do now? Shui Hui inquired tightly. In truth, it does not matter to me. It is of no consequence whether they include my name. Wang Xian replied softly, what do you mean? I have successfully completed the tax collection for a grain district. If one were to be dismissed for excelling in tax collection, who would be willing to serve the government in the future? He sighed and shook his head, saying, yet if Zhang the registrar and Sun the clerk were to be brought down, who in Fuyang County would still hold our family in esteem? Even if this time passes, next time it will be even more severe. I cannot escape it eventually. You are right. The clumsy and unrefined Lu Erei is, in fact, far more astute than the handsome Hui. We cannot simply wait idly. We must take action. What shall we do? Wang Xian cast a glance at him. If someone displeases me, I simply give them a good beating. That is the extent of my capabilities. Lu Erei awkwardly remarked. It seems it falls upon you to devise a solution. There are indeed methods. Wang Xian sighed. Yet this particular approach is too despised for me to employ. Just as he spoke, a chorus of greetings echoed from outside, followed by the voice of Sima Qiu inquiring, are you officials present? It appears someone capable of employing this tactic has arrived. Wang Xian offered a faint smile. Chapter 53. Sima seeks counsel as Wu Wei and Shui Hui exited. Only Wang Xian and Sima Qiu remained in the inner room. Esteemed nephew, how shall we devise a plan? Given Sima Qiu's age, it was indeed fitting for him to address Wang Xian as esteemed nephew, yet one could not help but wonder when their relationship had grown so intimate. I find myself embroiled in this calamity, with little time to spare for myself, Wang Xian replied, rising to pour tea for Sima Qiu. I still seek your esteemed guidance. Sima Qiu, knowing Wang Xian's propensity for flattery, accepted the teacup and remarked, there is no need for concern. In the eyes of the magistrate, your weight in matters has grown significantly. As long as you are earnest in your duties, the magistrate will surely protect you. Wang Xian thought to himself, you might as well be deceiving a ghost. The magistrate likely has no idea who I truly am. Dependency is a most dreadful habit. Currently, Wei Zhixian is in distress and seeks Sima Qiu's counsel, while Sima Qiu, in turn, looks to Wang Xian for solutions. Should Wang Xian fail to devise an effective strategy, Sima Qiu too would likely find himself at a loss. Is there truly no alternative? Sensing Wang Xian's silence, Sima Qiu urged, do not hesitate to speak. Regardless of right or wrong, your sincerity will surely please the magistrate. Pray tell, how did matters escalate to this point? Wang Xian retorted with a question. Now that you are considered a trusted confidant of the magistrate, I shall speak candidly. Ultimately, this predicament arose because the magistrate has committed the cardinal sin of governance, offending the local gentry and influential families, Sima Qiu sighed. For millennia, It has been the wisdom of county officials that one must avoid antagonizing the local notables. I have repeatedly cautioned the magistrate, but being young and impetuous, he chose not to heed my advice, leading to this calamity. The term gentry refers to the families of officials and the wealthy landowners who wield substantial influence and resources in the region, possessing connections that extend to the local, provincial, and even imperial levels. When they turn against one, a county magistrate such as Wang Xian stands little chance. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially when the snake has support from above. When they respect you, they refer to you as honored parent, yet when angered, they may ensnare you, sabotage you, or even force you to vacate your position. These are not beyond their capabilities. Sima Qiu, brimming with grievances, continued. From the very beginning of the magistrate's tenure, I advised him to pay a visit to the local gentry and prominent families. To my surprise, he was so preoccupied with his own status that he refused to lower himself. Consequently, he has mismanaged his relations with the gentry from the outset. However, one cannot place all the blame on him, for the situation in Fuyang County was infuriating. As you are aware, for nearly 2 years, Fuyang had been without a county magistrate, although the deputy magistrate, Jiang, held the position in name. He lacked legitimacy and was unwilling to offend anyone for the sake of the future magistrate. During this period, corrupt officials and local tyrants reveled in unchecked power, conspiring to embezzle public funds and flout the law. With a countenance of righteousness, Sima Qiu inwardly lamented, "Why am I not included in that count?" As soon as the magistrate took office, he discerned the severe land annexation, inequitable taxation, and the loss of national revenue, leading to significant public suffering. Sima Qiu continued. It is evident that the local gentry and wealthy families are behind this turmoil. In the beginning, they had attempted to win over and bribe the esteemed official, but alas, the venerable Dong was deeply favored by the emperor and was determined to repay that grace, refusing to engage in their corrupt practices. Consequently, they obstructed him at every turn, and after 6 months, he was nearly rendered powerless. Later, with the case involving the Lin family, the esteemed official received accolades from the court, finally gaining recognition within the scholarly community, which rekindled his hope of reversing the situation. Sima Qiu glanced at Wang Xian and remarked, "It is all your doing that has stirred up this trouble. How was I to know it would come to this?" Wang Xian replied with a bitter smile. "I was merely jesting," Sima said, taking a sip of tea. "However, the esteemed official has indeed established his authority through this case, suppressing the arrogance of the opposition and beginning to reform the office." He paused for a moment. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. If we do not eliminate those officials colluding with the gentry, how can we discuss tax reform or the suppression of the powerful? This was evidently Sima's strategy. He was quite taken with Wei Zhixian's flattery, who had likened him to the legendary strategist Zhang Liang, and had meticulously devised a plan of action. The first step was to target the household department, as over 90% of the collusion occurred within its ranks. The clerk, Li Qing'er, served as the nexus of this corruption. Removing him would sever the ties between the insiders and outsiders. This would provide an opportunity to suppress the powerful and rectify the tax system, thereby sweeping away the pervasive corruption in the county. Wei Zhixian held high hopes for this plan, and initially, they successfully apprehended Li Sheng. However, when it encroached upon the fundamental interests of the local gentry and wealthy landowners, it ultimately provoked a fierce backlash. More than a dozen students rose up to lodge complaints, representing the gentry's response against Wei Zhixian's actions. Listening to Sima Qiu recount the unfolding events, Wang Xian could only lament. Despite his father's exceptional skills, he was ultimately just a bureaucrat and lacked strategic foresight, failing to recognize the intentions of those above him in time, thus becoming a pawn for Wei Zhixian. In hindsight, he should have heeded Wu Xiaopeng's advice to feign illness and let Wei Zhixian contend with Li Sheng on his own, waiting until the situation stabilized before intervening. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and at the tender age of 16, having assumed the role of a clerk in the household department, he had already been branded as an aide to the county magistrate, unable to escape that fate. Under the sun, the local gentry were maneuvering to compel the esteemed official to reinstate Li Sheng. Sima Qiu looked at Wang Xian and said softly, "If there are no viable solutions, the esteemed official may have to yield for the time being to ensure the autumn grain is stored on time." Wang Xian cast a resentful glance at Sima Qiu. Realizing that they were merely using Li Sheng as a scare tactic, did those grain merchants not fear that missing the deadline would invite retribution from the court? Although, according to regulations, The autumn grain should be collected by October. It could still arrive in the capital by February of the following year. The journey from Fuyang to Nanjing, a distance of 600 miles by water, could certainly be completed within a month, thus they still had time. Sima Qiu chuckled wryly. Even if we assume the date is delayed, as long as there are advocates in the court, the blame can easily be shifted onto the esteemed official. Hence, they were in no rush. For the sake of 2,000 stones of grain, they were truly willing to go to great lengths. The actions of the county's gentry were so contemptible that even someone like Wang Xian looked down upon them. How much could each family even receive? 2,000 stones were merely a pretext. This was a contest of wits between the county's gentry and the esteemed official. Sima Qiu spoke in a low voice. If the Lord loses, he will be utterly marginalized, and no one in Fuyang County will heed him. But what if he wins? Wang Xian inquired softly. If he wins, his prestige will naturally rise somewhat. Sima Qiu glanced at Wang Xian's piercing eyes, and, feeling somewhat disheartened, added, Yet, I fear the gentry will not relent. It is likely to escalate until he departs from office. Sima Qiu was quite dejected. He had initially devised this plan in hopes of proving himself, only to find it had led to a rift between his employer and the local gentry, which would surely result in future troubles. Faced with such a heavy lesson, he finally realized that he was not cut out for strategizing. With a pitiful gaze at Wang Xian, he pleaded, Nephew, can you think of a good way to help the Lord through this crisis? The scholars have stated that even if he wins this time, it may not bode well for him. Wang Xian sighed. Then perhaps it would be wise to take a step back and embrace the vastness of the sea, to blend harmoniously with the dust of the earth. Alas, do you think I haven't advised him thus? Sima Qiu replied with a grimace. To be frank, the Lord feels deeply insulted and intends to petition the court, exposing the truth of Fuyang County's concealed household registrations, demanding that an imperial envoy supervise a thorough re-examination of the Yellow Register. According to the regulations from the Hongwu era, should any concealment or fraud be uncovered, the head of the household would face execution, and the family would be exiled. Will the court heed the words of a mere county magistrate? Wang Xian doubted. He is prepared to die in protest. Sima Qiu's expression grew complex. In his memorial, he stated that if the verification results deviate from the Yellow Register by no more than 10%, he will atone with his life. Wang Xian's heart stirred. He had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Wei magistrate possessed such fierce resolve. Has he already submitted the memorial? Not yet. Sima Qiu thought to himself. How could he say otherwise? Were it already submitted, would I still be here discussing it with you? I have already drafted the memorial. I assured him there is a way to resolve this without mutual destruction, which is why I have delayed his submission. Rising, he bowed deeply to Wang Xian and said, Nephew, I know you are a native of Fuyang and do not wish to offend your fellow townsfolk for the sake of an outsider's magistrate, hence your silence. However, the Lord is a good official. Without such loyalty to the state and willingness to confront others, how could the Ming Dynasty be distinguished from the Mongol Yuan? Seeing Wang Xian remain silent, Sima Qiu could not mask his disappointment. I truly am an old fool, lamenting the hardships of the Yuan dynasty to the young, who likely do not take it to heart. You only think of protecting your own family and clan. Little do you realize that the first thing to protect is the Ming Dynasty established by others. Having said this, Sima Qiu turned, intent on leaving the room. As he lifted the curtain, he heard Wang Xian say from behind, Am I not trying to come up with a solution? I never said I wouldn't help in a flash. Sima Qiu withdrew his hand, turned around, sat down, and clasped Wang Xian's hands, his face blooming with a smile like a chrysanthemum. I knew you were different from the rest. In the previous moment, he stood with righteous fervor, yet in the next, he reverted to his lecherous nature. Wang Xian, with a sense of resignation, withdrew his hand and sighed, exclaiming, I fear I shall be led to ruin by this gentleman. I would never treat you poorly. Sima Qiu replied with a grin. Alas, the nobleman's approach is indeed correct. It is merely that the gentleman is overly timid. Wang Xian murmured, I have read in the official gazette that the court is currently constructing the Beijing administrative office and renovating the Grand Canal. His Majesty Yongle has just launched a campaign against the northern deserts. The Duke of England and the Duke of Qian are engaged in military actions in Jiaoji, and Zheng He's fleet continues its voyages to the western seas. What does the gentleman say the court is most in need of at this time? Chapter 54. The counterattack of Guangling San. The essence lies in the notion of money and grain. Sima Qiu contemplated this thought and remarked, Indeed, imagine if, at this moment, a scandal erupted in Fuyang County regarding the collusion between officials and gentry to embezzle national taxes. Wang Xian replied solemnly, What would the Yongle Emperor do? He would undoubtedly be enraged. Just the thought of the infamous wrath of the Yongle emperor made Sima Qiu break into a cold sweat. When the Son of Heaven is furious, blood flows like a river. Thus, I assert, we must never submit a report. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of a bodhisattva? Wang Xian shook his head and sighed. How many would perish? Why do you worry? Do you think that only Fuyang County has concealed household registrations? Let me tell you, every county, every prefecture, every province has such matters. It is merely a matter of degree. Sima Qiu lamented. Do you believe that the many enlightened individuals in the court are unaware? Everyone knows. They are simply covering it up, shielding the Yongle emperor from the truth. With a fierce glare directed at Wang Xian, he continued, if the high official becomes the one to unveil this cover-up, then there would be no place left for him in our vast Ming territory. Calm down, my friend. Wang Xian poured him another cup of tea and said, the art of war states, in all military affairs, the preservation of the nation is paramount. The destruction of the nation comes second. The preservation of the army is paramount. The destruction of the army comes second. Thus, to achieve 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. Sima Qiu was taken aback, realizing that this young man possessed knowledge of military strategy, and regarded him with newfound respect. How can one subdue the enemy without fighting? He inquired. Wang Xian replied slowly, as Mingzi said, the noble man leads without striking. He leaps into action when necessary. Oh. Sima Qiu pondered for a moment, his aged eyes gradually sparkling with understanding. I wish to hear more. To defeat an opponent, it is not always necessary to annihilate him. One can also compel him to compromise out of fear. The greatest fear does not arise from the blade at one's throat, nor from the prospect of death, but rather from the moment one draws a bow and aims an arrow at him. Wang Xian stated gravely. This is what we call deterrence. Deterrence? Sima Qiu appeared to grasp the concept, albeit partially. How does one cultivate deterrence? There are 3 conditions. You must ensure that the opponent knows you possess the capability and the resolve to kill him. Wang Xian elucidated. If you lack the ability to kill him, your threats are mere bluster. If you lack the resolve to kill him, your ability becomes meaningless. And if the opponent is unaware, no matter how great your capability or strong your resolve, he will not perceive the deterrence. He paused and concluded. Possessing all 3 elements allows one to subdue the enemy without engaging in battle. I see. Listening to Wang Xian's analysis was beyond the power of words to capture. Sima Qiu felt a profound shock within his heart. He suddenly conceived the thought that this young man was far from ordinary. Yet now was not the time for distraction. In a flash of insight, Sima Qiu continued along Wang Xian's line of reasoning. The first condition, capability, poses no issue. The second, resolve, is also assured. So, does this mean we only need to make those local gentry aware of the high official's capability and resolve to instill fear in them? This is merely theoretical. Wang Xian gently shook his head. Moreover, the wealthy landowners are particularly obstinate. They are the type who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. To truly frighten them, mere words will not suffice. Ha ha. Sima Qiu felt a sense of relaxation, reflecting that he had indeed gained valuable insight today. Deterrence is truly an admirable concept. As long as it is not genuinely put into action, it can remain effective for an extended period. In the future, as long as he could maintain the deterrence over the gentry during Wei Zhixian's tenure, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. As for how to sustain this deterrence, he need not worry himself. With a smile, Sima Qiu gazed at Wang Xian and irresponsibly declared, with bones, one need not worry about meat. You shall devise the specific strategies, and I am certain they will be flawless. Ahem. Wang Xian cleared his throat and replied, I have no issue in formulating the strategies, but you must ensure their unwavering execution. If it falters, do not blame me. No problem. Sima Qiu assured on behalf of Wei Zhixian. After leaving the household department, Sima Qiu returned to the inner court to present the strategy to Wei Zhixian, who was donned in a coarse robe and sported a scruffy beard. Upon hearing the plan, Wei Zhixian was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with life as he thumped the table, exclaiming, You truly are my Zhuge Liang. Ahem. Sima Qiu hesitated for a moment, then spoke candidly. This was conceived by Wang Xian. I am merely relaying his thoughts. Sima Qiu finally had a pang of conscience, and as for past merits, he thought, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on them. Wang Xian? Wei Zhixian inquired, evidently unfamiliar. Are you referring to that minor clerk from the household department? Indeed, your memory serves you well, Sima Qiu thought to himself. He is precisely the one who assisted us in solving the case. Is he truly that capable? Wei Xian initially expressed surprise, then hesitated. But can this method be effective? Absolutely. Sima Qiu nodded emphatically. The only concern lies with the superior's attitude. Before we resolved to act, I had reported to the governor. Wei Xian recalled. He merely remarked, "This is a fine policy. How could the powerful oppose it?" At the time, I did not take it to heart, but in retrospect, his words truly resonate with wisdom. After a pause, he continued, "However, judging by the governor's attitude, as long as we do not involve him, he should be inclined to support our efforts." That is reassuring, Sima Qiu mused, stroking his sparse beard. Additionally, we must ensure that Zhou Zhitai's movements remain undisclosed. Zhou Zhitai was notoriously elusive. Who could say where he currently was on official business? Wei Xian chuckled. It is quite normal for rumors of his arrival in our county to circulate. Then let us proceed. Sima Qiu nodded firmly. Very well, let us act. Wei Xian responded solemnly. The following morning, as the officials assembled at the court, speculation ran rampant regarding how much longer the county magistrate could withstand the pressure. Clearly, they believed Wei Xian would eventually capitulate to the gentry. Moreover, the officials engaged in fervent discussions, suggesting that should the magistrate relent, he would surely summon Li Qing'er back, for he alone had the capability to rectify the situation. In this context, the gazes of the officials turned towards Wang Xian, tinged with sympathy, though the cunning clerk, Diao, reveled in their misfortune. In truth, it was Diao who had instigated these discussions. Listening to the magistrate's deliberations, Zhang Matzi felt a sense of unease, contemplating whether he should discreetly return the extorted funds to Li Qing'er. Zhang, the clerk, fared somewhat better, not as disheartened as Zhang Matzi, yet his countenance was dark, reflecting his discontent. Wang Xian remained unchanged, listening with a serene smile as his superiors and seniors engaged in conversation, appearing to be detached from the matters at hand. When the sound of the bell chimed at the hour of the rabbit, the officials finally ceased their chatter, realizing that the esteemed master had yet to convene. Just as they were about to inquire, the chief attendant of County Magistrate Wei emerged, addressing the assembly. The esteemed master is unwell and requires rest. There is no need to attend to court matters for the next few days. All official duties will be handled by the second master. Why was this not communicated sooner? The officials mused among themselves, wishing they had been informed earlier so they could indulge in a leisurely slumber. Jiang County Magistrate then rose and remarked, "Let each attend to their own affairs." He turned to Clerk Diao and Historian Ma, suggesting, "Let us pay a visit to the esteemed lord." The two nodded in agreement, and together with Magistrate Jiang, they proceeded to the rear courtyard. As Wei, the county magistrate, had neither brought his family nor taken a concubine upon his appointment, the trio entered the main chamber unannounced. There, they beheld the ailing Wei, clad in white garments, his long hair cascading down, seated by the remaining lotus leaves in the pond, sorrowfully and passionately playing an ancient guqin. Without observing his gestures and expressions, one can merely listen to the furious and impatient strains of the music, akin to thunder and tempest, where the notes clash like weapons. To grasp the depth of his sorrow and indignation, the three halted at the Moon Gate, and Jiang County Magistrate, his countenance shifting, exclaimed in a hushed tone, "The Guangling melody?" Indeed, the chief clerk nodded. Was it not said to have been lost to time? The historical record of the Median is rooted in humble origins, and it is devoid of any expertise in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. There was a time when it was believed to be lost to the annals of history. However, it was later discovered within the imperial palace of the Sui dynasty. Over the course of the Tang and Song dynasties, it was passed down through generations until it came into the possession of Prince Ning, thus revealing its existence to the world. Officer Jiang spoke slowly. I, too, had the opportunity to listen to a young lady play the qin in Hangzhou back in the day. Who would have thought that our esteemed county magistrate could also master this art? Pray tell, who plays it best? In the realm of musical artistry, one must undoubtedly acknowledge the prowess of the talented maiden of the guqin. Yet, her delicate constitution renders her incapable of evoking the fervent and impassioned notes of Niezheng assassinating the king of Han. When the scholarly spirit is ignited, it is an unstoppable force, and even the astute scribe cannot refrain from offering his commentary, though Lord Wei may not possess exceptional skill in the guqin. He compensates with an undeniable grandeur. To play with the fearless spirit encapsulated in Niezheng's "A scholar dies for his esteemed friend" is truly commendable. A scholar dies for his esteemed friend? Jiang County Chancellor could not help but shiver and remarked, "Is Lord Wei attempting to emulate Niezheng? I wonder who truly bears the mantle of the hero?" The brows of the cunning clerk furrowed in concern upon hearing the impassioned strains of the piano, stirring a sense of unease within him. At that moment, Weiji County finally concluded his performance, leaning back with a long sigh, as though seeking to expel the pent-up frustrations from his heart. At the sound of this, the three individuals were reminded of their purpose and hastened their steps forward. County Magistrate Jiang clasped his fist and remarked, "I did not anticipate that Your Excellency possessed such hidden talents, being able to play Wang Xian." Wei, the county magistrate, turned around as if just noticing the three, dismissing his performance as mere folly that tarnished their ears. If this was considered folly, then the majority of musicians in the Ming Dynasty would surely be compelled to leap into the river. Clerk Diao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "However, Your Excellency's health is of utmost importance. You should prioritize rest and avoid overexertion." "I am aware of that," Wei nodded, adding, "Yet I am not physically ill. It is merely a matter of the heart." "A matter of the heart?" The three individuals were taken aback. They had not anticipated his candidness. Mental anguish, though invisible and intangible, is, like any other ailment, a source of genuine suffering. Wei Xian slowly remarked, "Before I can cure the affliction of my heart, I am unable to attend to my official duties. My lord, the autumn harvest has yet to be collected." The cunning accountant thought to himself, "If you wish to rest, then rest. Allow me to handle this matter. Time has already passed, and a moment more is inconsequential." However, Wei Xian completely disregarded his insinuation, vehemently asserting, "The paramount issue at hand is to consign those corrupt and tyrannical local bullies who exploit the villagers to the depths of hell. For this cause, I would gladly sacrifice my life." The three men initially believed him to be speaking nonsensically. Yet they observed the profound seriousness etched on Wei Xian's face. Given his current circumstances, it was evident that he was not jesting. What exactly was he intending to do? The three lords exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment. Chapter 55. The easy water's chill of retaliation. What does the master intend to do? The three assistants pressed closely. "I am concocting a grand scheme," Wei County Magistrate replied in a solemn tone. "What grand scheme?" The three inquired eagerly. "This grand scheme is..." Wei County Magistrate gazed at the trio, who held their breath in anticipation until their faces turned crimson, only to see him break into a grin and declare, "A secret." The three were momentarily stunned, only to witness Wei County Magistrate burst into hearty laughter, his flowing sleeves swaying as he departed, leaving behind a resounding song. "The wind is bleak, the waters of the easy flow cold, the valiant shall depart, never to return, exploring the tiger's den. Entering the dragon's lair, I call to the heavens, becoming a white rainbow." Beside the lotus pond, the three assistants exchanged glances. So, first Niazhang, then Jing Ke. Is he truly prepared to challenge the gentry? The marginal figures found solace in their peripheral status as Ma Dianshi jested without a care. "Nonsense," the irate Diao Zhubu retorted, shaking his sleeve in frustration. "He is obstinate and unrepentant, intent on dragging us all to ruin." "Is it truly that dire?" Jiang County Magistrate interjected, slightly bewildered. "Perhaps we ought to inquire further about his intentions?" "Indeed," Diao Zhubu nodded. Wei County Magistrate had a close aide, whom he had strategically placed, now working in the signing office. Although merely serving tea and water, gleaning some information was still feasible. He promptly instructed that aide to closely observe Wei County Magistrate's every word and action. In the following days, news began to flow in steadily. First, it was reported that Wei County Magistrate ordered the Household Department to deliver all household registration records since the Yongle era to the signing office. Then, it was heard that he summoned the workers from the construction office, instructing them to hastily carve 80 stone tablets. Furthermore, it was said he drafted a memorial, which was vehemently obstructed by Sima Qiu, leading to a heated argument between the two. The aide outside clearly heard Sima Qiu exclaim, "Master, this cannot be. If a great prison is stirred up, how many heads will roll? It is a calamity. Indeed, it is the benevolence of the Yongle Emperor that has allowed such audacity." Wei County Magistrate retorted with indignation. "The founding emperor has only been deceased for over a decade, yet our Ming Dynasty's counties have already fallen into such disrepair." He slammed the table emphatically, declaring, "We must revisit the Guohuan case. Let those who embezzle national taxes face execution. Only then will our Ming Dynasty have hope." "Master, if you proceed this way, will there be any ground for you to stand upon in the future?" Sima Qiu asked anxiously. "I am deeply favored by the emperor. Sacrificing myself for the nation, I would die with honor," Wei County Magistrate resolutely stated. "There is no need for further persuasion. My decision is made. I shall unveil the truth of the population reduction and tax cuts in Fuyang County to the world." "Master," Sima Chiu lamented. Then this old man must resign from the office. Even if everyone departs, I shall not waver. Wei County Magistrate proclaimed loudly. Did Wei truly utter such words? Diao Zhu, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. It is indeed true, his close aide affirmed, if Lao Wu did not overhear. Could he fabricate such a tale? Moreover, all the stonemasons in the county have been confined within the county office. Clanging away from dawn till dusk, surely this cannot be a fabrication? What did the fifth master not mention they were carving? Inquired the cunning clerk. It is the yellow register. The attendant replied, retrieving several sheets of ink paper meant for engraving from his bosom. These were discreetly taken out while no one was paying attention. The cunning clerk took a glance and saw that some sheets were from the yellow register documents of the 30th year of the Hongwu era, while others were from the 8th year of the Yongle era. In that instant, he comprehended the intentions of the other party. The county magistrate Wei actually intended to inscribe the yellow registers from the Hongwu period alongside the most recent ones onto stone tablets for public display. He aimed to reveal to the citizens of Fuyang just how much tax they had overpaid throughout the years. Consequently, those who had exploited the populace. And even the clerk himself, who oversaw the grain and finances, would likely face the wrath of the enraged citizens before the court could intervene. This madman. The cunning clerk collapsed into his chair, trembling and utterly dismayed, muttering, "He has gone mad, completely mad." After a considerable time regaining his composure, he could no longer remain seated and hurried to the county vice magistrate's office. Upon hearing his account, Vice Magistrate Jiang was equally shocked, remarking on the fiery temperament of Lord Wei. "Oh dear, my brother, let us refrain from sardonic remarks," the cunning clerk said, wiping his sweat in haste. "He is intent on a mutual destruction. Why must we be so unfortunate to be burdened with such a reckless county magistrate? It was your provocation that led to this." Vice Magistrate Jiang replied with a hint of melancholy. Initially, urging the scholar to lodge a complaint was a bold move, but encountering someone who was resistant to pressure was unwise. Otherwise, we would not have incited such fury in him. The die is cast. What purpose does it serve to discuss this now? The cunning clerk interrupted impatiently. What do you suggest we do now? What else can we do? We either concede or we eliminate him, sighed Vice Magistrate Jiang. How do we eliminate him? The cunning clerk asked. With a knife, an axe, poison, or a noose. Any method will suffice, Vice Magistrate Jiang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. What a jest! If the county magistrate were to die under mysterious circumstances, the cold-faced iron-hearted would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. The cunning clerk shook his head vigorously, saying, "Let us find a way to drive him away. There is no time left." Vice Magistrate Jiang replied, shaking his head. "Before you can orchestrate anything, he will have already erected the stone tablet. You." The cunning clerk now understood Vice Magistrate Jiang's implication, glaring at him. "If you want me to concede, just say so. There is no need for such circumlocution. Would you have known you had no choice otherwise?" Vice Magistrate Jiang replied with a bitter smile. "Dear Renan, the obstinate fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are willing to risk everything. You may be obstinate, but he is both reckless and unrestrained. He is still the fatherly official of this county. Continuing to oppose him will yield this very outcome. What relevance does this discussion hold now?" The cunning clerk frowned. "It holds great significance," Vice Magistrate Jiang asserted. "It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. I would prefer to pacify matters. Although I am not deeply involved, I too cannot escape the turmoil if it escalates. Who wishes to reach this juncture? It is merely your provocations that have led us here. He has lost face, and you can help restore it. He wishes to collect an additional 20% in taxes. And you may negotiate this. It merely means earning a little less." Saying this, he glanced at the cunning clerk. "I am not criticizing you, old Diao. You have only a 3-year tenure in Fuyang. Why must you entangle yourself so deeply? Alas, now that you wish to extricate yourself, it is too late. The scribe, Diao, bitterly remarked, "The yellow register from the 8th year of Yongle is under my editorship. How can I possibly remain uninvolved? Let us first navigate through this immediate crisis and contemplate our options at a later time." Jiang County Magistrate sighed in agreement. "You should persuade them to cease their unrest. Sit down with County Chief Wei and engage in a proper discussion." Sigh. Diao expressed his frustration. "You must also speak to Wei. Do not allow him to dispatch the memorial." "Indeed," Jiang nodded. "We shall act separately." Little did they know, both faced obstacles. On Jiang's side, County Chief Wei was utterly unyielding, resembling a tortoise steadfastly holding its ground, determined to confront the wealthy landowners to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Diao found the gentry believing that Wei was merely posturing. If they acquiesced to him, would Fuyang County not become his dominion? They could not fathom that there existed officials so reckless. Ultimately, even if calamity were to strike, it would merely be the 5 grain stewards who suffered, with the majority of gentry remaining unaffected. Thus, they felt no immediate dread, naturally assuring the 5 stewards, with our presence, nothing will go amiss. Rest assured. All will be well. The stewards were indeed anxious, but they dared not provoke the collective ire, only managing to hold on. Until they heard unsettling news, the cold-faced, iron-hearted Zhou Lantai had likely disguised himself and visited the county incognito. Many had seen a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, accompanied by 2 attendants, strolling along the Fuchin River, visiting villages and seeking grievances, perfectly aligning with the legendary Zhou Lantai. The news spread with veracity, and it was said that County Chief Wei had also received word, commanding the stone masons to labor day and night, preparing to erect those stone tablets before Zhou Lantai's arrival in the county. Jiao and his companions became as restless as ants in a hot pan, with rumors of a steward kneeling before Masterly, pleading for mercy. Another steward, terrified, attempted to hang himself, but was fortunately discovered in time, saving his life. Jiao further declared vehemently that should they be imprisoned, he would expose the gentry's concealment of land, fraudulent claims to deceased estates, extortion, and the illicit trafficking of grain, leading to their collective downfall. As they awaited their adversary's move, the turmoil within their ranks ignited, compelling the gentry to deliberate earnestly on their course of action. That afternoon, a gathering of prominent gentry and landlords convened at the Li residence in Huanshan Township. The elder sons of the Li patriarch were both successful in the imperial examinations. The eldest served as a provincial advisor in Sichuan, while the second was a current vice minister of imperial household affairs. Such a familial distinction of 2 scholars was exceedingly rare, even in a province renowned for its civil service examinations. Thus the local gentry unanimously appointed Elder Li as their leader. Over 70 years of age, with a dompa cap atop his head and donned in a chestnut-colored batwing cloak. His every gesture exuded venerable dignity. With a gentle stroke of his beard, he remarked, "I never anticipated that this esteemed gentleman possesses such a formidable temper. In truth, I am not particularly fearful of his uproar. The key concern is that the cold-faced iron heart has arrived. This individual is truly terrifying. It is said that when children in the capital cry at night, the populace merely utters the cold-faced iron heart has come, and the children immediately silence themselves." Seated to his right was the venerable Mr. Wang, whose son held the esteemed position of an assistant minister in the Ministry of Justice, thereby granting him the second highest seat among the local gentry. At this critical juncture, should any disturbances arise, the repercussions could be dire. Nevertheless, as matters had escalated to this point, Mr. Yu, occupying the 3rd seat, spoke on behalf of the assembly. "Where shall we place our dignity? Let him offer an apology." Mr. Wang replied, "Let a message be conveyed. As long as Wei Yuan comes forth to extend an apology to Brother Li, all matters can be amicably resolved." Chapter 56. The counterattack of the 8-character wall. Let them dream on. These days, County Magistrate Wei has become deeply engrossed in the play, to the point of being unable to extricate himself. He slammed the table and declared, "I shall not bow to them. East Elder, there must be some decorum." Sighed Sima Qiu, his wrinkled face betraying his concern. "Surely we ought to give them some face." "Sir, this is not merely a matter of face." Wang Xian had finally been summoned to the inner signing room, no longer needing Sima Qiu to convey messages. "What we are disputing is not just the ownership of the autumn grain. It is about who holds sway over Fuyang County." He paused and added, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the heavens, the earth, and the people's hearts are not aligned with our esteemed Lord. They have united and are not afraid of the power you wield. In order to subdue them, we must be resolute and uncompromising. There is no other path." "Well said. I share your sentiments," Magistrate Wei exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. "If we are to negotiate, it must be at the county office, according to my rules. Otherwise, there shall be no discussion." East Elder, excessive rigidity can be detrimental, Sima Qiu fretted, nearly pulling out his few strands of graying hair in agitation. "If this farce continues, it will be difficult to retract, and should they refuse to comply, we will find ourselves in a precarious position." Wei glanced at Wang Xian and inquired, "Do you have a way to resolve this?" It should be feasible, Wang Xian thought, realizing how challenging it was to be remembered by the leadership after all this effort. Still being referred to as that one. "Then let us proceed," Wei continued, seemingly addicted to this performance. Sigh. Sima Qiu observed the youthful magistrate and the even younger Wang Xian, internally lamenting the generational gap that seemed to separate them. 3 days later, it was the first day of the winter month. According to custom, On the 1st and 15th days of each month, the magistrate was to personally lead all county officials to convey the sacred edicts before the people, allowing the county folk to frequently hear the holy teachings and comprehend the divine will, thereby fostering loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. Today was once again the day for proclaiming the sacred edicts. Before the hour of Qin, the street in front of the magistrate's office was already bustling with a throng of people. Among them were the village elders who needed to attend to relay the message to the villagers, those who came merely for the spectacle, and a number of landed gentry and grain chiefs, their numbers at least double the usual. This surge in attendance was fueled by rumors that the magistrate would unleash his wrath today. As for the specifics of this fury, the common folk were blissfully unaware, which only heightened their curiosity. Meanwhile, the informed gentry watched with trepidation, wondering if the magistrate would indeed dare to lift the lid on the matter. As the hour approached, the gentry and townsfolk witnessed the gates of the magistrate's office slowly opening. The guards formed two lines, standing at intervals, brandishing their staves as a precaution, until they reached the high platform erected before the 8-character wall, where the two lines converged. Once the guards were in position, the heavy music of ceremonial rites began to play, quieting the crowd. The ceremonial gate slowly opened, and 6 attendants emerged, brandishing signs proclaiming silence, retreat, and imperially commanded, each pair walking ahead. Following them were 4 more attendants, carrying banners displaying the magistrate's titles, such as Iyo Jinsher, Bingshu Jinsher, and Magistrate of Fuyang County. To highlight the magistrate's credentials, with a stately demeanor, the magistrate Wei, adorned in a crimson ceremonial robe and crowned with a double-tiered hat, strode confidently out of the county office. Following closely behind were the similarly attired county vice minister Jiang, clerk Diao, registrar Ma, and various officials from the county academy. Bringing up the rear were a throng of clerks in blue robes, among them Wang Xian. Observing this impressive spectacle, Wang Xian could not help but feel a pang of envy. Truly, these were the protagonists, while he, an inconspicuous minor clerk, scarcely merited even a supporting role. Before the 8 characters wall, a square table was set, draped in yellow silk, upon which rested the edicts of the founding emperor. As Magistrate Wei and the county officials took their places before the wall, the ceremonial officer proclaimed loudly, "Kneel before the sacred edict." Consequently, all present, led by Wei, paid their respects to the edict with profound reverence. Once the assembly had risen, the ceremonial officer intoned, proclaimed the edict. Magistrate Wei ascended the podium, cradling the edict in his hands, and addressed the gathered populace with clarity. The edict of the founding emperor comprises 6 tenets. First, filial piety towards one's parents. Second, respect for one's elders. Third, harmony within the community. Fourth, the education of one's descendants. Fifth, each individual must maintain their own livelihood. Sixth, do not engage in wrongful acts. You must remember these daily and never contravene them. The crowd, under the guidance of the officials, responded resoundingly, "We shall abide by your commands." Pausing momentarily, Wei continued, "Today, I shall expound upon the 6th tenet. Do not engage in wrongful acts." He elaborated, "It is the duty of the populace to educate their children and maintain familial integrity, to counsel one another daily to practice self-respect, and to avoid wrongful conduct." Wei then opened the edict of the founding emperor and solemnly articulated, "The mandate to refrain from wrongful acts prohibits not only transgressions, but also illegal actions. For instance, the founding emperor's teachings state, in matters of the state, all scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are permitted to voice their opinions, except for students. Should any student dare to present a complaint that contravenes the established rules, they shall face expulsion and punishment. If a student's family wishes to report a matter that does not pertain to them, they may do so. However, if they intrude upon the court regarding matters unrelated to them, they shall also be expelled. Should anyone dare to gather in defiance and insult the officials, the ringleader will be punished, and all others shall be expelled to the common people." Silence reigned before the court as the common folk struggled to comprehend the classical language, while the gentry found themselves in utter shock. They had never anticipated that the magistrate would invoke the archaic edict to justify reprimanding the students. Vice Minister Jiang then elucidated in the vernacular for the benefit of the populace. The founding emperor's teachings specify that in matters concerning the state, all, including scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, are permitted to offer their opinions, save for students. Merely presenting an opinion may result in expulsion and punishment. If it pertains to a student's personal affairs, their family may report it. However, if it does not concern them yet they choose to intrude upon the court, they will face expulsion for their misconduct. If any dare to gather publicly and berate the officials, the leaders shall be held accountable, and the rest shall be expelled to the common people. Now, even the common folk began to grasp the situation. The magistrate was indeed beginning to unleash his wrath, and his first strike was aimed squarely at those students who had lodged complaints. In Fuyang County, secrets were scarce, particularly regarding such a sensational matter. The townsfolk were well aware that 10 days prior, several county students had drummed up complaints, demanding that the magistrate summon and punish the tax collectors dispatched to the countryside. Reluctant to acquiesce yet unwilling to offend, the magistrate opted to delay his response. Who would have imagined that this group of scholars would audaciously surround the magistrate, compelling him to summon his subordinates for an inquiry? The actions of these scholars sparked a myriad of opinions among the common folk. Some believed they were utterly unruly, showing blatant disregard for the county magistrate. However, a greater number stood in solidarity with them, as they brandished the banner of relieving the common people from their plight. And to many, they appeared to be the voice of the populace. It has now come to light that the scholars' actions contravened the laws established by the illustrious founding emperor. This revelation left the common folk in a quandary, for the emperor held an exalted status in their hearts, with every utterance regarded as sacred law that they were loath to disobey. Yet, due to various circumstances, the government had not disseminated the Great Edict for several years, leaving the populace somewhat unfamiliar with it. Moreover, considering the difficulty of passing the examination to become a scholar, it seemed unjust to strip them of their titles merely for speaking a few words of reason. Was this not an act of retaliation? Have you dealt with the 13 scholars who came to lodge complaints at the yamen? The magistrate inquired solemnly before the gathered citizens. Not yet. The county's educational advisor quickly responded. The county school lacks the authority to dismiss scholars. Such matters must be reported to the provincial education office. It must be reported promptly. This county will also draft a letter to the provincial office, demanding severe punishment for those who openly violate the ancestral laws. The magistrate declared with gravity, "It is not that this county lacks compassion. It is simply that the ancestral laws are not to be transgressed, and these individuals have brought this upon themselves. Even in the absence of such laws, this county would still seek justice against them." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such candor was unprecedented. Do you know why the illustrious founding emperor took the time amidst his busy schedule to compose the Great Edict for the enlightenment of officials and citizens? The magistrate shifted the conversation. It was in the aftermath of the Guohuan case. What was the nature of the Guohuan case that compelled the founding emperor to take such decisive action and draft the Great Edict? Allow me to elucidate. The magistrate's gaze swept over the crowd, momentarily lingering on several grain officials before he continued. This was a vast corruption scandal, involving officials from the highest echelons, including Guohuan, the deputy minister of revenue, down to the most minor grain officials, who colluded to extort the wealth of the populace and embezzle state taxes. The echoing walls amplified the magistrate's voice, making it resonate powerfully. Upon learning of the exploitation of his subjects by corrupt officials, the founding emperor immediately ordered a thorough investigation. However, the deeper the inquiry went, the more officials were implicated, with the total amount in question reaching an astonishing 24 million pickles. The founding emperor, intolerant of corruption, resolutely commanded the execution of 30,000 corrupt officials and dishonest grain officials throughout the nation. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in disbelief. 30,000 lives extinguished. Would that not wipe out all officials and grain managers nationwide? Yet, it was precisely this purge that eradicated the remnants of Yuan dynasty corruption, curbing graft and ensuring a transparent governance, thereby revitalizing the nation's strength. Those of a certain age could certainly attest to this. The magistrate, lost in reflection, bore an expression that seemed to long for a repetition of such purging. Indeed, those over 40 nodded in agreement, reminiscing. During the time of the founding emperor, there were indeed no corrupt officials, taxes were significantly lighter, and life was far more bearable than it is now. How did they manage to embezzle such vast sums of wealth? Some inquired with curiosity. They are akin to the legendary 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents. Let us first discuss the grain officials in your midst. As stated in the Great Decree, when they collect taxes and grain, they resort to underhanded tactics, elevating their status and imposing arbitrary surcharges. The names of these additional levies are numerous and varied, such as water fees, transportation fees, sustenance fees, storage fees, basket fees, and even offerings to deities. Before Wei County Magistrate could finish, the common folk erupted once more, for these extortionate charges have resurfaced. The number of wrongdoers has indeed increased, and it seems a summons for the revered founding emperor is in order to eliminate another batch of corrupt officials. The populace expressed their bitter sentiments. The grain officials wished they could burrow into the earth, for they had no face left to show to others. Yet, these are merely petty maneuvers. There are indeed more formidable schemes at play. Wei County Magistrate solemnly remarked, the Great Decree states that the court and local authorities collude, with officials and grain collectors conspiring together, manipulating the records to achieve a goal of collecting more while dispersing less. For instance, during the autumn grain harvest in the 18th year of Hongwu, the yield in western Zhejiang should have been 4.55 million shi, yet only a little over 2 million shi was delivered to Taicang, while the remaining 2.55 million shi was pocketed by them. Chapter 57, The Yellow Ledger of Retaliation. Now, I implore you to ponder, should those corrupt officials, unscrupulous bureaucrats, and nefarious grain collectors truly face execution? As Wei County Magistrate's words echoed, the populace erupted in a cacophony of outrage. This is utterly audacious. No wonder our forefathers sought justice through execution. It is well deserved. Indeed, we find that a significant portion of our imperial grain is misappropriated by these scoundrels. Whose realm is this, if not ours, in the great Ming Dynasty? They ought to be punished. Amidst the fervent cries of they must be punished, Wei County Magistrate declared, it has been nearly 30 years since this case transpired, and our nation has birthed a new generation of parasites. The tactics employed in the Guohuan case have once again spread across the land of the Ming. Tell me, should we not undertake another cleansing to restore clarity and justice to our Ming and its people? The citizens, stirred to a fever pitch, raised their arms in unison, fervently shouting yes. Wei continued, do you wish to uncover whether our Fuyang County harbors such vermin? The crowd roared in affirmation. Very well, I shall ensure you see the truth. With a flourish, Wei signaled 2 constables to unveil a grand cart, pulling aside the crimson silk draping to reveal 2 stone tablets inscribed with dense text. I have engraved the tax records of this county upon these tablets, which shall be erected at the entrances of every village. Upon your return, inform your fellow villagers to inspect these records. Should your name not appear on the tablets while you have been dutifully paying your taxes, come forth to the county office and report it. Rest assured, your grievances will reach the heavens. Consider the might of our Yongle emperor, who would never let the people down. The crowd was swept into a frenzy, eager to return and ascertain whether the grain they had paid truly filled the national coffers or had been pilfered by rogues. Amidst the clamor for justice, the grain collectors quaked in fear, one of the timid souls even soiling himself in terror. The gentry, too, were stricken with pallor, their once unyielding countenances now betraying a sense of dread. The proverbial coffin had finally been unveiled before their eyes. On the fringes of the crowd, a robust man, his brow furrowed in concern, turned to a middle-aged gentleman clad in a conical hat and a simple blue robe, stating, Sir, this Wei County Magistrate is playing with fire. The gentleman, adjusting his hat, revealed a faintly sardonic smile upon his gaunt visage. Were you not just applauding his actions? That was then, the robust man replied. Do you not often say that excess can be as detrimental as deficiency? The gentleman chuckled lightly, albeit with a demeanor too stern for true mirth. It appears you are finally engaging your intellect. I merely lament the fate of such a good official. The robust man scratched his head. Moreover, should he truly incite a great uproar, it would spell trouble for you as well. Do not fret unnecessarily, the gentleman scoffed. The county magistrate possesses the discretion to avoid overstepping. How can you be so certain? The robust man pressed, sensing the tension mounting, feeling as if the arrow was drawn taut, ready to be released. Unless he seeks his own demise, he would never employ such a method to unearth the truth. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. The grandiose display merely underscores that his intent is to intimidate. Intimidate? He has already cornered himself. To halt now would render him a laughingstock. The brawny man replied incredulously, for his adversaries were a cunning assembly of seasoned foxes. The middle-aged man retorted coldly, no matter how much you roar, I remain unmoved by the winds. Intimidation is futile. We must act decisively. The brawny man laughed. Why do you trip yourself up, my lord? You just claimed he is merely trying to frighten us, yet you insist he must act for real. A decayed wood cannot be carved, the lord sighed. To appear false is to embody truth, and to embody truth is to appear false. The art lies in the subtlety of application. Oh! The brawny man recoiled slightly, glancing towards the platform, where he saw County Magistrate Wei had returned to his office. followed by a throng of officials and clerks departing from the courtyard. "My lord, shall we go meet County Magistrate Wei?" "Not just yet." The middle-aged man turned with the crowd. "County Magistrate Wei still has the second half to attend to. He has no time for us right now." "Ah, my lord, I think I understand." The brawny man hastened to catch up. "Those stone tablets cannot simply be erected at will. It seems they have not entirely rotted away." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, and together they vanished around the street corner. Upon returning to the signing office, County Magistrate Wei had just removed his ceremonial hat when 6 grain supervisors approached him in unison. Ignoring them, Wei instructed his attendant to untie his sash, while he adjusted his formal attire and pressed a damp towel to his face, seeking to calm his agitated spirit with its cool touch. "My lord." "The grain supervisors are kneeling outside the signing office," the attendant reported. Changing into his formal robes, Wei resumed his seat at the main desk. Noticing the attendant still lingering, he lifted his teacup to moisten his throat and inquired, "What are you still doing here?" The attendant had no choice but to withdraw, leaving Wei to pore over a tome of the great edicts. He had come to understand the concept of transforming decay into the miraculous. The 2 articles unearthed by Wang Xian, long forgotten within the pages of the edicts, provided him with the rationale he needed for today's triumphant turnaround. It was indeed more satisfying than achieving recognition on the examination list of your. "It seems there are no useless things, only useless people." Wei lamented his unfamiliarity with legal statutes, which had led to his unwarranted humiliation. Had he known this regulation earlier, he could have dismissed those scholars on the spot, rather than remedying the situation afterward. Wei had barely read 2 pages of the great edicts when his attendant returned, reporting, "My lord, Han Gong just collided with the rockery." Thankfully, someone nearby caught him, but he is bleeding profusely. Wei remained silent, his expression growing increasingly stern. "My lord, you should still meet with them," the attendant urged, mustering his courage. Bang! Wei slammed the book down heavily, startling the attendant. Wei's eyes bore into him as he sternly admonished, "What are you to speak out of turn?" The attendant, accustomed to the office's atmosphere, remained unfazed and replied calmly, "My lord, please temper your anger. I speak out of loyalty. Those grain supervisors are not only seeking their own demise, but are also uttering alarming threats. I felt compelled to report for fear of lives being lost. What frightful words have been uttered? If you do not attend to them, they shall perish together outside the door. How can you carry out your duties in such a manner?" Wei County, with a darkened expression, sharply taunted. "In a place of solemn authority, you allow them to wreak havoc outside? Even if I were to rear a dog, I would know to bark at them a couple of times." The attendant, feeling scorned, turned crimson. "You must attend to 2 matters," Wei County stated in a low voice. "First, command someone to expel them from the county office, lest they seek death at the Liu's garden and leave the task of collecting their remains to others." The attendant opened his mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Wei County's continued orders. "Secondly, go find Master Sima and settle this month's wages and provisions. Then gather your belongings and leave the county office. You shall not be reemployed." The attendant stood in complete shock, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. "Do you still wish to ask me why?" Wei County anticipated his question. "I dare not." The attendant finally grasped the situation and promptly knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, what crime have I committed to warrant my dismissal?" "You know full well," Wei County replied, picking up the daigao and dismissing him. "No governor would employ a traitor." The attendant finally comprehended the reason. The secret had been revealed, and he chose not to utter another word, letting out a heavy huff as he rose to leave. "Come here," Wei County suddenly barked. 2 bailiffs entered at the command, blocking the attendant's path. Clasping their fists and bowing, "My lord, take him away and administer 60 strokes. Do not provide him with any rations," Wei County stated coldly. "Furthermore, if word of this spreads, anyone who acts as a spy or sneaks a glance at the documents shall receive 40 strokes and be handed over to the law. Anyone who attempts to intercede or shows disrespect to a superior shall receive 20 strokes and be immediately dismissed." "Yes," the bailiffs responded, their voices ringing with obedience. The attendant, now filled with fear, was dragged away by the bailiffs. After a short while, Master Sima entered, lifting the curtain and reporting, "My lord, all matters you instructed have been completed." He finally sensed the formidable authority of the 100-li Marquis from Wei County. There is no need for such formality. Wei County smiled slightly, saying, "A magistrate's authority must be established through respect." Wang Xian truly spoke wisely. Chuckling, he noted Wang Xian's rising status in the eyes of the county lord, causing Master Sima to feel a pang of bitterness. as he envisioned the tragic scene of a new generation replacing the old. After a moment, he regained his composure and remarked, "County Magistrate Jiang and Clerk Diao are outside seeking an audience." "Do not admit them," Weiji County replied in a grave tone. "Go tell them my decision is final. Further discussion is futile. Let them wait at home." "Understood." Master Sima exited, relaying Weiji County's message to the two officials. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Jiang appeared dumbfounded, while Clerk Diao looked as lost as a stray dog. Each grasped Master Sima by an arm, pleading, "Sir, please show us a way out." "Alas," Master Sima sighed. "The county lord is in a foul mood. There is no turning back. Your pleas will be of no use. Who else in Fuyang County could possibly sway him?" With that, he withdrew his hand, shook his head, and turned back inside, leaving County Magistrate Jiang and Clerk Diao with a newfound understanding of whom they should seek to intercede on their behalf. Two individuals ventured to the county office, accompanied by 6 grain overseers, and arrived at the Zhou family tavern. In a private room, several esteemed elders fidgeted anxiously, awaiting news. They had heard that the county's militia had been mobilized, dispatched to various villages to erect monuments. The elders were filled with trepidation. Although the fabrication of the yellow registers and the collection of grain and fodder bore no direct relation to them, the consolidation of vast tracts of land and the subsequent transfer of tax burdens onto the common folk was their unequivocal pathway to wealth. Should the yellow registers be unveiled, their secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. Even if they ultimately settled the matter without consequence, their reputations in the community would be irrevocably tarnished. How could they ever hold their heads high again, projecting an image of moral superiority? The reason these venerable gentlemen had remained at odds with the county magistrate until now was, after all, a matter of pride. Yet now, Magistrate Wei had ceased to engage them in a battle of wits, opting instead for a direct slap to the face. The elders finally realized that, when weighed against their fortunes and reputations, pride might not hold as much significance after all. Chapter 58. Negotiation. On that afternoon, around the hour of the 5th, the gentle winter sunlight illuminated the reception room of the Fuyang County government. The county magistrate, Wei Yuan, warmly welcomed several esteemed elder gentlemen from the county. Engaging in amicable and cordial conversation, Wei first extended heartfelt greetings and best wishes to the distinguished elders, who expressed their gratitude in return, sharing their own warm regards and blessings for him. Subsequently, both parties, embodying a spirit of sincerity and friendship, engaged in constructive dialogue. Magistrate Wei commended the elders for their unwavering support of the county's initiatives, stating that without their contributions, the county would not have achieved such remarkable accomplishments. He acknowledged that the current flourishing state of Fuyang was inextricably linked to the elders' effective efforts. The elders, in turn, praised Wei's leadership over the past year, humbly admitting that despite their enthusiasm for the county's welfare, their outdated perspectives had inadvertently led to a parochial mindset, hindering their contributions to the unity and development of the county. They vowed to elevate their understanding, liberate their thoughts, exercise humility and caution, avoid elitism, and rally closely around the magistrate to lend their remaining energies to the county's development. Magistrate Wei expressed his delight, recognizing the elders' wisdom and profound insights into the county's affairs. He placed great importance on their opinions, confident that both sides would achieve a remarkable consensus on significant county matters, engaging in frank discussions and collaborative efforts to further advance the county's endeavors. The elders expressed their excitement, feeling fortunate to have such a broad-minded and far-sighted leader for the people of Fuyang. Under his guidance, they believed the county would thrive harmoniously and enjoy a brighter future. Following this, both parties exchanged comprehensive views regarding the establishment of the Huangzi stele in various townships within the county. The elders asserted that this initiative would benefit future generations and pledged their full support to ensure its flawless execution, even offering to cover related expenses as their contribution to this noble cause. Magistrate Wei commended the elders for their proactive support of the county's initiatives. He acknowledged the sensitivity of this task, emphasizing that if executed well, it would yield lasting benefits, whereas poor execution could lead to contemporary repercussions, necessitating utmost caution and consideration of the elders' perspectives. He outlined 2 proposals. The first involved erecting the stele for the Huangzi of the 30th year of Hongwu and the 8th year of Yongle, facilitating an earlier completion. However, since the following year marked a decade of re-registration, the second proposal suggested first establishing the stele for the 30th year of Hongwu, and then, after re-registration, erecting the stele for the 10th year of Yongle. He inquired about the elders' thoughts on these options. A spirited and friendly discussion ensued, culminating in a unanimous agreement among the elders that, although it might take longer, it was preferable to achieve perfection. Thus, the latter proposal was deemed more appropriate. Wang Xian attentively heeded the counsel of the esteemed elders, expressing his intent to deliberate with caution and act judiciously, striving to meet the high expectations of both the venerable gentlemen and the citizens of the county, ensuring that the Huangzi Monument becomes a cornerstone for the prosperity and strength of Fuyang County. The elders also conveyed their unwavering support for the upcoming census work, assuring that no household would be overlooked and every individual would be registered, thus producing the most accurate and comprehensive Huangzi in the county's history. The parties exchanged views regarding the disciplinary measures for the unruly students. The elders opined that while the students displayed audacity and a lack of respect for their elders, necessitating strict discipline, their youthful exuberance stemmed from good intentions, embodying the benevolent philosophy of the great mentor Confucius. Their actions were not malicious. Thus, they earnestly requested that the county consider their recommendations with magnanimity, aiming to rehabilitate rather than punish. Furthermore, the elders expressed their willingness to donate 1,000 acres of farmland to support impoverished students in the county's educational institution, given the financial hardships faced by some of the students. Wang Xian highly commended the elders' charitable endeavors, extending gratitude on behalf of those who would benefit from their generosity. He remarked that even the most revered ancestors would pardon the errors of the young. Moreover, individuals like Li Yu and his peers, with their warm-heartedness and eagerness to assist others, are precisely the talents the nation requires. The purpose of discipline is to serve as a warning, should they correct their attitudes, reflect on their mistakes, and pledge to reform. Leniency, or even absolution could be considered. The elders expressed their admiration and deep emotion towards Wang Xian's commitment to nurturing talent and his selflessness, reiterating their promise to donate 100 acres of farmland to the Charity Bureau and the Relief Institute. Wang Xian once again acknowledged their generosity. The discussions lasted for an hour, maintaining a cordial and enthusiastic atmosphere. Both sides acknowledged that such candid and open dialogues significantly contribute to dispelling misunderstandings, enhancing relationships, fostering communication, and promoting collaboration. They agreed to establish a long-term mechanism for regular discussions in the future. The meeting was also attended by the county's deputy magistrate, the chief clerk, Wang Xian's personal advisor, as well as relevant personnel from various districts. After the meeting, Wang Xian personally escorted the elders out of the county office, where the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the hall, seemingly heralding a bright future for Fuyang County. Back in the signing room, Wang Xian was filled with exhilaration, particularly praising Wang Xian for his significant contributions. He recognized that without Wang Xian's meticulous planning and relentless encouragement, overcoming the formidable and cunning old foxes would have been impossible. The experience had been perilous. Reflecting on the entire process, Wang Xian recalled, despite achieving 80, 90, or even 95%, they remained unmoved. Truthfully, at that moment, the county had lost hope, merely striving for pride. Clenching his fists, he expressed his relief. At last, in the final moments, they capitulated. Sima Qiu chuckled, remarking that the students were utterly terrified, especially towards the end, when their spirits seemed to flee. With a playful glare at Wang Xian, he admonished, "Do not propose such dangerous ideas again. It may not only endanger you, but frighten us all. This predicament is indeed unavoidable." Wang Xian remarked with a bitter smile, "The enemy is formidable while we are weak. We can only triumph through ingenuity. Had our strengths been more evenly matched, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits." Indeed, Weizhi County echoed with palpable resentment. Otherwise, how could I possibly let those scholars escape unscathed? Wang Xian discerned that Weizhi County harbored a deep grudge. The informant among his attendants had been subjected to 60 lashes upon his orders. The penal department, eager to demonstrate loyalty before their superior, had employed a method of punishment that was light on the outside but heavy within, leaving the man's skin seemingly intact while his bones lay shattered. Meanwhile, the scholars had created a ruckus in the court, besieging the county officials. In that moment, Weizhi County had been caught off guard, losing face profoundly. In subsequent reflections, the pain of humiliation rendered him breathless. Could one expect him not to harbor animosity towards them? However, most of these scholars hailed from affluent families. Should Weiji County seek to usurp their achievements and thwart their futures, those esteemed elders would undoubtedly pursue him to the bitter end. Furthermore, although the Great Edict was part of the ancestral teachings, invoking it after such a long time would be untenable. While it could serve as a means of intimidation, relying on it for punitive measures would be ill-advised, as it would cast him in a negative light among the literati, who might perceive him as vindictive and unsupportive of scholarly pursuits. Regrettably, we could not protect Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai. Sima Qiu sighed. Both had devoted themselves earnestly. Yet alas, what a pity. We are left with no option. Weiji County also sighed. They have escalated the matter to the subprefect, armed with sufficient evidence. It seems they cannot evade justice. In truth, Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai's minor transgressions could be overlooked. But they had committed a grave error. The fundamental principle of the Ming Dynasty dictated that tax collection must be overseen by the grain supervisor, prohibiting officials from collecting taxes directly. However, due to the urgency of the office and their desire to outshine one another before the county magistrate, they disregarded this prohibition and instructed the attendants to demand payment, inadvertently providing grounds for their prosecution, which led to the subprefect's office. The former observer, he, had been demoted for extracting confessions through torture, resulting in wrongful convictions, and had been reduced 4 ranks to serve as a county magistrate. The current acting subprefect, Vice Minister Ji, had maintained a close friendship with he and bore a grudge over his demotion, thus he would naturally not extend any favors to Weiji County. Weiji County felt discontented at his inability to rescue his subordinates, yet he understood the need to look forward. Besides, having gained Wang Xian as a capable ally was a boon that Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai could not compare to. As they conversed, a long attendant knocked at the door. Upon being invited in, he presented a visiting card. Weiji County glanced at it casually, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Where is that individual? Awaiting outside the county office, the attendant replied. Quickly, invite him in. Weiji County became increasingly agitated. What sort of person could invoke such anxiety in him? Once the attendant left, Sima Qiu perused the visiting card and was taken aback to find Zhou Xian inscribed upon it. He exclaimed in dismay, "This is dire. Zhou Ji is indeed in our county." Ah! Wang Xian was equally astonished. Previously, it was rumored that Zhou Xian was incognito in the county, which had merely served as a faade to exert pressure on the affluent families. Now that Zhou Xian had truly appeared, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation. What to do? Weiji County hurriedly donned his official cap, preparing to greet him. Due to the visitor's discreet approach, it was inappropriate to greet him at the main entrance. However, it was only fitting to await him at the rear gate. Do not be anxious, my lord, Wang Xian reassured himself. Zhou Zhitai's visit at this hour cannot be mere coincidence. He likely possesses knowledge of the underlying circumstances. It would be prudent for you to report the truth. Sighing deeply, Wei County Magistrate lamented, what a predicament this is. As he arrived at the moon gate, feeling a sense of unease, he waited for a moment before catching sight of a middle-aged man clad in a blue cloth robe, flanked by 2 companions, emerging from the corridor. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhou Zhitai. He hurriedly approached, bowing deeply in reverence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive my transgression. Chapter 59. The true gentleman of Wenyuan. Outside the door of the signing room stood 2 attendants of Zhou Zhitai, while Wang Xian and Sima Qiu were stationed at the other end. Inside the room, Zhou Zhitai and County Magistrate Wei were engaged in conversation. Zhou Xian sat in the prominent position, smiling as he regarded the young magistrate. Wei Yuan, not yet 30, was distinguished by his sharp brows and bright eyes, possessing an admirable countenance that radiated integrity, which endeared him greatly to Zhou Zhitai. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian's face was too stern, even when he smiled. It resembled a cold smirk. This demeanor inevitably created a considerable pressure on Wei Yuan, who had only met him a few times. Under Zhou Xian's hawk-like gaze, Wei Yuan felt as though he were being pierced through, sitting uncomfortably, filled with trepidation. This marks our 3rd meeting, Zhou Xian finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Indeed. Wei Yuan replied hastily, nodding, once at the magistrate's office, once during the trial at the 3 halls, and now this occasion. With each encounter, my assessment of you has elevated, Zhou Xian remarked. During our first meeting, I witnessed your integrity and forthrightness. The second unveiled your meticulousness. Yet, none compare to this occasion. He paused, showering Wei Yuan with unreserved praise. This time, I have beheld your remarkable courage. Wei Yuan could not help but blush at the flattery. There is no need for me to flatter you, Zhou Xian said casually. In truth, I should not have met with you today, yet I chose to come. Indeed, Wei Yuan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. I am deeply moved by your kindness, esteemed Jitai. Fuyang is but a few dozen miles from Hangzhou, even closer than some towns in Qiandang County. However, despite the turmoil Wei Yuan stirred within the county, there was no response from the provincial or prefectural offices. Clearly, the superiors wished to avoid complications and feigned ignorance. In the bureaucratic landscape of the Ming Dynasty, the Yellow Register of Taxes was widely acknowledged as one of the three taboos, second only to the disappearance of Jiangwen and the Crown Prince controversy. The latter two need no elaboration. As for the Register of Taxes, it was a well-known issue. Currently, the situation was even more precarious than the Guohuan case of yore. Regardless of one's stance, entanglement in such matters was fraught with difficulty. For instance, although Wei Yuan's bluster was but a fade, he had indeed played with fire, making the aftermath exceedingly troublesome. Should he report this to his superiors? Doing so would merely burden them with trouble and mark him as an unruly dissenter. Conversely, if he chose not to report, he risked the accusation of concealing knowledge, which would leave him equally vulnerable should the truth come to light. Wei Yuan was acutely aware of these repercussions. Despite his lack of experience, Sima Qiu, well-versed in the intricacies of officialdom, had repeatedly cautioned him against such recklessness. Yet, life seldom aligns with one's desires. To uphold one's convictions often entails confronting a thorny path. Although Wei Yuan had mentally prepared himself, the prospect of assistance in navigating these obstacles would be most welcome. Now, with Zhou Xian's presence, others would likely assume that all of this was sanctioned by him, or at the very least, permitted. This would shift the burden of responsibility onto Zhou Xian, thus alleviating Wei Yuan of his troubles. Could one blame him for feeling grateful? I act solely out of public duty, devoid of personal motives, thus there is no need for your gratitude. Zhou Xian, however, was not appreciative and remarked, as an official overseeing the officials of Zhejiang province, my duties extend beyond merely correcting the unjust and incompetent. I am also tasked with uncovering and safeguarding the upright and capable. In my view, those who are honest and outspoken may serve as advocates, and with further diligence, they could be considered as virtuous administrators. If they also possess exceptional courage, they hold the potential to become significant figures in governance. Such officials are rare in the province, and I must ensure their protection. Moved to tears, Wei County Magistrate realized that the Ming Dynasty was not solely populated by narrow-minded officials like his overseers, nor by the self-serving mediocrity of U.S. governors, or the corrupt and deceitful clerks like Diao. There were also commendable officials like Zhou, who were loyal to the state and protective of their subordinates. However, he immediately shifted his tone, showing no mercy. You have acted too rashly. Caught off guard, Wei County Magistrate leaned forward, eager to absorb the lesson. You are a person of integrity, unafraid to speak out, which is commendable. However, if you offend too many people, how long do you think you can keep wearing that official cap? There are countless who could easily contend with a mere 7th-rank magistrate. Zhou spoke earnestly. In matters like this, you could have waited until next year's compilation of the Yellow Register to scrutinize more thoroughly. The outcome would be the same, yet without causing such a commotion. Ultimately, your fervor is excessive. You harbor a desire for retribution from the previous year. It is good for young people to be passionate, as passion breeds vigor, but excessive passion will ultimately lead to self-harm. If you wish to serve your country effectively, you must first tread steadily upon the path of governance, cultivating your character. No matter how much talent you possess, it will be in vain without composure. The road in the officialdom is notoriously difficult. Without learning to temper your spirit, you shall find it impossible to navigate. Zhou gazed intently at Wei County Magistrate and continued, I, too, was once overly impetuous in my youth, offending many, which led to years of stagnation in my official career. The mistakes of the past should serve as a warning for you. Yes, I humbly accept your teachings. Wei County Magistrate rose and bowed deeply to Zhou. He was profoundly grateful, feeling indebted to Zhou's wisdom. Zhou, perceptive of his character flaws, imparted lessons from his own experiences to prevent Wei from repeating his errors. How fortunate it was to encounter such a superior. Please, have a seat, Zhou said nonchalantly. I am known for my irritable temperament. Do not take offense, Wen Yuan. These are pearls of wisdom. How could I fail to appreciate them? Wei County Magistrate replied eagerly. Haha. Zhou could no longer contain his laughter. Wen Yuan, your welcoming pine at Huangshan is quite unique. It turned out that Wei County Magistrate had hung that painting in the central hall of the signing room, and Zhou noticed it immediately upon entering. There was no denying that Wang Xian's brushwork was truly astonishing. The fact that Wei had chosen to display it was even more remarkable. Thus, Even someone as serious as Zhou could not resist the temptation to inquire, who penned the words on this piece. It was inscribed by a clerk named Wang Xian from the county office, Wei County magistrate admitted, somewhat embarrassed. The handwriting may not be the most elegant, but I have great affection for this poem, which is why it has remained here. Furthermore, the words have a refreshing effect whenever students become weary from their paperwork. A glance at it instantly revives their spirits. With steadfast resolve, one clings to the verdant mountain, rooted firmly amidst the shattered rock. After enduring countless trials, one remains resilient, regardless of the winds from any direction. Zhou Xian recited this passage slowly, unable to suppress his admiration for the line regardless of the winds from any direction. Realizing that the magistrate of Fuyang was indeed a hidden gem. Initially, Wei the magistrate had no intention of revealing to Zhou that he had an extraordinary advisor behind him. However, a noble character inspires others. Wei felt that if he were dishonest with Zhou Xian, he would not be worthy of being called a man. Thus, he candidly confessed, "This individual is indeed exceptional. My success in this matter is entirely due to his strategy." "Oh?" Zhou Xian responded, somewhat surprised, and then praised with a smile, "Indeed. A true gentleman." "Your praise is too much," Wei replied, feeling a sense of ease. "It is merely a case of proximity to excellence." They both laughed heartily. Zhou Xian, known for his aversion to flattery, found himself amused. "It seems my worries were unfounded. With such commendable flattery, you could navigate the officialdom with ease." "My subordinates never utter insincere words," Wei declared earnestly. "Then I thank you for your kind words," Zhou Xian said, regaining his composure. "May I meet Wang Xian?" "He is just outside," Wei replied promptly, stepping out to inform Wang Xian waiting at the door. "The magistrate wishes to see you." Asima Chiu exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that truly the case? For someone like me, an ordinary assistant, to meet an inspector is an unattainable dream, stirring all manner of envy." However, Wang Xian remained composed. Having met even the president on television in later years, he felt no trepidation at the prospect of meeting a provincial official. Observing his calm demeanor, Wei could not help but admire him inwardly, recognizing he was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he still felt compelled to offer a few words of caution, lest Wang Xian slip up in front of the magistrate. Upon entering the signing room, after performing the customary greetings, Zhou Xian invited Wang Xian to sit. Wei intended to withdraw but was called back by Shou. "When Yuan may join our discussion." "Yes," Wei replied, resuming his seat. In the signing room, Zhou Xian observed Wang Xian, noting he was still quite young, handsome, with strikingly bright eyes that exuded intelligence. However, it was hard for Zhou, confronting a mere youth of 16 or 17, to believe he had penned such profound poetry and devised such cunning strategies. Yet, in front of Wei, he could not question the authenticity of Wang Xian's insights, as that would imply doubt in Wei's judgment. Regardless of whether it was true or false, Zhou simply sought counsel. Thus, he began, "My young friend, I find myself faced with a difficult dilemma. I have heard from Wei the magistrate that you possess great wisdom, so I venture to ask for your guidance." Wang Xian, overwhelmed, thought to himself, "When did I become so knowledgeable?" He quickly replied, "I am but a fool. I fear I cannot satisfy your esteemed expectations. Please, do share your concerns." Zhou Xian, striving to maintain a cordial demeanor, yet still bearing a cold expression, continued, "Currently, there is a case that I find exceptionally challenging to resolve. You see, since our dynasty established the system of self-regulation, merchants have been allowed to transport grain to the north and then return to the salt administration to exchange for salt permits, which they can then freely sell." "Yes," Wang Xian acknowledged. Wang Xian is currently an official in charge of household affairs, and he is naturally aware of these matters. However, under the edicts of the court, each province has its own local regulations. For instance, in Zhejiang, while the eastern region produces salt, the western region does not. Yet, in order to maintain exorbitant profits, the salt transport authorities of both Zhejiang regions prohibit the sale of eastern salt to the west. Zhou Xian slowly remarked that merchants, driven by profit, expend great effort to obtain salt permits, and thus they are reluctant to limit their sales to eastern Zhejiang alone. Consequently, instances of contraband trade frequently occur. The local government typically turns a blind eye to this, yet the salt administration rigorously pursues those who engage in cross-border salt trading, detaining them and sending them to the inspection office, demanding that they be prosecuted according to the laws governing the sale of illicit salt. Chapter 60. The first official of Jiangnan. Since the spring and autumn period, the monopoly on salt has been a prerogative of the government. This remained true during the Ming Dynasty, which established 6 major salt transportation offices to oversee the nation's salt affairs. Among them, Zhejiang fell under the jurisdiction of the Zhejiang Salt Transportation Office, which was responsible for the salt regulations of the province. In terms of status, the Transportation Office was on par with the Board of Revenue and the Censorate, all directly accountable to the imperial court, rendering them independent of one another. Moreover, as Zhejiang was merely a part of the jurisdiction of the Zhejiang Transportation Office, there lingered a perception that the Transportation Office regarded itself as superior to the Board of Revenue and the Censorate. Despite several attempts by the Zhejiang Board of Revenue and the Censorate to reach an understanding through official correspondence, the Transportation Office remained unyielding, asserting that the division of salt sales was a decree established by their ancestors that none were permitted to contravene. Any encroachment into illicit sales was deemed a severe offense punishable by death. This predicament was rather complex. Upon examining the legal statutes, it was found that the early Hangwu era indeed stipulated a system of regional monopolies for the transportation offices. Zhou Xian frowned slightly, remarking that this regulation applied prior to the implementation of the grain transportation law, during which salt was exclusively sold by the subordinate offices of the transportation office, thus necessitating such a rule. However, after the enactment of the law, merchants across the nation were permitted to procure salt permits from the transportation office through grain transport. It was rather absurd that merchants from western Zhejiang could obtain salt from eastern Zhejiang salt fields, but were barred from transporting it back to the west for sale. The transportation office's desire to monopolize the salt supply in western Zhejiang while enlisting the Censorate as an accomplice was something Zhou Xian was utterly unwilling to accept. He continued, noting that the transportation office's obstinacy in refusing to compromise indicated that any resolution to this matter would require considerable effort to dismantle such entrenched practices. Yet, abolishing these old customs was no simple task. As you know, the court is currently facing a significant financial shortfall, and the Yongle Emperor has always favored those agencies capable of replenishing the treasury. Thus, should this escalate to the imperial court, the likelihood of success would lean heavily in their favor. Upon concluding his thoughts, Zhou Xian turned to the two men, stating that this matter did not concern them. He merely sought their insights after witnessing the remarkable strategies of their county today. He hoped to glean some wisdom from them. Wei Zhi, the county magistrate, advised Wang Xian to tread cautiously and avoid embroiling the office in trouble. Zhou Xian, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, encouraged them to speak freely, regardless of the potential consequences, asserting that they bore no responsibility for the outcomes. Wang Xian, feeling a sense of futility in his heart, thought to himself how Zhou Xian was not as gullible as he might believe, and that he would not heed every suggestion without discernment. Zhou Xian chuckled softly, gesturing for Wei Zhi to remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xian raised his head and said, "Esteemed elder, I have a rather immature idea, though I cannot guarantee its success." "Do share," Zhou Xian replied, his tone grave. "I propose to write a letter to the salt office on your behalf." Wang Xian suggested softly, "It may prove effective." "Very well," Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. In the signing room, various sizes of official stationery were readily available, and Wei Zhi promptly retrieved a stack of red checkered letterhead, placing it upon the writing desk. The ink, steeped in fine silk, was ready for use. At this moment, Wang Xian had already composed his thoughts. He took the pen handed to him by the county magistrate and began to write with meticulous care. Wei, the county magistrate, observed from the side and noticed that although only a month had passed, Wang Xian's handwriting had significantly improved. What had once appeared as if a tempest had swept through, chaotic and unsteady, now stood firm and expansive. It was evident that he had dedicated considerable effort to this endeavor. Wang Xian intentionally wrote with greater precision, and as he chose his words with deliberation, his pace naturally slowed. It took him the duration of a meal to set down his pen. After allowing the ink to dry, he presented the letter to the magistrate, who then passed it on to the senior official. Upon receiving it, Zhou Liantai found that although the letter's language was straightforward, it possessed a remarkable vigor. Wang Xian deftly analyzed the irrationalities surrounding the distribution of salt within the province, emphasizing the necessity of reforming outdated regulations. His arguments were logical and compelling. However, Zhou Zhitai did not feel any joy. Such words could easily be penned by the aides and his residents. How could they possibly move those salt officials who had fallen into the abyss of greed? Until he turned to the second page, where he beheld the phrase, "In times of strife among nations, one still migrates and shifts grain, under a unified rule." What distinction remains between Eastern and Western Zhejiang? Zhou Zhitai could not help but be moved. Indeed, Wang Xian was extraordinary. As the ancients said, "A single word is worth 1,000 gold coins." These 20 characters are undoubtedly worth more than 20,000 gold coins. This passage implies that even if the matter were brought before the Yongle Emperor, there would be no fear of defeat. The essence of this statement is that, even during the fragmented warring states period, the movement of people and goods was relatively unrestricted. Yet, in our unified Ming Dynasty, a single province must be divided into East and West Zhejiang, forbidding interaction. Is it conceivable that our unified Ming Dynasty is less capable than the disjointed warring states? The significance of this statement lies in its elevation to the lofty standards set by the Yongle Emperor. It is essential to recognize that the illustrious Yongle Emperor is regarded as one of the most formidable sovereigns throughout history, embodying a grand ambition to establish himself as a timeless monarch. To the south, he faced the challenges posed by Jiaoji; to the north, the Mongols; to the east, the pirates from Japan; and to the west, the Tibetans. Anyone who dared to encroach upon the territory of the Ming Dynasty was met with his unwavering and resolute retaliation. How could such an emperor of a unified realm possibly tolerate the fragmentation of his territory, which is far worse than the tumultuous warring states? Although it is merely a metaphor, even metaphors must not be tolerated. Subsequently, Wang Xian enumerated the recent famines and banditry that had afflicted the western region of Zhejiang, establishing a profound causal relationship, as though the exorbitant salt prices in the area had rendered life unbearable for the common folk. The transport officials from both Zhejiang provinces, upon receiving such a letter, could hardly remain unperturbed. If they refused to compromise, the matter would inevitably escalate to the emperor. And with these compelling words capable of swaying the Yongle Emperor, Zhou Xian felt a surge of confidence. The art of the written word, though seemingly clumsy, holds immense power. After perusing the letter, Zhou Xian let out a gentle sigh and remarked to Wang Xian, on behalf of those merchants and the citizens of western Zhejiang, "I have penned a few words for you, my young brother." Wang Xian promptly rose, responding with respect, as a native of Zhejiang. "It is my duty to contribute to the welfare of my fellow townsfolk, especially given the elder's directive." With a chuckle, Zhou Xian praised, "You are commendable. However, having assisted me, how might I express my gratitude to you? It remains uncertain whether this method will prove effective, and thus the magistrate refrains from rewarding him hastily." Wei, the county magistrate, promptly remarked, "Furthermore, alleviating the magistrate's concerns is a duty inherent to my position. How could I possibly seek any form of reward? One matter must be distinguished from another." Zhou Xian shook his head and chuckled, saying, "However, I have always been of modest means and cannot afford much in the way of remuneration for your writing. Instead, allow me to indulge in a touch of elegance and present you with a few characters." "It is an honor beyond measure," Wang Xian quickly replied with respect. Wei County Magistrate then prepared a strip of Yuan Dynasty writing paper on the desk and placed a paperweight atop it. Zhou Xian lifted his brush and inscribed 5 powerful characters that seemed to penetrate the paper. Jiang, Nan, first, official. Wei County Magistrate pronounced each character with emphasis, exclaiming, "The magistrate truly intends to elevate him to greatness. This young man is unworthy of such praise. Your flattery is misplaced. I cannot accept it." Wang Xian humbly interjected. Perplexed, he wondered what Zhou Magistrate was attempting. Was he setting a precedent for excellence? What was there to be unworthy of? Zhou Magistrate set down his brush and smiled gently, saying, "Even if one is the foremost official in the realm, he is still but a minor clerk, inferior to even the most inconsequential of officials." Wang Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, dispelling his earlier trepidation. "Do not lose heart," Zhou Magistrate remarked with a hint of amusement. "You are merely 16 or 17 years old. There is plenty of time ahead." "Indeed," Wei County Magistrate quickly affirmed. "Once you complete your studies and pass the examinations, you will be able to serve as an official." It became clear that within every individual resides a sycophant. "It is essential to study diligently," Zhou Xian advised Wang Xian. "You are astute and still quite young. Dedicating 10 years to your studies could lead to success. Even if you cannot enter the academy, it is vital to read and cultivate understanding. Otherwise, you shall remain merely the foremost official of Jiangnan. I shall heed your teachings." Wang Xian promptly replied. As Zhou Magistrate and Wei County Magistrate continued their conversation, Wang Xian took the inscription and took his leave. Upon exiting the signing room, Sima Qiu approached him, and upon seeing the inscription and its signature, he was immediately envious. "Young man, what virtue do you possess to receive such praise from the magistrate? Although it may not hold much weight in Zhou Magistrate's eyes, it is immensely valuable to us beneath." This was a commendation from the cold, iron-faced magistrate, a testament of utmost integrity. The 2 guards also noticed the inscription and remarked, "Congratulations, young brother. With this talisman, who would dare to lay a hand on you?" Hearing this, Wang Xian, who had been shrouded in confusion, began to understand Zhou Xian's intentions. Those wealthy families who had suffered losses would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity. As a county magistrate, Wei County Magistrate was a figure of authority whom they would not dare to challenge, yet he was merely a young clerk without any official title to shield him, making him an easier target. Furthermore, even if Wei County Magistrate wished to protect him, he might not succeed. For instance, his superiors, Zhang Hua and Sun Sankai, had become pawns of the gentry, preserving their own appearances at the cost of the magistrate's welfare. Now, with Zhou Magistrate's inscription, Wang Xian could be regarded as a model to be upheld. Anyone wishing to harm him would have to consider Zhou Magistrate's reputation. Given Zhou Xian's illustrious renown, shielding a humble clerk would be a trivial matter. Thus, this inscription may very well serve as a protective talisman bestowed upon him by Zhou Magistrate. Of course, it could also be an overestimation on his part. Upon returning to the treasury, the other clerks, upon seeing the inscription, showered him with flattery, promptly calling for a craftsman to mount it, intending to display it in his office. Wang Xian, wishing to remain inconspicuous, felt a profound sense of disrespect at the thought of not properly mounting the calligraphy of the esteemed inspector. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, shaking his head. He lifted the curtain to enter the room, only to find the table utterly bare, prompting his perplexed inquiry. "Where are my belongings?" The clerks chuckled, saying, "You need to relocate to the bureaucratic office now." It dawned on Wang Xian that he was now the acting head of the household department, a position once held by Zhang Hua. Naturally, upon the new official's arrival, he would be required to hand over his responsibilities. This realization led him to silently curse their sycophantic behavior. In a few days, he would have to move back out, which would be utterly humiliating. With a stern countenance, he declared, "This is absurd. Bring my things back." Chapter 61. Indeed, there is substance. Wang Xian ultimately continued to work in the original cramped office, despite its confined space. The plaque proclaiming him as the most esteemed official of Jiangnan hung above, dazzling the eyes of any visitor. A young man, having entered the office just over a month ago, was able to transition from a white robe to a green one and subsequently act as the deputy official of the household department. How could those seasoned clerks, who had toiled for over a decade without even donning a green robe, not feel a pang of envy? Yet, what could they do? With the inscription from Zhou Zhentai backing Wang, who would dare to voice any dissent? Could it be that the iron-faced, cold-hearted official, recognized as the most esteemed in Jiangnan, was unworthy of even a green robe or managing a household department? In truth, County Magistrate Wei also harbored reservations about entrusting the critical household department to a novice. Although he did not doubt Wang Xian's capabilities, the affairs of the household department were far more intricate than those of other departments. And without over a decade of experience, one could hardly navigate its complexities. However, none of the other officials were willing to take on this troublesome task. They claimed ignorance of household matters and unfitness for the role, and with Zhou Zhentai having conferred the title of most esteemed official of Jiangnan upon Wang, they were too apprehensive to assume a position above him. The true reason, however, lay in the fact that no one was willing to serve under Wang Xian. Recently, for reasons unknown, he had acquired the nickname Nemesis of Superiors. It was indeed peculiar. The bureaucratic ranks were typically stagnant, with officials remaining in their positions for decades. But within just a month of Wang Xian's arrival at the household department, 3 officials had already fallen from grace, while he ascended steadily. Was it not uncanny? The officials were particularly superstitious, each household department housing an immovable statue of Buddha, with aspirations of remaining undisturbed for a lifetime. Li Qing'er had even crafted a golden idol for the Buddha, yet even this failed to dispel Wang Xian's uncanny prowess. Who would dare to dismiss such phenomena? Of course, the older officials harbored ulterior motives, waiting for Wang Xian to falter in his duties and be reassigned from the household department, so they could seize this lucrative position for themselves. The household department managed the county's civil affairs, finances, taxation, land, and disaster relief, encompassing a significant portion of the county's affairs. Currently, operations had stagnated for nearly a month, with tasks piling up like mountains. It had been agreed that Zhang Hua and Sun Dianli would return to handle the matters, yet neither ever returned, leaving the burden on Wang's shoulders. To make matters worse, the tax collection deadline had passed, with only 20% of the autumn harvest submitted. Should they fail to deliver the remainder to the capital by February of the following year, it could cost them their heads. The most dire predicament was that during Li Qing's tenure, the household department's deficits had escalated, relying on shifting funds from one area to cover another, thus keeping the situation concealed. Now that the gaping hole had finally been exposed, County Magistrate Wei found himself unable to pursue Li Qing'er for accountability, leaving the responsibility to his successor. It was a precarious situation. Failing to catch the fox could lead to unwanted trouble. Who would wish to inherit such a mess? To put it bluntly, everyone was eager to witness Wang Xian's downfall, even anticipating his disgrace. As the saying goes, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls, and there was no doubt about its truth. Yet, within the 16-year-old's body, there resided a 30-year-old soul, adept at managing risks and controls. No matter how intricate the household affairs were, they could hardly compare to the complexities of a publicly listed company in later times. Since he was able to monitor the finances and management of a publicly listed company through dual-directional oversight of accounts and various segments, it was only natural that he could also possess profound insight into household affairs. He first consolidated his thoughts, integrating a month's worth of observations into a meticulously crafted and feasible plan, which he presented to Wei County Magistrate for review. Wei County Magistrate had already held this young man in high regard, but upon perusing Wang Xian's detailed proposal, he found himself compelled to re-evaluate his opinion. Wei County Magistrate had long harbored a deep disdain for the inefficiencies and bureaucratic sluggishness prevalent in the county office. He had been contemplating methods for reform. Initially, he believed that his lack of authority was the cause of his inability to rein in the scheming officials. However, having recently established his authority, he now commanded respect within the office. Yet, the issues of procrastination and ineffective execution persisted. It was only after reading Wang Xian's proposal that he suddenly realized that mere determination and authority were insufficient. He also needed effective strategies. Wei County Magistrate was thoroughly impressed by the management methods described by Wang Xian, eager to implement them immediately within the office. However, Wang Xian wisely advised him to first pilot the initiative within the household department. Should it prove successful, it could then be expanded, thus minimizing resistance. If it were to fail, the responsibility would rest solely on him, preserving the magistrate's esteemed reputation. Inevitably, Wei County Magistrate expressed his displeasure. Am I the kind of official who would allow my subordinates to take the blame? Certainly not. Wang Xian vehemently denied such a notion, though his thoughts drifted to Zhang Hua and Sun Dianli, pondering what burdens they might bear. Yet, as this approach had never been employed before, its efficacy remained uncertain. Prudence was warranted. He paused and added, even if implemented within the household department, it must rely on your vigorous support. Otherwise, as mere subordinates, our voices would carry little weight and success would be unattainable. Very well then. Wei County Magistrate was persuaded. Yet he pondered whether such implementation might disrupt the collection of taxes, especially with time being of the essence. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Wang Xian asserted decisively, it is precisely because time is pressing that we must act swiftly. Agreed. Wei County Magistrate nodded. How can I support you? Wang Xian replied solemnly. In the future, any matters concerning my duties will be reported directly to you, with no need for others to intervene. Aside from that, I seek nothing more. A chuckle escaped Sima Qiu, who was not particularly impressed by the youthful audacity of the two but recognized that the magistrate now placed greater trust in Wang Xian, prompting his silence. At this moment, he could not help but laugh, exclaiming, "You lad, you are full of clever ideas." It was evident that he at least supported this initiative. Wei County Magistrate, catching on to the sentiment, replied joyfully, "Granted." With the magistrate's full backing and no other officials to hinder him, Wang Xian embarked on a comprehensive overhaul of household affairs. He first abolished the previous chaotic practices and instituted a division of responsibilities within the household department. In addition to the grain tax section, he established separate sections for taxation, civil affairs, household registration, and archives, categorizing various complex tasks and clarifying responsibilities. He further delineated duties down to each individual, specifying which clerk was responsible for the limited comparison, which for the establishment ledger, which for the flow ledger, and which for the daily report ledger, all meticulously outlined, leaving no room for evasion or negligence. However, Wang Xian understood that no matter how meticulously the regulations were detailed, without the power of enforcement, they were rendered futile. It was sheer folly to expect his subordinates, those habitual schemers and tricksters, to adhere to rules and diligently perform their duties. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was well acquainted with the management practices of the future, and with a few deft strategies, he could easily subdue these individuals. The methods he employed were rooted in his familiarity with bookkeeping. Wang Xian instructed the clerks to use 10-day intervals as benchmarks, listing the tasks he was to accomplish over the next 10 days in a dual copy format. One copy was retained by him, while the other was submitted to Wang Xian. At the end of each interval, a reconciliation would occur, If the tasks were substantially completed, they would be deemed competent. If not, then regretfully, there would be no points awarded that month. The so-called points constituted Wang Xian's second strategy. He assigned varying values to tasks within the department based on their difficulty. For instance, the challenges of supervising and measuring were evidently more arduous than maintaining ledgers or daily reports, hence the points were considerably higher. If one could complete at least 90% of the tasks within the interval, they would earn points corresponding to the work they handled. Within the confines of this bureaucratic realm, points were paramount. For example, in each division, the individual with the highest points would assume the role of chief, while the second highest would be the deputy chief. Should one's points be surpassed by another, they would have no choice but to concede. In light of the two vacant positions for administrators, the prospect of becoming chief was particularly promising. Beyond these effortless advantages, Wang Xian consolidated all the unwritten rules and customs of the department, redistributing them uniformly. The dealings of the treasury and grain were bound to leave traces. These surcharges, referred to as unwritten rules, also known as idle profits, constituted the department's legitimate income. The openly collected dues included funds for village leader service, registration fees for land, taxes for grain leaders, and various other charges, such as those for silk collection, agricultural taxes, and autumn grain payments, as well as a 1,000th surcharge for tax collection and a 1% surcharge for labor distribution, among dozens of others. It is no wonder the treasury was overflowing with wealth. However, not every clerk had the opportunity to collect money, and even among those who did, the distribution was uneven. Consequently, in the past, clerks would scramble fiercely for lucrative assignments, profiting handsomely once they obtained them. Those deprived of such opportunities naturally felt disgruntled, often leading to a lack of motivation and even sabotage. Thus, the relationships within the treasury were notoriously difficult due to the stark disparity between the rich and the poor. To remedy this, Wang Xian simply gathered all the unwritten rules and took it upon himself to allocate them. Yet, he could not eliminate the disparity entirely. Otherwise, there would be no incentive for hard work, as mediocrity would yield the same rewards as excellence. What was the solution? Let points speak for themselves. The individual with the highest points that month would receive a greater share, with subsequent amounts decreasing accordingly. If one accrued 0 points, they would be left with only a meager stipend. Under Wang Xian's keen scrutiny, anyone attempting to play tricks would find it impossible. Those daring to embezzle funds or seek to deceive would inevitably be exposed. The former was unceremoniously expelled from the court, while the latter faced a complete reset of their points, starting anew. The veteran clerks, having been reined in, could only mutter in hushed tones, lamenting that this fellow must surely be a reincarnation of a demon. Nevertheless, the majority genuinely supported Wang Xian's reforms. Although he established numerous regulations, they were remarkably straightforward and clear when applied to each individual. For the clerks in charge of household registrations, did they desire more substantial income? Did they aspire to become section heads? Did they wish to transition from white robes to blue? If so, they were urged to work diligently in order to earn points. For in this realm, everything was transparent and open, with standards clearly defined. What one received depended solely on one's points and work performance. Everything else was mere illusion. Chapter 62. A profound difference. Wang Xian did not aspire to alter the world. His reforms in the household department were merely intended to facilitate his own work. A person accustomed to the clarity of responsibilities and orderliness in modern enterprises simply could not endure the chaos and disarray of bureaucratic offices in this era. It was far easier to navigate work in a manner familiar to him than to adapt himself to the existing environment. Of course, this was predicated on having the unwavering support of superiors, the absence of obstructive colleagues, and an ability that commanded respect. Wang Xian earned the trust of his subordinates through 3 key principles. First, his credibility. He strictly enforced the established regulations without exception. Second, his integrity, though he collected all revenues. Each income was meticulously documented, ensuring he never enriched himself at the expense of others. Third, his exceptional capabilities fostered confidence that he could supervise rigorously, eliminating any potential for deceit. The latter principle was fundamental. A superior lacking ability would render even the most refined system ineffective, as unscrupulous individuals would manipulate it at will. Without a relatively fair competitive environment, one could hardly expect seasoned veterans to abide by the rules. Thus, the implementation of this system in the household department was feasible primarily because Wang Xian was at the helm. The corrupt practices and embezzlement tactics of centuries past appeared trivial in his eyes. With a certified public accountant at the forefront, who could dare to employ any trickery? In truth, his method lacked universality. It was merely a weapon tailored for a skilled individual. Were someone else to execute this system, it would likely result in numerous errors. Even without this framework, Wang Xian could manage the household department effectively, albeit with considerably more effort. However, a skilled individual equipped with a suitable tool naturally achieves remarkable results with immediacy. Under Wang Xian's judicious guidance, characterized by both benevolence and authority, the household department shed years of disarray and inefficiency. The clerks became diligent and industrious, significantly enhancing their productivity. And they completed the autumn grain collection tasks in an orderly fashion. This improvement stemmed from the fact that the department was already staffed with a substantial number of personnel. Previously, the chaos rendered their numbers ineffective. Once Wang Xian streamlined the workflow and clarified each person's responsibilities, coupled with sufficient motivation, productivity soared. And fulfilling tasks became a matter of course. Moreover, Wang Xian exhibited leniency towards the clerks. He instituted a rule that allowed them to leave early as long as they completed their daily work after the morning assembly, eliminating the need to wait until the end of the day. Consequently, although management became stricter, the clerks found themselves feeling more at ease. This exemplifies the magic of effective management. Regrettably, not everyone was pleased. To avoid being undermined, Wang Xian now reported all matters directly to the county magistrate. As a result, the authority over financial records and resources held by the clerk under the surname Jiao was effectively transferred to Magistrate Wei, rendering Jiao entirely powerless. Now, apart from a meager stipend, he could derive no benefits, naturally harboring a deep resentment towards Wang Xian. Yet, Wang Xian remained indifferent. What fear could a clerk, who had offended the magistrate and lost his power, possibly instill? If Jiao possessed any sense, he would simply bide his time, earn his keep for a few years, and await his departure. Should he remain restless and attempt any underhanded schemes, he would surely find himself in the company of his former subordinate, Li Sheng. When it comes to Li Sheng, Weiji County has lost all hope after defeating the powerful gentry. Without the protection of authority, his vast wealth has become the source of calamity. Not only do the officials and enforcers harass him incessantly, but even local thugs dare to extort him, leading to a life that is said to be worse than death. As the month draws to a close, the northern regions must be enveloped in ice and snow. Yet, in the Jiangnan area, the harshness of winter is hardly felt. Despite the persistent rain and wind, the air remains oppressively warm, reminiscent of late spring. That afternoon, Wang Gui arrived at the yamen, instructing Wang Xian to return home for dinner, for their father had finally returned, and his wife had moved back in. Making way for a family reunion, Wang Xian naturally agreed without hesitation, dismissing everyone and smiling at Wang Gui, saying, "See, I was lying to you, was I?" Wang Gui nodded, somewhat bashfully. "By the way, there is something else," Wang Xian said, rummaging through a drawer to produce a document. "Do you know about the Zhang family paper mill?" "Of course, they were once our workshop's rivals," Wang Gui replied. "But recently, I heard their owner Zhang Qian got embroiled in a lawsuit for allegedly joining the Ming sect. Indeed, Zhang Qian has entered the Ming sect, and the judgment has been made. He is sentenced to be executed, but with a chance of commutation," Wang Xian confirmed. "How tragic," Wang Gui sighed. "He was a decent person. However, the court is currently short on funds and has enacted the Nano Redemption Ordinance," Wang Xian explained, allowing those sentenced to death to buy their lives. Zhang Qian, in an effort to raise money, plans to sell the workshop. Wang Gui's eyes sparkled. This was his lifelong dream. Unfortunately, the Zhang family paper mill is equipped with complete papermaking tools, skilled workers, and several exclusive recipes. Such a workshop would be worth 1,000 taels of silver, a sum he could never afford. Without time to deliberate, I have already taken the liberty of purchasing it for you, my elder brother. To Wang Gui's astonishment, Wang Xian casually continued, "Shortly, I will have Shuai Hui take you to finalize the transfer." "What? You bought it?" Wang Gui exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes," Wang Xian affirmed. "Last night at dinner, I heard someone from the court mention he was selling the workshop, so I casually inquired about the price. And what was it? 500 taels. Requiring cash rather than notes," Wang Xian replied. "I recall there being a record of ownership in the household registry. For a workshop of similar scale, a complete acquisition would typically cost 1,000 taels. 500 is indeed quite a bargain. Bargain? It's practically a gift," Wang Gui exclaimed with excitement. "Everything else aside, the key lies in the recipe. Although every workshop in this county claims to produce yuanshu paper, only 5 can truly lay claim to authenticity. And the Zhang family paper mill is one of them. Just for that recipe alone, it would be worth more than 500 taels. He then, somewhat redundantly, asked, "Does the 500 taels include the recipe?" "Well, what do you think?" Wang Xian shot him a glance. "Am I that disorganized?" After some calculation, I felt that one must seize the opportunity, so I finalized the arrangement at the dining table, concerned about someone else swooping in. I even took the necessary documents out ahead of time. With a chuckle, he added, "Indeed, my worries were not unfounded." Today, several well-informed individuals came to the household registry asking about it, having heard that I had secured it, and some even offered 800 taels to buy it. 800 taels cannot be sold to him, Wang Gui exclaimed, only to recall something and inquire, "Where did you acquire such a sum of money?" With a stern expression, he chastised his younger brother. "People say you have become the wealthiest man in Fuyang, but this is excessive. In just a few days, you've already greedily taken 500 taels? At this rate, how will it end? Elder brother, what do you take me for?" Wang Xian replied with a wry smile. "I would not accept even a single coin that isn't rightfully mine." Seeing that his brother remained unconvinced, Wang Xian recounted the matter of extorting Li Qing briefly. "At that time, I received 2 gold bars worth 200 taels of silver. Additionally, after collecting the autumn taxes this month along with various deductions, I obtained 80 taels. The remainder is a small portion I borrowed from them, and I shall repay it gradually." Now, as the head of the household, he found that with just a word, the heads of various branches were eager to lend him money. However, being overly zealous could lead to complications, thus, he had to borrow dozens of taels from each of them. Wang Gui listened in astonishment, realizing why people said, after 3 years as a household officer, one could exchange their position for that of a prime minister. The wealth was indeed extraordinary, primarily due to the completion of the autumn tax collection. Other months did not yield such returns. Wang Xian cleared his throat and urged, "Quickly go, Boss Wang." "Oh," Wang Gui snapped back to reality and shook his head, saying, "This is your money. What does it matter if I handle the transfer? Isn't it the case that we have not divided our family? What difference does it make between yours and mine?" Wang Xian countered, "Did not you once think the same, spending all you had to treat my illness?" Erlang. Wang Gui was deeply moved. "Elder brother, I am truly happy. Your care for me has not been in vain. However, you should remain the owner, and I shall gladly serve as your foreman." "Enough of this nonsense." Wang Xian waved his hand impatiently. "I have no interest in business. If you had not always wanted to open a paper mill, why would I buy it?" He coughed and called for Shuai Hui, instructing, "Accompany my brother to handle the transfer, and do not let him chatter." Erlang. Wang Gui grinned, torn between laughter and tears. "Master." "There's no need to argue," Shuai Hui chuckled. "You know how resolute our lord can be." He then led Wang Gui out of the official chamber. Sighing, Wang Gui looked back at his brother with deep affection, never imagining that the realization of his lifelong dream would come from his younger brother. Once Wang Gui departed, Wang Xian could only smile wryly, as the family's debts remained unpaid, and now he bore an additional burden of 220 taels. It seemed that Wang Gui's workshop would require a substantial sum to commence operations. Where could he procure such funds? If only autumn grain could be collected every month. While he was lost in thought, Wu Wei entered, lifting the curtain with a smile. "Master, there are guests bearing gifts." "Gifts?" Wang Xian was taken aback. "The grain merchants?" Wu Wei replied, presenting a gilded invitation. "They have come to deliver a formal invitation to you. An unsolicited act of flattery." Wang Xian glanced at the invitation and noted that the venue was in the Little Qinhuai, swallowing hard as he declared, "I will be returning home for dinner tonight." "Then I shall inform him," Wu Wei replied. Now that Wang Xian held the position of the head of the household, he was not easily accessible to just anyone. "Do not be hasty," Wang Xian inquired. "Why do you assert that he has come bearing gifts of money? Surely, he must be here to beseech the esteemed one to sell him the aged grain stored in the granary." Wu Wei replied, "Each year, upon the harvest of new grain, the granary reduces the price to dispose of a portion of the spoiled old grain, making way for the new stock. He makes this journey annually." "Oh," Wang Xian remarked in astonishment. "So he is here to procure the decayed old grain. In that case, it should be us seeking him out. Why would he come to implore me?" Chapter 63. The futility of it all. There is indeed a twist to this tale. Wu Wei, now positioning himself as Wang Xian's trusted confidant, naturally speaks without reservation. The granary is designated for the storage of grain in times of famine, and by regulation, it is prohibited to open the storehouse unless a disaster strikes. However, no matter how well grain is preserved, it will eventually spoil. Each year, the authorities must sell a batch of moldy and stale grain, subsequently purchasing a fresh supply, as per established protocol. Wu Wei continued, stating that the quantity of spoiled grain to be sold and the amount of new grain to be acquired must be determined through careful inspection by the officials, who would then submit a report to obtain approval for transactions with grain merchants. Wang Xian grasped the implications, realizing that there were indeed numerous opportunities for exploitation. For instance, selling good grain as if it were rotten and using inferior quality grain to replenish the reserves would create ample space for profit. Furthermore, the transformation of old hens into ducks would not raise any discrepancies, thus posing minimal risk. In previous years, local grain merchants would compete fiercely to supply the county's treasury, only to receive substantial kickbacks afterward without having to share with subordinates. Wu Wei remarked, "The key lies in safety. If your funds are tight, it would be wise to follow the established rules." His words were clearly influenced by rumors of Wang Xian's attempts to borrow money. Wang Xian, intrigued yet alarmed, pondered the potential consequences. What if we are required to open the granary? Not to mention that our region has been blessed with favorable weather and has not seen calamity for many years. Wu Wei chuckled. Even if we must open the granary, is there truly a distinction between good grain and coarse grain? It merely involves a bit more chaff. As he spoke, he noticed Wang Xian's expression darkening and hastily ceased his remarks. Wang Xian, with a cold glare, admonished, "Why resort to exploiting the life-sustaining grain of the common people? Are you not afraid of retribution?" "Merely a suggestion, my lord, to make you aware of the underlying issues," Wu Wei quickly amended, realizing his flattery had backfired. Wang Xian finally exhaled, stating, "While money is indeed a valuable asset, compromising one's integrity for it, risking one's life, is hardly worthwhile. I speak to you sincerely. Remember to safeguard my interests in the future, so I am not led astray." "Understood," replied Wu Wei, adopting a solemn demeanor, recognizing that a principled superior commands greater respect. Despite receiving a reprimand, he felt a newfound appreciation for Wang Xian. "You have compelled me to consider inspecting the granary," Wang Xian remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. "Let us not allow the sins of predecessors to bring misfortune to future generations. That would be truly lamentable." "Very well, I shall make arrangements," Wu Wei replied, pulling out a piece of paper from his boot, which contained Wang Xian's schedule. "You are free tomorrow during the afternoon hours. We can proceed then." "There is no need to notify the granary. We may go directly," Wang Xian affirmed. "Bring along more personnel. I wish to inspect the inventory," he added. "Indeed. Most are free after the noon hour," Wu Wei confirmed. "I shall make the necessary arrangements tomorrow. In serving the public, there is no need for excessive zeal." Wang Xian only requested his subordinates complete their assigned duties, rarely imposing additional tasks. This was the first time since his appointment that he had done so. "Agreed." Wang Xian nodded. As the hour passed, Wang Xian departed from the yamen, accompanied by Shuai Hui, Qin Shou, and Lu Arii. Normally, minor officials were not permitted to have attendance. Such privileges were reserved for higher-ranking officials. However, rules are often disregarded by the living, especially in the case of the household department, which comprised nearly 100 individuals. It was not uncommon for a few laborers to follow the head, enjoying a more comfortable existence than the officials themselves, without needing to pay wages. Passing through the marketplace, Wang Xian instructed Shuai Hui to procure a roasted chicken, some cured sausages, a live fish, and 3 jin of Huadia wine, of course, at his own expense. Given his current status, it would be ludicrous to accept gifts without compensation. As he walked, he encountered familiar neighbors, all of whom greeted him with smiles. Albeit tinged with a newfound humility, "It has been a long time since we last saw you, sir." "Indeed," Wang Xian replied with a smile. "The yamen has been exceedingly busy of late. I hear you have been appointed as the head of the household department?" they inquired. "Not at all." Wang Xian shook his head in denial. "I have only just become a clerk." "True enough," they murmured. The common folk are often blunt. Word has it that an old clerk has toiled for over a decade, and for a newly appointed official to achieve the rank of a clerk is impressive enough, let alone to become the head. "Humph," Qin Shou interjected with a scoff. "You know nothing. My lord is currently acting in the capacity of the household's affairs, and it won't be long before he is promoted to the rank of a true official." At that moment, gasps of disbelief filled the street as neighbors regarded Wang Xian with incredulity, wondering if he had somehow transformed during his recent illness. Perhaps possessed by a fox spirit or having consumed a magical elixir, as he seemed entirely different from before. Once Shuai Hui and Arii returned with their purchases, Wang Xian excused himself to the gathered neighbors before heading home. The neighbors bid him a warm farewell, and as he walked away, they began to speculate amongst themselves. What kind of elixir has young Wang consumed to undergo such a transformation? Just a few days ago, he appeared no different from the common ruffians of the market. Now, he has been favored by a high official and has become the overseer of the household department, a group of simple-minded men, eager to curry favor. Listen to the blind fortune-teller, Zhang Xiaoji, who sneered, "I mentioned long ago that young Wang's fate was destined for greatness. He possesses an auspicious countenance and extraordinary roots, destined for wealth and honor. His previous misfortunes were merely a result of bad luck. Now that the tides have turned, he is bound to soar to success." "Really? Did you say that?" exclaimed several matrons, astonished. Could it truly be so accurate? "He merely uses such words to swindle food and drink from anyone," laughed Zhu Dachang, the butcher. "If he were wrong, he would only be condemning himself to a life of misfortune. Who would dare to expose him?" "Ah, I see," the matrons replied, their expressions now tinged with disappointment. Frustrated by the disruption of his business, Zhang Xiaoji fumed. "You, Zhu Dachang, will never know fortune. You will spend your life slaughtering pigs and descend to the depths of hell." "Haha, why should I not slaughter pigs?" Zhu Dachang replied nonchalantly. "You, old fraud, will join me in the underworld. Let us be companions there." With that, he returned to selling his meat. Seeing the customers who had just gathered disperse once more, Zhang Xiaoji called out loudly, "I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, just watch. Wang Dagan is destined for even greater things. He will become a prince. Such nonsense must have its limits." The downcast scholar, selling his calligraphy, scoffed. "One cannot be conferred a title of king if not of the same lineage. Do you not know this? The rules are immutable." Yet Zhang the blind, his face flushed, retorted, "What is destined must come to pass. It cannot be wrong." The crowd, disbelieving, erupted into laughter and dispersed, dismissing Zhang's words entirely. This is the innate divination passed down from Master Zhang. As the last of the audience departed, Zhang the blind felt a profound sense of injustice, murmuring, "It cannot be wrong." Yet his feeble voice was swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the bustling market, and even those who might have heard regarded his words as mere jest. Upon reaching home, Wang Xian accepted the items and sent Shui Hui and the others away, then pushed open the door. Hearing the commotion, Yinling poked her head out from within, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Ah, second brother has returned." With that, she darted forward like a little rabbit, taking the basket from Wang Xian and saying, "It's been nearly a month since you were last home. I've missed you dearly." Wang Xian, retrieving a warm bag of candied chestnuts from his bosom, smiled indulgently. "You were longing for something delicious, weren't you?" "Indeed, indeed." Yinling eagerly ushered him into the courtyard. At that moment, both side rooms lifted their curtains. Lin Qing'er from the west wing cast a glance at Wang Xian filled with joy, melancholy, and longing, nearly ensnaring his soul. But then addressed the figure across the way, "Sister-in-law, quickly return inside, lest you catch a chill." Emerging from the east wing was none other than Lady Ho. Her face flushed, her head bowed. She greeted Wang Xian, "Second uncle, you've returned." "Yes, sister-in-law. I heard you were back, so I hurried to see you." Dressed in a blue robe with a gray cloak draped over it, Wang Xian wore a sincere and confident smile, observing her once unassuming brother-in-law transformed. Lady Ho wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, when Wang Xian had pleaded to stay, asserting that the Wang family would soon flourish. She had scornfully retorted, "As long as you are here, the Wang family will never find fortune." Little did she know, he spoke no empty words. In just 3 months, the Wang family had undergone a breathtaking transformation. Wang Gong had been appointed as the governor of Hangzhou, while her brother-in-law achieved an unbelievable leap, becoming the financial benefactor of Fuyang County. The Wang family, once a hopelessly destitute household, had swiftly risen to prominence, akin to a fantastical dream. Yet it was glaringly real before her eyes, leaving her filled with regret. Lady Ho's father was nearly ready to berate her, this disappointing woman. After taking 99 steps forward, she faltered at the final hurdle, having spoken so assuredly. Now, the Wang family was on the verge of abandoning her, seeking a suitable bride, while she could only hope to find a bachelor who could not marry. Without needing her father's reproach, Lady Ho felt an urge to slap herself 100 times, wondering how she could be so unfortunate. Could she not have endured just a little longer? Now, she had offended her mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law. How could she possibly return? The crux was, even if she swallowed her pride, she could not surpass her mother-in-law's scrutiny. Yet, she was not so foolish as to remain at home, knowing Wang Gui was soft-hearted, so she visited the paper shop daily to pester him. True to form, Wang Gui softened easily and began to devise solutions alongside her. In her determination to return home, Ho, being the daughter of a wealthy family, heedlessly followed Wang Xian's ill-conceived suggestion. Without a moment's hesitation, she conferred with Wang Gui to select an auspicious date for their clandestine meeting in the reed marshes. Ultimately, just a few days prior, as the celestial signs had not yet manifested, the midwife Qian proclaimed that she was with child. The couple, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of elation, embracing one another in a heartfelt display of emotion. They summoned her father and 2 uncles to their home to offer their apologies. Despite her mother's stern disposition, the longing for a grandchild had driven her to the brink of madness, and seeing that Ho was carrying Wang's offspring, she refrained from casting her out. However, she did not bestow her with a warm welcome. Yet for Ho, the opportunity to return home was a tremendous blessing, and she felt no need to ask for more. Chapter 64. On my mother, to speak candidly, Wang Xian had no desire to lay eyes on that woman. However, there was little he could do. After all, his elder brother had chosen her as his wife, and out of respect for his brother, he had to acknowledge this sister-in-law. Fortunately, Ho Shi still possessed a sense of shame, continuously apologizing to Wang Xian, suggesting that if his second uncle were to be angered, he could simply take it out on her. Ah, sister-in-law, you are mistaken, Wang Xian mused internally. In the past, I was indeed at fault, and you were justified in your actions towards me. Yet, I feel a desire to kick you, that you carry within you the grandchild of my mother. It would be quite the folly for her to take my life. Now that I have turned over a new leaf, and you have returned, wouldn't it be splendid for us to live together as a harmonious family? Indeed, indeed, Ho Shi replied, her mood visibly lightening as she smiled. My bond with my sister-in-law is rather strong. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian glanced at Sister Lin, noticing a fleeting bitter smile in her eyes. What are you doing standing out here? Their mother appeared at the door of the main hall. Wang Gui's wife, return to your bed. Did the doctor not advise you to avoid overexertion? Oh, Ho Shi said, shrinking her neck, too intimidated to retort. She smiled at Wang Xian and said, I will speak to my second uncle later, before retreating into the room. Very well, Wang Xian nodded with a smile. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Qing'er went into the east room to converse with Ho Shi. Wang Xian watched her departing figure with a hint of sympathy, only to realize that after a month apart, she had gained a bit of fullness. Although still slender, she now possessed a subtle curve, even while clad in winter attire. Yes, it ought to be this way. Being excessively thin is not ideal. While he was lost in thought,